Under the Same Stars by Ariel Shelby. Chapter 1, I've Fallen Through Time. The Citadel had always felt like home to Daenerys Targaryen. She gazed upward at the endless rows of books, their spines a vibrant array of earthy tones reaching toward the vaulted ceiling. The scent of parchment and dust stirred fond memories from her childhood, reminding her of the time she had followed her uncle through the library, eager to uncover the mysteries hidden within its countless tomes. On paper, her early life appeared bleak. Orphaned at just 3 years old when her parents perished in a fire, she had lost everything before she even learned to read. Yet her uncle, a good man, took her in and cared for her as if she were his own child. Her upbringing was anything but typical. Aemon Targaryen, a brilliant and renowned historian, included her in his expeditions around the world, from the forest of Kohor to the Wall in the icy north, and from the city of Ashai to the ruins of old Valyria. If she ever became an inconvenience, he never let it show, treating her as both a student and a fellow explorer. Despite her passion for history and learning, Daenerys felt a deeper calling to help others, and it wasn't long before she realized her dream of becoming a doctor. After completing her novice training, she left Oldtown for Pentos to attend medical school. The decision to leave had been difficult, and now she hoped she was finally home for good. She walked quickly, avoiding eye contact with the professors and novices in the aisles. It had already taken her 15 minutes just to get through the front door, as old friends and acquaintances welcomed her back. It was her own fault, she thought. The final year of medical school had been intense, filled with rotations and residency applications, leaving her with only a few days to return home over Christmas. "Miss Targaryen," a man's voice called from a nearby corridor. "We haven't seen you around for some time." It was Edmure Tully, his auburn hair catching the light, his blue eyes sparkling as he held an old text in his hands. Dany sighed internally before meeting him with a forced smile. "Hello, Professor Tully. I've been away longer than I would have liked, but you'll be seeing a lot more of me now. I start my residency at Citadel Pediatric on Monday." "Oh yes, your uncles told me all about it." "Congratulations." "Thank you," Dany replied. "Is that a Song of Ice and Fire you're reading?" He closed his book and returned it to the shelf. "Yes, it's a pity Maester Tarly never finished it." "What could have been," she said, readjusting the strap of her purse. "I'd better be on my way, but I'll see you around." "It's good to have you back." Dany made her way to her uncle's office, located at the edge of the library. As the respected chair of the history department, he enjoyed an office with a view of the honey wine, a coveted spot, especially by Professor Tywin. She was relieved to see that the old lion wasn't lurking around. The door, marked with a silver plaque engraved with A. Targaryen, was cracked open, so she peeked in without knocking. Uncle Aemon was at his desk, dressed in one of his favorite dark gray tweed suits, his thin silver hair neatly combed. Seated before him was a handsome young man with dark curly hair and glasses. He didn't look young enough to be a novice, and he wore a watch, an antiquated choice in the age of smartphones. "This must be the new professor he's been telling me about." Dany stood in the doorway, noticing the look on her uncle's face. He was clearly in the middle of a pep talk. She waited a moment longer before clearing her throat. Aemon's face lit up when he saw her, as it always did, warming her heart. "Dany," he exclaimed, rising from his chair. "I'm glad you're here. This is Jon Stark, one of our more promising professors of medieval studies." The young man stood, revealing that he was even more handsome than she had first thought. "His paper on the Horn of Jormungand has already caused quite a stir in the community," Dany said. Jon smiled politely. "A positive one, I hope. It does help to be part of the Stark family, with access to more elusive documents and artifacts." "Jon Stark?" Dany remarked. "My uncle must have cornered you the moment you arrived to ask you all about your family." In fact, her uncle had shared quite a bit about this new professor. Jon was well versed in both Stark and Targaryen history, and he had developed a particular fascination with the history of the First Men and the Free Folk. Jon laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. Actually, I think that was me cornering him. His life and times of Aemon the Dragon Knight is what sparked my obsession with medieval history. Yes, he is a brilliant man, Dany agreed. Aemon, Jon continued, this is my niece, Daenerys Targaryen. She's starting her residency here at the Citadel. Aemon has told me all about you, and I'm already familiar with your artwork, Jon said, gesturing to a framed portrait of a black dragon. Its head was too large for its body, and its wings were far too small to ever lift it off the ground. Dany had drawn it when she was 8, and she hoped he couldn't see her blush. I've been asking him to take that down for years, she admitted. Aemon looked affronted. Why would I ever do that? That was from your first expedition to Old Valyria. It's quite impressive artwork for an 8-year-old. Better than I can do now, Jon said, flashing Dany a lopsided grin. I see you were inspired. She rolled her eyes playfully. What girl doesn't grow up loving dragons? From everything Professor Aemon has told me, Jon said, the college is fortunate to have someone as passionate about treating children as you are. Aemon slung his old leather satchel over his shoulder. Daenerys and I are heading to the Quill and Tankard for dinner. Why don't you join us? First round of ciders is on me. I don't want to. Impose? Jon protested, clearly taken aback. Dany couldn't help but marvel at her uncle's lack of subtlety. It won't be an imposition, she assured the new professor. Honestly, my uncle won't rest until you and I are better acquainted. Aemon chuckled as he headed for the door. She's not wrong. Jon ran a hand through his hair, looking thoughtful. As it happens, I could use a strong cider. Then it's settled, Dany said, already plotting how to handle her uncle later. After dinner and drinks, she was definitely going to have a word with him. The Quill and Tankard was the most popular spot in Old Town, where professors and novices alike gathered to drink, discuss theories, and boast of their achievements. The ancient building leaned slightly to the south, prompting visitors to speculate when it might finally topple into the honey wine. As they crossed the footbridge connecting the inn to the rest of the city, Dany was greeted warmly by at least a dozen people. The place buzzed with chatter and laughter, alive with the energy of scholars gathering for honeyed chicken and cold mugs of cider. Though the interior of the Quill and Tankard had been modernized decades ago, the outdoor terrace remained lit only by torchlight, creating an ambience that felt like stepping back in time. They managed to find 3 empty spaces at the end of a long wooden table, but Dany eyed her uncle suspiciously when he didn't take a seat. It's crowded out here, Aemon noted. I believe I saw Bowen Marsh inside. He'll have a spot for me, I'm sure. Dany felt a rush of embarrassment. You saw him inside? She asked, giving her uncle a pointed look. We haven't even been inside yet. Ignoring her question, Aemon made his way toward the door. I'll catch up with you two later, after the dinner rush. I still owe you a round of ciders. Dany shook her head, seething at her uncle's obvious matchmaking efforts. She found it hard to look at Jon from where he sat across from her. I'm so sorry, she said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. He's never done anything like this before. Had Aemon lost his mind while she was in Pentos? Jon chuckled. Don't be sorry. Honestly, I've been looking forward to meeting you. His eyes held a sincerity that made her cheeks flush once more. Besides, it seems I'm the only person in all of Old Town who hasn't had the pleasure of your company yet. I was beginning to feel left out. A barmaid approached, setting down 2 frosty mugs of cider in front of them. Dany took a sip, realizing she craved the drink more than she had anticipated. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I was a novice here, she explained. Before that, I spent a lot of time at this inn with my uncle. He's been a professor here longer than I've been alive. I learned most of what I know about history in this very place. And I also picked up quite a colorful vocabulary. A corner of Jon's mouth lifted into a smile. Face of a siren, mouth of a sailor. Something like that, she replied, trying to ignore the fluttering in her stomach. He took a sip from his mug and rested his hands on the table. I've been here nearly a year now. How come we haven't crossed paths before? School kept me busy. I didn't get the chance to visit home as often as I would have liked, but I'm happy to finally be back again. A competitive field, he remarked. Very, she replied, deciding it was time to shift the focus away from herself. So, how do you like being a professor at the Citadel? His smile broadened, reaching his eyes. It's actually incredible. I studied at the University of Winterfell, which had a phenomenal history department, but the Citadel is on another level for research. It's better than I had imagined, though. He glanced around and leaned in closer. There's a lot more politics than I expected. It's a small circle where who you know can often outweigh what you know. Dany giggled into her mug as she took another sip. Well, with a Lannister and a Tyrell in your department, that doesn't surprise me at all. Imagine if that were true, he chuckled, sharing a laugh with her. I suppose you're right. I find myself surrounded by brilliant men and women, which can be quite terrifying, to be honest. But I also get to immerse myself in topics that would seem obsessively niche if they weren't part of my profession. Then, of course, there's grading papers, he added with a sigh. A necessary evil, she agreed. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy teaching. The Citadel attracts so many talented students. Dany felt her mood lift. I can see why my uncle likes you so much, she said. You're very passionate, just like he is. I think he secretly wishes I shared your enthusiasm for history. I doubt that, he protested with a smile. He talks about you all the time. I've never seen a man so proud. I feel like I already know you. He raised his glass in a toast. Daenerys Targaryen. Always at the top of her class, standing up to neighborhood bullies since the age of 4, a collector of lost and hurt animals, and a girl with a fiery temper. Dany felt her cheeks flush. Gods, is that all he told you? Well, he said with a sympathetic look, more than that, but I don't want to embarrass you. They both laughed, and Dany hid her face in her hands. Others take him, she swore, before waving down the barmaid. Emma. We need another round of ciders and 2 shots of spiced rum. Are you trying to get me drunk, Miss Targaryen? He teased. Dany emptied her mug before replying, in a few days, I have to practice what I've been studying for the past 4 years, and I am utterly terrified. His eyes reflected understanding. I can drink to that. Fresh mugs of golden mulled beverage were placed before them, alongside the shots of rum. As Dany passed him his drink, their fingers brushed together. They clinked their glasses before downing the shots. Dany grimaced at the burn but couldn't help but smile at the moment they shared. The bitter taste lingered in her mouth. All my life, I've known I wanted to be a doctor, and I knew I wanted to work with children. But now that it's about to happen, I just can't believe those little lives are going to be in my hands. Dany wasn't sure why she was sharing her fears with this stranger, but somehow, it made her feel lighter. He didn't flinch at her sudden confession. I know what you mean, he replied. I mean, no one's life is in my hands, but as much as I wanted to be here, I often feel like they made a mistake in hiring me. Any day now, they're going to realize it. He ran a hand through his dark curls. Maybe they just hired me for my name. Relief washed over her. Yes. That's exactly how I feel. I've come this far, and I'm afraid that after all the preparation and years of studying, I'm going to choke. The pressure is unreal, he agreed. Dany was surprised by the fondness she felt for this young man. My uncle genuinely thinks you're brilliant, she said sincerely. He doesn't get excited about every new professor the way he's been excited about you, and I've always found him to be an excellent judge of character. He folded his hands on the table in front of him, his expression softening. If that's true, then you have nothing to worry about, he said with a gentle smile. What made you choose the Citadel? From what I've heard, you had your pick of hospitals. Dany took a moment to compose herself. I'm training to become a trauma surgeon, and Citadel Pediatric is a level 1 trauma center. Plus, they cap their residency hours at 60 a week. Thank the gods for that, he said, raising his mug to his lips. There was something familiar and disarming about Jon. Warning bells should have been ringing in her mind at the look he was giving her, but something deep down told her she could trust him. Suddenly, above the lively chatter around them, the obnoxious laughter she wished she could forget pierced through the air, pulling her back to reality. Dany spotted her old flame, Daario Naharis, swaggering over to their table. She had hoped he wouldn't be here. Daario had dropped out of school ages ago but still lingered around the city, involved in whatever back alley trades he could find. Instinctively, she grabbed Jon's hand and locked eyes with him, relief washing over her as she noticed Daario retreating back into the crowd. Jon's cheeks flushed. Dany quickly released his hand. Sorry. That guy is an unfortunate ex, and I'd really rather not talk to him, she admitted, her fingers itching to grasp his hand again, feeling the roughness of his skin, much coarser than a professor's should be. I'm happy to help, he said kindly. I feel like there's a very intricate social network here that everyone knows about but me. The Citadel is tough on new professors. Has my uncle given you any inside information? Of course not, he's too polite, Dany replied, scanning the room. Okay, let's see, I'm sure you've met Professor Olenna. She gestured toward the little wizened woman with white hair, who was deep in conversation with Professor Lannister. Yes, Jon answered. Leaning in, Dany motioned for him to come closer. If you haven't already, you'll want to get on her good side. She can be a bit harsh and self-important, but she wields a lot of influence. When she counts you as a friend, she's incredibly loyal. Befriend Professor Tyrell, got it, Jon said, nodding. And then there's Professor Baratheon over there, she gestured toward the dour man sitting at another crowded table. He has a gruff exterior. Is he soft on the inside? Jon asked, raising an eyebrow. Dany snorted. No. He's brilliant, but he'll throw you under the bus in a heartbeat. Interact with him only as needed. The same goes for Professor Lannister. Gods, I wish I could have met you in the fall, Jon said, playfully tapping her arm. Don't worry, I'll get you up to speed. Do you see that elderly woman in the corner? She pointed toward the shrunken figure, ready to share more insights. Toothless and ancient, an old woman spun a captivating tale for a group of enthralled novices. Yes, I've seen her around, but I don't know who she is, one of them said. Everyone calls her Old Nan. She retired from the Citadel years ago, but she still visits the Quill and Tankard often. She's an incredible storyteller. If you buy her a cider, she'll share wild tales from history. I can't tell what's true and what's not, but she's definitely entertaining. Noted. Speaking of wild tales, your uncle claims he can always tell when someone is lying. What do you think of that? Oh, unfortunately, that's true, Dany laughed. He was dreadful as a child. I never got away with anything. Poor girl. I know. Why? Do you have secrets you're trying to keep, Professor Stark? No, not at the moment. Dany giggled, the warmth from the cider bubbling inside her. So, why did you need a drink? Jon's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Earlier, you said you were in need of a drink. He sighed heavily and slumped forward. I just found out one of my research papers was rejected from the Journal of Medieval Studies. Oh no. Are you going to revise and resubmit? That was my revise and resubmit. Those bitches, Dany lamented on his behalf, feeling the effects of the drink. Why did they reject it? Well, my anonymous reviewers said I didn't have enough evidence to back my claim, he replied, rolling his eyes. They're right, of course, but I haven't figured out how to remedy it. What's your paper about? Do you know about the War of the Five Kings? She raised an eyebrow at him. Have you met my uncle? He shifted in his seat, grinning. Right, of course. Well, my paper theorized that the Westerlings conspired with the Lannisters against Robb Stark, right from the beginning, even before he met Jane. A dark time for House Stark and the... But it's not quite the right time for that. Jon raised an eyebrow. Not even after all this history we've just shared? Dany chuckled softly. You make it sound so grand, but I'm not sure I'm ready for that kind of adventure just yet. Adventure? Jon smirked. You just told a story about a queen and a king who changed the fate of Westeros. True, she admitted, but that was all in the past. I'm still figuring things out in the present. Jon nodded, his expression softening. Fair enough. But you know, you can always count on me if you need support. Dany looked at him, appreciating the sincerity in his eyes. Thank you, Jon. That means a lot. He smiled back, the tension easing between them. So, what's next for you then? Next? Dany paused, considering her future. Well, I suppose I'll keep studying, learning more about Westeros and its history. Maybe even write my own stories. Sounds like a plan. Jon leaned back, a hint of admiration in his voice. I'd love to hear those stories when you're ready. Dany felt a warmth spread through her. I'd like that too. But for now, let's just enjoy our cider and this moment. Agreed, Jon said, raising his glass. To stories, both old and new. To stories, Dany echoed, clinking her glass against his, a smile lingering on her lips. You are ridiculously handsome, she said, but I'm starting my residency next week. I'm barely going to have time to sleep, let alone begin a relationship. I work long hours too, he reasoned. My apartment is basically a second office where I sleep and shower. What's wrong with two overly stressed individuals investing an inhuman amount of time into their work and meeting up for dinner every once in a while? As long as you understand, I'm not looking for a serious relationship. Of course. The first month at Citadel Pediatric was a blur. Her hours were long, time was scarce, and most of the time, she had no idea what she was doing. But the work she did with her young patients was incredibly fulfilling, and she had already made some good friends at the hospital to help with her physical and mental exhaustion. And in the evenings, there was Jon. She hadn't meant for things to escalate the way they had. Their dinner dates quickly turned into overnights at his apartment, and she found herself on a 6-night stint in his bedroom when she woke up in a panic. Robert B. fucking Baratheon. She cried, bolting up in his bed. I've overslept. It was still dark outside the window as she jumped out of bed, rifling through her bag for a fresh set of scrubs. Jon sat up, his eyes heavy with sleep. It's all right, he assured her in his thick northern accent. You've got time. He was so calm and perfect that it was almost infuriating. There was absolutely no reason to end it. Instead of adding stress to her life, he alleviated it. After she brushed her teeth frantically and tied her hair up in a high ponytail, he met her with a thermos of hot coffee and a bagel. The gesture made her feel weak with gratitude. Thank you, she said, wrapping him in a warm embrace. You're too sweet. But tonight, I think I should go back to my place after my shift. He kissed the top of her head. Or you could come back here. I have to be strong, she reminded herself. I really think I should spend at least one night at home. What if we're moving too fast? You're right, he agreed. Why don't you go to your place tomorrow night? Or Wednesday? Sometime next week? She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him, savoring the scratch of his beard. There was no point in fighting it. I'll see you tonight. Dany opened her eyes, feeling warm and content in Jon's bed. It was 3 months into her residency, and today was a rare morning without an alarm. Jon lay asleep beside her, his glasses perched on a stack of papers on his nightstand. It would be a day off for both of them. Rolling over, she kissed his lips until he began to stir. "Good morning," he mumbled, blinking his eyes open. She nuzzled her nose against his. "I can't believe we get to sleep in." "If we get to sleep in," he said, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, "why are you waking me up?" "I'm sorry." "Don't be," he replied, caressing her cheek. She leaned in for another kiss. "Let's never leave this bed." "That's fine by me," he said, his fingers tracing down the small of her back. "You know, we've been dating for 3 months now." A warm glow of happiness filled her. "Feels like longer." In a swift motion, he rolled her beneath him. "What are you saying?" Dany giggled. "I mean in a good way." She reached up, letting her fingers scratch the scruff of his beard. "I feel like I've known you all my life." He looked at her tenderly. "I know what you mean." "I love you, Dany." Surprised by her own emotion, tears welled in her eyes. "I love you too." When he captured her mouth again, she surrendered to bliss, grateful for this unexpected bond between them. He left one last gentle kiss on her lips before sitting up and pulling her into his lap. "Were you able to get that time off over winter break?" "Yes," she replied with a yawn, stretching her arms. "Just one blessed week," she said, stretching her arms above her head. "Do you want to get away for a few days? Somewhere warm with sandy beaches?" She replied, curling her arms over his shoulders. "I was thinking somewhere more peaceful, with stone fireplaces and charming villages." She looked at him skeptically. "You're taking me on a work trip, aren't you?" "No, just a peaceful trip for you and me." "And Ghost?" The white shaggy dog, who had been asleep in the corner, perked up at the sound of his name. Him too." Their room at the inn in the village of Raventree Hill was small and perhaps a bit overdue for repairs, but it was just as charming as Jon had promised. It didn't have a TV, but it did feature a wood-burning fireplace, an abundance of floral wallpaper, and a bed that squeaked with the slightest movement. Most of the village shops and restaurants were newly built, but the inn proudly claimed that its main structure had stood for nearly 1,000 years. She loved her work, but being with Jon and away from it all felt like a breath of fresh air. Here, the only thing on their agenda was deciding where to eat and which places they might like to explore. And despite her initial protests against starting a serious relationship, this was a chance to get to know him better. The path through the whispering wood that led them to the dead weirwood of Raventree was paved, feeling out of place in the ancient forest. The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy above, and birds chirped all around them. Fall had already arrived, painting the leaves in shades of gold, brown, and red. The soldier pine stood as the only green amidst the vibrant colors. Jon seemed captivated by the woods, but she could tell his mind was elsewhere, lost in memories from centuries past. "These are the woods where Robb Stark, the young wolf, captured Jaime Lannister," he told her. Lannister was more experienced and better equipped, yet Robb Stark defeated him anyway. He smiled, clearly relishing the history that surrounded them. Jon leaned back, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "It's really quite brilliant." Jaime Lannister had no idea that Robb had formed an alliance with Walder Frey. With the help of his uncle, Brynden Tully, Robb's forces shot down ravens and ambushed scouts. They caught Jaime Lannister completely off guard. That would be nearly impossible today. "Yes," Dany replied, a smirk playing on her lips. Now Jaime Lannister would just pull out his phone and check Robb Stark's Instagram. Jon chuckled. Brynden Tully would need a much more sophisticated tactic than shooting down ravens. They paused, taking in the serenity of the forest, a stark contrast to the bloodshed that had once taken place there. The Battle of the Whispering Wood. Can you imagine the healers trying to save the wounded with so little at their disposal, especially on that scale? Dany quickly decided she didn't want to dwell on work. "That's where they say Robb Stark rode his dire wolf," Grey wind, into battle. A popular folk tale, but almost certainly untrue, Jon replied, his tone dismissive. Dany had anticipated his response. Almost certainly, she teased. That's why dragons make better companion animals. We can be sure their masters rode them into battle. Jon glanced at his white dog for support. Are you hearing this, Ghost? He didn't ride into battle, but the dire wolf surely fought by his side. He stopped to survey the forest around them. Can you imagine being out here and seeing a beast like that coming toward you? He took her hand, and they continued walking. Jon Snow was out here with him, with his white wolf. The original Ghost, Dany added with a grin. This one's much softer than his ancestor, I'm afraid. Dany scratched Ghost behind the ears. Don't listen to him. The odds were stacked against him, Jon continued, but still, he showed so much promise. It was like a perfect storm. If Jaime Lannister hadn't killed 2 of Rickard Karstark's sons, if Robb hadn't been blinded by honor led him to marry Jane Westerling. If he hadn't sent Theon Greyjoy to Pike. It sounds like he made a lot of mistakes. But he was just a boy, a teenager. These were stories Dany had heard countless times, yet she never grew tired of them. Some of her fondest childhood memories were spent with her uncle and his academic friends, recounting fascinating tales from history. They always brought her a sense of peace, and as the long, though captivating and invigorating, hours of her residency passed, she found herself yearning for those moments more and more. The great weirwood at the end of the path was a sight to behold. Towering over the surrounding trees, its lily-white bark stood in stark contrast against the cloudless sky, with barren branches reaching up in anguish. It's massive, Dany exclaimed. That must be why a storm hasn't knocked it over in all these years. How long do they say it's been dead? Jon wrapped his arm around her and pulled her closer. Thousands of years, or so they say, but who knows for sure? They say that at night, hundreds of ravens come here to roost on the dead weirwood, just as they have for thousands of years. He kissed the top of her head. Do you think you can manage a hike at dusk? She laughed. You're so romantic. Her gaze drifted over the white bark of the tree as she imagined it swarming with eerie ravens. I would like to see that, though. It sounds too creepy to pass up. The forest floor was bathed in silver light, illuminating their path as the sun set and the moon began to rise. Dany looped her arm through Jon's while holding an unlit lantern in her free hand. Ghost's coat glimmered as he trotted just ahead of them. It's so cold already, she complained, her breath visible in the chilly air. Jon had teased her when she pulled on her parka, but she was grateful she hadn't listened to him. If you think this is... It's cold, he replied. I don't know what we'll do when I take you to visit my family in the north. Her heart warmed at the thought. Are you planning to bring me home to meet your mother? He stopped in the path, a hint of nervousness crossing his face. What if I am? He asked. Would that be all right? She couldn't help but smile. Yes, I'd like that. Contentment flooded her heart as he leaned in to kiss her, and she found herself wondering, not for the first time, how they had fallen for each other so effortlessly. You are cold, he said. I'll warm you up when we get back to the car. You'd better, she teased, retaking his arm. The sky darkened as they approached the great weirwood, the sun's rays fading away. We're so lucky there's a full moon, Dany observed. I know, Jon replied, glancing up at the sky. It was cloudy when I came here before. I might actually be able to get a decent picture. If the great dead weirwood of Raventree was creepy in the daylight, it was even more haunting at night. Its bone-white bark seemed to glow with an otherworldly light, and its desolate branches reached up toward the sky like grasping skeletal hands. She held on to Jon tighter. Where are the ravens? Suddenly, a throaty craw echoed through the air, making them both jump. Jon laughed and pointed to a handful of crows perched on a low-hanging branch. I think they heard you. She elbowed him playfully, watching the inky black birds that seemed to be staring back at her. So much for hundreds. They'll come, he assured her as another set of black wings flapped by, landing on a dead branch. He spread a flannel blanket on the ground, and they sat together, watching the spectacle unfold. The birds arrived in a slow trickle, their black feathers contrasting sharply against the deathly pale tree. Jon rummaged through his pockets. 7 hells, I don't have my phone. Do you have yours? No, I left it charging. I'm gonna run back and grab it, he said, already turning to head back down the path. Back and get mine. Are you serious? Ghost will stay with you, unless you want to come back with me. Dany groaned. No, just hurry. He kissed her cheek. I'll go quickly. The shaggy white dog obeyed Jon's whistle, sitting dutifully on the blanket beside her. Stay with Dany, boy. As Jon's lantern light faded into the night, a sudden chill enveloped her. Watching the ravens now filled her with dread. I should have gone back with him. Her heart raced, and she wrapped an arm around Ghost. At least 30 beady eyes were fixed on her, and she fought against a rising panic. Out of nowhere, she heard someone singing. Sitting up straight, she froze. The song grew louder, sad and mournful. She jumped to her feet and realized crows were everywhere. It seemed that on every inch of every branch, a crow was perched. Their squawking was deafening, yet the song somehow rose above it. Jon. She called out, realizing the sound was coming from the tree. Terror coursed through her veins, but she felt her feet move toward the colossal tree, as if under a spell. Somewhere, Ghost growled. The closer she drew, the louder the singing became, strange and unfamiliar. The white bark truly looked like bone as she stood right before it. She saw the trunk pulse, and her hands flew to her chest. Compelled, her hands reached for the smooth bark, and then everything went black. Dany's head throbbed as she rolled onto her back on the hard forest floor. Jon. She murmured, blinking as she opened her eyes. The moon hung bright and imposing above the tree canopy. She sat up with a start, hugging her arms around her middle as the cold hit her. The branches of the dead weirwood were barren again, no sign of ravens. Slowly, she rose to her feet and spun in a slow circle. No sign of anyone. Ghost. Jon, she called out, cupping her hands around her mouth. Silence answered her, and her heart raced with worry. She sprinted back toward where she thought the path should be, but panic clawed at her throat when she saw nothing but an undisturbed forest. Maybe it's farther up, she thought, desperation creeping in. Jon. Where the hell are you? She cursed under her breath, anxiety spiraling. He would never leave her alone like this. What if something happened to him when he went back for his phone? Jon, please. Answer me. Only echoes filled the air. She stopped, spinning around in despair and confusion. No path, no markers, no sign of life. Frantically, she searched her coat pockets, but they were empty. Robert B. fucking Baratheon, she exclaimed, a wave of nausea washing over her. She hunched over, certain she might be sick. Then, in the distance, she heard shouting and the clanging of metal. Was it some kind of concert? With no other option, she decided to head toward the noise. The forest floor was blanketed with a thick layer of dead leaves. Had it always been like this? Despite the bright moon and stars, shadows loomed all around her as she moved cautiously forward, wringing her hands. Please, let Jon be okay, she whispered to herself. An eerie feeling settled over her, urging her to tread carefully, to stay quiet and hidden. She crouched low as she navigated through the trees. Ahead, she caught a faint sound. Were those whispers? Curiosity piqued, She followed the noise to a cluster of thick soldier pines and hid behind an oak tree. Straining to hear, she realized the voices were male, but she couldn't make out their words. Taking a careful glance around the trunk, she spotted 3 oddly dressed men who seemed to be hiding as well. They wore some kind of red medieval armor, and she felt a chill run down her spine. She noticed that at least one of the men was wielding a sword. "We're dead," one of them said. "We've lost. Is this some kind of Renaissance festival?" Regardless, their presence filled her with fear, and she quickly decided to head back the way she came. "I'll go back to the tree," she told herself. "I'll wait for Jon there." She walked for a while, but nothing looked familiar. Had she taken a wrong turn? How could she even tell? Everything seemed the same in the dim light. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted behind her. She spun around to see a man on horseback racing toward her, a sword in hand. Panic surged through her as she screamed and fled for her life. Just before he could catch up, a flash of movement caught her eye. A massive white beast threw the man from his horse. Dany fell to the ground, horrified, as a gigantic white wolf sank its teeth into the man's throat. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, and she realized this was all too real. Her heart raced as she sat frozen in shock. When the man lay still, the wolf turned its gaze toward her, and a chill ran down her spine. "It has red eyes." She began to back away slowly on her hands as the wolf approached, its muzzle stained with fresh blood. Just then, another man on horseback appeared. His long dark hair was pulled back, and he wore a black cloak. "Another murderous medieval cosplayer?" "To me, Ghost," he called, and the wolf obeyed. The man fixed a steely glare on Dany. "What are you doing out here? You should be back at camp." Her heart stopped when he stepped into the moonlight. "Jon?" She gasped. "What the hell is happening?" He narrowed his eyes. "Do I know you, my lady?" "That's not Jon." A wave of fear washed over her. "What's going on?" she demanded. "Where am I?" He pointed in the direction she had come from. "Camp is that way. You're going to get yourself killed out here." Dany wrapped her arms around herself, shaking her head. "There are strange men that way." The man's posture stiffened. "Where?" With trembling hands, she pointed. "That way, behind a cluster of soldier pines." He nodded curtly. "Hide." She watched for a moment as he rode off, his white wolf loping beside him. "I think I just met Jon Snow," she murmured to herself, "and he looks exactly like my boyfriend." Part of her hoped that voicing the absurdity would snap her out of this nightmare. It didn't. More shouting erupted behind her, and she broke into a run. "I have to get back to the tree." Leaves kicked up under her feet, her lungs began to burn as the trees blurred past. The pounding of hoofbeats echoed again, and this time, 4 men on horseback were coming for her. Panic surged, and she screamed, stumbling backward. "I need to wake up." Suddenly, the white wolf emerged from the trees, but instead of charging at the riders, it leaped in front of her, as if to protect her. Somewhere in the distance, another wolf howled. More yelling and commotion surrounded her as a group of men in leather armor galloped past. The chaos unfolding before her was overwhelming. She watched as the men in brown leather overtook those in red. Dizziness washed over her, but she managed to regain her senses and retreated behind a nearby tree. A ferocious snarl drew her attention to another wolf engaged in the fray, this one gray. "We have the Kingslayer," one of the men shouted. They were all filthy, covered in mud and blood, but she noticed that the man they were capturing had long golden hair. Taking a deep breath, she thought, "I have to get to the tree." Unnoticed by the celebrating soldiers, she began to creep away through the underbrush. Before she could get far, she found herself face to face with 2 enormous wolves, who regarded her silently. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up. "Good boys," she whispered, slowly backing away. The white wolf with red eyes remained silent, while the gray wolf with yellow eyes craned his neck and howled. "Stop!" a man shouted. Dany took off running, but the gray wolf caught her coat in his jaws. The fabric ripped as she fell hard to the ground. She felt herself being yanked to her feet, her arms held firmly behind her back. She didn't get a look at her captor, but he smelled of body odor and mud, every vile thing she could imagine. "Let me go," she shouted. Her captor dragged her before the other men, and she could finally see them clearly. A young man with auburn hair and blue eyes wore plate armor, while the others were clad in leather. Two burly, bearded men with long hair stood nearby, along with a lean man with black hair. They all stared at her as if they were unsure what to make of her. Fury surged through her. "I don't know where I am, but I want no part in whatever this live-action roleplay is," she yelled. "You've already committed kidnapping, and all of you will be accessories unless you give me a phone and let me call for help." The men exchanged confused glances, which only fueled her frustration as she struggled to break free. The auburn-haired man stepped closer. "What's your name, my lady? What's your name?" Dany shot back. "You're the one who's taken me." He regarded her with curiosity. "I'm Robb Stark." The black-haired boy beside him sneered and crossed his arms. "You're speaking to the heir of Winterfell and the leader of the northern armies." Dany laughed. "Of course, my lord. I should have known. Clearly, you're the one who spent the most on his costume." She stood as tall as she could with her arms restrained and glared at him. "I am Dr. Daenerys Targaryen, and when I do not return home, the police will be notified. My uncle is a highly respected professor at the Citadel. The Old Town police will be eager to see his niece returned home and the fools responsible punished." The man who called himself Robb Stark laughed, and his companions joined in. "I don't know what she's saying, but she is fierce," he said, looking at her with amusement. Then he focused back on her. "Daenerys Targaryen? That's quite a claim. You do have the hair and the eyes. But Daenerys Targaryen is across the narrow sea." Panic washed over her. Either these people were completely insane, or she had somehow traveled back in time by 800 years. Either scenario demanded caution. "Dany," she replied, trying to assert herself. "My name is Dany." Robb looked at her expectantly. "And your house?" Her scalp prickled at the question. "Just Dany. Small folk don't belong to houses." Dany's stomach twisted as she met the gaze of the heir to Winterfell. "That's not true, is it?" he asked, curiosity etched on his face. "I don't know who you are, but you're a noblewoman, to be sure. One who enjoys the company of Jaime Lannister. You're from Old Town, you say? Jaime Lannister? This must be some absurd dream." "I was not in the company of Jaime Lannister," she protested. "I was just trying to go home." "And where is home?" She thought of the cozy room she had shared with Jon just the night before. "Raventree Hall. My village is there." He scratched his beard thoughtfully. "A Riverlands girl. I never knew girls with silver hair and violet eyes lived here." He turned to his men. "Have any of you ever seen a silver-haired girl?" Icy panic gripped her. "My mother was from Lys." His eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You're telling me that some villager of the Riverlands, who belongs to no house, fell into bed with a girl from Lys? Oh, and you have an uncle at the Citadel? Where does a daughter of a villager find garments like that?" "Let me tell you something, Dany. I don't believe you." Dany felt a wave of numbness wash over her as she struggled to find a response. Robb turned away from her. "Put her in the pen with the Kingslayer," he ordered. "Let them get reacquainted." Chapter 2, Only a Prisoner If I Run. Dany's mind was racing as two men gripped her arms, dragging her through the dark forest. They smelled foul, a disturbing mix of mud, sweat, and blood. The moon shone brightly above, casting an eerie glow over the heavy mist that clung to the cold ground. It felt mystical and unsettling, testing the limits of her sanity as she struggled to comprehend what was happening. "Let go of me," she shouted, summoning all her strength to free herself. "Get your hands off me." The young man with black hair who held her left arm tightened his grip. "Keep your mouth shut, whore," he sneered, his fur-lined cloak and doublet embroidered with a golden kraken giving him an air of arrogance. She had known him for only a few moments, yet she could already see what he was. Men like him were all too common in medical school, strutting around with an air of superiority, despite lacking real skill or knowledge. "I'm not a whore," she hissed back defiantly. "Shall we put that to the test?" He retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. A shiver ran down her spine. Theon Greyjoy, the older man on her other side, spoke sternly. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, with blue-gray eyes and long dark hair tied back from his face. "House Stark does not condone rape." Dany felt a flicker of relief at his words. She preferred him much better than the other. Despite her futile attempts to escape, their grip on her remained unyielding. Her heart raced in her ears as the night came alive with the glow of burning torches. It seemed the battle was over, and dozens of men in medieval garb were busy setting up tents, starting fires, and tending to horses. This isn't real. It can't be real. The stars above were brighter than they had any right to be, especially so close to the city lights of Raventree. The last time she had seen a night sky this clear was during her visit to the Shadowlands with Uncle Eamon. There were no electrical lights in sight, no sidewalks or paved roads, and no hope that this was anything but a nightmare. The scene felt surreal, like something out of a movie or a festival. As Dany was led through the camp, men paused to stare at her, their eyes scrutinizing her as if she were an alien. "Perhaps I am," she thought, and with that realization, she stopped struggling, suddenly wishing she could just disappear. Ahead, a crude structure came into view, something resembling a cage, but made of wooden bars instead of wire or iron. "No!" she yelled, kicking and pulling with all her might. "You aren't putting me in there, you sick assholes. Let me go." Laughter erupted near a campfire. "You sure you can handle that one, Benjen? She sounds like she's going to tear you limb from limb," one man called out. Benjen replied with a chuckle, "when next she's moved, the task can fall to you." Benjen. Theon Greyjoy. She repeated their names in her mind, knowing that if she was going to survive whatever this was, she needed to pay attention. Her limbs felt like jelly as the door to the pen creaked open, and dread washed over her when she saw it wasn't empty. In the far corner, a golden-haired man sat, his hands bound behind his back to a wooden post. The pristine golden armor he had worn while charging on horseback was gone, leaving him looking like a lion without a mane, still dangerous, but diminished. Even through her futuristic lens, she could see that his tunic, hemmed in gold, and brown leather breeches were of fine quality. Dirt smudged his handsome face, but his golden hair caught the moonlight, making him look like a prince out of a fairy tale. As Theon Greyjoy stalked off into the night, the older man dragged Dany inside. Words failed her, so she focused on her breath, fighting back the rising panic that threatened to overwhelm her senses. The Lannister man perked up. "Is she for me, Stark?" he asked Benjen, as he began to tie her wrists behind her back. "I never thought of your house as generous. Though, I prefer my whores freshly bathed and a little less feral," the golden-haired man said. Benjen Stark didn't respond. He didn't even spare the other prisoner a glance. He ignored her pleas, her desperate declarations that all she wanted was to go home. In dutiful silence, he secured her to her post opposite the Lannister man and left. Dany shifted uncomfortably, feeling the weight of her fellow prisoner's gaze. The cold air seeped into her bones, and for a moment, it felt as if the mist clinging to the ground would swallow her whole. A carpet of decaying autumn leaves was her only barrier against the chilled earth beneath her, and all she wanted was to curl up in her warm bed with Jon in front of the fire at the inn. She closed her eyes, trying to summon the memory. Their cozy room had a wood-burning fireplace, the heat wrapping around her like a comforting embrace, the scent of smoke stirring pleasant memories. On their first night together, Dany had sat on the bed, wrapped in an appliqué quilt, watching Jon as he prepared to start the fire. "Do you know how to do this?" he had asked. "If you wake up in the night and it's burned out? I know how quickly you get cold. I'll wake you, of course." "Is that so?" The fire blazed orange and hot behind him as he crawled into bed beside her. "Yes," she had smiled, throwing her arms over his shoulders and pulling him close. "But I will make it up to you." The Lannister's voice jerked her back to the present. "Who are you, girl?" His accent was different from the others, elegant, where theirs was rough. "I haven't seen anyone with hair like that in more than 20 years. Dany's eyes snapped open. There was something about this man that hardened her senses. The charm flashing in his green eyes was a mask for cunning, and if she were bound to his world and his time, she should fear him. "But I'm not your concern," she replied firmly. "You're the wench who betrayed me," he accused, venom lacing his words. "Robb Stark should be on his knees thanking you. He'd be dead otherwise, and the pelt of his beast would be lying on my chamber floor." The Lannister let out a harsh, mocking laugh. "Didn't quite work out for you, did it? Now tell me your name. If they let you live, I want to make sure I repay the favor." A Lannister always pays his debts. Dany shook her head. That was an incredibly cheesy thing to say. She wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at his words, but anger bubbled within her. "Any hope I had of this being a grand story is completely gone. No production would use a cliché line like that. So thank you for making that clear." He narrowed his eyes, but the smirk never left his face. "Are you mad?" "Of course you are. Madness and silver hair go hand in hand." Dany leaned her head back against the hard post. It seemed the jokes about Targaryen madness would follow her no matter the century. "And golden hair is often associated with treachery," she shot back. Frustration flashed across his face, but soon his pretentiousness returned. "Don't you know whores are supposed to stay at camp? No one needs your services during a battle." His elegant voice was as false as his smile. Dany rolled her eyes. "I am not a whore. I could cut you open and take out your spleen." Her irritation seemed to invigorate him. "Do you prefer courtesan? You must belong to someone with expensive tastes. That hair is hard to come by. I've never seen a silver." "Sorry, you're not my type," Dany interrupted, wanting the conversation to end. She was about to close her eyes again when a realization hit her. "You're Jaime Lannister," she said, sitting up straight. Dany straightened her posture. "I've heard of you," she said. "I know when you were born, every misfortune that will befall you, and how you will die. I know your secrets and motivations because, where I'm from, it's all written in history books." Jaime shrugged as best he could, limited by his restraints. "I'd question your intelligence if you hadn't. Everyone knows my name, even a simple whore." Fear was fading into the background, and Dany felt more confident than she had since this nightmare began. "I don't know where I am or why I'm here, but I know what happens. You're the one they call the Kingslayer." "A clever slut," he replied. Dany didn't know how to wield a sword or ride a horse, but she had one significant advantage: knowledge of the future. "You're the guy who sleeps with his twin sister." If he was rattled, he concealed it behind a cocky grin. "But you do have the mouth of a girl from a common brothel. Come over here and suck my cock." Her lips curled in disgust. "No thanks, I'll pass." She looked directly into his haughty green eyes. Jaime Lannister, son of the obscenely wealthy Tywin, Lord of Casterly Rock and ambitious hand of the king. You took the white cloak so you could continue your affair with your twin sister, and then you foolishly got captured by the young Robb Stark." Jaime's expression remained unchanged, but she couldn't help but laugh. "I suppose you think it gets better for you from here? Sure, you've been humiliated, but Daddy will pay your ransom. Except it doesn't go so smoothly in the end. If they untie you, Lannister, make sure you jerk yourself off as often as you can. You won't have your favored hand for long." Now, his eyes glimmered with anger. "When I'm free, the first place my hands will go is around your whore neck." Dany felt a thrill of satisfaction at his reaction but chose to say nothing more as a commotion caught her attention. When she glanced over her shoulder, she found big red eyes staring at her. She gasped and instinctively tried to jump away, but the bonds around her wrists held her in place. Gathering her courage, she looked again. The white wolf from earlier stood outside the pen, staring intently at her. It was the same wolf that had killed the Lannister soldier who would have pursued her. The wolf was as silent as a tomb, while her heart raced. Beyond the massive creature, she spotted a group of men: Robb Stark, Benjen Stark, the charming Theon Greyjoy, and Jon Snow. Not her Jon, but the ancient ancestor of her boyfriend. "Oh, so it's the Starks you have your heart set on," Jaime Lannister remarked from his corner. "I'd say they're still far beyond your reach, but certainly more attainable than a Lannister. I'd go for the bastard with nothing to inherit." Ignoring Jaime, she squinted into the darkness to see what was happening. Jon Snow was sitting on the ground, one arm clutching his opposite shoulder. Benjen Stark crouched beside him. A dislocated shoulder. "He's lucky. There are probably many men who won't survive the night." Robb Stark approached his half-brother and pointed toward her pen. Dany quickly averted her gaze. "Look there, the Kingslayer." The only response she could make out was a low grumble of pain. A middle-aged man in gray plate mail spoke up. "How bad is he hurt?" It was hard to see in the dark, but she thought she recognized the Trout of House Tully on his chest. "Dislocated his shoulder," Robb Stark replied. Of course he did. These foolish men were running around, tearing each other apart. Even in the dim light, she could see Theon Greyjoy's smirk. "How did you manage that, Snow?" She watched Jon closely, wishing she were close enough to see his familiar face. "A Lannister soldier unhorsed me," he said in his northern accent. "I held out my arm to stop the fall." He began to rock back and forth in agony. Robb Stark looked like a boy surrounded by his elders, but he— "Tully, send for the maester," the young commander said, his tone firm. "He's tending to Eddard Karstark," Tully replied. "The boy doesn't have long. His brother Torrhen has already passed." The commander ran a hand through his auburn hair, frustration evident. "7 hells." "I'll wait," Jon Snow interjected. But deep down, he knew that waiting would only complicate things further. Benjen Stark placed a comforting hand on Jon's uninjured shoulder. "No, son. If you wait, it will only get worse for you." "I've seen it done enough," Tully said, taking charge. "Let's get his armor off." Dany watched with sympathy as they struggled to remove the cumbersome leather armor from Jon's body. The pain he must have felt was unimaginable, yet he barely made a sound, only letting out the occasional soft groan. "Hold him steady," Tully instructed. The scene was becoming increasingly difficult for Dany to watch. These hardened men, fresh from battle, were about to attempt something she doubted they could manage effectively. Robb Stark brought a flask to his brother's lips, a small mercy in an otherwise dire situation. But Dany's heart sank as she saw the older man grasp Jon's wrist and forcefully push his arm upwards, using excessive strength at the wrong angle, likely worsening the injury. When he attempted to reset Jon's arm a second time, Jon grunted in pain and leaned forward, supported only by his comrades. "Uncle Benjen, why don't you give it a try?" Robb suggested, but as Benjen positioned Jon's arm at an even worse angle, Dany could no longer hold her tongue. "Stop!" she yelled, her voice booming in a way that startled even her. All the men froze, turning to look at her as if seeing her for the first time. "You're going to break his arm like that? Let me out of here, and I'll take care of it properly." She watched the men exchange glances while Jon Snow remained hunched over, his face pale as the moon, glistening with sweat. Robb Stark regarded her with a mixture of concern and confusion. "Are you a healer?" he called suspiciously. "I am," she replied. "A healer?" Theon Greyjoy snickered. "More like a harlot or an Associ witch. If she were a harlot this side of the narrow sea, you'd know who she was, Greyjoy," Jon Snow grumbled. "I don't care what she is if she can fix my arm." The heir to Winterfell exchanged glances with the older men around him, a silent council meeting. "Let us see what Ghost makes of her." Her heart began to race as the massive white wolf emerged from the shadows, standing protectively beside his injured master. It would have been wiser to keep her mouth shut and her head down, but the sight of pain etched on such a familiar face was more than she could bear. Perhaps, in this chaos, she might find an opportunity to escape. It was Benjen Stark who came to set her free, his serious expression revealing nothing. "A pity we must part so soon, my lady," Jaime Lannister said as she was released, "but the Starks can't waste a good whore. Their resources are meager, gods know." "Farewell, Lannister," she replied, "and remember what I said about your hand." With her hands now unbound, she wondered if she would have been safer in the pen with the Kingslayer as Benjen led her toward the group of men. The white wolf stood before them, his red eyes unnerving yet striking. Somehow, she sensed those eyes perceived more than any human could. Straightening her spine, she marched forward. She would not let them see her fear. The four men scrutinized her, the wolf positioned at the center, his head nearly reaching her shoulders. Behind them, her injured patient writhed in agony while these men wasted precious time. She cleared her throat. "Let me pass so I can help him." Without warning, the wolf loped forward, silent as still water, and she nearly jumped out of her skin. She heard Greyjoy snicker, but her gaze remained locked on those piercing red eyes. Silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity until the beast's gaze dropped, and he slipped back into the shadows. Robb Stark seemed satisfied. "Help my brother, my lady, and I'll be in your debt," he said. She pushed her way through the line of men and knelt in front of her patient. His pale face was drenched in sweat, and her heart lurched. "This is not my Jon," she reminded herself. "What's your name?" she asked. She knew who he was, but needed to gauge his level of consciousness. His expression was guarded. "Jon Snow," he replied, flinching slightly as she pressed her fingers against his neck. His pulse raced beneath her fingertips, no surprise, considering his friends had just tried to break his arm. His chest rose and fell steadily, and his eyes widened when she placed her hand on the center of his chest. "Take a deep breath for me," she instructed. He looked confused but complied. As far as she could tell, there were no signs of irregular breathing without a stethoscope. "Do you have any other injuries, Jon Snow?" she asked, scanning him for any additional signs of trauma. "No," he answered cautiously. Dany turned sharply to the men crowded behind her. She was without her medical team, and these men would have to do. "You," she said, addressing the Tully. "I need a chair." His eyebrows shot up, but he immediately set to work. Moments later, he dragged a rotting log over and dropped it beside them with a thud. Dany sighed in irritation and turned back to Jon Snow. "In order to help you, I need you to sit up straight." He managed to position himself on the log with one hand, now sitting with his shoulder clutched and looking at her expectantly. Jon Snow was a good-sized man, much larger than her usual patients at the children's hospital. Even beneath his shirt, she could see he was muscular. "I'm going to help you now." "My lord," she said awkwardly. Theon Greyjoy snickered and crossed his arms. "He's not a lord," he said dismissively. "Quiet." Dany snapped. Silence, not idiotic commentary, she barked. Tully burst out laughing, but Dany quickly redirected her focus to her patient. It doesn't have to be as brutal as it is in the movies, or on the road, she said, kneeling to meet his gaze. His deep gray eyes were familiar to her. There doesn't have to be any pain, really. But for this to work, I need you to trust me. Can you do that? His gaze was as intense as his wolf's. As much as I can trust a stranger, my lady. Her heart softened. That will do. Now, sit up straight for me. Gently, she took his hand and moved it away from his injured shoulder. The most important thing I need you to do is relax. He was calmer than most of her patients, and if he felt any fear, he hid it well. He allowed her to position his injured arm in front of him, his elbow slightly bent. Tell me something about yourself. Tell me about your home. His surprise was evident. Winterfell? Winterfell? She echoed, intrigued. Is it beautiful? His arm felt heavy as lead, but he didn't seem to notice her movements as he studied her. There are beautiful places there. The heart tree in the God's Wood, the hot springs, the glass gardens, and the Wolf's Wood. Dany rested her hand on his elbow to provide gentle traction. The weirwoods with the carved faces? I saw one once when I was young. A sacred place to pray to the old gods. With her other hand, she began to massage his injured shoulder blade, moving to the top of his shoulder and then his bicep. 3 seconds each, repeat. You're the strange girl I saw in the woods, he remarked. You told me where the Lannister men were hiding. Dany smiled. I suppose I am. Now you're going to start to feel the humorous shift. It may seem strange, but don't resist it. Astonishment spread across his face. The pain is gone. He grinned as he tested his arm, and the men around them erupted in astonished murmurs. Benjen examined his nephew and then turned to Dany with a smile of approval. Well done, lass. Dany's chest swelled with pride. It's called the Cunningham technique. It operates on the principle that the humeral head wants to return to the glenoid fossa but is held back by muscle spasms. A hush fell over the men, and they stared at her as if she had sprouted 3 heads. Clearing her throat, she turned to Theon. You, get me a long piece of cloth or your belt. I need to make a sling. Theon looked incredulous. You don't give me orders, WM. Give her your belt, Robb interrupted, his blue eyes stern. Theon's mouth dropped open, but he didn't argue further as he removed his belt and handed it to her. Jon moved his arm in disbelief. It doesn't hurt at all. It will soon, Dany warned him. Do not use it at all for the next 3 days. When you start using it again, take it slow and stop immediately if it hurts. Curiosity replaced suspicion in Jon Snow's eyes. You've done this before. Yes. I'm a doctor. She positioned his injured arm against his chest and strapped the leather across his arm and over his good shoulder, securing it tightly behind his back. How does that feel? Much better. Thank you. Robb Stark approached her. You've done my brother a kindness, and I am in your debt. There are many others in my camp who could benefit from your skills tonight. Will you help them? His gratitude was genuine, as was his plea for assistance with the other wounded men. Dany's stomach dropped. She needed to get home, she had to find her way back to the tree, she had to find her Jon. Yet, she found herself saying, yes, of course. The Northern Lord bowed his head gratefully. Theon, take her to the wounded and the other healers. Make sure she is well treated. Theon's expression shifted with a hint of self-importance as he reached for her arm. I'll take her, Jon Snow insisted, rising with a soft groan. I can't do much else with one arm. As you wish, Robb replied. Ghost can keep an eye on her too. The 2 young men exchanged a knowing look, one that conveyed that Jon Snow and his wolf were not merely escorting her for her own safety but were also watching over her. The sky above began to shift to a deep purple as night approached. If Jon were back in their time, he would have likely called for help by now. But how could anyone find her? Jon Snow and his wolf walked beside her in silence, guiding her toward the injured soldiers. They didn't have to go far before the pained cries and tortured groans reached her ears. Dany had never envisioned herself as a field surgeon, and the scene before her only solidified her resolve. Rows of men lay side by side on the hard ground, their bodies smeared with blood and dirt. Some writhed in agony, calling for their mothers, while many others were surely beyond help. Harried men and women rushed between them, doing what they could with their limited means. The overwhelming stench of blood and death momentarily paralyzed her. Jon Snow gently touched her arm. "Are you all right, my lady? You don't have to." "No, I'll be fine," she interrupted, shaking herself from her stupor. "Who is in charge here?" "The maester, but I expect he's still attending to Eddard Karstark." Anger surged through her like a hot poker. Of course, only the highborn receive proper medical care. Dany marched toward a group of 3 women dressed in rough-spun dresses, their clothes stained with blood as they worked together to amputate the arm of a young man using a crude saw. She approached the oldest of the women, introducing herself and offering her skills. "A surgeon." The woman's eyes, etched with the passage of time, didn't seem to recognize that Dany was any different. Without a word about her training, she immediately assigned Dany to deal with arrow wounds. The scissors she handed over were monstrous enough to haunt nightmares, and filthy enough to warrant a license revocation. A young girl was assigned to assist her, and Jon Snow did his best to lend a hand. The girl helped bandage wounds while Jon held them steady, offering kind words and reassurance. Dany quickly learned that a broadhead arrow inflicted horrific damage on human beings. It was designed to cause irreparable harm if pulled straight out. For those shot in the soft flesh of vital organs, there was nothing they could do. Operating would only bring more pain without saving them. The common anesthetic was milk of the poppy, but by the time she arrived, they had long since run out. For some patients, she had to use her unsanitary tool to pry the flesh open and pull out the arrows. For others, the shaft had to be broken off, pushing the arrowhead through to the other side. Disinfectant was scarce, and what little they had, alcohol or honey, wouldn't be enough to prevent deep tissue infections. Dany estimated that more than half of those she managed to treat would ultimately die. When Jon suggested she take a break, the sun filtering through the tree canopy signaled it was well into the next day. "Come, my lady, you're worn out and need rest." She glanced around at the countless patients lying on the hard ground instead of hospital beds. Rest meant more would die, but she was growing clumsy and beginning to see double. Jon led her to a tent he'd set up next to his own, likely for her protection and to keep an eye on her. She examined the modest structure, and for a brief moment, her dazed mind thought about how excited her uncle and Jon would be to stay in this medieval setting. "You did a great deal to help our men," Jon said. "We will not forget it." Dany struggled to keep her eyes open. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Maybe I can persuade him with a bit more diplomacy or gather the supplies we need." Her voice came out harsher than she intended. "I'll pass your wishes on to my brother," he replied. "You'll find clean clothes and food inside." As he turned to leave, she grabbed his uninjured arm. "Wait," she said, holding his gaze with urgency. "I need to go home. Will you show me the way back to Raventree?" "We'll talk after you've rested," he said, before disappearing into his shelter. She didn't like the way his expression seemed to close off when he said that, but she retreated inside her private tent. A simple cot was rolled out on the ground, and a lit brazier made the space warm and inviting. But what captured her attention most was a basin of clean water. She quickly tossed aside what was left of her parka and scrubbed the blood and dirt from her arms. Her muscles felt stiff as she lowered herself onto the cot. I have to get back to the tree, she repeated in her mind. I have to find a way back to my time. Tomorrow, Dany whispered to herself. I'm going to wake up tomorrow and tell Jon everything. And then we're never visiting that creepy tree again. Chapter 3, Southron Girl. When Dany awoke, her limbs were ice cold. She curled into a ball, burrowing deeper into the covers. Jon, she called, scooting sideways in search of his warm body. Jon, the fire went out. Instead of the comforting touch of her lover, her fingers encountered cold, hard earth. Fear shot up her spine. Peeking outside the covers, she was met with the canvas top of a medieval tent. The faint light of morning cast shadows of tree branches across the walls. No. Robert B. fucking Baratheon. She cried, frustration bubbling over. Fuck. Movement outside her tent had her bolting upright. My lady? Jon Snow called. This can't be happening. Are you all right? He asked again. I thought I heard you, calling for me. Dany climbed to her feet and rubbed her aching back. The last thing she needed was for these men to become more suspicious of her. She pulled back the canvas to greet Jon, who looked remarkably different from the night before. He had cleaned up, his clothes fresh, and his coal-black curls neatly pulled back into a bun. It made her acutely aware of her own state of disarray. Good morning, my lord, she said, the title feeling strange on her tongue. When Jon saw her, he immediately looked away. I'll give you time to dress, he said, embarrassed, and marched in the other direction. Dany glanced down at her white V-neck t-shirt and mud-caked jeans. She had removed her boots and what was left of her coat the night before. 7 hells, she muttered, slipping back inside her tent in search of clothes. Neatly folded atop a chest, she found a cream linen shift, a dull blue dress, and a chestnut brown cloak. Okay, she reassured herself. This doesn't look so hard. She held up the gown and examined it. Laces in the front, thank the gods. Putting on her new garment certainly took more time than she had anticipated, but she was determined to make it work. Dany adjusted her gown, grateful that it was a simple design, nothing like the scrubs or the offending t-shirt and jeans she might have worn. She had only needed to redo the lacing a few times. Peeking her head outside the tent, she noticed the camp was much quieter than it had been the night before. Several campfires flickered, with men cooking breakfast and boiling water. It struck her that there were no other women in sight. As she scanned the area for a familiar face, she spotted Jon Snow and his uncle, Ben-Jen, sitting by a cook fire. A smile crept onto her face when she noticed that he still wore the leather belt as a sling. It was as if he felt her gaze. He glanced over his shoulder and their eyes met. When he approached, Dany nervously fingered the laces of her gown, hoping she had tied it correctly. Good morning, he greeted her politely. I trust you slept well. I slept much longer than I meant to, she admitted. He smiled kindly. Most of the day and through the night, you must have been exhausted. There's food by the fire. Oats and berries, or rabbit if you prefer. Dany imagined having breakfast in bed with Jon, a steaming cup of coffee in hand. Do you have anything warm to drink? Follow me. The warmth of the fire was irresistible, and she warmed her hands over the crackling logs. The sight of a rabbit roasting on a spit made her decide that oats would be more appealing. Ben-Jen Stark was tending to a simmering pot nearby. Good morning, my lord, she said to him. I don't think we'd been properly introduced. He regarded her warmly and handed her a cup filled with the hot liquid. Well met, my lady. I am Ben-Jen Stark. She brought the cup to her nose and was delighted to find it was mulled wine. I trust you're not going to throw me in a cage today. It remains to be seen, Jon replied, handing her a bowl of oats and blueberries. Her mouth watered at the sight. She hadn't realized how hungry she was and began to eat quickly. Ben-Jen Stark watched her with curiosity. How long has it been since you've eaten? He asked. Been since you've eaten, Riverlander? Benjen asked. Dany felt a knot of nerves tighten in her stomach as she considered the 800 years that lay ahead of her. I think I wore myself out attending to your soldiers, she replied, and it was true. Thank you for your hospitality, but I need to be on my way home. Benjen settled onto a log across the fire. Where did you say your home was? Dany felt a stab of apprehension. Raven Tree. Near there. Near there, he echoed, and just how long have you been away? Her heartbeat quickened. A few days. I'm afraid it's not safe, my lady, Jon Snow interjected. And right now, no man can be spared to escort you. Anger surged through her. This is safe? I was almost run down last night. I was jumped by a dire wolf, tied up, and put in a pen. If no one can take me, just give me a horse and point me in the right direction. Jon struggled to meet her gaze. That's not possible. Why? Dany felt as if the walls were closing in on her. What is it you want from me? Benjen's expression hardened, and he turned away to pull a naked, roasted rabbit off the spit. Dany swallowed hard, fighting to maintain her composure. Am I a prisoner? Only if you try to run, Benjen replied dryly. Her fury flared, and she jumped to her feet. Take me to Robb Stark. He's the one in charge, isn't he? Jon exchanged a worried glance with his uncle. That could be arranged at a later time. And what am I supposed to do until then? Whatever you like, Jon said, his tone unyielding. So long as you don't mind my company while you do it. Fine, she declared, realizing she had no choice but to play along for now. Then we're going back to care for the wounded, and later, you will make sure I get to speak with Robb Stark. Her demand seemed to amuse him, but he rose to his feet. I will. Let's go then. Dany was hit with a pang of urgency. As they made their way through the camp, the stench of sickness and death grew stronger. Dany felt a wave of guilt wash over her. It was selfish and careless to have slept so long instead of tending to her patients. These aren't my patients, she reminded herself. I won't be able to help my real patients unless I find a way to get home. Less than half of the wounded remained. She hoped that many of them were healed enough to move on, but she knew the reality was likely far grimmer. The men and women she had worked alongside the night before were still there, looking as though they had never left, harried, dirty, and stretched too thin. Shame washed over her. Taking a deep breath, she stood up straighter. There's no time for self-loathing today. First things first. She marched over to their meager pile of supplies and selected the cleanest piece of cloth she could find. We're going to make you a proper sling. Jon Snow looked embarrassed. I'm quite all right. There are others who need tending first. Ignoring his protests, she began to undo the belt over his good shoulder. You'll do better assisting me today if there isn't a belt cutting into your arm. She wrapped his arm firmly in the forgiving cloth and tied it over his shoulder. When she caught his gaze, a flutter stirred in her belly. Put your own mask on first, she told him. He looked puzzled. What does that mean? The expression on his face was so reminiscent of her Jon that it warmed her heart. It means that if we are to help others, we must first help ourselves. Thank you, my lady. You're very kind. The title, while charming, made her feel silly. Please, call me Dany. At that, he smiled, and the resemblance to her boyfriend was striking. Thank you, Dany then. He looked down for a moment before meeting her eyes again. If it's all the same to you, call me Jon. I'm not a lord. She nodded in understanding. I prefer Jon anyway. The morning passed quickly, filled with urgency and a grim determination. Whatever could be done to save lives and limbs had to be done. The biggest threat now was infection, and there was little they could do beyond keeping the patients comfortable until either the illness took its toll or they began to recover on their own. Dany watched as several crude amputations were performed with hand saws. She considered mentioning that the first chainsaws were invented for cutting through bone, but then realized Jon would never understand the reference. Jon stayed by her side, diligently assisting her in any way she asked. He didn't hesitate or recoil at her work, no matter how gruesome it became. Dany thought this spoke to his familiarity with a harsher life than she had ever known. His presence had a calming effect on her, perhaps too calming. I cannot let my guard down, she reminded herself. Her northern captors were not exactly friendly, and the truth of her situation was one they would never believe. She could hardly believe it herself. Just then, Theon Greyjoy appeared and called Jon over. Jon excused himself, promising that Ghost would watch over her until he returned. Forcing a smile, she assured him she'd be all right, but unease settled in without him. She glanced sideways as he whistled for his wolf. Despite her best intentions, she found herself admiring Jon's physical attributes and concluded that he had inherited them honestly, blessed for generations. Once Jon left, Ghost sat like a furry bodyguard at the edge of their makeshift infirmary. He's not your Jon, she reminded herself again and returned her focus to the patients. Robb's tent was warm and crowded. Jon stood with his brother's council and their most important allies as they finalized their plans: Uncle Ben-Jen, the Blackfish, Greyjoy, Lady Stark, Galbart Glover, Meej Mormont, Great Jon Umber, and Rickard Karstark. Lord Karstark looked like a shadow of his former self, his eyes sunken and his beard disheveled. His son, Eddard Karstark, had followed his brother in. Torrhen had died late last night, succumbing to wounds sustained while defending Robb from Jaime Lannister. Jon and Lady Stark had kept their distance from one another, and he imagined the air was much cooler where she stood. It was decided they would spend one more day at camp, allowing the men to rest and heal, tending to the injured and honoring the dead. After that, they would march back to Riverrun. With a prisoner as valuable as Jaime Lannister, they hoped to negotiate for peace and the safe return of their father and sisters. Rickard Karstark was in no mood for discussions beyond vengeance. A man so fresh in his grief couldn't be blamed for his anger. That's enough for now, Robb announced as the meeting concluded. You may go, except Jon. Jon felt Lady Stark's icy glare as she left the tent, but he didn't turn to look at her. When their father had departed for King's Landing, Catelyn Tully Stark had demanded that Jon be sent to the Wall. Her hatred for him had only deepened when Ned Stark refused her request. Robb collapsed into his chair, rubbing his temples. The past few months had aged his brother considerably. I'd rather ride into 100 battles than try to appease these stubborn aurochs, Robb said with a sigh. Jon smiled and took a seat at his brother's table. When this is over, you'll be better at negotiation than you are with a sword. Robb let out an easy laugh, one Jon hadn't realized he'd missed. When we get father back, I'll be happy to go back to besting you in the training yard. The room grew heavy at the mention of their father and the lives they used to have. Robb's expression darkened, and Jon knew they were both thinking the same thing: things would never return to how they once were. Robb cleared his throat. How's your arm? It doesn't bother me much. Well, as long as I don't move it. Robb grabbed a flagon of ale and filled a horn for each of them. Who's with the girl? Ghost, Jon said, sipping the cool liquid. He won't let her get far. She's still with the healers tending to the wounded. That's kind of her, Robb replied. Or clever, depending on her allegiance. Whoever she is, she's eager to be on her way. She'd do well to abandon that notion. Jon agreed. Although her pleas to return home felt sincere, it wouldn't be wise for any of them to let her leave. She claims her home is at Raventree and doesn't seem to know the Lannisters have taken it. Or maybe she does, and she's here to spy, Robb suggested, leaning forward. We can't forget we found her with the Kingslayer. You're right, but I don't think she's a spy. Robb smirked. Don't let her pretty face fool you, brother. Jon chose to ignore the comment. Pretty though she was, he knew his place. There's something strange about her, he said. Not just her looks and clothes, but the way she speaks. I don't think she's from Westeros. If the Lannisters wanted to send a spy, I doubt they'd choose someone as noticeable as her. She's no ordinary girl, that's the only thing I'm sure of. She speaks like a highborn, and one used to giving orders. The thought of how she'd scolded Greyjoy brought a smile to his lips, which he hid behind another sip of ale. Robb chuckled. That she is, and a skilled healer as well. Quite remarkable for a village girl. She's not being truthful about who she is or where she's from, but I don't think she means us any harm. Jon remembered the urgency in her eyes every time she pleaded to go home. I think she's lost and afraid. Then why lie? Jon shrugged. She must think revealing her identity will put her in danger. Robb's expression turned serious. The moment I met her, she told me she was Daenerys Targaryen. Jon nearly laughed at the absurdity of it. That's not possible, Jon said, disbelief etched on his face. I know, Robb replied, rising from his seat and pacing the length of his tent. Daenerys Targaryen is across the narrow sea, married to a horse lord. But have you ever seen a girl who looks like that? No, Jon admitted, and neither have the other men, judging by the looks they give her. He recalled Dany's hair, the pale silver of the moon, more beautiful than he could have imagined. She's someone special, I know it, Robb insisted. If we're going to win this war, we need every advantage we can get. What will the Lannisters think about rumors of a Targaryen girl in our camp? Why not confuse the enemy? Robb said with a sly grin. We can't let her leave. We'll need healers, gods know. It's too dangerous for a woman to be traveling on her own, especially now. It's always dangerous for a woman on her own, Robb agreed, taking a seat at the edge of the table. Jon remembered the promise he'd made to the girl. She wants to speak with you, to ask your permission to leave. I told her I'd arrange it, for what she's done for our wounded. Robb's blue eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Bring her here tomorrow evening. We'll feast her and serve her our best wine, maybe that will loosen her tongue. Jon nodded, battling the rising urge to protect her. You've known her less than 2 days, fool. She could still be a Lannister spy. I'll ask Theon to watch over her this afternoon if you'd like. No, not Greyjoy, Robb protested. She deserves better than that. I'll keep looking after her for now. There's not much else I can do until my arm's healed. As you wish, Robb conceded. She's more likely to trust you than him. Meanwhile, Dany's heart raced. Every few steps, she paused, glancing around as she navigated past rows of pavilions adorned with vibrant decorations. Saw the banners of dire wolves, sunbursts, bears, and trout fluttering in the night. After the men had gone to sleep, Dany slipped out of her tent and made her way to the makeshift stables. There, she found a black destrier that seemed gentle enough. She hastily set a saddle on the horse's back and threw the reins over its head, using them as a makeshift lead rope. Once she was out of camp, she promised herself she would take the time to fasten the bridle properly. The night was cloudless, and she was grateful for the moon and stars that lit her path. It was around 3 in the morning, and the camp was as silent as a graveyard, with the campfires reduced to fading orange embers. Dany let out a sigh of relief as she moved past the last rows of tents and into the thick tree-line. Feeling safe from prying eyes, she paused to prepare her stolen horse. She positioned the saddle and latched the girth underneath the horse's belly. When she was 11, her uncle had sent her to a Dothraki horse camp for the summer. Though she hadn't ridden since then, she hoped the skills she had learned would come back to her. You don't know how to ride, do you? Jon Snow's voice startled her. He quickly covered her mouth to muffle her startled gasp. She pushed him away, glaring at him. You jerk. I know how to ride well enough, she lied, backing up with the horse. Where I need to go isn't far. At least, She hoped it wasn't. Irritation flared again when she noticed his right arm hanging freely at his side. "Where is your sling?" Jon took a careful step forward. "I had to remove it to chase after a deserter." Dany noticed he was armed, his sword hanging at his side. "I'm not a deserter, I'm a prisoner," she snapped. His gaze fell on the black horse. "You need to tighten the girth. You're likely to fall right off with the saddle like that. After you get the bridle on, of course." I wasn't finished yet. He took another step closer, and Jon took a step back. "It's a brave woman who rides off into these woods in the middle of the night," he warned. "This is when the wolves hunt, and worse, Ser Gregor Clegane. He and his men have been pillaging the Riverlands, but I don't need to remind a Riverlands girl of that. Better a pack of wolves find you than him, or so I've heard." Dany suppressed a shiver and tightened her grip on the reins. "You're trying to frighten me." And with good reason. "I don't want to have to follow after you, not that you'll get far like this. And I wouldn't want you to run into one of the guards I'm sure are posted all around." Her shoulders slumped as her hopes deflated. "You don't understand," she pleaded. "I just want to go home." "All right," he said, stepping closer. This time, she didn't move away. "Ready your horse, and I'll point you in the right direction." He examined the destrier and gently petted her neck. "She's a good horse, and I want to make sure she'll be properly looked after." "She's yours?" "She's a brave girl. She'd take you home if you knew how to ride." A fresh swell of anger rose within her. "I know how. I just haven't done it in a while." Tears pricked at her eyes as she picked up the bridle. "Come on, Dany. Get it together. This is easy." Her fingers felt clumsy as she tried to fit the bit into the mare's mouth. The horse snorted and backed away. "Please, come on." The more Dany tried, the more stubborn the horse became. She didn't protest when Jon took the reins from her hands. "Easy," he said to the mare, calming her almost instantly. "She's a girl with spirit," he remarked. "That's always a good thing." He turned back to her. "You'll need to learn a thing or two before you ride off, Southron girl." "Then I'll walk," she snapped through gritted teeth. She had had enough of this nightmare. As they moved deeper into the woods, Jon drew his sword. "You're coming back with me," he said, his expression serious. "I'm not going anywhere with you." Dany attempted to dart past him, but he used his blade to block her path. "Yes, you are." Rage surged within her. "What are you going to do, kill me?" "No," he replied honestly. "But you don't look heavy. I could pick you up and throw you over my shoulder, carry you back. Is that what you want?" She realized she was at his mercy, and the thought filled her with fury. "No," she managed to say, indignation rising in her voice. "Then walk with me, Southron girl." He smirked and added, "You wouldn't want me to re-injure my arm, would you?" Reluctantly, she followed him back to camp, seething in silence as he led her to the stable to return the horse before walking her back to her tent. As much as she resented Jon Snow in that moment, she found herself more frustrated by the sight of his unslung arm. Standing outside her pavilion, she sighed. "Get your sling. I'll put it back on you." "That's not necessary," he protested. "I can manage it." "Yes, but we both know it will be terribly uncomfortable. Besides, I'll do a better job." He pulled the long cloth from his pocket and handed it to her. "You have a good heart, Dany." "I don't," she shot back, trying to cling to her irritation. "I just don't want to fix it again. Come with me." Jon followed her into the tent, stopping to tie open the flap. Inside, it was dark and chilly. Dany used the last glowing ember in her brazier to light a candle. "It's too cold to let your fire go out," he chided gently. "You need to make sure you're tending to it." With his good arm, He gathered kindling from a small pile of wood in the corner and set to work rebuilding the fire. Well, I wasn't planning on returning, she admitted, and I couldn't get it to start once it went out. Jon looked astonished. You don't. Do you know how to keep a fire? A flush crept up the back of her neck. Maybe not, but I know how to pop a man's shoulder back into place and stitch him up after a battle. He looked at her with kind understanding. I suppose your husband started your fires. His comment was simple, yet it hit her like a tidal wave. Everything she had been holding back surged forth, and she began to sob. Jon Snow put a gentle arm around her and pulled her close. The familiarity and warmth were inviting, and she leaned into him, allowing him to hold her as her tears fell. Is your husband a soldier? He asked softly. Is he not alive? Yes, actually, she replied, pulling away from his embrace and wiping her eyes. He's not alive. The weight of that statement felt suffocating. He wasn't my husband, she added, but he might have been. He might still be. I'm sorry, Dany, he said, laying a hand on her shoulder. You have nothing to fear from me. As long as I'm with you, no one will harm you. And if I'm not with you? Jon stepped outside the tent and looked around the camp. Ghost, he called. To me. The white wolf emerged, glowing in the darkness like the moon. Dread twisted in her stomach as the beast followed Jon back inside the tent. If I'm not with you, Ghost will be, Jon assured her. He offered his hand, and when she placed hers in his, he guided it to the wolf's nose. When the wolf licked her fingers, she let out a sigh of relief. I know he looks frightening, but if he considers you a friend, he'll never harm you. Nor will he let anyone else. Dany hesitantly reached out to pet the wolf's furry head. And does he consider me a friend? The smile Jon gave her was contagious. He replied. Then his expression turned serious. You must understand the position you're in. You show up in the midst of a battle, alone. A girl with silver hair and violet eyes, dressed in clothes I've never seen, telling a story that doesn't add up. Your secrets are your own, my lady, he said. But as long as you keep them, my brother will have you as a guest, until we know for certain that you mean no harm to our cause. I don't care about his war, I just want to go home. His dark gray eyes held hers with sympathy. When the time is right, and my brother consents, I'll escort you home myself. You have my word. What do I do until then? She asked. Enjoy the guest rights of the northern armies, he replied, a crooked smile forming on his lips. And learn to saddle a horse. I'll teach you tomorrow, we ride out in a day or two. He was as handsome as he was infuriating. Dany took his sling into her hands, gently repositioning his injured arm across his chest. Aren't you worried I'll try to escape? No. I'm confident that if you do, I'll catch you. The gleam in his eyes was dangerous, and she avoided his gaze as she tied the sling tightly over his good shoulder. And where is it that we are going? She asked. Riverrun, he answered. Get some sleep, Southron girl. Meanwhile, Jon Stark felt numb as he surveyed their room at the inn. What had once felt charming and romantic now seemed dull and unpleasant. Nothing felt real. A part of him was convinced this was a nightmare he would eventually wake from, while another part was weary of waiting for that moment. It had been 3 days since Dany disappeared. Just the thought made him nauseous. The police had interviewed him so many times that he wasn't sure what he knew anymore. He had left her at the old weirwood with Ghost while he went back for his phone, and when he returned, only Ghost remained. What had happened to her? He couldn't guess. Had she been taken, or was she lost in the woods? The grim possibilities tore him apart. Ghost would have attacked anyone who tried to harm her, of that, he was sure. Today, the police brought out the bloodhounds, using her scent. From one of her sweaters, but the hounds wouldn't go any farther than the tree. The detectives believed he'd done something to her. Of course they did, but he refused to call a lawyer, even with his family urging him to do so. All he wanted was for her to be found. This afternoon marked the end of his stay at the inn, and his heart felt like a heavy ball of lead as he packed up her belongings. He planned to stay at a hotel just a few blocks away. There was no way he was leaving without her. Once their bags were packed, he sat at the edge of the bed, staring into the empty fireplace. Ghost sat beside him, both of them lost in their own grief and disbelief. Jon reached into his coat pocket and pulled out the little black box again. Flipping the lid open, he gazed at the sparkling diamond ring inside. It had filled him with excitement and fear when he bought it in secret, consulting his sisters and every woman he knew. They hadn't been dating long, but he was certain she would have made him happy for the rest of his life. Now, looking at the diamond, all he felt was anger. Suddenly, there was a pounding at the door. He assumed it was the police again or staff telling him it was time to leave. He jumped up to answer, his heart racing with hope for news. But when he opened the door, his heart dropped at the sight of Aemon Targaryen standing there. His expression was like steel as he stepped into the room. Jon felt as though he might collapse under the weight of his shame. Aemon had trusted him, and now the man's precious niece, whom he loved more than anything, was missing. His Daenerys. "My Dany. I'm so sorry," Jon stammered. "I shouldn't have taken her out there. I should never have left her alone." Aemon stepped closer, pinning Jon with his violet gaze. "Jon Stark, did you harm my Daenerys in any way?" "No," Jon replied, his voice trembling. Aemon advanced another step. "Did you have anything to do with her disappearance?" Jon sank back onto the edge of the bed, running his fingers through his hair, overwhelmed. Aemon's sharp gaze pierced through Jon, making him feel exposed. After a tense moment, Aemon spoke. "Perhaps you're a fool," he said, "but you're an honest one." Jon was taken aback. "You believe me?" "As I've told you," Aemon replied tersely, "I can always tell when someone is lying. It's a skill passed down through many generations. Now, tell me what happened." Chapter 4, A Lannister Spy. The sky hung heavy with clouds, and a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. If Dany were still at the inn with her boyfriend, she would have insisted they stay in bed all day, wrapped in each other's arms before the cozy warmth of the fire. But she was not at the inn. Another morning had dawned, placing her some 8 centuries in the past. Surprisingly, her time as a prisoner was improving. She found herself atop a gentle dappled gray horse, receiving instruction from the handsome Jon Snow. He wore his sling with the air of a model patient. "There you go, Dany," he said, walking alongside her. "You're getting it." "I told you I knew how to do this," she replied confidently. "Oh, aye. You're ready to join the lists of the next tourney." Dany stifled a laugh. "Is that sarcasm I hear, Jon Snow?" "No, my lady," he said, his dark eyes sparkling with humor. "I'd wager all my money on you." Dany laughed, appreciating his teasing. It was well-deserved. She realized that horseback riding was nothing like riding a bike, and she had forgotten much of what she once knew. The moment she realized he expected her to mount the horse without a block, she had felt a wave of horror. After a few awkward attempts, Jon had simply picked her up by the waist and set her in the saddle. Dany wasn't sure which of them blushed more, probably him. "She's a bit big for you," he had commented. "We'll worry about that later." They had been practicing for about an hour, and she was starting to feel more confident in the saddle. "I could do this," she thought. "If I managed to get away and figure out where to go, I could ride to the tree. How do I go faster?" she asked, glancing at him. "It'll take you a week to get there at this pace," he said, grinning. "Just give her a kick." She lightly tapped the horse's belly with her heels. The horse picked up speed for a few paces before slowing again. "Easy now," Jon cautioned. He said, I'll teach you that later. Try to turn around first." He guided her hand, which held the reins, to the right. "Look where you want to go." The horse turned with ease, and Dany felt a swell of satisfaction. "How far is it to Riverrun?" she asked. "Not far," Jon replied. "A day's ride. Less. It may be that I'll be riding in the other direction after I meet with your brother tonight," she said. "I'm sure he'll realize there's nothing to fear from me." Jon kept his eyes straight ahead. "We'll see, Southron girl." "Why do you call me that?" she inquired, recalling how he had started using the nickname after he thwarted her late-night escape. She wasn't sure she liked the warmth that flooded her whenever he used it. "I call you Southron girl," he began, flashing her a knowing smile, "because North is the only place I'm sure you're not from." Her cheeks flushed, and she lifted her chin to mask her embarrassment. "I told you where I'm from." "Of course, my lady. If you don't believe me, then where do you think I'm from?" "I don't know." He shot her a sideways glance. "But I'd believe you were the maid herself before I'd believe you were from the Riverlands." "Oh, a goddess? In that case, it would be wise for you to let me go. You don't want to anger the Seven." "The old gods are the only ones we answer to," he replied. "Now follow me. If you master that, I'll teach you how to go faster." Jon strode ahead, and Dany kicked her horse into a walk. Her eyes drifted to him, and she couldn't help but think, "There's something wrong with me, it's like I can't control myself." Suddenly, he turned around, and she quickly snapped her head in the other direction. Confused, her horse veered left, and she fumbled with the reins to correct her course. She thought she might die when she heard him chuckle. "Look in the direction you want the horse to go, Southron girl." Giving a clipped nod, she resolved to keep her eyes on the path ahead. "It's because he looks just like my Jon," she decided. Jon Snow was a patient teacher, and after another hour of practice, she felt ready to ride alongside the army if Robb Stark refused to let her leave. He stood on the sidelines, watching her trot in a wide circle. But when she got too close to a patch of tall grass, the mare stopped to graze. "Don't let her do that," Jon called out. "Why not?" Dany asked, patting the mare's neck. "She's hungry." "She ate her breakfast," he replied, his tone firm as he approached her. He took her hand again, encouraging her to pull back on the reins. "If you let her, she'll graze all the grass in that field, and you'll be left behind." Dany tilted her head, a playful glint in her eyes. "My new plan of escape," she mused. "I'll bore you to tears waiting for me, and then I'll go wherever I please after you ride off and leave me." She knew she was being flirtatious, but the words slipped out effortlessly. Jon took hold of the mare's bridle and stepped in closer. Dany's stomach fluttered as he held her gaze steady. "You think you're clever," he said, "but if you can't control your horse, you'll be tethered to me the whole way." Caught off guard by his boldness, she tucked her chin and felt her mind go blank. "Nothing to say for yourself?" he asked, a satisfied smile on his face. "Walk her in a circle now." He released the bridle, giving the horse a gentle smack on the rear, and Dany did her best to follow his instruction. Later, she lay on her bedroll in the tent, watching the shadows of tree branches dance on the ceiling. She tried to rest before joining Robb Stark for dinner, but sleep eluded her. The riding lesson had left her worn out and sore, and she promised herself she would hit the gym more often once she got home. Home. She missed her boyfriend and uncle terribly. She longed for her bed, her phone, coffee, and hot showers. Gods, she needed a shower. Dany felt a flutter of anxiety as she prepared to plead her case to Robb Stark. If she could convince him to give her a horse, she might find her way to the weirwood tree. In this century, that great tree would likely be hidden behind castle walls, but she was determined to figure that out once she arrived. All sides needed healers, perhaps that would grant her passage through the gates. She heard movement outside her door. "Are you awake, my lady?" Jon Snow called. "Yes," she replied, getting to her feet and smoothing her hair. "Is it time?" She opened the tent flap and invited him inside. "Not quite," he said, pausing to tie the door open before stepping in. She noticed that both of his arms were now free. "I see you've chosen to forego your sling," she remarked. I wore it for 3 days, as you said." "It hasn't quite been 3 days," she teased, "but I suppose that's close enough." He brushed off her light reprimand. "One more lesson for the day, Southron girl. I'm going to show you how to start a fire, in case one of your late-night escapes is successful." "When I'm successful, you mean?" she replied playfully. "That's very kind of you." Following his lead, she gathered kindling into a small pile on the brazier. When they were finished, he handed her a knife and a handful of black flint. He was calm and unhurried as he demonstrated how to scrape the stone onto the kindling, using the other side to create sparks. After several failed attempts, he gently guided her hands with his, and she felt a surge of triumph when orange sparks flew. She continued until those sparks blossomed into flames. "That's brilliant," she cheered, throwing her arms around him in excitement. Instantly, she realized her mistake and pulled away, acutely aware of the different times they lived in and how gestures were interpreted. She glanced down at the tips of her boots. "Sorry. We're more affectionate where I'm from." His cheeks turned red. "It's all right," he said, running a hand through his hair. "I have sisters." Dany tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, feeling a mix of embarrassment and warmth. "Now I won't be able to ask you to start my fires for me anymore," Dany said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Jon shrugged, still recovering from the warmth of her hug. "You can still ask." As she reached to return his knife, he gently pushed her hand away. "Keep it." "Are you arming me, Jon Snow?" she teased. "Don't make me regret it," he replied. "We should be going now." Dany felt jittery as she stepped into Robb Stark's pavilion alongside Jon. The tent was larger than the others, adorned with the Grey Wolf banner of House Stark. Inside, she found Robb Stark seated at the head of a dark oak table, surrounded by his men. They stood as she entered, Robb Stark, Theon Greyjoy at his right, and the Tully man she had met on her first night, seated beside Theon. The candlelight illuminated their features more clearly than the moonlight had. Robb Stark, with his thick red-brown hair and blue eyes, hardly resembled his brother, yet he radiated a kind demeanor similar to Jon's. In contrast, Theon Greyjoy appeared just as arrogant in the light as he had in the dark. Dany decided that the less time spent with him, the better. The Tully man, with his blue eyes, gray hair, and bushy eyebrows, was harder to read. "Good evening, my lady," Robb said with a polite bow of his head. "Thank you for joining us." He gestured for her to take a seat to his left, and Jon settled beside her. "My lord," Dany remembered to say as she took her place. "Thank you for having me." Robb filled 2 pewter goblets from a flagon on the table and handed one to her. It smelled sweet and fruity, and she didn't hesitate to raise the glass to her lips after the young lord lifted his in a toast. He set his goblet down and continued, "You're acquainted with my brother, of course, and Theon Greyjoy, but I don't believe I've introduced you to my uncle, Ser Brynden Tully." The Blackfish, Dany remembered from her studies. "A pleasure to meet you," she said with a smile. "Ser," Dany greeted, her voice slightly tremulous. The knight before her had a weathered face, but he smiled and welcomed her with polite warmth. Dany felt restless, unsure of how to conduct herself in such a formal setting. She found herself drinking more from her cup than she usually would, as serving maids filled the table with an array of meats, cheeses, and fruits. Robb Stark approached, refilling her cup. "My brother tells me about your efforts to care for our soldiers," he said, generously piling food onto her plate. "I am grateful. The hospitality of the northern armies is yours." His acknowledgement brought her a sense of relief. "I couldn't do otherwise, and I thank you for your hospitality," she replied. Robb continued, "He also mentioned that you weren't impressed with our supplies for the wounded." Dany nodded, taking another sip. "No, I did not," she admitted. "If you wish to properly care for the men injured in your service, of which I'm sure there will be many more, you need sterile bandages, anesthesia, and disinfectant." Robb glanced at Jon, seeking clarification, but Jon simply shook his head. "I told you she speaks strangely," he said, with a hint of amusement. Dany rolled her eyes. "Tell your maester you need clean cloth, milk of the poppy, and substances to clean wounds to prevent infection for both your common soldiers and your nobles." Robb contemplated her words. "I'll speak to him, though I can't make any promises. We are at war, and resources are scarce. I trust you'll have better access to such things once we reach Riverrun and end the siege." Dany's heart sank. "Riverrun? I can't go there. By your leave, I'd like to return home as soon as possible." "Raventree, was it?" Robb asked, his interest piqued. Dany felt the weight of the other men's gazes upon her. "Yes, that's right," she confirmed, her voice steady despite her unease. Robb leaned in closer. "Why there? What do you mean?" she replied, sensing the shift in his demeanor. The warmth in Robb's eyes turned to something colder, more probing. "I was curious why you chose to say you're from there." Dany felt her blood run cold. "It's my home," she answered, trying to keep her voice steady. "Of course," Robb replied, his expression unreadable. Pouring her more wine. Dany felt foolish as she stared down at the red liquid in her goblet. How had she not realized? They were trying to get her to drink, hoping she might slip and reveal more than she intended. Robb turned to the men at the table. "What do they call those mountains near Raventree? The ones that look like teats?" Greyjoy asked, holding up his hands in front of his chest for emphasis. Jon Snow shifted in his seat beside her. "You forget yourself, Greyjoy." "She doesn't need your protection, Snow," Theon shot back. Robb remained unfazed. "She can saw a man's leg off. I don't think she'll be offended by teats." He turned back to Dany. "They're named for a woman. Enlighten us, Rivelander. What are they called?" Dany's head was spinning from the wine. She knew exactly what they were referring to. The mountains had two different names, one for the Blackwoods and one for the Brackens, who were always feuding. "That would depend, my lord, on whether you're speaking to a Blackwood or a Bracken. Both factions named the mountains after the lover of a Targaryen king." Greyjoy's gaze was hostile. "And what would a Blackwood call them?" She remembered the moment she saw them with Jon. His hair had been windswept from their hike, and he wrapped his arm around her to shield her from the cold. "Do you know what those mountains are called?" "No." "Missy's Teats." "How charming. They actually have two names, Barba's Teats and Missy's Teats. They were named after the lovers of Aegon IV, Barba Bracken and Melissa Blackwood. He named them first for Barba, and after he discarded her, he heard rumors that Barba had slandered Melissa, claiming she was as flat as a boy." "How unforgivable," Dany teased. "Did he have her executed?" Jon smiled, and Dany loved seeing him so carefree. "No," he replied, but he renamed the mountains after Missy. The memory made her feel a mix of emotions, a warmth spreading through her despite the tension at the table. Dany felt a mix of softness and loneliness, but she met Theon Greyjoy's gaze with a fierce glare. "Missy's Teats," she said, prompting laughter from the men around the table. Dany rolled her eyes. It seemed that men found amusement in crude humor regardless of the century. "That's right," Robb said, a spark of mirth in his eyes. "Now I remember." The Blackfish interjected, "You're a gifted healer. I wonder how you came by such a skill." "My mother taught me," Dany replied, fabricating the truth. She learned to be a healer out of necessity when war last came to the Trident. I see, said the gray-haired knight. And your father? He was a stonemason. Brynden Tully narrowed his eyes. I've never known a stonemason's daughter to be so well-spoken. Dany folded her hands on the table before her. And how many stonemasons' daughters have you been acquainted with, sire? Brynden laughed. She may have the pluck of a Riverlands girl. Perhaps she does, Robb said, leaning back in his chair. But if her home is where she claims it to be, I'm puzzled as to why she is so eager to return. Why shouldn't I be eager to go home? Dany countered. Isn't that what everyone wants? It's very likely your home is no longer there, Greyjoy remarked coldly. Her scalp prickled at his words. What do you mean? She turned to Jon for answers, but he averted his gaze. Robb's expression turned solemn. I don't know how long you've been away, but the villages and fields of the Blackwood lands have been put to the torch by Lannister men, and Tywin himself has taken the keep. Dany felt engulfed by dread. Her path home was now fraught with danger. Forgive me, Robb said, kindness returning to his eyes. I thought you must have known. You'll understand now why we can't let you return. Rage surged within her at his patronizing tone. It may have escaped your attention, my lord, but I am a grown woman, and I don't need you or your men to take care of me, nor do I need your permission to. Leave, Dany said firmly. Mind your tongue, woman, Greyjoy spat from across the table. Robb Stark's expression darkened. It may have escaped your attention, my lady, but you're in my camp. I'll decide what needs to be done with you. And you're sorely mistaken if you think you don't need my permission. It is by my leave alone that you're walking free. I don't believe a word she said, Theon declared. I'd stake my life she's a Lannister spy. We should lock her up with the other prisoners. Dany's resentment bubbled to the surface. Any hope for diplomacy was gone. Is my integrity being questioned by a Greyjoy? He leaned over the table, smirking in a way that could spark violence. Your husband should beat you bloody, teach you how to speak to a lord. Jon stood abruptly, sending a goblet tumbling to the ground. He met Greyjoy's gaze with equal intensity. Get fucked, Dany seethed. Brynden laughed loudly, his amusement echoing in the tense atmosphere. There's the common girl in her. Something wrong, Snow? Theon needled, clearly enjoying the chaos. Jon looked ready to leap across the table. When I beat you bloody, will that teach you how to speak to a lady? A lady? Greyjoy sneered. Has the Lannister wench already stuck her claws in you? Enough. Robb yelled, his voice cutting through the hostility. Theon, go remind the lords we set out at first light. Greyjoy turned to leave in a huff, and Jon waited until he had passed through the door before retaking his seat. I've had enough of this nonsense, Robb stated, suddenly looking older than his years. I don't know if you're a spy or not, but I know you haven't told us the truth about who or what you are. Until I know your secrets are no concern of ours, you'll remain my guest. For tonight, Dany felt too exhausted to fight. This drink has gone to my head, she admitted, and it was true. I'd like to go to bed early. Robb nodded his consent, and when? As she stood to leave, Jon started to follow her, but Robb raised his arm to stop him. Uncle Brynden, please see the lady back to her tent. Once she was alone, Dany let the tears fall, but even then, she resolved not to give in to her sorrow for long. You knew this was going to happen, she scolded herself. Deep down, you knew he wouldn't let you leave so easily. Why was she here? Had she been sent back for some unknown purpose, or was it all just by chance? Was there a lesson she needed to learn or a task to complete before she could return home? Riverrun can't be far, she reassured herself as fresh tears streamed down her cheeks. I know how to ride, and I'll be even better after tomorrow. She longed for Jon, wishing she could be back in his apartment in Old Town. His position at the school already stretched him thin. What would her absence do to him? And what about her uncle? How would he cope with her disappearance? As the hour grew late and the camp settled into quiet, her thoughts began to slow. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, she heard a rustling outside her tent. Sitting up suddenly, she clutched her covers tightly. It could have been the great wolf guarding her door, but that creature never made a sound. Her throat tightened as the noise came again. Gathering her courage, she grabbed the knife from under her pillow and tiptoed to the door. Her hand shook as she pulled back the flap, and all she could see ahead was darkness. Clutching the knife tightly, she stepped out into the night, only to crash to the ground. "Gods!" she cried out as Jon Snow stumbled and cursed while getting to his feet. "What the hell are you doing? Why are you sneaking outside my door?" "I wasn't sneaking," he replied, helping her up. "I was sleeping, or trying to." Dany was baffled. "Why would you sleep here?" "Men are unpredictable when they've had too much to drink," he said. "I didn't think you'd care for the... Your giant wolf wasn't enough. Forgive me for frightening you." His voice was gentle, and her heart softened as the reality of his gesture sank in. "No, I'm sorry I stepped on you." "That's very sweet, but you could have just slept inside. It's much warmer in here." "Inside your tent?" He seemed genuinely perplexed. "No, my lady. I'd never want anyone to question your honor." "My honor?" Dany laughed softly. "Will you let me give you my blanket at least? Or would that be scandalous as well?" "I have what I need," he replied. "Good night, Dany." Though she didn't like the idea of her new friend sleeping on the cold, hard ground, it did make her feel safer than she had since this nightmare began. A smile lingered on her lips as she settled back into her bed, warmth flooding through her. Instead of thinking about her escape, her mind drifted to memories of Jon Snow teaching her how to ride. "Ugh," she groaned into her pillow. "This can't happen." This wasn't her time, and he wasn't her boyfriend. She had a lover to return to, and Jon Snow had his own to meet. Her third morning away from home felt harsher than the others. Not only was she lost and being held captive, but now she was going to be marching in the opposite direction of where she wanted to go, toward more war. She waited atop her dappled gray horse while Jon finished readying his own. He was still acting as her guard, and riding with Jon meant riding alongside Robb Stark and his men. The northern lords and ladies regarded her with unkind stares, prompting her to pull up her hood. "Are you ready?" he asked as he mounted his destrier. She nodded quickly. He looked at her with sympathy. "Stay close to me, and you'll do fine." Eager to use her newly acquired skills, she sat up straight in her saddle and rode beside him. Her spirits lifted with her success. She might be going in the wrong direction, but riding would be a necessary skill for whatever lay ahead. Dany knew she needed to improve her riding skills if she ever wanted to escape. Once they reached Riverrun, she feared they might forget about her while focusing on their war and their plans. She would have to find a moment to slip away, traveling only under the cover of night. Before long, the mare began to drift toward the edge of the road, and just as Dany realized what was happening, the horse lunged for the long grass. "No, girl," she whispered, pulling back on the reins. "Shit," she muttered, glancing over to see Jon turning his horse around. He didn't say a word as he rummaged through a saddlebag and pulled out a lead rope, causing her heart to sink. "Oh, come on," Dany complained as he attached the rope to her horse's bridle. "That's all the chance I get." He smirked at her. "I warned you, Southron girl." With that, he turned and led her back to the host. Chapter 5: The King in the North. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky, warming the air like a perfect fall day. Dany felt the stiffness in her neck and the soreness in her thighs. She was certain she had never engaged her core so much in her life after 4 hours of riding. Lines of men and a few women, Mormonts, she had heard, rode on horseback ahead and behind, stretching as far as she could see. They wore leather armor and mail, with the occasional steel plate reminiscent of the knights from storybooks. Around her, the men spoke of war, sharing tales of the treacherous Lannisters who used their wealth to mask their vile actions, and gossip about loose women that were likely fabrications. Jon remained mostly silent, engaging in quiet conversations with his brother when he wasn't lost in thought, his gray eyes reflecting a depth of contemplation. Dany appreciated the silence. During the first hour, she concentrated on keeping her dappled gray horse from grazing on the grass, and afterward, she absorbed the stunning scenery of a land untouched by industry and technology. Purple and white petals from autumn blooms lined their path, adding vibrant colors to the landscape as the trees shed their orange and red leaves. When the beauty of her surroundings faded from her mind, she found herself thinking about her escape. It had been less than an hour since Jon Snow had untethered her horse. "I was only teasing, Dany," he had said. "We can't let your newly acquired skills go to waste." She had felt exhilarated by the idea, but now, after half a day of riding, fatigue had set in. She was ready to dismount and rest by the side of the road, even willing to let Jon carry her over his shoulder if it meant a moment of reprieve. Fortunately, after the host stopped to water the horses, the second half of the ride felt more bearable. As evening approached, the army made camp, the sun still high enough to illuminate the many hands setting up tents and preparing the war horses and weapons. Dany groaned with relief as she dismounted, grateful for the opportunity to finally rest. Dany dismounted and stretched her legs. Jon took the reins from her hands, leading both her horse and his own. "Are you all right, Southron girl?" he asked, a glint of mischief in his eye. "Looks like you're walking funny." "You're hilarious, Jon Snow," she replied, trying to suppress a smile. "Where is the castle?" The land around them was thick with trees, far from what she had expected. Jon gave her a quizzical look. "We have to take it first. This is where the camp will stay, and with a bit of luck, we'll be through the gates by morning." Dany's heart sank. "You're going to fight, then?" If he felt any nervousness about the prospect, he concealed it well. "Aye, but you won't have to deal with me tonight," he said, sensing her apprehension. "I'll make sure you're settled and take you to the healers first. And Ghost will stay with you." His words did little to ease her growing anxiety. "Won't you need your wolf?" "I'll be fine," he dismissed her concerns. "I'll be surrounded by the best fighters in Robb's honor guard." The camp buzzed with more activity than before, a palpable tension filled the air. People rushed about, raising pavilions and arming horses and men. Jon had helped set up her tent, ensuring she had everything she needed, though she doubted she would get any sleep. "Come on," he said when they finished. "Let's find the healers. I'm sure they'll be eager to have your talents." "Wait," Dany insisted. "What about your arm?" Jon looked puzzled. "It doesn't bother me." "It's still healing," she countered. "The muscles must be tense, especially after riding all day." She motioned for him to enter her newly constructed tent. "Let me help you." He hesitated for a moment, then tied open the door. "Oh yes," she said with amusement, "don't forget the door, lest someone think you're going to dishonor me." Dany felt a flush rise to her cheeks the moment the words left her mouth, realizing she may have gone too far. She was relieved when he barked out a laugh. With no furniture available except for her bedroll, Jon settled onto the ground, and Dany leaned over him. She began massaging his shoulder blade, moving down to his bicep and then back up again. He closed his eyes, savoring the relief as she worked on his muscles. "You're a mystery, my lady," he said. "What do you mean?" she asked, intrigued. "You speak like a highborn, one who's comfortable giving orders to men, yet." He paused, chuckling softly. "You have a rather foul mouth. I can understand why a highborn lady wouldn't know how to start a fire, but not how to ride at all. That's highly unusual. And then there's your skill as a healer on top of that. I've racked my brain trying to place you in this world, and I can't." His words should have made her nervous, but instead, they brought a smile to her face. Maybe you don't need to place me. Once she worked out the tension in his arm, she stood. How's that? Much better, he replied, moving his arm around to test his newfound range of motion. You have a good touch. I hope that helps you tonight, she said, a wave of fear washing over her as she thought of him heading into danger. His eyes held hers warmly. Thank you. The camp buzzed with life as knights and common men prepared for the impending conflict. Which of these men would die tonight? Which would she stitch up or remove arrows from? Jon led her to a large open pavilion where women, both young and old, busied themselves folding linen and laying out bedrolls that would soon be filled with wounded soldiers. A few of the healers were familiar faces from the Whispering Wood, but most were new. Wait here, Jon instructed her. I'll speak with the mistress. As Dany waited, a pretty brunette approached her. The young woman wore a simple gray gown with a white apron, one Dany imagined would soon be stained with blood. Her hair was parted down the middle, with braided strands hanging on either side of her head. There was something intriguing about her. Hi, the young woman greeted her. I'm Talisa. Dany, she replied, offering her hand. Talisa eyed her curiously before shaking it gently. You're a healer then? Yes, I'm a doctor. Oh, Dany responded, a hint of confusion in her voice. Well, we could certainly use more help. The title of doctor meant little in this camp, but Dany had spent the last 8 years of her life in school, and she wasn't about to stop using it now. Talisa gestured toward Jon. Is he your husband? Dany noticed Jon talking with a middle-aged woman who had long, graying hair braided down her back. Her cheeks flushed. No, he's actually my prison guard. I'm sure he's letting her know I'm a flight risk. Is that so? A healer and a prisoner too. Talisa crossed her arms as they watched the scene unfold. Well, now she's telling him that we take no sides, we serve those who are wounded and maimed by war. If you offer your services, she won't turn you away if you wish to follow us wherever we go. Suddenly, Dany felt hopeful. Perhaps this band of traveling healers was her ticket home. Talisa continued, observing the interaction. He was expecting this, and now he's promising extra coin, cloth, or food to keep an eye on you. And she's agreed. We can't turn down such offers. Dany crossed her arms and shot a glare at Jon Snow. Glad to have you, Dany, Talisa said before returning to her chores. Jon approached her, and Ghost appeared as if on cue. You'll be safe here, he assured her. If anything happens to me, I'll return so you can stitch me back up, he added with a smirk. Dany wasn't in the mood for humor. I'd prefer you come back in one piece. Jon looked bemused. Are you worried for me, Southron girl? Maybe, she replied, averting her eyes. Or maybe I'm just worried that if you die, I'll have to be looked after by Theon Greyjoy. He chuckled. Oh, I'd better return then. Something shifted within Dany as she considered the weight of his words. She grabbed his arm as he turned to leave. Dany would have understood if he had shaken her off and given her a strange look. After all, they had known each other for less than a handful of days. Instead, he gently took her hand from his arm and held it firmly. They won't expect us, he assured her. And we have their battle commander. They'll be leaderless when they finally realize we're on them. He squeezed her hand and added with a small smile, I won't leave you to Greyjoy. Dany watched him until he disappeared into the throngs of knights and soldiers. Then, she turned to the headmistress. There would be many men tonight whom Dany would need to save. She hoped Jon Snow wouldn't be one of them. Minutes felt like hours as Dany waited for the battle to begin. She had no idea what to expect or how she would know when it was over. Why are you worrying yourself? You know Robb Stark wins here. But worry she did, especially for Jon Snow. Suddenly, it happened. The forest was quiet, save for the sounds of the camp, and then it erupted with the echoes of screaming horses and men, battle cries, and the clash of steel. Adrenaline surged through her body, yet she felt paralyzed. She had no way of knowing how much time had passed when she heard the distant cries of victory. The healers in her company seemed to sense the shift, as some rushed out to help the wounded while others stayed behind to receive them. Dany ran alongside Talisa into the woods, streams of soldiers returning to camp, some mounted, some not, limping, and helping the injured, all bloodied and filthy. Dany scanned the horsemen for Jon Snow, her heart racing with panic. Tears filled her eyes when she finally spotted him, and she could hardly believe the wave of emotion that swept over her. "You don't know him," she scolded herself. His dark hair was coming undone, and dirt smeared across his handsome face. Dany's heart raced as she rushed to meet Jon. He appeared unharmed, his face lighting up with a grin when he saw her. She fought the urge to throw her arms around him, unable to hide her own smile. "That was quick," she said, her relief palpable. "And you came back in one piece. I didn't want to make too much trouble for you." The way he looked at her sent her stomach into a whirl. "I'd better get to work," he added, glancing around. Dany remembered the wounded soldiers, her comrades helping them. "I'll find you after I get this armor off and help." "No," he objected. "You should rest." "Rest doesn't come so easy after battle," he replied. "I should make myself useful." "Well," she said, a smile creeping back, "then I shall be happy to have you." Dany immersed herself in her work alongside the other healers. They patched up lacerations, removed arrowheads, and fought to save limbs, discarding those they couldn't. She was relieved to find the encampment better equipped than in the Whispering Wood, making her efforts feel less futile. Most soldiers expressed gratitude, though some were too disoriented to understand what was happening. A few even hurled insults her way, Lannister cunt and Lannister whore, as if they could be more creative. Whispers of her being a secret plant from the enemy had grown since arriving in Riverrun, making it even more urgent for her to leave. Hours slipped by, and Jon hadn't returned as he promised. She figured there were more pressing matters for the brother of the battle commander than to assist her. The deep blue sky turned to shades of purple when Talisa approached, her expression grave. "News from the south," Talisa said in hushed tones. "Ned Stark is dead. Executed as a traitor by King Joffrey. The camp will be in an uproar tonight." Dany felt a wave of sadness wash over her. This wasn't entirely new to her. She'd known this event was coming, a dark chapter long etched in history. Ned Stark's execution had ignited the campaign for an even greater conflict. The reins of a horse to Dany, his demeanor shifting from irritation to protectiveness. "Thank you," she said, still taken aback by his sudden act of defense. Theon nodded, a flicker of pride in his eyes. "Let's get you to the castle. There's no time to waste." As they rode through the camp, Dany felt the weight of the news hanging heavily in the air. The grim faces of the soldiers reflected the turmoil within her. She could sense the devastation of Robb Stark's death spreading like wildfire, deepening the rift in the north. "What do you think will happen now?" she asked, trying to understand the gravity of their situation. Theon sighed, his expression darkening. "The North will rally, but it will be different. There's anger, and anger can lead to chaos." Dany shivered at the thought, her heart aching for those who had lost so much. "I wish there was something more I could do." He glanced at her, his tone softening. "You've done enough. Healing the wounded is no small feat, but we need to be strong. The North needs strength now more than ever." As they approached the castle, Dany felt a mixture of hope and dread. She knew that whatever awaited them inside would shape the future of the North, and perhaps even her own fate in this unfolding tragedy. Dany took the reins of a brown mare. "I can insult you," he added, "but gods help any other man who does." The great hall of Riverrun was packed with lords from the North and Riverlands. Dany had to stand on her tiptoes to catch a glimpse of Robb Stark at the back of the hall, seated at the center of the head table. Beside him sat his mother and uncles, along with Jon Snow. Dany hadn't seen him since the news of his father. Even from a distance, he looked tired and worn. Theon unceremoniously set her down at a table with Meege and Daisy Mormont before joining Robb. The Mormont women regarded Dany with curiosity, but soon the younger one handed her a cup of mead. It tasted sweet and strong. Dany raised her glass to them. To Ned Stark. The Mormonts returned the gesture, and their initial wariness seemed to fade. A hush fell over the crowd as Robb Stark began to speak. He was telling his lords they could not declare for Renly over Stannis when Great Jon Umber, the tallest man she had ever seen, interrupted with his booming voice. Renly Baratheon is nothing to me. Nor Stannis either. Shouts of agreement echoed off the walls, and excitement surged through Dany as she sensed what was coming. She held her breath as Great Jon continued. Why shouldn't we rule ourselves? At this, the Mormont women joined in the cheering. Dany placed her hand over her heart as Great Jon Umber unsheathed his sword. By the gods, what Jon wouldn't give to be here right now. There sits the only king I mean to bend the knee to. The king in the north. The hall erupted into an uproar as the gathered lords and ladies leaped to their feet. Dany joined them, swept away by the moment. She was too short to see over the hulking men around her, so she climbed up on the bench for a better view. Jon Snow was next, beaming with pride. With admiration, he knelt beside Great Jon and pledged his life and sword until his last day. Theon Greyjoy followed suit, along with Robb's uncles. The unintelligible shouts transformed into a powerful chant, "The King in the North." Moved and in awe, Dany raised her voice to join them, tears brimming in her eyes. She promised herself she would remember every detail of this moment, and when she returned home, she would tell Jon everything. Her throat felt dry as the revelry finally began to fade. She was on her third cup when Jon Snow found her. Rising to her feet, she tucked away loose strands of hair. He looked as if he had aged a decade in the past 2 days. "I'm sorry I wasn't there for you as I said I would be. I trust you were treated kindly?" he asked. "Don't worry about me," Dany replied, an ache pressing against her heart. "I was so sorry to hear about your father." He nodded solemnly and then looked away. "Are you planning to?" Benjen Stark interrupted, clasping Jon on the shoulder and whispering something Dany couldn't hear. Jon's expression turned serious. "I'll come straight away," he told his uncle, who left the hall in a hurry. There was urgency in Jon's eyes. "Stay in the castle tonight. In fact, it's best if you stay in your chamber," he advised. "My chamber?" Dany asked, suddenly frightened. "Why? What's wrong?" "After the murder of my father," Jon paused, sighing. "The men are calling for Jaime Lannister's head, and too many believe you to be a spy. Here, being a Lannister isn't a pretty thing. Are you saying I'm in danger?" she asked, her heart racing. "No," he replied quickly. "I won't let anything happen to you, but for now, it's best that you don't leave the keep without an escort." Despite his assurances, Dany felt a chill of panic. "This is another reason why you should let me go. Or another reason why it isn't safe to do so." A servant asked them to take her to her room. "You'll be all right, Southron girl, as long as you don't try anything foolish." The weeks passed too quickly as she remained confined within the walls of Riverrun. It had been 3 weeks since she last saw Jon, 3 weeks since she had truly felt like herself. On her second night in the castle, she discovered that she could request a bath to be brought to her room. Never had she been so grateful for hot water and soap. While she had plenty of clean clothes, food, and wine, she still felt trapped behind those walls. Determined not to waste her skills, her captors assigned her to assist Maester Vyman in treating the patients within the castle. Initially, the older man was skeptical of Dany's abilities, but after a few days, he grew confident enough to allow her to treat the sick and injured on her own while he attended to Lord Hoster Tully. In exchange for her service, Maester Vyman began teaching her about healing herbs, a skill she never thought she would need. She learned that anise could help with respiratory issues, buckthorn was good for arthritis, and valerian root served as an antidote for poison. Vervain was used to reduce fever, while yarrow could stop bleeding. In the Riverrun library, she found a book filled with these remedies, and with little else to occupy her time besides daydreaming of escape, she memorized the herbs and their medicinal uses. Though she was allowed to roam the castle, she was never without an escort. It seemed the new king in the north still harbored suspicions about her intentions. There was a rotation of guards, Benjen Stark, Theon Greyjoy, and Jon Snow. And when none of them were available, Ghost kept her company. Her favorite moments were spent with Jon Snow. During the first week after learning of his father's death, she rarely caught a glimpse of him. However, after that, he began to appear more frequently. He was the first to show her the gods wood when she mentioned needing fresh air and a change of scenery. When she saw the slender heart tree, she ran to it, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. Her fingers ached to touch the bone-white bark of the weirwood, hoping that this ancient tree would somehow bring her home. Disappointment washed over her when nothing changed, she remained exactly where she was. "What's gotten into you, Southron girl?" Jon asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Don't tell me you've never seen a heart tree." "It's been a long time since I've seen one that's alive," she replied, gazing at the tree with longing. Jon looked at the weirwood with reverence. "The heart tree at Winterfell is grander than this one. It stands at the edge of a black pool." "You sound like you miss it," she observed. I do. And I don't know when I'll see it again." There was a melancholy in his voice that tugged at her heart. He had a way of breaking her heart with his self-deprecating words, but he was also sweet and calm. Hours spent with him felt like a balm against her loneliness. Time with Theon Greyjoy was less enjoyable, but she often found those afternoons to be the most productive. He would groan or roll his eyes whenever she said, "Come along to the library." Yet, in that quiet space, she could sneak glances at maps and gather information that might aid her escape. If he had bothered to pay attention, her activities might have raised his suspicions. She had managed to smuggle a map of the Riverlands out in her skirts and discovered that the bright blue star in the constellation of the Ice Dragon pointed north. One evening, as they stood on the battlements, she asked Jon to point it out. "Now I'm to teach you navigation for your escape, my lady." He laughed, but he showed her anyway. His skepticism about her potential prison break was understandable. Leaving Riverrun under the cover of night would be far more challenging than escaping from the camp outside the walls. First, she would need to steal a boat, make it across the river, locate the stables, and find a gentle horse. All of this had to be done undetected. Once the horse was saddled and ready to ride, she would still have to get past the station guards. It was a terrible plan, but she had to try. She needed to escape. Dany was determined to reach her home and her loved ones before too much time slipped away. On the night she planned to escape, Ghost accompanied her as she strolled through the castle's halls. The wolf proved to be a better guard than even Theon Greyjoy, indifferent to her actions as long as she didn't try to leave. His red eyes followed her with mild curiosity as she snuck into the kitchens, filling a bag with bread and hard cheese. She waited until late into the night, when most of the castle would be asleep. During her weeks at Riverrun, she had taken careful note of where the guards were stationed and where they weren't. If confronted, she had planned to claim she was sent by Maester Vyman to tend to a patient. Her heart raced as she crept outside her door, peeking around corners, dodging down corridors, and hiding in alcoves. By the time she made it out of the keep, she was sweating from fear. The water gate was her destination, and the halls were cloaked in darkness. Elated yet jittery at the thought of being so close, she rounded a corner too carelessly and nearly collided with a man already standing there. He was clearly drunk, relieving himself against a wall. Dany quickly realized he was no guard and instinctively backed away, but it was too late. "What are you doing out here, my lady?" He squinted at her. "What sort of lady wanders the halls at this hour?" His bloodshot eyes widened in recognition. "You're not a lady, you're the Lannister wench." Dany turned to run, but he grabbed her arm. She kicked at his legs, but he shoved her hard against the wall. The stench of ale and sweat assaulted her senses. "Let me go," she yelled, but in response, he slapped her hard across the face. Pain exploded in her cheek. "Get off her." Unable to sleep, Jon had been walking the battlements. The waters of Tumblestone shimmered black under the night sky, and the cold air felt refreshing against his face. He had been feeling lost since his father's death. The steady rush of the river below brought Jon a sense of calm. Suddenly, a commotion and shouting drew his attention toward the water gate, and he sprinted toward the noise. As he entered a darkened hallway, he was confronted by a shocking sight. Dany was pinned against the wall by a soldier from the Riverlands. Rage surged through him as he seized the man by the back of his neck and hurled him to the floor. The soldier stammered an apology, but his words were lost as Jon delivered swift kicks. Out of breath, he called for a guard to take the man away. Dany huddled in a corner, hugging herself, her eyes fixed on the floor. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern etched on his face. "Did he hurt you?" "No." Her eyes were wide as she shook her head. "Thanks to you." Jon let out a sigh of relief, but then he noticed the sack on the floor beside her. He picked it up and discovered she had gathered food and taken a map. "That's what this is," he said, anger bubbling up again. "Another desperate attempt at a late-night escape? What did you think you were going to do? Cross the river in secret? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is?" Her violet eyes flashed with defiance. "I was going to steal a boat. How hard can that be? You knew I wanted to leave." Jon shook his head in disbelief. But how did you think you'd slip by the entire army? And if you somehow managed that, what then? I'll figure that out for myself. I don't belong here. All you'll manage to do is get yourself thrown in chains like the Kingslayer, or worse, if it's not us who finds you first." He paused, taking a breath to steady himself. "You might not believe this, but I don't wish to see you harmed." Dany looked down for a moment before meeting his gaze again. "That I do believe," she said. "I'm not sorry for trying to escape, but I am sorry for frightening you." The walk back to her room was quiet, and before he left, he made her promise to stay there for the night. Jon agreed, but he left Ghost outside her door nonetheless. He would have stayed there himself, but he needed to speak with his brother. Robb was in the chamber he had claimed as his study, hunched over his desk with a quill in hand, scribbling on a piece of parchment. He looked weighed down, as if burdened by an invisible crown. "Your Grace," Jon called out. The title felt strange on his tongue, but he had known since childhood that one day he would address his brother as Lord. Robb seemed unsettled by it. "You don't need to call me that when we're alone," he replied. Jon stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "There's a problem with the South Ron girl." "What's she done now?" Robb asked, still focused on his work. "She was attacked in the halls." Robb shook his head. "Seven hells, it would have been easier if I'd put her in irons." "Is she all right?" "Luckily, I found her in time," Jon answered. "She shouldn't have been out alone." Robb scrawled his signature at the bottom of the page. "I'm trying to win a war. I don't have time to deal with a strange girl with a death wish." He gave Jon a pointed look. "You need to make her listen." The idea might have made Jon laugh under different circumstances, but he could see his brother was serious. "You must think very highly of me. She's not safe here. Perhaps we should arrange an escort for her." "Where?" Jon hadn't thought that far himself. It would sadden him to see her go, but he feared it was only a matter of time before something happened to her. Robb stood up and handed Jon the parchment, ink still drying on the page. "We'll deal with the Southron girl," he said. "But first, there's another matter." Jon's pulse quickened as he sensed the weight of what was coming. "What's this?" "I'm a king now, and that gives me the authority to do what Father should have asked King Robert for a long time ago." Jon felt lightheaded as he read the words on the page 3 times to ensure he had understood correctly, a royal decree by the king. In the north, Jon was given something he had desired since he could remember, the name Stark. He dropped to one knee. "You honor me, brother," Jon said, beyond words. "Don't do that," Robb replied, pulling him to his feet. "I can't accept this," Jon insisted. "It's not what Father wanted." Robb's eyes were haunted but resolute. "Father is gone, we don't know what he would have wanted now. From now on, it's up to us. There is more at stake than ever before, and if we fail, everyone we love will die. I'm naming you Jon Stark, my heir." Jon was taken aback. This was everything he had ever wanted, yet guilt twisted inside him. Ned Stark had been the most honorable man Jon ever knew. There must have been reasons for his choices. "What about Bran and Rickon?" he asked. Robb's expression left no room for argument. "They're only boys. If I die, they cannot do what needs to be done." Lady Catelyn wouldn't agree with this decision. Jon knew she already despised him, and now Robb was making her worst fears come true. "My mother knows that if we lose this war, her life and the lives of her children will be forfeit." For a moment, Jon wondered if he had brought this misfortune upon his family. Their father was dead, and now Jon was receiving what he had always wanted. This honor felt undeserved. "I would give my life for Bran as readily as I would for you. If anything happens to you, I will help guide him until he comes of age." Robb was growing impatient. "Have you met the men out there? They will not follow a child." His expression turned serious. "And certainly not a child without the use of his legs." He was right, Jon knew. None of this felt right, perhaps it never would, but reluctantly, he nodded his consent. "Try not to die out there, brother, and save us all the trouble." Robb grinned. "Good," he said, retaking his seat behind his desk. "One more matter to discuss." "Let's discuss this." "Sit down." Jon took a seat, and Robb poured them each a drink. "The Southron girl," he said with a sigh. "We don't know who she is, but I can tell she's important. We can't let her go, but right now, I can't protect her." He took a deep drink from his cup. "The men are restless and bloodthirsty. They want Jaime's head, and they're convinced she's a spy." "She's no spy," Jon replied. "It doesn't matter. That's what they believe. Jaime Lannister is as safe as I can keep him in the dungeon, but I doubt the girl wants to join him down there." A heavy feeling settled in Jon's gut. "What do you suggest?" "Marriage," Robb said. "We'll make a northern girl out of her." Jon shifted in his seat, heat rising in his blood. "Marriage? To whom?" Robb raised his cup. "To you, the newest member of House Stark." Jon's mouth fell open. As a bastard, he'd never pictured himself as a married man, and now he was being offered a bride whose identity was a mystery. He took the flagon, refilled his cup, and took another swig. "Why me? Are you displeased? I thought I was doing you a favor. It's clear you have feelings for her, and she seems to trust you." Jon wanted her. Almost from the moment he laid eyes on her, but until now, he had never imagined he could have her. There was something different about her, something almost otherworldly, a fact that should have given him pause. "She wants to leave." "She's as good as dead if she does," Robb said. "You know it's true." The room seemed to grow smaller, and Jon ran his hands through his hair. "I've known her less than a moon." Robb shrugged. and I'm likely to meet my bride just as we say our vows." John replied, his head spinning. "But you'll know where she's from and who her family is. Would you prefer I found her a different bridegroom?" No. He felt completely lost when it came to the Southron girl, but one thing was clear: he didn't want her with anyone else. The army was preparing to march soon, and he couldn't bear the thought of leaving her behind. Lady Catelyn wouldn't treat her kindly, and without anyone to look after her, she would surely run. If she did, what horrors might await her? He didn't even want to imagine. Robb, reading Jon's expression easily, wore a smug smile. "Right. The war won't wait, and I plan to set out soon. We can't leave her here, so the ceremony will have to take place tomorrow night." "Not tomorrow night," Jon insisted. "You need to give me more time than that. 2 nights from now, then." Jon felt as if he were stepping off a cliff. "The lady must consent." "She won't have much choice," Robb replied. "I won't force her." "Not force," Jon corrected. "Persuasion." Taking a deep breath, Jon let it all sink in. "All right, I'll agree to it, but I have conditions." "They're ready," Jon said to Aemon. He had just received a message from Samwell Tarly, informing him that the woman everyone called Old Nan had arrived at his office. News of what had happened had spread like wildfire through Old Town, and many had reached out to offer their help, including Old Nan. She claimed to know legends about weirwood trees and was insistent on speaking with them. Neither Jon nor Aemon could bring themselves to leave the village, so they arranged to meet via video call. The Blackwood Hotel in Raventree had been home to Aemon and Jon for over 3 weeks now. They had taken up residence in a suite as they searched for answers and awaited news about what might have happened to Dany. During the daylight hours, Jon often searched the Whispering Wood with Ghost, while Aemon asked questions around the village. Yet, all their efforts seemed to lead nowhere, and each passing day deepened Jon's sense of desperation. The aged professor settled into a swivel chair in front of Jon, ready to discuss their next steps. "Is the video going?" Aemon asked, leaning closer to the screen that only showed a reflection of himself. "Not yet," Jon replied, clicking to let Samwell Tarly join the call. An elderly woman appeared, her wispy white hair neatly pulled back. Beside her, Sam's round face emerged. "Hello, Professor," he greeted politely. "Jon, I'm so sorry for what you're both going through." Aemon shifted to business mode. "Thank you, Sam. Nan, I was told you had some information that could help us with Daenerys' disappearance." Old Nan looked directly into the camera. "Oh yes, I do. Songs and ballads have told tales of weirwoods for generations. I learned them from my grandmother, who learned them from her own grandmother." Jon dragged an armchair across the floor and settled beside Aemon. "Please, tell us what you know. There is an explanation for what happened to her, something powerful and beyond what our eyes can see." Her voice filled Jon with unease. "The songs tell stories of people who travel through weirwoods." "What can that mean?" Jon asked, rubbing his temples. "Travel where?" "Weirwoods have always marked places where the powers of nature come together, sacred places where we pray to the old gods and where they watch our world. The great weirwood at Raventree has been dead for thousands of years, yet time has not let it rot or turn to stone." "The crows," Jon interjected. "Thousands come to roost every night." "The crows know," she said, sending a shiver up Jon's spine. "The weirwood gathers those powers and focuses them like a magnifying glass. For certain people on certain nights, the tree allows them to pierce the veil of time." Jon felt a wave of nausea wash over him. His rational mind told him the tale this woman was weaving was impossible, but deep down, it rang true. Aemon sat frozen beside him, both of them paralyzed as Old Nan continued. "You know Daenerys went down the path to the weirwood that night, and it is my. I don't believe she walked back, at least not in 2022. I think, as the songs say, she traveled to another time." Jon leaned forward in his chair, fighting the urge to get up. Where? When? How do we bring her back? Old Nan's eyes softened with sympathy. No one can say for certain. Each traveler's journey is different. She must find her own way, on her own path. A wave of nausea hit Jon, and he stood up to pace the room, feeling like a caged animal. Is there anything else you can tell us? Eamon asked, his voice frail. Old Nan replied. The songs also say that travelers often return. Eamon expressed his gratitude and ended the call. They sat in silence for a while, each lost in thought. Finally, Jon broke the quiet. Do you believe any of that? Eamon considered for a moment. I shouldn't, but right now, we have no other explanation. Jon's heart sank. If it's true, we have no idea what time she's fallen into. What if she's in danger? How will she protect herself? Daenerys is brilliant, Eamon said, slamming his hand on the desk. She's highly adaptable, a fast learner, and as strong as Valyrian steel. Jon sank down onto the bed. She is. She possessed all those qualities. He would give anything to be with her, wherever or whenever she was, just to bring her home. If anyone can survive something like this, it's her. Chapter 6: The Wedding. A chill hung in the God's Wood as Dany sat on a bench in the garden, her arms wrapped around herself for warmth. She had left her room that morning in a daze, forgetting her cloak in her hurried escape from her guards. The cold was bearable, but her head throbbed painfully. She was grateful for the shade provided by the sprawling red oak leaves overhead, though the vibrant colors around her felt far too cheerful for her current mood. The night before, she had been summoned to Robb Stark's study. It seemed Stark men never slept. Sitting across from his desk, she felt as though she were meeting with a young professor, bracing herself for a reprimand regarding her failed escape. Instead, the young king in the north leaned forward and said, I believe I have a solution to your current predicament. And what is that? Dany asked, curiosity piqued. He poured her a cup of ale and replied, marriage. Dany nearly toppled out of her chair. Marriage? Marry who? You? Robb smiled kindly. No, my lady, you are beautiful, but I am already promised. I mean to marry you to my brother, Jon. Her head spun as she clutched the arms of her chair. Marry Jon Snow? He's Jon Stark now, Robb replied. Every unmarried girl in the north would claw your eyes out to take your place. This is insane, Dany said, the throbbing in her temples intensifying. Just let me go on my way. I mean nothing to you. He gave her a look that conveyed his impatience with the topic. As I've told you, you'll be my guest until I know who you really are. We'll soon be leaving Riverrun, and I mean to take you with us. My men won't take kindly to your presence if they think you're a Lannister spy. Your men will respect me more if I'm another man's property. Dany challenged, raising an eyebrow. The Lord of Winterfell shook his head reluctantly. A bit harsh, but Dany rolled her eyes and sank back in her chair. As a woman, she would always be considered. Can't you just order them not to harm me? Aren't you their king? They named me their king, and they would die for me, but hatred for the Lannisters runs as deep as their loyalty. The North remembers. What if I refuse? I'll leave you here, he told her. With the orders that if you try to run again, you're to be thrown in the dungeon with the Kingslayer. Dany felt as though she must be hallucinating or trapped in a fevered dream. Jon Snow was supposed to marry the original Daenerys Targaryen, the one with dragons. And she belonged in her own time with her own Jon. Taking a deep breath, she sipped the ale, letting the bitter, strong flavor sink in. The thought of being left in the castle unsettled her. It would be much easier to flee back to Raventree if she weren't confined in this keep, surrounded by high stone walls and water. Besides, she recalled that Catelyn Stark would soon release Jaime Lannister. What would Rob's men do with her then? Rob was growing impatient. What I'm offering is a gift, and I'll only offer it once. Dany hid her face in her hands. What would her Jon tell her to do? What would she say to him if he were in such a crazy situation? She'd want him to do whatever was necessary to stay safe and get home, but the thought of that broke her heart. If she agreed to this, he would be devastated. But he'd be even more devastated if she never returned at all. Stealing her heart, Dany raised her chin. There will be no bedding ceremony. That's a deal breaker. Rob said with a laugh. The groom already made that clear. You've spoken to Jon? In the god's wood, the bench beneath her was cold, and the tip of her nose felt frozen. It would be wise to go back inside before she got sick, but she sat there, lost in thought. Dany had never given much consideration to marriage. She hadn't known her own parents, and her uncle had been a lifelong bachelor, and she had never been sure if she wanted children. That all changed in the fall when she met Jon Stark. Suddenly, she found herself daydreaming about things she never knew she wanted, eloping on a beach in Essos or hosting a lavish wedding in the north. Any scenario that involved spending her life with him filled her with happiness. But instead, she was set to marry his ancestral look-alike. The sound of approaching footsteps made her glance over her shoulder, and she wished she could hide beneath the bench when she saw Jon Snow. He would always be Jon Snow to her. She preferred that name, no matter what anyone else called him. She wanted to be angry with him, but as he stood before her, she found it impossible. His eyes were soft, and his voice was gentle. There you are, Southron girl. Are you all right? His concern felt genuine, and she couldn't bring herself to lie. I took the flagon of ale off your brother's desk last night and drank the whole thing myself. What about you? Better than that, he replied, removing his fur cloak and draping it over her shoulders. It was warm and heavy, and she wrapped it around herself. Casting a wary glance up at him as he settled beside her, she asked, Are you sure you want to do this? What if? She hesitated, weighing her words carefully. What if you're meant for someone else? She didn't want to rob him of his future, just as she felt deprived of her own. He offered her a half-smile. Yesterday, I was a bastard. I never planned to marry. You helped me in a time of need. What kind of man would I be if I didn't try to help you? Dany laughed. It took me a few moments to fix your arm. You're going to bind yourself to me for the rest of your life? His smile widened. That doesn't sound like such a bad thing. Despite her best intentions, her heart warmed. Then a thought occurred to her, one that wasn't. You should know, she said, averting her eyes. I'm not a virgin. Does that bother you? Jon remained unfazed. No. It was his turn to look uncomfortable. So long as it doesn't bother you that. I am. Dany tried to hide her surprise as she shook her head. Gods, I'm going to cheat on my boyfriend and take Jon Snow's virginity too. She turned away as tears began to roll down her cheeks. Jon placed his hand gently on her back. I'm sorry, she sniffled. It's not you. Any woman would be happy to have you as a husband. With a gentle touch, he turned her chin toward him. If it's not what you want, I'll tell my brother no. Fresh tears swelled in her eyes. I don't see another way, but are you sure you're okay with it? What does okay mean? Dany sighed, struggling to find the words. It's like, all right. He nodded solemnly and brushed her tears away. I can't promise you as much as I would like as a husband. I can't bring you home, at least not yet, but I will care for you and put you first in all things. His words were tender and entirely selfless, tearing at her heart with guilt. She knew she would have to hurt both of these men to find her way home. Jon pulled her into an embrace as she continued to cry. Why do you have to be so wonderful? She asked through her tears. Holding her close, he rubbed her back. I can't imagine what you've been through, but you're not alone anymore. Whatever gods or forces were responsible for this, she knew they were cruel. The great hall was more than half empty as Jon sat at a long table with his uncle Benjen. Their suppers had been eaten, and they drank from tankards of ale in silence. Jon sensed there were things he wanted to ask, and his uncle seemed to have things he wanted to say, but neither knew where to start. Jon spoke first, asking a question he had been pondering. Benjen looked troubled. What would my father think of all this? He paused, seemingly at a loss. Do I look like some woods witch who can commune with spirits? He stared into his cup, deep in thought. Maybe he'd think like I do, that you boys are half mad and moving faster than you need to. Perhaps he'd remember what it was like to be young and at war. I can't say for sure. He placed a reassuring hand on Jon's shoulder. But I know he'd tell you to be dutiful to your bride, to honor our house, and to protect your family, no matter the cost. And I'm proud to call you Stark. Those words brought Jon the comfort he desperately needed. Thank you. Just as they were about to continue, Theon strolled over to their table, a self-satisfied grin on his face. There you are, Snow, he said. I hear that tomorrow night you're finally going to become a man. Jon had anticipated this moment and was ready to move on. I can only hope to be as great as you, Greyjoy. Theon laughed as he took a seat beside them. No chance of that. We both know I've much more experience in this than you. Jon bit back his irritation. Paying whores is not the same as bedding a wife. Theon smirked. You wouldn't know, would you? I'll give you the advice you're too proud to ask for. Just then, Robb appeared and took a spot next to Jon. Oh, I must hear this. Theon leaned forward, elbows on the table, as if he were about to impart great wisdom. Your bride is more forceful than I like a woman to be, which makes it all the more important that you take charge. Jon and Robb exchanged a knowing look as Theon continued. You'll have your work cut out for you since it's clear she's been ridden before. Fury surged through Jon at the thought of grabbing Greyjoy by the throat. Dany is to be my wife. After tomorrow night, it will be my duty to kill you if you speak about her like that again. Mind your tongue, Theon shot back. Theon, Robb said. Fine, Theon replied, wearing his insufferable smirk. He continued, women don't like it much and often need to be persuaded. Benjen sighed and shook his head. Gods, help the lad, being counseled by 3 unmarried men. And here comes a 4th. The Blackfish took a seat at the table and scrutinized Theon. Oblivious to the tension, the Stark ward pressed on. The harder and longer, the better. Shut up, Greyjoy, the Blackfish said gruffly, then turned to Jon. Forget everything he told you, and all of you, listen. In the God's Wood, the heart tree loomed like a large red-headed troll in the dark. Its gruesome mouth twisted into a sneer that made Dany feel mocked. She had crept out of her chambers, and now she caught the attention of a certain silent wolf lying nearby, watching her. She was sick to death of being watched. Perhaps once she was married, they'd let her be. Married, gods, she lamented, feeling her stomach tumble. The day had been long and draining, and now her head swam with ale. It was worth another try, she thought, to see if this weirwood could take her home. After all, she had only attempted it in daylight. After speaking with Jon that morning, she'd returned to her chambers to hide away, blocking out the sun beneath her covers, planning to stay there until they dragged her out of bed the following night. But her plans were cut short by visitors throughout the day, measuring and fitting her for garments. Perhaps it was a blessing, as when she was alone, her thoughts tormented her. How will I explain this to him? How will I explain any of this to anyone? What if he hates me and never wants to see me again? The very thought made her stomach turn. It doesn't matter, she muttered to herself. They're going to commit me to a psychiatric hospital anyway. Sitting on the ground before the tree, she stared into its heartless depths. Crimson eyes. It would only take a moment to see if it would work, but she wasn't ready to be overwhelmed by disappointment if it didn't. Damn it! She groaned in the dark, struck by another realization. This wasn't the age of family planning, and she seriously doubted Jon Snow had a box of condoms stashed away in a bottom drawer. She covered her face with her hands. I have an IUD, she reassured herself. There's almost no chance I can get pregnant. Dany tilted her gaze to the sky. The night wasn't completely clear, but the moon and stars shone through. She spotted the ice dragon with its blue eye pointing north. Where was Jon right now? They'd only been together 4 months. How long until he moved on? And by what right could she complain or even feel sad when she was about to marry another man? Digging deep for what remained of her courage, she pulled herself to her feet and stepped toward the tree. Old gods, new gods, Rulaller, great stallion, I'll build a shrine for any of you that brings me home. She sucked in a breath and closed her eyes before pressing her palm against the bark. As nothing happened, she rested her forehead against the trunk while tears streamed down her cheeks. Through the red leaves, she found the blue star and whispered, I'm sorry, Jon. I swear I will find a way home to you. Jon could see his breath in the dark as he walked down the path toward the dead weirwood. He zipped his parka up to his chin and turned on his flashlight. The cawing of crows echoed through the woods. It was half an hour until midnight, the time old Nan had said the tree would be at the height of its power. Or something like that. Jon only understood half of what she told him. It's useless, the mystical woman had said. Trying to go through the weirwood to find Dany is pointless. If it had wanted you, it would have taken you the same night it took her. Even if it somehow worked. It was likely he'd be transported to a completely different time. Even so, she had kindly provided Jon with a list of dates to try, one of which was simply a full moon, like the one hanging in the sky tonight. Jon's heart began to pound as the glowing white tree came into view, already half full of feathery black bodies. The last time he'd visited this place at night had been the night he lost Dany, the night he left her and shattered everything. As he reached the end of the path, the weirwood towered over him, alive with squawking and movement. Jon sat on the cold ground and watched. This plan was built on a fool's hope, but he had left Ghost back at the hotel with Eamon, just in case it actually worked. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Midnight. He stood slowly, worried that any sudden movement might break the spell of the night. The crows grew louder as he approached. With his hands outstretched, his heart leaped into his throat as the trunk seemed to pulse, as if taking a breath. Bring me to Dany, he begged the ancient tree. Please let me help her, let me bring her home. The bark was cold and hard against his palm. He closed his eyes and held his breath. And then, nothing. He remained right where he was. Rage overtook him, and he kicked the tree in frustration. The crows cawed in outrage as he stumbled back, pain shooting through his foot, and he landed hard on the ground. Feeling foolish and useless, his eyes misted. Through the twisting branches, he could see the stars above. I'm sorry, Dany, he whispered to them. I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, Dany had been given a few moments alone in her chamber before the ceremony. She stared at her reflection in the looking glass, taking in the sight of herself in a flowing white gown with long sleeves and an embroidered belt cinching her waist. A soft blue cloak draped over her shoulders, and her hair cascaded down beneath a crown made of white, blue, and purple wildflowers. Back home, it would have made a magnificent Halloween costume. Her feel a flutter of nerves and excitement. This gown, which felt more like a costume back home, transformed her into a bride in this moment. She wrung her hands, anxiety creeping in again. In just an hour, she would be a married woman. It doesn't have to mean anything, she reassured herself. It won't matter much when I go back home. A knock at the door broke her thoughts, prompting her to collect herself. She had to set aside her feelings for Jon tonight, no matter how devastating that felt. If she didn't, the guilt would consume her. That was a burden to unpack later. Here, she wasn't Dr. Daenerys Targaryen, and Professor Jon Stark wasn't her boyfriend. He wouldn't even be born for another 800 years. In this moment, she was simply Dany, a girl of unknown origins, marrying into House Stark. Edmure Tully would escort her, as she had no family, and he was acting Lord of Riverrun while his father was ill. The auburn-haired lord bore a striking resemblance to his present-day descendant, just as Jon Snow resembled her boyfriend. He regarded her kindly, ever the gracious host. The night air was crisp, a mist hovering just above the ground. Lanterns illuminated the path through the gods' wood as they made their way to the tree. The bridal gown didn't provide much warmth, and she was relieved to remember that northern weddings were short. Dany tried to maintain her composure, but as the awaiting lords and ladies came into view, her heart began to race. The crowd was silent, their expressions a mix of curiosity and barely concealed disdain. In that moment, she felt as lost as she had the night she'd passed through the tree, disoriented, with the only path home shrouded in darkness and danger. Then, the tree came into view, its blood-red leaves vivid against the dark blue sky. The air around them felt charged with energy. Her gaze was drawn to Jon, who stood beneath the canopy beside his brother. He had managed to look even more striking than before, donning a fine tunic instead of his usual leather armor. His dark curls were neatly styled, and the black fur cloak draped over his shoulders added to his allure. Dany felt a strange daze wash over her as Edmure stopped their procession and Robb Stark stepped forward. Her breath caught in her throat, and she was grateful it was the men who would handle the conversation. Her stomach twisted with nerves as Robb and Edmure exchanged words, something about the old gods and who would claim her. Her heart raced when Jon moved closer. Now it was him speaking with Edmure, but Dany found herself captivated by the fresh cut of his beard and the shape of his lips. She was jolted from her reverie when Robb Stark addressed her directly. Heat flooded her cheeks, and her mind went blank. "What?" She managed to stammer as Robb narrowed his eyes. "Do you take this man?" Her palms were clammy. "Why yes," she sputtered, trying to regain her composure. I take this man." Robert B. Baratheon, Dany thought, exasperated. They had given her one line. Jon smiled at her, and she felt her jitters begin to ease. A chill ran through her as he removed her cloak, but the one he wrapped around her felt warm and right, a symbol of her joining House Stark and the protection of her new husband. The clearest words she heard all night were Robb's declaration that Jon could now kiss his bride. Gods help her, she wanted to kiss him. She had wanted to kiss him from the moment they'd met. A rough thumb brushed across her cheek, and Jon tilted her chin to meet his gaze. Time seemed to slow, and she could have sworn it stopped altogether. When he kissed her, memories flooded back, the first time Jon had kissed her, at the end of their second date, standing outside her apartment. That kiss had felt just as right and inevitable as this one. And like that second date, she knew this wouldn't be the end. She was hungry for more when he took her hand and guided her closer to the tree. Dany followed his lead, kneeling on the cold, hard ground. "What do we do now?" she whispered. His eyes held hers with a patient intensity. "We pray to the gods and ask for their blessings." Dany felt a surge of anxiety. She needed more than just blessings. Without thinking, she bolted through the chamber door, leaving her groom behind. The wedding feast in the great hall faded into the background as she stepped into a slightly less uncomfortable situation. She made her way straight to the crackling fire in the hearth, allowing the warmth to envelop her. The raucous chatter and jeering of their wedding guests were muted when Jon closed the door behind him. He had removed his cloak during the feast, and now he seemed less imposing than he did when they exchanged vows. "Gods, our vows. I'm married." This was nothing like how she had envisioned her winter break. Their eyes locked, and they stood there, frozen in place. Dany looked away first, scanning the room. Candles adorned every surface, a clear indication that they were not there for sleep. A flagon and a plate of cheese and grapes had been set on a table beside the fire, as if the room had been designed to entice her, despite the circumstances. She deliberately avoided looking at the large bed with its covers turned down. "I'm sorry for the way the men talked in the hall," Jon said, breaking the silence. "I take it you're not used to that sort of thing." "No, I'm not." She crossed her arms, recalling the vulgar jokes and lewd comments that had echoed throughout the feast, especially as they toasted and spilled their drinks. It might have been amusing if it hadn't involved her. "I suppose I should be thankful no one has to watch," he added. "Only Robb and Theon," Jon replied, and Dany gaped at him. He cleared his throat, a hint of a smile on his face. "That'd be a jest." "Funny," she said, her shoulders relaxing slightly. He took a cautious step forward, as if approaching a deer in the woods. "You don't need to. Don't be scared of me," he said. "I'm not planning to suddenly take you, or anything." Dany let out a genuine laugh, one that bubbled up from deep within her. "I never thought you would." He joined in her laughter, and the tension in the air began to lift. She knew Jon Snow wouldn't touch her unless she invited him to. He brushed past her and poured them each a drink. "Forgive me," he said, handing her a goblet, "for thinking you were afraid, considering how you're shaking." Dany felt a blush rise to her cheeks and quickly brushed off his observation. "This isn't ale, is it?" "It's wine." Jon smiled at her. "I figured you might have had your fill of ale." "For the time being." Jon Snow didn't smile as often as her Jon, but she found that when he did, it warmed her. If tonight had to happen, at least he wasn't an unattractive man. Far from it. The wine tasted of plums and reminded her of the old life she was quickly forgetting, and that thought filled her with sadness and fear. Silence enveloped the room. It was one of the major changes she noticed moving from the future to the past, how quiet it could be. No engines or the hum of electricity. Sometimes it felt refreshing, but right now, it was unnerving. She took a deeper sip when her hands began to tremble again. "Well," she said, searching for something to fill the silence, "we both became Starks this week." He nodded at her attempt to spark conversation. "I suppose we did, though I think you're a much better addition." She looked at him skeptically. A girl with no family, money, or house. If his nerves were gnawing at him as hers were, he didn't show it. "A brave girl," he said, "brilliant as she is gorgeous." Dany felt a flicker of delight. If she weren't already tied to someone else, she would have pulled him into bed the moment he shut the door. But she was caught between the guilt of betraying the man she loved and the fear of what might happen to her if she didn't. Adding to the chaos of her emotions was her undeniable attraction to Jon. Dany felt a surge of attraction for Jon Snow, and the weight of her cloak began to feel both heavy and warm. Her fingers fumbled with the clasp, and Jon was quick to come to her aid, lifting it from her shoulders. "Wait," she said, stopping him just as he was about to set it aside. "I'd like to look at it." Swallowing her fear, she forced herself to sit on the edge of the bed, the very one they would soon be sharing, as she examined the cloak. It was an exquisite shade of velvet gray, adorned with the sigil of House Stark embroidered on the back. But instead of gray, the wolf was white, with striking red eyes. Dany ran her fingers over the stitching. "This is beautiful." "Is this ghost I see?" "It is, and these are wildflowers that grow in the north," he replied, pointing to the delicate blue and white flowers bordering the bottom. "I'll show you them one day, when I take you home. To your new home." Her heart fluttered at his words, even though she planned to leave long before that day. "You're a sentimental man," she remarked, a teasing smile playing at her lips. Jon looked a bit embarrassed. "It was one of my conditions, that my future wife have a proper bridal cloak. The seamstresses work day and night to have it finished in time." "Conditions?" she asked, her curiosity piqued, the corners of her mouth lifting. "What were your other conditions?" His dark gray eyes roamed over her. Your gown was another. Dany's fingertips explored the flowing fabric of her rich white skirt, then she tilted her head back to meet his gaze. Any conditions for yourself? A traditional northern wedding, in the evening before a heart tree. She took another sip of wine while studying him. Not entirely traditional. I was told you forbade the bedding ceremony. His expression hardened. Not all traditions are worthy of continuing. Laughing lightly, she raised her cup. I'll drink to that. Silence fell again, and Dany realized they could linger like this all night unless she took charge. She patted the space next to her. Would you sit with me? Wordlessly, he reached for her cup. He set his hands aside and joined her on the bed. As he settled in, the mattress dipped under his weight, and she had to brace herself to keep her thigh from sliding against his. Searching for the right words, she was caught off guard when he took her hands from her lap and held them in his own. They were warm, fitting together perfectly, much like her Jon's. But his hands were rougher, a testament to years of sword practice. Her own Jon's hands were softer, accustomed to writing and recording the battles this man beside her would face. Her heart skipped a beat when their eyes locked. Tell me about the man who might have been your husband, he said, pulling her from her thoughts. What? We have 2 days together before we set out, he explained. I don't pretend to know everything that happens between a husband and his wife, but I expect what we have to do won't take all night. We should use this time to talk and ease the nerves between us. A tentative smile appeared on her lips. Do I make you nervous? Jon smiled back. More than I make you, I imagine. I have to hold your hands to keep my own from shaking. She brushed her thumbs over the backs of his fingers. It's all right. I think it makes it easier to talk when we're touching. Why did you ask about, she hesitated, the man who might have been my husband? His expression softened. I figured you must be thinking of him, how could you not? And I want you to feel like you can talk about him with me. He paused for a moment. Even though I'm your husband now, I don't expect you to forget him. If you loved him, he must have been a good man. Dany's eyes blurred as she fought against the lump in her throat. Yes, he is. He is a good man, and I will return to him. Jon's thumb stroked the backs of her hands gently. Then I will do my best to honor his memory by serving the woman he loved. Dany fought back her tears. She wouldn't mourn him, for he was not lost. Dany looked at him, her expression softening. That's very sweet. Incredibly, she searched for a word from his time period, gallant of you. But there's something I must ask you. Why did you agree to marry me? Jon broke eye contact, glancing away sheepishly. I would have missed talking to you. No, really. Why? He shifted his expression to something more serious. I'll tell you, but I must ask something of you first. Dany's heart began to race. There was very little she could share with him. What is that? Honesty, he replied. I know there are things you don't wish to tell me, and maybe there are things you can't tell me. He had no idea how right he was. I'll respect your wishes regarding matters that are your own concern, he continued. What I ask is that whatever you choose to tell me is the truth, let there be no lies between us. And if there's something I should know that will keep you safe, I ask that you trust me with it. The weight of his promise felt binding, perhaps even more so than the vow she had made before the heart tree. I will, she said. I promise. The corners of his eyes crinkled with a smile. And I promise the same. Okay then, she redirected. Why did you marry a mystery girl of no house? There were 2 reasons, he replied, his gaze dropping to their joined hands. The first is that there's something about you that draws me in, something more than your beauty, something I don't quite understand. I've felt it since the night we met. I've tried to push it aside, but I can't. Dany felt warmth spread through her. Coming from a different man in a different situation, she might not have believed him, but she knew he spoke the truth. She felt it too. She inched closer until their legs were touching. Taking a breath, she set aside the guilt that tugged at her and whispered, "Something draws me to you too." Lost in the way he was looking at her, she almost forgot herself. "What's the second reason?" He chuckled, and a grin broke across his face, a rare sight that captured her attention. "Perhaps I just wanted to bed you." Dany laughed in surprise, feeling a warmth spread across her cheeks. "Do you?" she asked, already knowing the answer. "I should think that's obvious." She nudged him playfully. "You didn't necessarily have to marry me for that." Jon looked at her, bemused. "You think I'd dishonor you like that?" "Many men would." A shadow crossed his face. "Maybe not men raised as bastards," he replied, glancing around the room. "I'd never do that to a child." His reaction weighed heavily on her heart, and she placed a hand on his knee to pull him back to the moment. "Then what's the real second reason?" "The second reason is the same as yours, to keep you safe." "You are safe, Dany. As my wife, you'll carry the Stark name, with the protection of my family and the entire North. If it ever comes to it, you'll have my sword and my body to defend you. The man who tries to harm you will not live." He meant every word. Dany's gaze fell to his lips, suddenly aware of them as if seeing them for the first time. So familiar, like lips she had kissed 1,000 times. She didn't have to wonder what they would feel like, she already knew, and she desperately wanted to feel them again. He moved in closer, their mouths just a breath apart. It felt like preparing to plunge into cold water on a hot day, nervous yet exhilarated by something entirely inevitable. Alarm bells rang in her mind as he leaned in for a kiss. "Tell me about your family," she blurted out. They both laughed, the tension easing but still very much present. "Well, there's my brother, Robb." "Yes, I've met him," she teased. Jon leaned back on his hands. "I have little brothers back in Winterfell. There's Bran, he's 10. He used to climb the walls of Winterfell like a squirrel climbs a tree. Well, he had an accident a few months before we left. Fell from a tower, he survived but lost the use of his legs." Dany wished she knew more about the Stark children. "I'm sorry," Jon said, his expression growing serious. "Then there's Rickon. He's just a baby, his direwolf is called Shaggy Dog. He's the wildest of them all." He continued, "My sisters, Sansa and Arya. Sansa's 13 and quite like our mother, she likes things pretty and proper. She lost her wolf, Lady, on the road to King's Landing." "And Arya?" Dany asked, intrigued. Jon grinned. "She's 11, and her wolf is named Nymeria. I wouldn't tell the others, but she's my favorite. She's wild and rebellious, doing everything she can to avoid being like Sansa. I even gave her a sword before she left, called it Needle." His gaze dropped. "They're both in King's Landing. Now that we have Jaime Lannister, I hope we can get them back soon." Dany noticed him growing more uncomfortable and regretted bringing it up. "I never knew my mother, nor who she was. 7 hells, it's all so miserable." "I'm sorry," Dany said, squeezing his hand gently. "Don't be," he replied. "I imagine it's normal to want to know about your husband's family. Besides, I find it easy to talk to you. My family history isn't happy either," she admitted. "My parents died when I was young, and I was raised by my uncle. I never had any siblings." "That sounds lonely," Jon said, his voice softening. Dany shrugged. "Sometimes it was, but my uncle had a lot of friends." Jon looked at her skeptically. "I thought you said you learned to be a healer from your mother." "I may have lied about a few things," she confessed. "I didn't grow up in the Riverlands." "Really, my lady?" he replied, his tone teasing. Dany fidgeted with her hands, weighing what to reveal without lying. "The truth is, my uncle is a maester, and I grew up in Old Town. I learned what I know there. I thought they didn't allow women to study there, he said, surprised. Well, they allowed me, she said with a hint of pride. Jon sat up a little straighter. You're telling me the truth. I promised, she said, meeting his gaze. Didn't I? A sudden wave of happiness washed over her. Sharing even a small part of the truth felt incredibly freeing. But her new husband was not satisfied. How did you end up in the woods that night? Were you running from something? Were you in danger? She met his gaze with an apologetic look. That's harder to explain. He seemed ready to protest, but then nodded reluctantly. As I said before, I won't press you. His acceptance broke her resolve. This man had selflessly vowed to protect her with his life, despite knowing so little about her. Their connection, one that had sparked the moment their lips met, felt almost implausible. In a bold move, she surprised him, easily pushing him onto his back as she kissed him. Behind that kiss was a whirlwind of stolen glances, blushes, and embarrassed giggles, all the emotions she had struggled to suppress over the past few weeks. His soft groans and astonished expression only encouraged her, and she reveled in the fact that he hadn't seen it coming. But her advantage was fleeting. Rough fingers brushed against her cheek, and she found herself turning onto her back, letting out a moan. They lost themselves in the heat of the moment, her breathless intrigue growing. You learned to be a good kisser from someone, Jon Snow. I said I was a virgin, he replied with a playful smirk. Not an eunuch. He kissed her again, keeping her willingly mesmerized as his tentative fingers slipped up her skirts. His touch, relentless yet gentle, lingered around her inner thighs, sending shivers through her. The weight of her gown suddenly felt cumbersome, too tight. Get me out of this dress, she urged. Dazed, they staggered out of bed together, and Dany cursed the laces at the back of her dress. His fingers grazed the back of her neck as he brushed her hair aside, working on the intricate laces. It felt like an eternity before he finally pulled. She slid her arms down her sleeves and stepped out of her gown, turning to face him in just her shift. His gaze heated as it traced the curves of her figure through the thin fabric. My turn, she said, reaching for the laces of his breeches. His mouth found hers again as she tugged them down, and she pushed against his chest with both hands. Take off your shirt. Without hesitation, he stripped off his shirt, and within moments, it lay discarded on the floor. Dany drank in the sight of him, stronger and more muscular than she had imagined. Your turn again, Southron girl, he said, breaking her trance. Her heart raced as her fingers grasped the hem of her silk garment. With eager hands, he helped her pull it over her head. Others take me, he swore under his breath, his eyes roaming over her nakedness. His touch was tentative at first, but soon grew bolder as he traced her curves and caressed her breasts. Dany bit her bottom lip. Have you ever seen a naked woman before? She asked. Not one that's mine. The thought of belonging to him sent warmth flooding through her. She considered taking the lead and pulling him into bed, but he was quicker, his hands gripping her backside as he kissed her again. Soon, she felt the cool fabric of the coverlet against her skin. Her heart raced when he broke the kiss, and she watched, curiosity piqued, as he crept down the bed and settled between her legs. She gasped as he kissed her there. This is not at all what I expected, she stammered, lost in the sensation as he continued. Dany had never taken a man's virginity before, but she was certain this wasn't a common first-time experience. You don't have to, she began, momentarily distracted by his enthusiasm. She was pleased with his eagerness, but she knew it would take him time to learn her body, especially given his claimed lack of experience. Yet he showed no signs of stopping. At first, he was a little clumsy, but he quickly grew more confident. Just like that, she encouraged, allowing herself to relax and indulge in the pleasurable sensations. He was persistent, and soon her fingers were gripping the bed sheets. Right there, she murmured. Don't stop, don't stop. Please, don't stop." She forgot to cover her mouth, and soon the sounds of her pleasure filled the room. Gods, don't let the guards come. Her mind raced as she tried to regain her senses. Just another thing both of my Jons have in common. Dany propped herself up on her arms, panting. "What kind of virgin are you?" He wore a smug grin as he wiped his mouth. She couldn't fault him for it, he had earned it. "Come here," she said, gently coaxing him to climb on top of her. Brushing back his loose black curls, she noticed the nervousness in his eyes. With a quick, sweet kiss, she guided him inside her, and they both sighed. "Look at me," she whispered, and trembling, he did. "Go slow," she instructed. He obeyed, maintaining eye contact as she held him. She couldn't deny it felt good, she was enjoying every stroke, though it was a struggle to push away the guilt. His gaze grew unfocused, and with a sudden jerk of his hips, he came. Panting, he rested his head between her breasts while Dany ran her fingers through his hair. When he rolled off and collapsed beside her, it felt as if a spell had been broken. Awkwardness filled the space between them. Dany covered herself with the blankets before daring to glance at him. "Well," she began, "was it everything you hoped it would be?" Grinning, he turned toward her. "Not even in my dreams did I imagine laying with a girl like you, with moonglow in her hair." He picked up a lock and examined it. Dany felt her cheeks warm as she cast her eyes toward the ceiling, afraid to look at him, because looking at him made it hard to think. "I'm questioning your virgin status, Jon Snow," Dany teased, a playful smile on her lips. "You seem to know exactly where to put your tongue." "In war, we must know our opponent," he replied, a hint of seriousness in his tone. She laughed and kicked him gently. "Oh, am I your opponent?" In a swift motion, she found herself gazing up at him, trapped between his strong biceps. "No, but I thought to conquer you," he said boldly. "You didn't seem to mind." Dany pressed her lips together, stifling her laughter. "It was tolerable," she admitted, feeling her cheeks heat up. "I wouldn't protest in the future." To her surprise, she saw his eyes glimmering with emotion as he reached down to cup her cheek. "I didn't know if we were doing the right thing, getting married like we did," he confessed. "But when you came down the path and I saw you under the moon, it felt like you were a blessing from the old gods. I don't know why they'd choose me. You looked so small and afraid, and I had no idea how you felt about marrying me, until you kissed me under the tree." Dany wanted to savor this moment of happiness. "I wasn't sure either," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "But that was a good kiss." With a gentle touch, she let her fingers run through his soft curls. "You better kiss me again." Jon needed no further invitation. More confident now, his hands roamed over her hips and breasts, brushing against the sheet she still clutched. Dany pulled it away, desperate to feel his skin against hers. She was amazed at how quickly her desire grew, but there was something she wanted to do for him first. Blindly, her hand explored his chest, sliding down his firm abdomen until she wrapped her fingers around him, giving a long, teasing tug. He broke their kiss with a soft, broken moan. "Lay on your back," she instructed firmly. He complied, his gaze locked onto hers as she crawled over him. Without hesitation, his hands reached for her, but she deftly grabbed them and held them above his head. His breath quickened as she kissed a trail down his neck to his chest, playfully teasing his nipples with her teeth. He gasped, "What are you doing, Southron girl?" Dany looked down at him, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "I'm just a strange girl from a strange land, and I know a thing or two. Do you want me to stop?" He shook his head, silently pleading her to continue. "Then don't move," she instructed. His stomach quivered as she moved lower, and she could feel him tense with anticipation. When she finally took him in her hand, she paused, offering him her sweetest smile. His skin was warm and inviting against her lips, filling her with a sense of satisfaction. "Oh, 7 hells," he murmured, lost in the moment. Chapter 7, Both Sides Now. Are you awake? Jon Snow's gentle whisper pulled her from her thoughts. His body cocooned hers, one strong arm wrapped around her waist, warm and blissful. Yet, her heart felt heavy with guilt. Last night, she had lost herself in his touch, knowing all too well that she couldn't stay. Don't make him fall in love with you. Yes, she finally replied, resisting the urge to burrow deeper into his embrace. A smile crept onto her face as he placed a soft kiss on her cheek. Good morning, wife. The word sent a shock through her. She had expected to marry, but under different circumstances and to a different man. Despite her reservations, her body responded as he caressed her upper thigh. I've never wanted to leave a bed less, he said, but we should get dressed and have some breakfast. Dany groaned and buried her face in her pillow. It's still dark. Rough fingers strummed along the small of her back. I tried to argue for another day, but the king in the north is stubborn as a mule. She giggled and turned to face him. Is it treason to insult your king? Only if you tell him. In a swift motion, he loomed over her. Are you going to betray me, Southron girl? Dany's blood ran cold for a moment before she realized he was joking. The truth was, she was going to betray him. But she didn't have time to dwell on that as he began to tickle her neck with scratchy kisses. Laughing, she pushed him away. Perhaps if I don't get to sleep in. Jon sat up and pulled her with him. If you're tired, you can ride with me and rest. That does sound tempting. Good, he said, brushing his thumb across her cheek. Because I'm not ready to part from you yet. He placed a final kiss on her forehead and climbed out of bed in search of his clothes. Get it together, Dany, she thought. You're only going to. The sun shone brightly overhead, casting warmth across the clear blue sky, while the cherry-red leaves of the oak trees lined the road. Dany's head rested heavily and comfortably against Jon's shoulder. She had fallen asleep soon after they set out with Robb's host on a gray courser, and hours had slipped by while she remained peacefully unaware. The past few days had clearly taken a toll on her, more than he had anticipated. Jon tightened his grip around her waist and gently kissed the top of her head. Up ahead, Robb and Theon rode alongside Uncle Benjen. Robb had smirked at Jon when they began their journey, but Jon found he didn't care. He didn't even mind the numbness creeping up his arm from supporting her weight. In that moment, he felt a contentment he had never known before. He bore the name Stark, and the most beautiful woman he had ever seen was now his wife. It was hard to believe any of it was real. Maybe he had hit his head during the battle at the camps and was now lost in a fevered dream. But Dany was more breathtaking than anything his imagination could conjure. She was mysterious and brave. Any man would be fortunate to have her, but for a bastard like him, it felt like more than mere luck. Sometimes she seemed so helpless and lost, and at other times, she was commanding and resolute. Like last night. 7 hells, last night. Just the thought made his blood race. All he wanted was to ride with her head resting against him, but even more, he longed to have her alone in his tent. As the retinue ahead began to slow, lords and ladies started to dismount. It was time for their midday rest, where they would eat and water their horses. Best wake her, lad, Uncle Benjen said. Theon dismounted ahead of them and shot Jon a mocking grin. Your bride is worn out, Snow. Looks like you took my advice. Jon silently mouthed a curse at him. Dany stirred in his arms, her small hand covering his. How long was I asleep? She asked, her voice soft and sleepy. A few hours, he replied, reluctantly releasing her to climb down from the horse. Dropped down from the saddle. We're stopping for a short while, she said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I'm sorry. I thought I was just resting my eyes. Jon chuckled and extended his hands to help her dismount. There's nothing to be sorry for, he reassured her. He could ride like this every day. As the early evening settled in, they halted to make camp. The air was cooling, and the pale light of the setting sun filtered gently through the bare trees. Dany stood there, feeling somewhat useless as Jon tended to their horse. She tried to guard her heart, but riding alongside him had been sweet and soothing, not nearly as burdensome as riding alone. A smile tugged at her lips as she closed her eyes, recalling how warm and safe she had felt resting against him. No. She scolded herself. Keep it together. You're never going to get home if you keep acting like a lovesick idiot. With a determined shake of her head, she forced her thoughts to scatter as she watched the camp come to life around her. It seemed so familiar now, watching lords and soldiers go about their tasks, caring for their horses, gathering wood, and setting up tents. She had been in this strange world long enough to know what to expect, and the thought sent a shiver up her spine. Her fears faded when Jon took her hand, leading her past rows of tents that grew larger and more grand as they walked. The largest pavilion in the center belonged to the king in the north, with the sigil of the Grey Wolf flying proudly at its peak. There, Robb Stark would not only sleep but also hold meetings with his council. To her surprise, Jon led her inside a smaller Stark pavilion beside the king's. A brazier had already been lit, warming the room. A rug was rolled out on the ground, and instead of a meager bedroll, there was a magnificent bed topped with gray and brown furs. Thank the gods, Dany exclaimed, pulling off her boots. A real bed. With a joyful leap, she dove onto the covers. Dany nuzzled her face into the soft fur, savoring the warmth. She couldn't fathom how she would endure many more nights practically sleeping on the forest floor. I'll miss this when I run, she thought. Suddenly, Jon's gaze made her heart skip a beat. She sat up slowly, smoothing her fingers through her hair. I see we've been upgraded, she remarked, a smile tugging at her lips. His forehead wrinkled adorably. Upgraded? Richer accommodations, she replied, biting her bottom lip. You're a Stark now, he said, his eyes never leaving her as he unlatched his sword belt. And a married one at that. As are you, she shot back, feeling a flush creep up her neck. Quickly, she diverted her attention to removing her boots. The basin with fresh water was a welcome distraction, and she eagerly used the cool water to wash away the day's dust. Her heart raced when she noticed Jon starting to remove his leather armor just a couple of feet away, disrobing as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It is natural to him. I'm his wife. Last night, she'd seen every inch of him, this morning too. It was definitely not something she should be enjoying, yet her foolish heart fluttered inside her chest. Turning away, she tugged the tie from her hair and began working out the tangles with a bristle brush. Why is Greyjoy riding with us? Shouldn't he be on his way to Pike? She asked, breaking the silence. Pike? Jon repeated, a hint of surprise in his voice. Where did you hear that? Dany's stomach dropped. I don't remember, she lied, trying to sound casual. It might have been something he told me at Riverrun. Jon scoffed and carefully set aside his brigandine. He might have wanted to, but it was a bad plan. I told Robb as much. Our father knew Balon Greyjoy was not to be trusted, nor Theon for that matter. Dany's grip on the brush tightened, and a chill ran through her. Oh, she muttered, continuing to brush her hair. Theon Turncloak Greyjoy had indeed gone to Pike before betraying the Starks and taking Winterfell. Why was everything different now? Jon's words from their wedding night echoed in her mind. It was one of my conditions. It was clear that her medieval husband didn't have a fondness for Greyjoy. His glares and Theon's snide remarks had made that abundantly clear. Had Jon convinced Theon to send someone else to meet with Balon when he agreed to marry her? What had she done? Jon stepped closer. Greyjoy is the last thing I want to be thinking about right now. Dany froze at the warmth of his presence behind her, a tingling sensation spreading across her skin. Thoughts raced through her mind. She should say she was too tired from riding and needed to rest. She should slip away tonight before she caused irreparable damage to history. His hands were warm and steady on her shoulders. Would you like help with your dress? Or shall I find a handmaid? The airy pavilion suddenly felt stifling. No, she replied quickly, her fingers trembling as she set the brush aside. I mean, I'd prefer you. Gathering her hair over her shoulder, she held her breath. I'm doomed. She folded her hands together, trying to remain still as he began to loosen her ties, his fingers occasionally brushing against her bare skin. I don't have much experience unlacing a woman's dress, he admitted, but I imagine I'll become more practiced in the coming nights. Her heart raced at his words. She had never appreciated the zipper as much as she did now, shifting in her seat as she waited for him to pull the long ribbon from each eyelet. Finally, when he was done, she slipped out of her gown and turned toward him. He bent down to help her step out of her stockings and quickly worked on her shift. He was only in a shirt and breeches when she finally allowed herself to look up at him. His shoulders were back, and his gaze was steady. The nerves he had shown the night before were nowhere to be found now. Dany swallowed hard. You're still dressed, she said, her voice weaker than she intended. A corner of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. As he pulled his shirt over his head, she undid his breeches, her heart racing as they stood naked before each other. Guilt echoed in her mind like a haunting memory. His dark eyes seemed to drink her in, thirstier than they had been the night before. When his arms wrapped around her, squeezing her cheeks and pulling her close, she gasped, "Wait." As he leaned down to kiss her, she broke free from his embrace and returned to the basin, dipping a cloth into the cool water. His eyebrows furrowed in confusion as she approached him again, and a blush spread across his cheeks when she wiped his brow. She couldn't shake the feeling that she'd seen this before, like a scene from a movie, the gentle lady caring for her knight, freshly returned from war. He smiled bemusedly as she continued to tend to his neck and chest. Am I not clean enough for you, wife? Setting the cloth aside, she bit her lip. I only wish to take care of my husband. Her words sparked something in his eyes, and before she knew it, she was lifted into his strong embrace. Her arms wrapped around his shoulders, and her lips sought his. Is there any reason we should have to leave this tent tonight? She whispered as he walked them toward the bed. No, he murmured, his beard grazing the tender skin of her neck. Only for food. Thank the gods. With care, he set her down on the edge of the bed, and suddenly the air felt crisp. It's cold, she remarked. He grinned as he climbed over her. I won't let you stay that way. They slipped under the covers together, their legs entwining and hands roaming. Dany felt a surge of happiness. Was the day all right? He asked suddenly, placing a soft kiss on her forehead. Was the riding too much for you? His question caught her off guard. Well, it was better than my first ride. I think I'll get used to it. Why? What would you do if it was too much for me? Jon responded with another tender kiss on her lips. He brushed the hair away from her face. I don't know, he replied quietly. But I'd do anything to make things easier for you. A bright smile spread across her lips. A bath would be nice, so I smell less like a horse. He laughed and rolled over her. You smell like sunshine and something sweet. And horse. She was trapped beneath him as he grinned down at her. Only a little, but we can see about a bath tomorrow. Reaching up, she caressed his cheek. The day was long, but I like being here with you. Admitting the truth felt both painful and relieving. Jon's eyes sparkled as he smiled down at her, and Dany thought her heart might burst. I'm glad to hear you say that, Southron girl. It was still early when Jon left Dany beside the campfire. The sun hung low on the horizon, a pale glowing orb against a gray-blue sky. They had shared breakfast with his uncle Ben-Jen, and now she was left with Ghost while both men prepared their horses. The great direwolf opened his mouth wide in a silent yawn, and Dany suspected he hadn't slept much last night. She could relate. She smiled into the steam of her tea as she took another sip. Their first night together on the road had been far cozier and more romantic than she'd imagined. Her body grew warm at the memory of what they had shared. And Jon Snow, ridiculously handsome, sweet, and attentive. Of course he's attentive, she thought. He's just like your Jon, the one who probably thinks you're dead. Dany groaned and slumped forward, but her shame spiral was interrupted by a friendly greeting. "Good morning, Lady Dany." She looked up to find Talisa's cheerful face as the healer took a seat beside her. Talisa leaned closer. Or is it Lady Stark? These Westerosi and their titles, I can never make sense of it. Dany forced a smile and replied, "Please just call me Dany." "What do people call me now?" Talisa offered her a red apple. Dany politely declined the offer from her basket, and Talisa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I heard you've improved your station since we last met," Talisa remarked. Dany forced a laugh and clasped her hands together. "Yes, it was definitely a surprise. You could have done much worse for yourself. He is very handsome, much like his brother, the king." Talisa gestured, and Dany followed her gaze to where Robb and Jon stood together beside the gathering army. "That he is," Dany sighed. "So, have the rumors about me being a spy slowed down?" "That one is still circulating, but it's much weaker now," Talisa replied with a smirk. She glanced around before speaking again in hushed tones. "However, there's a growing rumor that you are really Daenerys Targaryen herself, and the Starks have finally conquered the dragons. Another strong sign of a successful northern campaign." Dany's stomach tightened, and for a moment, she feared she might be sick. That's a more flattering rumor, but just as absurd as the first. She was not the original Daenerys Targaryen, and this campaign would be anything but successful. She needed to escape. "I should be going, but I hope to see you around camp." "Yes," Talisa said, waving goodbye. "Don't be a stranger now." Dany was still trembling when she found Jon. The smile vanished from his face as soon as he saw her. "Are you all right?" "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," she assured him, forcing a smile. "I'm just cold." He chuckled and pulled her close. "What are you going to do when I take you north?" His statement only deepened her sadness. "What is my name now?" "What? How should I be addressed?" "Dany Stark?" "Dany of House Stark?" "Lady Dany?" "Lady Stark?" Jon broke eye contact and cleared his throat. "I suppose that depends on my title, which I haven't given much thought to." He rubbed the back of his neck. "Robb is the eldest Stark and Lord of Winterfell, so that makes him Lord Stark, but he's king in the north now, so. It could be that I'm Lord Stark, or maybe just Lord. Honestly, I'm not sure. What would you like to be called?" "I think I prefer Dany," she replied. Jon's eyes softened. "Lady Dany. That's lovely, and safe. Catelyn Tully Stark would have me murdered in my sleep if she heard anyone calling my wife Lady Stark." The crisp morning air nipped at Dany's nose as she walked alongside Jon to fetch their horse. They always set out so early that the sun barely had time to warm the earth. She longed for the warmth of their bed, with its heavy covers and her brooding northern husband. Days had passed since their journey began. Days filled with riding under a cold, pale sun, enveloped in the embrace of her medieval husband. Those hours spent on horseback were a whirlwind of emotions and competing thoughts as she and Jon talked and exchanged glances. Most of the time, she felt foolishly in love with this man who wasn't truly hers, but guilt and shame were never far behind. They passed Theon Greyjoy, who was recounting the capture of Jaime Lannister to a group of soldiers. The sight of him reminded her of the impact she was already having. What other changes might come? It was undoubtedly beneficial for the Starks if he never returned to Pike, but at what cost? How would she break away and make her way home? And if she didn't, What would the original Daenerys Targaryen do to her if their paths crossed? Yet, in the evenings, reason and fear seemed to fade away. Those moments were filled with candlelight, a tangle of furs, the warmth of fires, starlight, and songs that felt almost too ethereal to be real. Her greatest obstacle to returning home wasn't the woods or the Lannister soldiers, it was Jon Snow. How would she ever bring herself to leave him? Dany was taken aback when Jon handed her the reins of a chestnut palfrey. "Are we riding separately?" she asked, surprised. A glint sparkled in his eye. I have plans for us. Don't fall behind." After riding for an hour, he led her away from the host and into the trees. Dany kept pace with Jon on his gray courser. "Where are we going?" He shot her a knowing smile. "I know this place. I'm going to teach you how to ride faster." Dany beamed at him, excitement bubbling inside her, but she cast a wary glance over her shoulder at the army. What if we get left behind? The army would be hard to miss, he assured her. And I won't take you further than the scouts. He led her to a large clearing, carpeted with orange and gold leaves and bordered by towering, bare oak trees. "It's beautiful," Dany remarked. "It is," Jon replied. "I found this place when we marched south. Making some alone time for yourself?" She teased, a playful glint in her eyes. A corner of his mouth lifted in a smirk. "You could say that. Are you ready?" He instructed her to bring her horse to a trot while he followed beside her. "There you go, Dany," he encouraged. "Now, when you're ready, sit down in the saddle and squeeze her belly with your legs." Dany was nearly out of breath from posting the trot. "Then what will happen?" Jon chuckled. "She'll go faster. Don't worry, Southron girl, I won't let anything happen to you." Dany sat down and gave her horse a squeeze. She stifled a yelp as the horse picked up its pace across the clearing. At times, it was exhilarating, and at others, she feared she'd be rocked out of the saddle. Laughter bubbled from her, a mix of nerves and excitement. They slowed their horses near the edge of the clearing. Jon climbed down first, his cheeks flushed, and she noticed he was breathless too. He came to her side and grinned up at her. "How was that?" Dany's heart raced as she searched for the right words. "Very bouncy." Jon's eyes crinkled with laughter. "Come here." She dismounted into his waiting arms, and he swayed her back and forth before setting her on her feet. When their lips met, she felt a spark that made her forget everything else around them. Dany felt a wave of euphoria wash over her. After tying up their horses, they settled down together to share food and drink. Leaning back on her elbows, she sighed contentedly. This was a brilliant idea. The tranquility of the moment felt refreshing. Her heart fluttered when she caught Jon gazing at her, but then he suddenly looked away, struggling to find the right words. "There's something I've been wanting to ask you," he said, his voice low. Dany sat up, curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Jon swallowed hard. "Is this usual? Is it always this way? Between a man and a woman?" He took her hands gently in his. "The way it feels when I touch you, or when I'm near you, it's better than anything I've ever felt." Dany's heart ached at his words. "No," she thought, "I've only felt this once before." She almost denied it, but the words caught in her throat. "No," she finally admitted. "This is not usual. Not at all." He inhaled slowly, brushing his thumbs across her palms. "Does that mean you feel it too?" "Yes," she replied, her voice trembling with sincerity, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Very much." They kissed in the clearing, a moment that made Dany wish for a different world where choices weren't necessary. The camp buzzed with life, filled with singing and dancing under a starry sky. After 2 weeks of riding, Jon had said they were letting the men celebrate more to lift their spirits. Dany had joined Talisa and some of the other healers, dancing, and drinking before one of the many crackling fires. Unfortunately, Jon was occupied, meeting with Robb and his trusted advisors. Ghost, with his glowing white fur, had given up his evening hunt to keep watch over her. Great John Umber sang raucous songs, and northern spirits, tasting like rubbing alcohol, circulated among the group. Dany watched the other women, mimicking their movements, dancing before the fire until she was breathless. Her head spun with excitement when Talisa took her by the arm. "Your handsome husband is here, my lady." Dany turned to see. Dany caught sight of Jon standing at the edge of the crowd, a smirk on his face. She flashed him a bright smile as Talisa approached. Wrapping her arm around the girl, Dany teased, "You know, every time I'm with you, I get Old Spice Girls songs stuck in my head for hours. If you want to be my lover." Talisa froze, and the color drained from her face. "Oh? Spice merchants who play songs?" My lord," she said as they reached Jon. "Your lady wife is a little drunk. She should get some rest." Jon thanked Talisa as she walked away, then wrapped his hands around Dany's waist. "Is that true?" "Maybe it's a little true," Dany admitted, smoothing her hands over his shoulders. He leaned his forehead against hers. "I can't leave you alone for an hour." "How long have you been here?" "Not long," he replied. "But I enjoyed watching you dance." "You should have joined me." Jon scoffed. "No. I don't dance." Dany giggled, finding yet another thing they had in common. "We'll see about that some other night," she teased, taking his hand. "Come on, I've been waiting for you. Your friend said you should sleep." "I'm not ready yet," she insisted, tugging him along. Jon's amusement faded as she led him away from the camp, deeper into the trees. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere we can be alone." "Is our tent insufficient?" "Tonight it is." Once the sounds of the camp faded behind them, she settled onto the forest floor amidst a cluster of oak trees and pulled him down with her. "Dany," he protested, but stopped short as she crawled into his lap and kissed him. An adrenaline rush coursed through her, and she felt a deep need for him to understand everything she felt. She wanted to leave him with moments he would remember for all his days. His hands found their way to her back, and any hesitation melted away. Dany continued to kiss him, pushing against his chest until his resistance faded completely. The cool, damp fabric of Jon's cloak as they rode together, grateful for the warmth and shelter it provided. She could still feel the spark of the night before coursing through her, even as the rain fell steadily around them. Jon shifted slightly, his presence a comforting weight beside her. "You okay?" he asked, glancing down at her with concern. Dany nodded, trying to shake off the remnants of her hangover. "Just a bit of a headache," she admitted, trying to keep her tone light. "I might have overindulged a little." He chuckled softly, the sound sending a flutter through her. "You were quite the distraction last night." Dany felt her cheeks warm at the memory of their stolen moments together. "It was worth it, wasn't it?" she replied, a playful smile breaking through her discomfort. "Definitely," Jon said, his eyes brightening as he recalled their time together. "But maybe next time, we should keep the drinking to a minimum." "Agreed," she laughed, though part of her loved the thrill of their midnight escapade. "I just hope Talisa doesn't think I've lost my mind." "Why would she think that?" Jon asked, raising an eyebrow. Dany sighed, biting her lip. "I told her she reminded me of the Spice Girls." Jon's laughter echoed through the rain, lightening her mood even further. "Well, you do have a flair for the dramatic," he teased. "Maybe I should just stick to calling her Talisa," she replied with a grin, pressing closer to him as the rain continued to fall, wrapping them in their own little world despite the dreary weather. Jon leaned against his horse, trying to block out the dreary day. The riders around them were equally silent, weighed down by a wild night and the gloomy weather. Dany felt herself starting to drift off when the group began to slow. She opened her eyes to see the king in the north speaking in hushed tones with a scout. Robb's expression was grim, and he gave Jon a curt nod before dismounting. Jon climbed down from their horse and placed a gentle hand on her knee. "Stay here," he said. Dany felt the absence of his warmth as he stepped away. "What is it? Where are you going?" "Nothing to worry about," Jon replied, his expression betraying nothing. "I won't be long." She watched helplessly as Jon, Robb, Theon, and Benjen made their way toward the front line. Curiosity tugged at her, and once they were out of sight, she handed her reins to a fellow rider and followed after them on foot. The ground was muddy beneath her boots, and she skillfully dodged puddles as the rain continued to pour. The men she passed barely acknowledged her, looking miserable and drenched. Dany quickened her pace when she spotted Jon standing with the others. The stench of death hit her before she even saw them. 3 girls hung side by side from the branch of a tall tree, their skin bone pale, and long dark hair obscuring their faces. Dany gasped, her hands flying to her chest. The men turned sharply to look at her. Jon's frown made her heart sink. Had he ever looked at her like that before? He stepped closer, speaking in low tones. "You shouldn't be here." Theon chimed in with a smug grin. "Your woman must not have heard your order, Snow." Dany shot him a glare. "What's that, Greyjoy? It's hard to understand you when you mumble." "Enough." Robb interjected. "Let her stay. Let her see that all of my warnings were true." With a mix of dread and determination, Dany allowed herself to look again. She noticed the girl in the middle had a sign around her neck. "They lay with wolves," she whispered, her voice trembling. Dany was no stranger to death, she had witnessed it in many forms. She understood that extreme cruelty existed, but she had never seen it like this. "Who were they?" she asked. "Tavern maids, I expect," Benjen replied. Dany's chin quivered as she fought back tears. "They look so young," she said, estimating they couldn't have been more than 16. Robb stood unnaturally quiet, staring up at the girls, his hands clenched at his sides. "They were just girls," he murmured. "Cut them down and bury them properly. We need to keep moving. We can't kill Lannisters standing here." With that, the king in the north stalked back to his horse, while men Dany didn't recognize began preparing to cut the girls down. "Let's go," Jon said, not looking at her. As she followed him, uncertainty gnawed at her, especially as he continued to ignore her. "Wait," she called, grabbing his arm. "Are you angry with me?" His expression was hard. I am. I told you to stay with the horse." Now it was her turn to feel anger rise. "Told me? I didn't realize I needed your permission to walk where I please. I gave you an order." She gritted her teeth. "I am not a dog." His face reddened as he inhaled sharply. "No, you're my wife. In war, defying an order can have serious consequences. What consequences could there have been for me going with you?" "That's not the point." Dany stepped closer, her voice rising. "Where I come from, wife doesn't mean servant." Jon raised his voice to match hers. "It doesn't matter where you came from. You're here. Maybe I'll go back there." The words slipped out before she could stop them, and she regretted them immediately. Jon's brow furrowed, and he took a step back. "Maybe I won't chase after you." With that, he turned sharply and marched back toward their horse. "Jon, wait." She called after him, feeling the weight of her words settle heavily between them. Dany felt a wave of relief when Jon turned around, but that relief quickly turned to sorrow as she saw the hurt in his eyes. "Jon, I'm sorry," she began, her voice trembling. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that." She stepped closer and touched his arm gently. "I wanted to leave before, but I don't want to leave you." A heavy weight settled in her heart as she thought, and I'll be sorrier than you'll ever know when I'm forced to." Jon looked at her with sadness etched across his face. "Last night, I dreamed that I woke in the night to find you gone. No horses were missing, your clothes were there, even your bridal cloak." Dany's eyes filled with tears as he continued. "It was like you were plucked out of the world. I ran into the woods, calling for you, but I couldn't find you." The truth hung between them, suffocating and filled with unspoken secrets. Dany squeezed his hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. What comforting words could she offer when she knew his dream might become a reality? Jon wiped her tears away gently. "I'm sorry too. I don't want to bark orders at you or treat you like a servant. I just want to keep you safe. I didn't want you to see that." "I like the way you care for me," she replied, even though deep down, she felt she didn't deserve it. "But you don't need to worry so much about me. I'm a healer. I see gruesome things all the time." He nodded, understanding her words. "I know that. But you deserve to be somewhere safe and easy. I want to shield you from whatever I can." Dany nodded, resigned to the reality of their situation. "And you deserve better too." As another evening settled in, they found themselves at yet another camp. They never stayed in one place for more than a night. Dany had taken to foraging for herds with Talisa as the camp was being assembled. There were still a couple of hours before sunset, and they searched through the brush and the blanket of dead leaves for anything useful. Meanwhile, Jon was preoccupied with meetings, consulting with Robb and his council more often. Dany assumed this meant they were getting closer to their destination, a path filled with blood and violence. Robb Stark had never lost a battle he fought, yet fear coiled tightly around Dany's heart. Alongside that fear was an eagerness to be on her way. Ever since they had come upon the girls in the tree, her determination to return home had reignited. She knew she lacked the skills and desire to survive in a world like this. There was simply no place for her here. The way Jon looked at her felt like a reprimand, as if she were a naughty child breaking the rules. She cared for him fiercely, and the thought of hurting him was unbearable. But she knew that the love of his life would find him soon, and she needed to return to her own. So, she began to plan more seriously this time. She would run at the start of the battle, when everyone would be on edge and focused on their tasks. Ghost would be the only obstacle she'd have to face, as she was certain Jon would leave him to safeguard her. That was a problem she hadn't yet solved. If she managed to get past Ghost, she would take a map, a horse, and as much food and water as she could carry. A cluster of white petals caught her eye. "Yarrow," she called to Talisa, excited. It was an herb known for its ability to stop bleeding when applied to a wound. Talisa rushed over. "Well done," she exclaimed. "Let's gather all of it. Gods know we'll need plenty soon." They took their time, carefully clipping the stems so they could be hung to dry. Once they finished, the men began to return to their horses. Talisa stood with a sigh, stretching her neck. "It looks like we're setting out again. Will I see you at the campfires tonight?" "No," Dany replied. She needed to focus and couldn't risk losing her senses again. I know," the healer said with a wink. "You don't want to spill all your secrets." Something about her words sent a chill through Dany. She watched as Talisa walked back to the host, the white herbs slung over her shoulder, humming a familiar tune. It was still dark when Jon awoke to hushed voices outside the tent. Jon stepped out of the tent, glancing back at Dany, who was still peacefully asleep. It was still dark, perhaps only 2 hours before sunrise. As he wandered outside, he found a growing crowd, all eyes fixed on the sky. A brilliant red comet blazed overhead, its long tail glowing against the cloudless night. He hurried back to their tent and sat on the edge of their bed, momentarily reluctant to disturb her. In her sleep, Dany looked untroubled, safe and warm. For a fleeting moment, he allowed himself to believe he was doing right by her as her husband. But he knew she'd be upset if he didn't wake her. "Wake up, love," he whispered, gently patting her back. "There's something you should see." Dany stirred, still rubbing the sleep from her eyes as he wrapped her in his cloak and led her outside. He found a clear spot away from the trees, giving them a better view. When she finally saw the comet, her eyes widened. "Oh my gods. It's real? Oh my gods." He chuckled. "You speak so strangely, Southron girl." He pulled her close, and they settled on the cold ground, gazing up at the sky. "It's beautiful," she breathed. "Red like the leaves of a heart tree," Jon replied. "Maybe it's a sign from the old gods." Dany nudged him playfully. "What if it's about you? The new Stark?" A flush crept across Jon's cheeks as he exhaled softly. "That's the least likely reason behind it." He wrapped an arm around her, and she nestled her head against his chin. "Besides, I have everything I could ever want." "Is this all you want?" Dany asked, raising an eyebrow. "For all your life?" "Maybe a little more," Jon admitted, running a hand through his hair. "A keep for you to call home, strong walls to keep you safe. You and our children." "Our children?" Dany looked up at him, her smile radiant. "How many shall we have?" Jon's heart raced as he caressed her cheek. "As many as you can safely give." "Me?" Dany laughed as she crawled into his lap, resting her hands on his shoulders. "You're not greedy, are you?" "I never thought I'd have a child," Jon replied, getting lost in her violet eyes. He had never imagined having a wife, and he certainly never knew he could feel this way about anyone. Even one would be brilliant. Her eyes sparkled in the moonlight. "I have a prediction." "What's that?" he asked, intrigued. "You're going to have 10 children. 4 boys and 6 girls." "7 hells," Jon muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Even as a joke, the thought was astounding. "That's a lot of marriages to arrange." Her laughter rang out, filling the night air. "I'm sure you'll manage," she said breathlessly. "Oh, you're going to leave it to me?" He pinched her side playfully, and she squirmed away. She pressed her fingers to his lips. "If I'm going to birth them, you can marry them." Jon had never felt as happy as he did in that moment. "How can I argue with that?" He leaned in and kissed her, sweet and untroubled. In that instant, the camp around them faded away, and the war felt distant, as if they were already safe behind the high, sturdy walls he dreamed of. Nothing and no one could reach them. Dany broke the kiss with a sniffle. "What's wrong?" she asked, her eyes glistening with tears. He brushed them away gently as they fell. Her voice trembled. "Do you know what a red comet means where I come from?" "Dragons." Jon was bewildered as she cried into his shoulder. He didn't understand, and he wasn't even sure what to ask. All he could do was hold her as her shoulders shook with emotion. Finally, she wiped her eyes and lifted her head. "We're getting close to battle, aren't we? You're gone more often. Is that why?" His stomach twisted. "Yes," he admitted. "I won't let anything happen to you, and I won't leave you." Jon dressed in the dark, illuminated only by the light of a single candle. He didn't want to wake Dany. Not yet. Tonight Jon planned to catch Stafford Lannister and his new recruits off guard. If everything went according to plan, the attack would be swift. Robb was sending men ahead to cut the lines holding the horses, and then he'd release Grey Wind to stir up chaos among them. In the confusion, they hoped the cavalry could break through the camp. Dany sat up suddenly, blinking as her eyes found Jon. For a moment, she looked lost, hugging herself before jumping out of bed. Hurt was evident in her eyes. "You weren't going to wake me?" she asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. Jon's heart sank. "Of course I was going to," he replied, pulling her into an embrace. I just thought I'd let you sleep a little longer." She pressed a quick kiss to his cheek and lit another candle. Her delicate fingers worked at the fastenings of his brigandine. A heavy silence settled over their pavilion, filled with an unspoken sadness. They both feared what might happen if he fell in battle, but for different reasons. Dying had never frightened him as much as it did now. What would happen to her if he left her alone? Once his armor was secure and she had double-checked each fastening, she knelt before him. "I have a request," she said softly. "What is it?" he asked. "Please," she begged, laying her hand on his knee. "Take Ghost with you." Jon shook his head. "I won't need him with me. He'll be of more use to you here." She lowered her gaze. "It would bring me so much comfort if you would." Tilting her chin up, he kissed her forehead. His chest ached as she leaned into his touch. "I will be all right," he murmured. "I told you I won't leave you." Dany nodded slowly. "I was afraid you'd refuse." She rose and retrieved something from her trunk. "This is for you," she said, placing a lock of her hair in his palm, fastened with a lavender ribbon. His heart swelled as he looked down at the silver lock. "You cut your beautiful hair?" Tears pooled in her eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "I love you, Jon," she said, her voice trembling. "And I have cherished every moment we've shared." His heart ached at her words, and he longed to stay and hold her close. "Are you saying goodbye to me, Southron girl?" "I'll be back as soon as I can to help you with the wounded." She nodded and closed her eyes. Jon's throat tightened as he wiped away her tears. "I love you too, Dany." His words only seemed to deepen her distress as she took shaky breaths, but he knew she needed to hear them. "If the battle doesn't go our way, and it won't, but just in case, Ghost will stay with you. You can travel with the other healers. Don't tell anyone who you are, and make your way north. If Winterfell stands, my family will take care of you." "It's time, Jon," Uncle Benjen called from outside. Jon embraced her one last time and pressed a kiss to her lips. "Thank you," Dany managed, offering a trembling smile. "For everything you've done to protect me." He squeezed her hand gently. "Until my last day." When he turned to leave, he didn't look back. After he was gone, Dany collapsed onto their bed, sobbing until she thought she might be sick. It wasn't fair. What kind of gut-wrenching nightmare had she found herself in? She knew it would hurt to leave him, but she hadn't anticipated the feeling of her insides twisting in agony. "Get it together, Dany. It will be better for everyone if you leave now." Letting her tears fall freely, she dragged herself out of bed. She grabbed her pre-packed bag of clothes and food, taking one last look around the comforting space they had shared before blowing out the candles. The camp was eerily quiet. Despite the flurry of movement and activity, everyone seemed too on edge to speak. Some rushed through their tasks in preparation for the army's return, while others paced restlessly or stared into the flickering campfires. Talisa would be with the healers, ready to receive the wounded. They would be expecting her, so it was crucial that she leave before anyone noticed her absence. As she slipped through the shadows, Ghost emerged from the dark tree line, just as she had anticipated. "Hey, boy," Dany greeted, giving the massive direwolf a hearty scratch behind his ears. "I've got something for you." The food stores were unguarded, and she had managed to cut down a haunch of elk. It was a simple plan, but she reminded herself that most successful plans often were. She dragged the heavy piece of meat over to her furry companion, who wasted no time devouring the offering. Ghost didn't follow her as she made her way to the stables. Perhaps he was confident he could track her easily. Dany felt a rush of triumph as she tacked up her gray palfrey, tightening the girth with purpose. "I know what I'm doing this time," she thought, climbing into the saddle. A giddy excitement bubbled within her as she picked up the reins, but she didn't move just yet. "He's fine, Dany. You know how this battle goes." Robb Stark wins easily, and Jon Snow stays unharmed. You need to return to your own time and to your own boyfriend." Her breath quickened, and she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, almost overwhelming her. She squeezed her eyes shut, forcing herself to picture Jon Stark. She missed his warm smile and the lazy Saturdays they spent together in his apartment. And Uncle Eamon. She longed to wander through the Citadel library with him, listening to his captivating stories. The ache of missing them both was suffocating, but she remained still. "I can't," she whispered to herself. Her eyelids felt heavy, and her nose began to run. "I can't. Not now. I need to make sure he's okay. I'll sneak back out after he's returned." The camp would still be bustling, and Ghost would probably go hunting once his master was back. She left the horse saddled and, as she passed Ghost still working on the great limb of elk, she made her way back to their tent. Dany tucked her bag away in her trunk and joined the healers, filled with a different kind of determination. Dany felt a surge of nervous energy, far more intense than the last time she waited for the men to return. She paced back and forth, fidgeting, her gaze constantly drifting up to the blue eye of the ice dragon, the symbol she hoped would guide her home. Relief flooded through her when the sounds of shouts and cheers erupted as the army returned to camp. "Once I see he's safe, I'll go," she thought, positioning herself on the edge of the crowd, her heart racing. Then, she heard the king in the north's voice cut through the noise. "We need the maester." Dany's stomach dropped like a stone as she dashed forward. Jon wasn't walking on his own. Robb and Benjen flanked him, supporting him as he struggled to limp along. Theon walked beside them, his face ashen. "Jon!" Dany cried out as she rushed to him. His skin was pale, and his eyes seemed unfocused. A broken arrow shaft jutted from his upper thigh, and his trousers were already soaked with blood. She silently begged any gods who might be listening that the arrow had missed his femoral artery. Robb and Benjen pressed forward, Jon between them. "We're bringing him to the maester," Robb assured her. Raw anger surged through Dany. "I will be directing his care," she declared. Chapter 8, Promises Are the Sweetest Lies. The rain fell relentlessly, as it had for the past 3 days, drenching every surface of Raventree. Water gushed down the curbs, pooling along the empty sidewalks. Jon watched the heavy drops patter against the tall arched windows of the police station. More familiar with this place than he cared to admit, he shifted uncomfortably in the metal chair beneath him, waiting for Chief Mormont. His head throbbed, and his neck was stiff from another sleepless night. Deep down, he knew this was a waste of time. If this inept department had discovered anything, they would have informed Eamon by now. But he felt the need to do something. Whether old Nan's tales were true, that Dany had somehow gone back in time, or whether something far more ordinary had happened to her, he had to act. Deputy Tollett, one of Raventree's 4 deputies, sat behind the front desk, staring intently at his computer screen. The department was so small that they'd called in help from White Harbor as soon as Dany had gone missing. But aside from interviewing him as a suspect, they had come up with nothing. Chief Jeor Mormont entered unceremoniously, his white hair and beard giving him a jollier appearance than he truly possessed. "Let's go, Stark," he said. Jon followed him into his office and took a seat at the dark brown desk. The space was plain and tidy, except for a large raven perched on a stand in the corner. "Corn, corn," the bird muttered as it flew directly to the chief and settled on his shoulder. "How's the girl's uncle?" Jeor asked, feeding the bird corn from his pocket. "As well as can be expected," Jon replied, the standard answer for a man living in a strange village while searching for his missing niece. A picture of Dany pinned to a bulletin board behind Mormont caught his eye. His heart might have ached if he hadn't felt so numb. Mormont sighed, placing his hands on the table. "I've let this go too long. It's gone on long enough. It's not fair to you." Chief Mormont looked at Jon with sympathy, a look Jon had grown impervious to. "I'm sorry, lad. I wish there was more we could do." Jon pressed his lips into a tight smile. "Perhaps you could do your job." "Job," cawed the creepy bird perched nearby. "Job, job, job." Mormont leaned forward. "I know this must be disappointing." "Disappointing?" Jon struggled to keep his voice steady. "My expectations of your department were low to begin with, and you've met those expectations at every turn." Mormont settled back in his chair. "We've spent the past 3 months searching over 100 square miles of rugged terrain with K-9 units from White Harbor. We've conducted 175 interviews and searched your vehicle and both of your phones extensively." Jon's blood boiled. "And what do you have to show for it?" "My girlfriend has been missing for 3 months. She disappeared, vanished." He closed his eyes, trying to quiet the storm of thoughts raging within him. "Do you have any idea what might have happened to her?" Mormont gave a heavy nod. "We haven't found a body. No blood at the scene, no blood in your car." "Blood," the raven shrieked. "Blood, blood, blood." Mormont ignored the bird and continued. "She hasn't accessed her bank accounts or credit cards, and there's no indication on her phone or social media that she's run off somewhere." The chief paused. "That leaves only a few options, and none are good. The most likely one is that you killed her, and either you've covered your tracks very well or you've been very lucky. What is it that the Lannister woman calls you on TV?" Jon could only grit his teeth. "Professor Death." That's how Cersei Lannister had started referring to him on her obnoxious, fear-mongering cable show. He threw up his hands in frustration. "I understand I'm the one to look at. I'm the boyfriend, the last one to see her alive. But if the evidence isn't pointing at me, you need to consider other possibilities." "Possibilities lead me to option 2, some unknown assailant killed her," Mormont said. Jon's heart raced at the thought. "I should have been there to protect her." "And option 3, she ventured too far into the woods and got lost. It's easy to get turned around, especially at night." Jon lowered his head. "The woods have been searched," he argued weakly. Mormont nodded slowly. "We do our best, but, in a forest like that, it's easy to miss things." "Miss," the bird sang. "Miss, miss." Desperation squeezed Jon's chest. "What about the local legend of the weirwood tree and people going through it? Is that a serious question? There are newspaper articles dating back to at least the late 19th century about women vanishing in Raventree and later returning, claiming to have been in the past." Jon had spent countless hours poring over microfilm in the Raventree library and found 3 accounts of such occurrences. Gior's expression turned serious. "Don't do this to yourself, lad. The best thing you can do is accept that she's gone and learn to live with it." Jon clenched the arms of his chair. "Am I to understand that your department would give up on a missing woman after only 3 months?" "We aren't giving up." The chief raised his eyebrows. "I intend to find out what happened to her, but it's time you realized it's not a living girl we're looking for anymore." Jon stood abruptly, almost knocking over the chair. "As long as you're looking for something, Chief Mormont." A sudden crack of thunder sent Jon's heart racing. "Snow!" The bird cried as rain began to pelt against the windows. "Snow, snow, snow." "That's not snow, you stupid bird," Mormont grumbled. The raven bobbed its head. "Snow, snow, snow. Jon Snow." Jon felt breathless, his core turning ice cold. Jon Snow? His mind flickered back to the past. There wasn't enough light. "We need more candles." She never would have considered a. The surgical light had been a luxury during her time in school. Here, the pavilion was dark and crowded with people who seemed more of a hindrance than a help. Robb and Benjen carefully laid Jon out on a table, while Dany quickly tied a tourniquet around his injured upper thigh, being careful to avoid the arrow shaft still embedded in his leg. Jon mumbled something incoherent, prompting her to rush to his side, her fingers searching for his pulse. It was racing, and he was drenched in sweat. "It's going to be all right," she assured him. In her time, and in her hospital, a wound like this wouldn't be fatal. But here, blood loss and infection posed far greater threats. Jon's consciousness was fading, his eyes unfocused and drifting in and out of sleep. She lifted one of his eyelids to check his pupils, quickly realizing it was futile. "I don't have my light. I don't have any way to assess him properly." Without a stethoscope, there was no way to administer fluids or check his blood oxygen levels. His chest rose and fell with heavy breaths, and she knew she needed to assess his chest and abdomen for injuries. As she fumbled with the fastenings of his armor, Benjen and Robb came to her aid without her needing to shout. Once the brigandine was removed, she felt relieved to discover that his breathing was unlabored, and she began scouring his body for any additional wounds or bruises. There were none. It was time to address the injury. He cried out as she examined it, and her heart ached, but she pushed her emotions aside. "Hold him," she instructed the men. "The maester will be here soon with dream wine," Robb reassured Jon. It seemed the arrow had narrowly missed his femoral artery. "Theon, bring me light," she said. To her relief, Greyjoy complied without complaint, holding a candle as she examined the wound. The bleeding had slowed, but she knew that would change significantly once she removed the arrow. Just then, Maester Aller arrived. Though she hadn't seen much of him during their travels, she felt a sense of urgency as they prepared to address Jon's injuries. Much different from Maester Vyman, Maester Aller was younger, with dark hair and dark eyes, and he wore fewer chains. The Citadel likely believed he was better suited to handle the road than his older counterparts. Benjen propped Jon up while Robb held his chin, allowing the maester to administer dream wine. Much of it dribbled down Jon's chin, and Dany hoped it would take effect soon as she glanced at the wound again. When the maester joined her, she fought the urge to tell him to back off. She knew she was being overly protective, but she didn't trust his medieval understanding of medicine. With Jon appearing to be completely unconscious, Dany twisted the arrow gently, her stomach dropping when it didn't budge. "Robert B. fucking Baratheon. It's lodged in the bone." Aside from arrow wounds to the abdomen, which were often fatal, injuries involving the bone were the most challenging to treat and posed the greatest risk of infection. Dany picked up her forceps and doused them with alcohol. "Wait," Maester Aller interrupted. She shot him a glare. "Forgive me, my lady, but that's not the best instrument for this." He held up a pair of forceps with flat jaws bent at an angle, designed to grasp the body of an arrowhead. This allows for more mobility with less damage to the flesh. "That's actually brilliant," Dany admitted, deciding it was best to relinquish some control. "Please," she gestured for him to proceed with the removal. She watched intently, her eyes flicking between him and Jon to ensure he remained still. Jon didn't so much as twitch as the maester began his work, and Dany rechecked his pulse and breathing rhythm. Fresh blood gushed from the wound when the maester wrenched the arrowhead free. Dany quickly washed the wound with alcohol before applying a compress. Relief washed over her as she began to suture the wound. "What now?" Robb asked, his voice laced with concern. "Is he going to be all right?" "Yes," Dany replied firmly. "But he will need rest. Lots of rest." Robb and Benjen carefully carried Jon back to their tent, helping Dany settle him into bed. Theon stoked the fire in the brazier while Maester Aller placed a concoction of dream wine on the bedside table. Once they left, Dany found herself alone with her unconscious husband, ghost curled up beside the bed. The flickering firelight revealed that Jon's face was serene, his breathing steady. Only after ensuring he was safe and comfortable did she begin to prepare for bed. The water in the basin was cold but refreshing as she wiped the sweat from her forehead and cleaned the blood and grime from her hands. It wasn't until she started to undress for bed that her stony facade began to crack. Her nose tingled, and her chin quivered. What if I hadn't been here? What if he'd been injured while I was away? Ghost stood up and licked her palm, prompting her to look down at him with a sad smile as she scratched behind his ears. After finding a handkerchief, she climbed into bed, positioning herself beside Jon's uninjured side. Though he never seemed to mind the cold, she pulled the covers around him anyway. This wasn't right. This wasn't fair. There was no scenario where she wasn't hurting the man she loved. This night had shown her just how dangerous it was for Jon to be near her. He was lying in bed with a wound that would take weeks to heal, all because she was here. Her very presence posed a threat to him. I should have tried harder to get home. Or maybe if I had told him the truth, he'd have helped me. Jon. She whispered into the darkness. Can you hear me? She watched him intently, but there was no movement, no sound. I have something I need to tell you. Her muscles trembled as she braced herself to speak the truth. I've been lying to you about who I really am. I'm from Old Town, and I did learn to be a healer there, but I'm from the future, 800 years from now. Her shoulders trembled as she continued, I never wanted to lie to you. I never meant to cause you any pain. I never intended for either of us to fall in love. She paused, her heart aching at the memory. The man I told you about, the one I said might have been my husband? She closed her eyes, envisioning Jon, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. He's not alive here, that much is true. But where I'm from, he's waiting for me. And as for you, your story is recorded in history books where I come from, and you have, her voice broke, a great love coming to find you from across the narrow sea. With those words, she exhaled a heavy sigh. Jon remained still, his forehead smooth and untroubled. She pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. That's why I must leave. When I do, it will almost kill me to hurt you. Crawling under the covers, she nestled as close as she could without crowding him, entwining her fingers with his. But not yet. She wouldn't leave this man until he was healed. The sun was still faint when she was stirred awake by Jon moving beside her. She bolted upright, her vision still blurred. How's your pain? She asked. He grimaced slightly. It's there. Groggy and clumsy, she carefully climbed out of bed, trying not to cause him more discomfort. I'll get more dream wine, she told him as she hurried to the pot left by the maester. It was still warm as she poured it into a cup, adding honey to mask the bitter taste. Jon's eyes were tight, and his lips were pressed into a thin line. Dany knelt beside the bed. You took an arrow. Do you remember? He nodded. You're healing now, she assured him, and you're past any danger. Or at least, she hoped that was true. Jon winced as she helped him sit up, and he grasped the cup when she offered it to him. You all right? He asked, his voice hoarse. Her heart softened. Yes, as long as you're well. I thought I heard you crying last night. Dany froze. You were in a deep sleep. Perhaps it was just a dream. Regardless, my only concern right now is you. If you want to ease my mind, you need to rest. His expression didn't seem satisfied. But if you need more convincing, I'm about to clean and dress your wound, she added. I'm not sure you'll find that a pleasant experience. Frowning at the contents of his cup, he inspected it for a moment before drinking it down. Satisfied, she set the cup aside and crawled back into bed, resting her head on his shoulder. Jon's eyes were already growing heavy as the dream wine took effect. I thought you were going to change the bandage. She propped herself up on her elbow and stroked her fingers through his hair. After you're asleep. He took her hand and pressed it against his heart. Thank you, Dany. Her heart warmed. You could thank me by taking Ghost with you next time. His eyes were fully closed now. The wolf can't stop an arrow. Promise me you'll take him. There was a long pause, and she wondered if he had fallen asleep when he replied flatly, "No." She laughed lightly. "I thought with the dream wine I might have convinced you." When she was sure he was asleep, she changed his bandage and cleaned the wound. The skin was healing nicely, with no sign of infection. Thank the gods. She dressed it with honey to help protect against infection and dried peppermint leaves to dull the pain. It would be best if she could get him to stay off his leg entirely for a few days, but she expected 2 would be all she could manage. She stayed by his side while he slept, entertained his visitors, and gave him dream wine when he woke. The day passed without any sign of fever, and she slept easier the second night, knowing he was out of danger. A grunt of pain woke her the next morning, and she found him sitting up at the edge of the bed. Anger surged through her as she glared at him. "What do you think you're doing, Jon Snow?" she scolded, climbing out of bed. Only his uninjured leg was planted on the floor. "I can't stay in this bed any longer," he replied, determination etched on his face. "I can handle the pain." "Okay," she conceded, knowing better than to argue with him. "But you need to let me help you." She quickly threw on a dress robe and grabbed the padded crutches she had gotten from the healers. Jon frowned and tilted his head down. "How long do I have to use those?" Sitting beside him on the bed, she took the crutches in hand. "At least a few weeks. The wound was deep." "When can I ride?" he asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. She straightened her back, anticipating this question. "In a week. You have to let it heal." "How about 3 days?" he suggested, more as a statement than a real question. "I can't hold up the entire army." "Fine," she relented, resting her head against his shoulder. "But I know one thing for certain, Jon Snow, you won't be engaging in the next battle." He leaned his head against hers. "Thank you." Jon was a man of few words, and she understood the depth behind them. It was a silent gratitude. "Thank you for caring about what happens to me, thank you for loving me." And she felt the same way about him. Her medieval husband proved to be an easy patient, relatively speaking. He used his crutches faithfully, just as he had used his sling, but he often set them aside to tackle tasks he wasn't capable of. Dany lost her temper on the second evening when she caught him trying to chop firewood. He was a man used to being useful, and he struggled with idleness. Thankfully, the pain kept him from doing anything too reckless. 3 days passed, and they set out with the army toward the crag. The first day of riding was tough on him, though he would never admit it. They rode separately to avoid aggravating his injury, but he couldn't hide the strain on his face. Jon grimaced every time he dismounted. He remained patient as Dany reapplied a topical pain reliever during their midday break, and he didn't protest when they decided to retire early for the night with a bit of dream wine. He grumbled about how she had to take care of him like a child, but he let her do it. He had no choice in the matter. Dany couldn't shake the thought that, in her time, a wound like his would have healed much faster. If the arrow had struck his gut, he wouldn't have survived. Those thoughts only strengthened her resolve to watch over him, whether he liked it or not. After 2 weeks of traveling by day and resting at night, she reluctantly agreed to let him use only one crutch. A few days out from the crag, they headed to join Robb and his council in the pavilion. As they passed a pair of men practicing swordplay, Jon looked on with longing. "I should be sparring," he lamented. "I have to practice, or I'll grow weak." Dany walked closely by his side. "That's what you get for taking an arrow, my dear husband." "I suppose you're right," he replied, lowering his gaze. "You shouldn't have to look after me like this." "Hey," she said, gently touching his arm. "We're in this together, right?" His eyes softened. "Right." When they entered the pavilion, Robb, Theon, the Blackfish, and Benjen were already seated. Theon set down his cup, a smirk spreading across his face. "There you are, Snow. Is that your wife or your nursemaid?" He joked, laughing at his own words. Did you know marriage would bring you this much joy, my lady? Dany rolled her eyes. I know your left hand is jealous of your right, and that's about all I know. The room erupted in laughter, Theon included. A flush crept across her cheeks as she moved to help Jon take a seat, but he discreetly waved her away. It was clear that Greyjoy was at least 3 cups in. Your woman has the mouth of a man, he said with a laugh. Theon jeered at Jon. Is she going to ride into battle for you too? Jon bristled beside Dany, but before he could shoot back an insult, Robb chimed in. That's a good question. You can cut open a man and stitch him up to save him, but do you know how to cut a man to kill him? Dany felt her mind go blank. What do you mean? Do you know how to defend yourself, lass? Ben-Jen asked. Under their scrutinizing gazes, she began to feel small. Like with a sword? There's not enough time to teach you that, the Blackfish said as he rose from his seat and moved to her side of the table. A lightweight dagger will do. Now? Dany glanced at Jon, unsure. It's not a bad idea, Jon replied. Use the dagger I gave you. Her hand instinctively moved to the pouch where she kept it. The one for starting fires? Aye, he said with a nod. It works well for that too. She pulled out the little blade and stood up, examining it with a new perspective. It was certainly heavier than any pocket knife she had back home. Robb and Theon also rose from their seats, and the king in the north took the dagger from her to inspect it. When did he give you this? Robb asked. When she needed it, Jon interjected before she could answer. Robb raised an eyebrow at his brother, then handed the blade back to her. Arming prisoners in my camp? That's a good-sized weapon for a lady, Brynden said, looking it over with approval. Hide it in your boot for the occasion you might need it. It's no good hiding it in her boot if she doesn't know what to do with it, Theon pointed out. Let's teach her then, Robb said with a grin. He grabbed Theon by the shoulders and pulled him toward Dany. Show us where you'd stick him. All right, Dany relented. She couldn't deny that this could be useful. Squaring her shoulders, she took a deep breath and raised the dagger high. Brynden caught her arm. That will kill him, he cautioned. If you could reach. You're smarter than Greyjoy, but that won't help you if he overpowers you. You're small, and your strength is best delivered with an undercut. He placed his hand over hers, guiding her through an upward motion. Taking his advice, she made a dramatic underhand thrust toward Greyjoy's heart, relishing the way he flinched. Just avoid the breastbone, she added. Ben-Jen chuckled. Good lass. Don't waste steel. Right in the heart, Robb teased, giving Greyjoy a playful pat on the back. You're dead. Theon shrugged him off and gestured to Brynden. What if he's wearing armor? They showed her the weak points of plate armor, the armpits, the backs of the knees, the palms of the hands, and the visor. Poke him full of holes and run, Robb instructed. Men in plate armor are slow. Show her what to do if someone gets a hold of her, Jon called from where he sat. Dany's heart raced as she recalled the soldier who had attacked her in Riverrun. She exchanged a concerned glance with Jon, who nodded encouragingly. They demonstrated how to stomp on a man's instep if he grabbed her from behind or to elbow him in the gut. Robb hesitated when it came to showing her what to do if someone grabbed her from the front, and the Blackfish stepped in. If a man takes you this way, stick him in the back, right in the kidney. Dany finished for him. The Blackfish nodded in approval. I pity any man in Westeros foolish enough to trouble you, my lady. Dany beamed with pride as she returned to her seat beside Jon. He smiled back and placed his hand on her knee under the table. The group chatted happily as plates of meat and potatoes were brought in for dinner. Dany noticed Robb stiffen as a messenger whispered in his ear, handing him a scroll with the Tully seal. Both Dany and Talisa watched as Robb's expression darkened while he read the letter. The king in the north's face shifted from pale to a deep shade of red, and with a fierce crumpling of the parchment, He hurled it onto the table. Silence fell over the group, each of them waiting for Robb to reveal the news. He rose from his seat, head bowed. She released Lannister. Dany felt her stomach drop. What? Theon asked, confusion etched on his face. Cat, the blackfish replied grimly. In a sudden outburst, Robb grabbed the nearest tray of food and sent it crashing to the floor before storming out of the pavilion, fury radiating from him. The table remained stunned, the gravity of the moment hanging heavily in the air. Jon, dumbfounded, took a moment before squeezing Dany's hand. I need to be with my brother, he said. Ghost will see you back, Dany replied softly. The warm orange glow of the sun sank low on the horizon, and a cool breeze whistled through the tall grass along the riverbank where Dany sat, a basket overflowing with freshly picked herbs by her side. She and Talisa had started collecting as the camp was being set up, and now Dany had agreed to stand guard while the young healer bathed in the river. Truth be told, Ghost was the real muscle Talisa wanted, and the wolf loped along the bank, nose to the ground. Talisa began removing her boots and outerwear, setting them neatly in a pile. Your husband seems much better, she noted. He is, Dany agreed. At least his leg doesn't bother him as much anymore. The young healer's expression darkened as she unbraided her hair. I suppose the news from Riverrun isn't sitting well with the Starks. No, Dany replied. Not at all. The news of Jaime Lannister's release by Catelyn Stark had cast a looming shadow over the past few days. Throughout her time with Jon and his family, there had always been a sense of optimism, even amid their serious circumstances. Now, that optimism had waned. Robb smiled less, Theon's smug remarks had diminished, and Jon was quieter. Dany felt a heaviness in her chest as she anticipated what was to come. The Blackfish had been dispatched back to Riverrun with his own forces to restore order, while the larger army pressed on. She turned her gaze away, granting the young healer some privacy as she slipped into the cold water. Dany looked up when she heard the girl yelp and noticed a tattoo of black flames on her lower back. It struck her as oddly familiar. How can you stand that? Dany asked, watching the girl swim around in the frigid water. The autumn chill made her hesitate to join in. Not all of us have private baths brought to our pavilions, my lady, the young healer replied with a playful tone. Dany felt her cheeks warm, regretting her choice of words. We're nearing the crag now, Talisa said, gliding through the slow-moving current. I'm sure it will be another victory for the northern armies. What do you imagine your life will be like when Robb Stark defeats the Lannisters and returns to Winterfell in triumph? A fresh ache blossomed in Dany's chest. I'm not sure. It's hard to think so far into the future. Especially knowing that Robb Stark would never see Winterfell again, a truth Talisa couldn't possibly grasp. That it is. I plan to return home when the wars are over. Home to Volantis? Dany asked. Yes, Talisa replied. Could you hand me my soap? She pointed to where she had left it among her belongings. Dany reached down to the embankment and handed her the gray block. Thank you, Talisa said, beginning to lather her long dark hair. Gods, I miss shampoo and conditioner. Dany froze. I often wonder what I'm missing, Talisa continued. I'll have missed at least a whole season of Friends by the time I get home. Maybe two. Slowly, Dany rose to her feet, her pulse racing in her ears. Who are you? Talisa Mager of Volantis, she answered, pausing before adding, 1998. Her head was spinning. I knew it, she said breathlessly. I mean, I didn't know, but I knew. The way you braid your hair. She glanced at the tattoo. And you? Her throat felt tight, and her eyes darted around, searching for anyone who might overhear. Daenerys, she whispered. Daenerys Targaryen of Old Town. Tears pricked at her eyes. 2022. Suddenly, it felt like all the tension drained from her body, and she sank back down onto the grass. Talisa erupted with laughter. Gods. 2022. The world must be incredible. It's all right. Don't get too excited, Dany cautioned. Another woman from the past, just like her. Every neuron in her brain was lighting up. How did you get here? I'll tell you everything once I'm back in my warm clothes, Talisa replied. Dany paced impatiently while Talisa dried off and put her riding clothes back on. Once they were ready, they sat together on the bank while the healer towel-dried her hair. I'm part of a very secret, very exclusive history expedition led by Professor Nan at the Citadel, Talisa revealed. Dany's stomach dropped. Wait. Professor Nan? Do you mean old Nan? The elderly woman who exchanged strange tales for cider at the Quill and Tankard? Talisa tilted her head. I suppose she'd be much older in your time. Are you one of her students too? Is that how you came here? I didn't come for a class, Dany said, crossing her arms tightly around her shoulders. It happened very much by accident. I wondered why you were breaking all the rules. Talisa tapped her arm playfully. We're supposed to lay low, observe. You're doing much more than observing. I didn't ask for this, Dany replied, her tone sharper than she intended. No one prepared me for this insanity, and I certainly didn't choose it. Hey, Talisa said gently, squeezing her shoulder. I'm not judging you. This is so exciting. I've been here 10 months now, and it feels so good to speak freely with someone, Talisa said, her excitement palpable. Dany agreed, though with less enthusiasm. So how does this expedition or class work? Talisa pulled up her hood and wrapped her arms around her knees as a chilly breeze rustled the barren branches above. Professor Nan trains a few women every year, and at the summer solstice, they try to pass through the weirwood, she explained. Not everyone makes it through, only the weirwood decides. Some years, no women at all pass. I'll return to the tree when I'm ready to go home. It was hard for Dany to imagine someone willingly choosing to embark on such a wild journey. And to go home, you just return to the tree? Does it have to be a certain time of year? It doesn't matter what time of year it is, but it must be the same weirwood, Talisa clarified. Dany nodded, understanding dawning on her. That explains why I couldn't pass through in Riverrun. Daenerys Targaryen, Talisa said, casting her a sideways glance. An ancestor of the Mother of Dragons, I presume? Yes, Dany replied, suddenly wishing to change the subject. Talisa offered her a knowing smile. And you're now married to and sleeping with your how many greats-great-grandfather? Dany bent forward and buried her face in her hands. Ugh. I guess Targaryens never change. You haven't told him, have you? Of course not, she sighed. He'll just think I'm insane. Good, Talisa said with relief, leaning in closer. Tell no one. Her voice softened. You must know this is heading for tragedy. Yes, Dany admitted, closing her eyes. Talisa glanced around before whispering, You know about the Red Wedding? Dany nodded sadly. I've tried to escape and go back to the tree, but it hasn't worked. You're going to have to try again, the healer said firmly. You need to leave before you do any more damage. Theon Greyjoy has not been sent to Pike, and I suspect that's because of you. That means he might not sack Winterfell. Isn't that a good thing? For the Starks, maybe. But what does that mean for the rest of history? It's a major change. And what are you going to do when the real Daenerys Targaryen comes to Westeros? I plan to be gone before then. Talisa met her gaze directly. You must be. I'll help you in any way I can. She averted her eyes. Do you need moon tea? No, Dany replied, blinking. I have an IUD. Talisa wrinkled her nose. What? Never mind. Dany wished she could return to her own time. Her throat tightened as thoughts of Jon Snow flooded her mind. I don't want to hurt him. Talisa squeezed her hand. Dany wiped away a tear that rolled down her cheek. There's something else no one knows, she confessed. I have a boyfriend back home. Admitting it felt like opening a wound, and the sadness she had been denying surged within her. She hid her face in her hands before continuing. His name is Jon Stark. A vivid image of his face filled her mind. He was usually smiling and content in her memories, but now, his eyes appeared dull, and his face was ashen. The healer burst out laughing, jolting Dany from her somber thoughts. I'm sorry, Talisa said weakly, trying to stifle her giggles. Even in the future, you're with Jon Stark. Oh, the blood of the dragon. That's wild. Dany cleared her throat. Where I'm from, we're quite a few generations removed. Of course, Talisa replied, attempting to regain her composure before laughter overtook her again. Dany allowed herself to smile at the absurdity of it all. He looks exactly like him, she said, feeling a mix of nostalgia and longing. Wow. You've been on quite an adventure. Talisa stared into the distance. I don't know how I'm going to leave him, she confessed about Jon Snow. And I don't know what I will tell my Jon when I return, Dany said. These are extraordinary circumstances, Talisa replied gently. It will hurt him, but if he loves you, he'll understand. After Talisa left, Dany remained by the riverbank, feeling an overwhelming sense of isolation. She wished there were two of her, one to stay and one to go. But deep down, she reminded herself that was exactly why she had to leave. The thought of facing Jon Snow loomed over her, especially after she had shared so many secrets with someone else, things she could never reveal to him. She quickly wiped her eyes when she heard his approach. He hobbled toward her, leaning heavily on one crutch, the limp still evident in his gait. When she jumped up to help him, he raised his free hand. I'm all right, Dany, he said, though his eyes shone with concern. You've been crying, he observed. Without a word, she tucked herself into his side, and he wrapped his free arm around her. Will you sit with me? She asked. It's so beautiful here. She fought the impulse to assist him as he lowered himself to the ground and set his crutch aside. They sat together, watching the river flow slowly as the light began to fade. With his arm and cloak wrapped around her, she felt much warmer than before, wishing she could remain in this moment forever. The weight in her heart made her feel as if she couldn't rise if she tried. Did you know scent elicits stronger memories than any other sense? She asked softly. I think the scents that will bring me back here the most are fallen leaves, campfires, and leather. What do you think yours would be? He took her hand and caressed it with his thumb, contemplating her question. Yarrow, he said after a moment, and anise, and all the other things you pick that I can't quite recall. In the afternoons after you've gone gathering herbs, I can smell them in your hair and on your hands. He turned her palm up and brought it to his nose. Smells like home to me now. Dany's vision blurred with unshed tears. Yours are much better than mine, he said softly. With a gentle touch, he tilted her chin up. You don't have to tell me why you're sad, Dany. But I wish you would. I'm frightened, she finally admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm frightened that something bad is going to happen. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, overwhelmed by the weight of the lies between them. Horrible things were coming for him, and how could she not tell him? But even if she did, how could he possibly believe her? Jon pulled her closer, rubbing her back in a comforting gesture. We're going to be all right, Southron girl, he reassured her. With or without Jaime Lannister, we will win this war, and I will protect you. She clutched his arm as warm tears fell down her cheeks. No, my love, this war you will not win. Her heart pounded in her chest. I'm afraid we're running out of time, she confessed, more tears spilling down her face. I'm afraid one day you'll hate me. His eyebrows furrowed in concern as he wiped away her tears. "Nothing could ever make me hate you." He kissed the top of her head, then held her gaze with unwavering strength and patience. "Every day I breathe, you're mine. Whether it's 100 days or 100 years, I'm grateful for it." She leaned in and kissed him there by the river, beneath the barren trees and the setting sun. Both of them caught up in the moment, their fingers tangled and explored, tugging at ties and laces. Not even Jon seemed worried that someone might stumble upon them as he began to undo the laces at the front of her gown. Would he remember this in the years to come? Would she? She closed her eyes, trying to commit his touch to memory, to savor everything about the way he felt. Her body was so flushed that she hardly noticed the cold creeping in when he removed his cloak and laid it on the leaf-covered ground. "Wait," she breathed as he settled himself above her. "Your leg." He kissed her again, the slide of his tongue making her moan softly. "I don't need a healer anymore," he said softly. One of his rough hands slid up her skirts, finding her wet center. "I need my wife." Dany gasped at his touch and leaned in to chase his mouth. The thought of losing him, like she almost did at Oxcross, weighed heavily on her mind. "I love being your wife," she breathed, her heart racing. Their marriage had felt unreal when they left Riverrun, but now it was as tangible as the warmth between them. She vowed to hold on to it for as long as possible. They made love by the river, lost in their own world, oblivious to everything else. Eventually, breathless, they lay in each other's arms until the cold became too biting to ignore. Reluctantly, they returned to camp, ready to face the waiting world once more. Chapter 9. She walks in starlight in another world. Jon took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, returning the text he had been reading to the stack beside him. The printed words were blurring together: Stark, Karstark, Greyjoy, Baratheon, Snow. His head was spinning with a jumble of details, some speculative, some proven, all leading to a dead end. Aemon sat hunched over his own desk on the other side of their shared office. The usually tidy space was now cluttered with papers, books, and empty coffee cups. Ever since the eerie raven in Chief Mormont's office had called him Jon Snow, they had been poring over every document they could find. Basic things like meals and dishes were long forgotten. If it weren't for Ghost, Jon wasn't sure he would ever leave the apartment. After a week of this relentless search, Jon was uncertain about what they were actually looking for anymore. "I just keep rereading things I already know," he said, feeling his heart sink, though he was mostly numb. "We're not getting anywhere." Aemon didn't respond. He never did when Jon started complaining. Suddenly, Jon's cell phone buzzed, sending a jolt of discomfort through his already throbbing head. Mom flashed across the screen before it vibrated off the stack of papers and fell to the floor. He mumbled to Aemon that he needed to take the call and headed toward the kitchen. Taking a deep breath before answering, he scolded himself. "It's your mother. She's just worried about you." "Hi, Mom," he said, doing his best to sound normal. She wasn't convinced, and as he rummaged through the cabinet for an Advil, he reassured her he was fine. "I'm just working on something right now." His temples began to throb more intensely as she urged him to come home, insisting it would do him good. "Yes, you keep telling me that," he replied, irritation creeping into his voice. "And I've told you, I can't leave." "Not yet." "I'm sorry, but I've got to go." "I'll call you later." "I will." He turned his phone to silent and left it on the counter, feeling the weight of his frustration settle in the silence of the room. Jon poured himself a glass of water, feeling the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. "Seven hells," he muttered, slumping over the counter. He chastised himself for spiraling into negativity. Trudging back down the hall, he returned to the gloomy confines of his office. He picked up Ghost's leash from the floor. "I'm going to take him for a walk and grab us something to eat," he announced. Wordlessly, Aemon rose from his chair and placed an open book in Jon's hands. "What is this?" Jon asked, glancing down at the page. Eamon pointed to a specific line of text. "Jon Snow's first wife," he replied. Jon squeezed his eyes shut, feeling a stab of pain shoot through his head. He rubbed his eyes until he could see clearly again. His first wife? You mean the common girl he married before he met the mother of dragons? What about her? Eamon's violet eyes were resolute. A common girl he married rather mysteriously during the War of the Five Kings. Jon shook his head, dismissing the idea. No, that couldn't be Dany. We've always known about his first wife. There are numerous papers and original documents that include that information. Eamon clasped Jon's shoulders. If our Daenerys somehow crossed paths with Jon Snow during that time, what we know would change in this time. Any alterations she might make would become part of our history. The thought hit Jon like a gut punch, forcing him back into his chair. Fuck, he muttered. This is like Doctor Who. A new thought took his breath away, and he hesitated before voicing it. Do we know what happened to her? Eamon shot him a dark look before returning his attention to the book. Jon climbed back to the kitchen and grabbed his phone from the counter. He shifted impatiently on his feet as it rang. Mom, I changed my mind, he said as soon as she answered. You were right. A visit home would do me good. Outside, the wind picked up, rustling the trees and shaking the canvas of the healer's pavilion. It was fully dark now, with a cloudy sky obscuring the light of the moon and stars. They were camped near the crag, and if everything went as planned, they would have the castle before sunrise. The army had spent the past few weeks pillaging the Westerlands, and the seat of House Westerling was their next target. Dany knew all too well what that would mean for Robb Stark. Jon stood before her, dressed in full armor with his sword at his side. As she looked at him, she struggled to hold on to her anger. You shouldn't go, she said, frustration creeping into her voice. They had had this conversation more times than she could count. I stayed behind in Ashmark, he replied, his tone patient, signaling there was no room for argument. I waited until I was healed, as you asked. He took a step toward her, and she instinctively stepped back. You're not fully healed, she countered. I'm healed enough. A lump formed in her throat. You still limp. I don't need a pretty walk to charge a gate. She closed her eyes, remembering what he would be doing. You're taking Ghost, she said. As I promised. He moved closer again, and this time she buried her face in the curve of his neck. She wanted to hold on to him until the castle was taken and the danger had passed. You have a lot of suicidal courage for someone who nearly died, she murmured. Jon kissed the top of her head and loosened his embrace. Will you kiss me, Dany? Searching his eyes, she cupped his cheeks. Always. She brushed her lips against his, and as he deepened their kiss, she opened her mouth to him. Breaking away too soon, he let his gaze linger for a moment longer before leaving the tent and fading into the dark. Silently, she begged the universe for his safe return. Dany busied herself with the other healers for as long as she could, then stood outside and waited. The wind howled, masking any telltale sounds of battle, and her eyes strained in the dark for a keep that wasn't even in her line of vision. Talisa came to stand beside her. He'll be all right, she said softly. Dany pulled up the hood of her cloak to block the chill. You don't know that, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Dany nodded in concession. The Westerling Castle, she said. Do you know what happens next? They both understood the grim events that lay ahead. Dany clenched her jaw and folded her arms. Robb takes their castle and marries their daughter, breaking his agreement with House Frey. It all felt so pointless. I think I read a romance novel with that plot once, she added. Talisa scoffed. Too bad it won't end like a romance novel. Dany bristled at the flippant remark. Had she been brought here just to witness their suffering? The sky remained pitch dark when the battle concluded, quicker than any Dany had experienced. Instead of the men returning to camp for care, the healers were summoned to the newly acquired castle. Jon met her halfway, sweaty and his armor splattered with blood that wasn't his, yet he was unharmed. She wasn't surprised when he told her Robb had taken an arrow while they were breaking down the gate with a ram. Dany examined the king in the north alongside the maester. There was always a risk of infection, but the wound itself wasn't life-threatening. The wounded were few, and as soon as they could, they claimed a chamber as their own. Dany helped Jon out of his cumbersome armor. Once she was certain he had no hidden injuries, she had a bath drawn. Jon groaned as she worked to massage the tension from his soon-to-be aching muscles, resting his hand atop hers. "Thank you, love," he said, his voice hoarse. Her heart warmed, and after leaving a gentle kiss on his cheek, she continued her work. She couldn't stop what was coming, but she could care for him now. As Dany exited Robb Stark's chamber, she made an effort not to slam the door behind her. She had left the freshly bandaged king in the north sitting up in bed, eagerly awaiting the return of Jeyne Westerling, a doe-eyed simpleton. With an irritated huff, she paused in the hallway. Dany stood by the nearest window in the corridor, watching the fading light dance on the sunset sea. The crag, home of the Westerlings, was a stark contrast to Riverrun. The crumbling merlons and dilapidated stables made it clear that the Westerlings had fallen on hard times. Things had hardly improved for them since the Starks had stormed the castle just over a fortnight ago. Robb Stark, the fool. The Northern Lords had crowned him king, and he had led his armies to victory in every battle he faced, yet he was no match for a pretty girl whose family was plotting against him. The thought made her heart sink, and she pushed away from the window, marching toward her chamber. Suddenly, she gasped as Jon grabbed her by the waist and pulled her into an alcove. "There you are," he said, tilting her chin up and kissing her lips. "I was about to come looking for you after I visit Robb." Dany sighed as Jon brushed her hair aside and kissed her neck. Something had changed in him since their arrival. He had become as loving and attentive as he had been during the early days of their marriage. "I've just come from there," she told him. He placed one last chaste peck on her cheek before asking about Robb. "He's recovering well," Dany replied, smoothing her hair. She glanced around to ensure the hallway was empty before continuing. "Not that he was interested in my opinion. It's Jeyne Westerling he wants looking after him." Jon chuckled and pulled her in for another kiss. "I can't blame him, preferring an unattached girl to care for him." Dany turned away when he leaned in for another kiss. "He is betrothed to a daughter of House Frey." "It's innocent, Dany," he tried to reassure her. "It can't be easy for him, with all the responsibility for our house and the entire North weighing on his shoulders. But Robb will not betray his word." She looked at him sadly, knowing he was wrong, but unable to voice her fears. His eyebrows furrowed as he noticed her concern. "I'm going to speak with him," he said, gently caressing her cheek. "I won't be long. Will I find you in our chamber?" She smiled despite her worries. He always had that effect on her. "I'm going to visit Talisa, and then I'll head there straight away." He placed another kiss on her forehead. "Don't keep me waiting now." "Never," she replied, watching him leave. He had a way of making her forget her troubles, for better or worse. Dany stepped out of the wing occupied by the king's household and made her way to Talisa's private chamber. Jon had ensured her accommodations at Dany's request, and she was relieved to find her friend enjoying her first night's sleep indoors since joining the northern armies. When Talisa answered the door, Dany felt a wave of relief wash over her. Having another woman to confide in had been a blessing, but having someone from a time closer to her own on this tumultuous journey was even more precious. After exchanging pleasantries, Dany blurted out, "Robb is spending more and more time with Jeyne Westerling." Talisa sat on the edge of her twin-sized bed, giving Dany a curious look. "As expected. We'll have another wedding before we move on." Dany placed her hands on her stomach and walked over to the window. "It's suffocating being here," she admitted. watching it all unfold. That's why we're meant to observe, Talisa replied, rising to stand beside her. You'll be gone before it happens. Dany turned to her, frustration bubbling. You cannot tell them. I know, Dany snapped, then sighed and leaned against the stone wall. I know, she repeated softly. I couldn't prove it anyway. Talisa's voice grew steady and serious. Beyond that, you could change the course of history. Dany bit her lip, contemplating. Would she really allow Jon to face all this tragedy blind? You don't seem. Talisa looked at her seriously. You need to take this seriously. You don't know what you might change. What if your actions prevent Jon Snow from meeting the Mother of Dragons? You could cease to exist. Dany threw her hands up and began to pace. But what if we change something for the better? What if there's no Red Wedding and Robb Stark lives? What if he becomes king in the north and his brother becomes king in the south? Talisa lowered her voice. And what if there's no Red Wedding, but they all die some other way? What if Jon Snow dies too? Dany huffed and turned away as Talisa continued. What I learned from Professor Nan is that even when we have good intentions, our interference can lead to dire consequences. She also taught us that some events are fixed in time, they will happen no matter what we do. She theorized that the Red Wedding is one of those events. Dany sank into a chair, her head hanging low. I'm not going to tell them, she said, knowing it was true, even though it filled her with self-loathing. The young healer's shoulders relaxed. I'm glad to hear that. These things aren't to be taken lightly. She poured Dany a glass of water and sat across from her, worry etched on her face. Not everyone makes it home, you know. There was a girl in one of Professor Nan's classes who didn't follow the rules, and she never returned. That's why we need to keep ourselves safe and not get too involved. Dany felt her mouth go dry. What if she failed to find her way back, and no one ever knew what happened to her? The thought of returning was becoming just as frightening. What am I going to say when I get back? How will I explain where I've been? Talisa shook her head. I don't know. I made sure to tie up my affairs before I left. Dany's mind drifted to the future that now felt like her past. Jon's probably back in Old Town by now. Maybe he's even moved on. The thought struck her like a physical blow. Dany moaned aloud. We weren't even together 6 months when I disappeared. She swallowed hard and clutched her stomach. I couldn't even blame him for what he did. Talisa's eyes lit up. What if I call him? What? How? Talisa quickly strode to a trunk, pulling out ink and parchment. You give me his number, she said, handing Dany a pen and paper with an excited grin. When I go home, I'll take it back to my time. Then I'll call him in the year 2022. Dany tilted her head, pausing to process this. You're going to write down his number and remember to call him 24 years later? Talisa laughed brightly. I don't think this is something I'm going to forget. He'll never believe you. Then write down something only he will know, Talisa instructed, undeterred. Dany took a deep breath and wrote out the numbers she had memorized by heart. Tears streamed down her cheeks, seemingly out of nowhere. At the bottom of the page, she added her own message. I don't blame you for what happened, and I'm sorry for what you must be going through. Tell my uncle I love him, and know that I love you too. Dany. It wasn't enough, but it was all she could think to say. As she made her way back to the chambers she shared with her medieval husband, she realized the hour was later than she thought. The sun had fully set, and the halls were lined with warm torchlight. An eerie feeling crept up her spine, and she hugged her arms around her stomach as she walked. This part of the castle was quiet. The Westerling family was staying here while the Starks occupied their former part of the castle. As Dany passed by, she noticed a door slightly ajar. The room was dark as she tiptoed inside, with the light from the hall being the only illumination. It appeared to be a makeshift solar, with a desk and a series of chests lined against the walls, filled with scrolls and parchment. This had to be Lady Westerling's room, she was sure. With a quick glance over her surroundings, Dany approached the chests, quickly examining the letters inside. Jon had told her about his belief that the Westerlings conspired with the Lannisters, but there had never been solid proof. As she sifted through reports of food supplies and unpaid debts, one chest caught her attention. It appeared to contain family correspondence, but as she rifled through the papers, she discovered a broken Lannister crest halfway down. Her heart raced, and she quickly tucked the letter into her skirts before dashing out of the room. What would she do with it if it held any proof? She wasn't sure. Should she show it to Jon Snow and risk everything, or save it for her other Jon when she returned to her own time? She decided she wouldn't make a choice tonight. When she entered their room, Jon was undressing, and he gave her a look that made her weak. "Finally, my wife returns," he said. Dany scoffed as she removed her cloak, hiding the letter within it before hanging it on the back of a chair. "I wasn't gone long," she replied. He sat on the edge of the bed. "I've been thinking of you all day," he said, patting his lap. "Come here." A rush of warmth filled her, and she happily complied, curling an arm around his shoulders. He wasted no time, trailing soft kisses from her jaw to her collarbone, making her breath quicken. "What's gotten into you?" she asked, surprised. He brushed her hair aside and looked into her eyes. "Things that didn't feel possible are starting to feel more possible now," he said with affection. His words flooded her with sadness, and she could see the softness in his eyes as he gently tilted her chin up. "I know life was hard for you before our paths crossed, and maybe for a little while after," he said, both of them sharing a grin. But his expression turned tender again. "Something's changed. I know you and I will make it home, I feel it in my bones." Tears stung her eyes, and her vision blurred. "After a lot of heartache, you have a beautiful future ahead of you." "Ahead of you, Jon Snow." He brushed away her tears and continued to place gentle kisses on her neck. "I'm ready to start working on the 10 children you've promised me." Dany sighed, caught in a whirlwind of despair and desire. She knew she would never meet the children he dreamed of, yet she decided to savor every moment that fate granted her and indulge in his happiness at the thought that they could be hers. The autumn sun bathed the trees in golden light, the leaves painted in shades of yellow and red. Peace enveloped them on the grounds of the crag, as if they hadn't taken it by force and there was no war raging beyond their sanctuary. Dany rode beside him on horseback, her hair pulled back in a braid, allowing him to see more of her lovely face. Lately, she had been different, more fearful, but her troubles seemed to dissipate when they ventured away from the castle. Her cheeks glowed with color, and she offered him a smile that lit up her eyes. "Okay, I'm ready," she said, her excitement infectious. He grinned back at her, then urged his horse into a canter. Dany made a sound of indignation before racing after him. "Go on, Southron girl," he called out, "as I taught you." Jon held his breath as she leaned forward in her saddle, rising slowly in the stirrups. He heard her gasp as her horse began to gallop, all 4 hooves leaving the ground with each stride. His tension eased when he saw she was steady in her seat, and he joined her in the exhilarating rush. Though he had ridden countless times, the thrill never failed to quicken his heart. The crisp air filled his lungs and sparked a longing for home. Winterfell would never be the same, but there would be good changes too. First, they had to rescue the girls. There could be no peace with his sisters held captive in King's Landing. Together, he and Dany raced nearly a mile through a field dusted with yellow and purple flowers, and his chest swelled with pride as she. With a slow stop, just as he had instructed her, Dany's eyes were filled with tears, and her hair was tousled by the wind. "Oh my gods," she laughed. "That was incredible, it felt like flying." Jon stared at her, momentarily lost for words. "It must be cold out here for you," he finally said. Dany's smile grew wider. Then take me back to the castle." As they returned, the courtyard buzzed with activity. Swords clashed as men trained, while servants hurried about with baskets and arms full of supplies. Across the way, Jon spotted Robb with the Westerland girl on his arm, her gaze adoringly fixed on him. He felt Dany tense beside him. "Still think it's innocent?" she asked, her voice laced with suspicion. Jon glanced down at Dany's arm linked through his own. Yes, he thought. His brother had always been good with girls, and they always loved him. But with the world turned upside down, it couldn't be easy for Robb to see him so happy with someone like Dany. "Your concern is what gives me pause." "I'll talk with him," Jon replied. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as Uncle Benjen rode up with a small group of men. Jon instinctively stepped in front of Dany, his muscles tensing as he braced for the possibility of an attack. But as he looked closer, he saw that Benjen had a hooded child seated in front of him. Beside him was one of the largest men Jon had ever encountered, one side of his face gruesomely scarred. "Your Grace," Benjen called out to Robb. "Jon." Jon motioned for Dany to stay behind while he rushed to meet his uncle. He and Robb stood side by side, panting as Benjen dismounted and helped his small charge down. Jon recognized her even before she pulled back her hood, revealing her shorn hair. His heart froze and then began to race. Before any words could be exchanged, she leaped into his arms, wrapping her thin arms around his neck and sobbing into his shoulder. Tears filled Jon's eyes as he lifted her off the ground. "How?" he heard Robb ask, his voice barely above a whisper. "Clegane brought her here," Benjen replied. Robb looked up at the imposing figure. "We're indebted to you, sire." Arya wrapped her arms around Jon in a tight hug before breaking away and running to Robb. "Careful," Robb muttered as he pulled her close. "My shoulder's still healing." His head was spinning with emotions. "What about Sansa?" Arya's breath hitched. "She's still in King's Landing." Jon swallowed hard, then ruffled her hair. "We'll get her back too." Theon pushed through the gathered crowd and rushed to Arya. Robb beamed at the reunion. "Let's get you inside. We'll clean you up and get you something to eat." Jon spotted Dany at the edge of the crowd and offered her his arm as they made their way back to the castle. Her eyes were soft and glossy. "She's the sister who's very special to you?" "Aye," he replied, half wondering if this was all a dream. His throat felt thick. "I feared she was dead, there'd been no word of her." Dany looked serene. "I'm happy for you." A warmth spread in his chest. "I can't wait for you to meet her." The Starks and Greyjoy gathered in the chamber Robb had claimed as his solar, waiting for Arya to bathe and change into fresh clothes. The table was laden with cuts of meat, fruit, cheese, and bread, but Jon had little appetite. He couldn't fathom what his little sister had endured to reach this point, and he was anxious to hear what she knew about their father's murder. At first, Dany had hesitated to join them, fearing it would be too overwhelming. But she was his wife and a member of House Stark. If he was honest, he was eager for them to get to know each other. They all stood when Arya entered, clean and neat, though still dressed as a boy rather than a lady. She moved slowly and timidly as she took her seat between Jon and Robb, but with each movement, he could see more of her old self returning. She eyed the spread before her, a mix of hesitation and hunger in her gaze. Dany eyed Arya with suspicion. "Who's she?" Jon exchanged a nervous smile with Dany and cleared his throat. "Arya, I'd like you to meet my wife, Lady Dany Stark." Arya's gray eyes widened. "You're married?" Jon felt a pit form in his stomach as he watched her reaction. Arya took a moment to look Dany over, then turned back to Jon, her face breaking into a broad smile. "You're a Stark now." "Aye," Jon replied, running a hand through his hair. Without hesitation, Arya wrapped him in another hug, and he marveled at how long it had been since he felt her warmth. They all sat down, and Arya quickly filled her plate and began to eat. Jon's heart sank as he watched her. How long had it been since she'd had a proper meal? When she wiped her mouth and noticed everyone watching her, she turned her gaze back to Dany, sizing her up. "You look like a Targaryen," she remarked. Robb chimed in, "You've never seen a Targaryen." Arya's eyes lit up. "You're the girl everyone thinks is the exiled princess." Robb looked pleased with himself. "Are those the rumors in the south?" Arya took a bite of bread before responding. "That's one of them. The other is that she's just a silver-haired girl you're trying to pass off as a Targaryen to lay a claim to the Iron Throne. I don't know who you are, but you can't be the Targaryen princess." "And how would you know that?" Theon asked, raising an eyebrow. Arya rolled her eyes. "Because the real Daenerys is in Essos, and they say she's got baby dragons. That's how I know." Robb frowned, swallowing his food. "Baby dragons?" "3 of them," Arya confirmed, diving back into her plate. Jon leaned back in his chair, disbelief washing over him. "Dragons? That's not possible." Theon shook his head. "All the dragons are dead. Everyone knows that." "I believe the rumors," Dany interjected, smiling as she took a sip from her drink, earning curious looks from the room. "I told you. Where I'm from, a red comet means dragons," Arya said, giving Dany an approving look that warmed Jon to his core. Then she turned to Robb. "Do you know what else the Southroners say?" "They say the king in the north and his brother ride into battle on their great dire wolves and let them feast on men." A look of pride spread across her face. "They say you can't be killed." Robb gestured to his injured shoulder. "Since we've both been hurt now, I don't think that one's true either." "2 big brothers with dire wolves," Dany said to Arya. "No one would dare mess with you." Jon felt a fluttering in his chest. They won't have the chance again. The meal continued pleasantly, with Arya growing more herself with each passing moment. After a while, Dany leaned in and whispered that she would go and let Jon catch up with Arya. Despite his protests, she returned to their chambers early. Jon realized it was for the best as Arya began recounting everything that had happened in King's Landing and her journey to reach them. She spoke of their father's murder, of Yoren, her strange friends, the Brotherhood without banners, and finally, the Hound. It broke Jon's heart every time she started to cry, and other times, it scared him when she didn't. He wished he could kill everyone who had harmed her, and the thought of them rewarding the Hound made him sick. When darkness fell, Robb sent Arya off to bed as though they were at Winterfell and he was in charge of her. Benjen offered to take her, and after Robb dismissed Theon, it was just the 2 of them. "I still can't believe this is real," Jon said, shaking his head. Robb nodded and poured himself more ale. "Arya is safe and where she belongs. Once we have Sansa, our family will be whole again," Jon added, but his heart stung at the reminder that this wasn't entirely true. "As whole as possible, anyway." Robb's eyes took on a faraway look. "One day we'll end this war and return home," Robb said, looking at Jon with a grin. "Perhaps you'll have a son by then." "Another recruit for Ser Roderick," Jon replied, raising his half-empty cup. The thought of a child and a family of his own was something he yearned for more each day. But thinking of Dany reminded him of her concerns. "You're spending a lot of time with Jane Westerling," Jon pointed out. Robb met his gaze, pausing before he declared, "I'm going to marry her." Stunned, Jon wiped a hand down his face. "You can't be serious." "I am." Shock quickly morphed into anger as Jon glared at his brother, incredulous. "You're going to break your word to Lord Frey? What position is that going to leave us in?" He thought of Dany, Arya, and all his hopes of returning home. Robb set his jaw. "I'll offer him another match. My uncle, perhaps. He's always wanted to unite with House Tully." Jon couldn't believe how callous and flippant his brother was being. You were going to make one of his daughters a queen. The old man will be insulted. Can you at least wait until after the war?" The king in the north leaned forward, placing his hands on the table. "I lay with her," he admitted. What if I got her pregnant?" Jon slouched back in his chair, understanding what his brother meant. What if he sired a bastard? One who would grow up facing the same harshness Jon had endured. Robb was a good man. After a fortnight, the wedding was held in secret. There was no weirwood for the couple to say their vows before, but the ceremony took place in the evening under the stars. Only their immediate households were present, the Westerlings standing across from them. Jon didn't know what to make of most of them, but he certainly didn't care for Jane's mother, the Lady of the Crag. When Robb kissed his young bride, the new queen in the north, Jon wished his brother a lifetime of happiness. Dany, however, was far less enthused. She remained stiff and unusually quiet throughout the ceremony. In private, she voiced her disapproval of the union to him repeatedly, and nothing he said could calm her fears. As the ceremony concluded and the groom led his bride back to the castle for the small feast, Jon pulled his wife aside and kissed her under the cold autumn moon. She offered a weak smile and rested her head against his shoulder. "Are you thinking of our wedding?" she asked. He admitted, reaching into his pocket to take out a small iron ring, which he slipped onto her finger. Her smile brightened the darkness. "What's this?" Jon shrugged, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's not much. I can't offer you silver and gold like the Southron lords, but I realize the only gift I've given you was that dagger. I love it." She stood on her toes and kissed him. "I wish I had something to give you." Jon placed his hands on her waist and drew her closer. "This is the happiest I've ever been," he confessed. "I'm not sure if it's right to feel that way with everything that's happened, but I do. I'm happy too." Her beautiful violet eyes shimmered with tears. "We're leaving soon." In the next few days," he replied, brushing his thumb across her cheek. "It won't take long to return to Riverrun. I'd been tasked with riding ahead to Pennytree to gather information from the Riverlands lords. Would you like to come with me when the time comes? Where else would I rather be?" Life on the road wasn't nearly as burdensome as Dany remembered, but they were only 2 days into their journey back to Riverrun. With luck, they'd reach the Tully fortress before she grew weary of it again. "No," she reminded herself. "You'll be gone before the army reaches the castle." Closing her eyes, she slumped in her seat before the cook fire. The early morning sunlight broke across the camp as she waited for Jon to ready their horse. Which morning would be their last together? And was escape even possible? She had tried and failed 3 times before. Waiting felt pointless, but she wasn't sure what else to do. Maybe she could tell Jon the truth, and he'd take her to the tree himself, but that thought was just as daunting. As she watched Robb Stark walk by with his wife, his armor gleaming in the sunlight, she felt a pang of sadness. He was so confident, so full of life, yet she knew he wouldn't survive the year. The proud Northerners, those who remained, would return home in defeat. Dany wished she could disappear when Talisa sat down beside her. The healer's serious gaze swept the area before she spoke. "When we make camp tonight, we'll be as close to Raventree as we can get. If you ride through the night, you should reach it by morning." Dany's heart raced, and fear threatened to consume her. Fear of what she might encounter in the dark, fear of being caught, fear of hurting Jon, and fear of what awaited her if she managed to return home. Talisa gently squeezed her arm. "You know you have to do this. Tonight, when everyone's asleep." Dany fought back her emotions before responding. "I've tried that before and failed. I'll have an army after me and 2 dire wolves." "I'll help you this time," Talisa assured her. "I can create a distraction. All you have to do is get past the guards." Just then, Jon appeared on the road, leading their horse with a warm smile. A deep ache blossomed in Dany's chest, and her eyes began to mist. He won't stop looking for me." Talisa's voice softened to a gentle whisper. "His sister is with him now. When you leave, he won't be alone. And if nothing changes, he'll have Winterfell to return to. He'll be in a better position than he was when you arrived." The healer stood, placing a reassuring hand on Dany's shoulder. "It's time to go. Say goodbye." No tears, she whispered to herself, sitting alone by the fire. "I am Dr. Daenerys Targaryen of the year 2022, and today, there will be no tears." She wiped her eyes as discreetly as possible before joining Jon Snow. He looked as handsome as ever, his dark hair pulled back and his sword belted at his hip. Dany stood on her toes and kissed him right there in front of everyone. Laughter and murmurs of approval rippled through the gathered soldiers. When she pulled back, she noticed a fresh blush coloring his cheeks, and it made her smile. Jon Snow wasn't used to public displays of affection. "Do you think we could sneak away again?" she asked. "Just like before?" His lips curved into a knowing smile. "Is there anything I could refuse you, Southron girl?" By mid-morning, they slipped away from the group, weaving through the trees in search of a private moment. It was warmer than it had been in weeks, and the sunlight brought vibrancy to the fallen leaves. Jon dismounted first as they entered a clearing and lifted her down by her waist. She reached for the clasps of his cloak just as he went for hers, but she kissed him before he had the chance. "What's gotten into you?" he sighed, opening his mouth for her as he tugged at the laces of her bodice. Her lips traveled to his neck. "I just need you." With practiced ease, her fingers quickly found the fastenings of his breeches. "Will they come looking for us?" Jon broke away from her embrace just long enough to lay his cloak out on the forest floor. "I told them you needed to find more of your herbs." "Oh, so you told them it was my idea?" Dany giggled as he laid her down on the fur beneath him. "Did they believe you?" Jon chuckled, opening her dress and pulling down her shift. "No chance." A chill in the air made her nipples harden, intensifying the warmth of his mouth as he attended to them. "I need all of you," she murmured. He murmured softly, and without hesitation, he tenderly filled her before making love to her on the forest floor. "Gods, it never ends," Jon groaned. "I want you no matter how many times I've had you." Her eyes prickled with unshed tears, sadness creeping in despite her efforts to push it away. She cupped his cheeks and kissed him sweetly. "I love you, Jon." He smiled, and her heart warmed. "I love you too, Dany." But their moment was shattered when a stranger's voice cut through the air. "Get up, you rutting bastard." Dany froze as she saw a dagger held at Jon's throat. The surprise in his eyes made her start to shake. She noticed there were two men, and as Jon slowly rose, her gaze darted to his sword, still sheathed and propped against a nearby tree. Her fingers trembled as she pulled her shift up over her breasts. "You might let him finish first," the second man snickered. "Stopping in the middle, that's bad for a man's health." Both men wore Lannister colors, but their clothes were ragged and worn. "His health's no concern of mine," the first man replied. "It won't be any concern of his for much longer." "Well, kill him and be done with it," the second man complained. Dread twisted in her gut as the first man turned his gaze toward her. "'Cause I have a mind to take a piece of that." She thought about running, but her legs felt impossibly weak. Instead, she backed away, still seated on the ground. Jon's eyes blazed with fury. "Touch her, and you're a dead man." He winced as the first man pressed the dagger tip against his neck. "Think I'll let him watch first. Would you like that? Take a good look. See how it's done." Dany screamed as the man lunged at her. His face was caked with dirt, and he reeked of unwashed skin. The world slowed down as he pushed her onto her back, and from a distance, she heard Jon's desperate yell. Her heart raced, pounding in her chest, and yet, her mind was sharp as her fingers wrapped around the hilt of the dagger hidden in her boot. The Lannister soldier fumbled with his breeches, But Dany acted first, yanking him down by his greasy collar. He screamed as she plunged the dagger into his lower back, once and then again, aiming for his kidney. The soldier went limp on top of her, and she caught a fleeting glimpse of Jon as he subdued the other man, slashing his throat with his own dagger. Her heart pounded so loudly that it drowned out everything else. She hadn't realized how heavy the dead man was until Jon wrenched him off her. Gathering her into his arms, he carried her further down the glade, away from the gruesome scene. When he finally set her down, she could feel that he was shaking too. He took her blood-covered hands in his. "I'm sorry, Dany. I'm so sorry." She felt faint. "It's all right," she replied numbly. "We're all right. It's my fault. I shouldn't have brought you out here." "It's all right," she repeated, determined not to let the panic overtake her. "You're so cold," he said, noticing the chill in her hands. He brought them to his lips, blowing warm breath over them. "I'm having a panic attack." "Jon, you all right?" Ben-Jen called from a distance. We heard shouting. Jon kissed her head and hurried to explain what had happened. "I'm all right," Dany whispered to herself. "I'm all right." She tried to push her racing thoughts aside, but the memory of the dagger puncturing the man's kidney flooded back, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Jon returned quickly, wrapping her in his warmer cloak and pulling her onto his lap, holding her tightly. Reality began to sink in, and she sobbed. "I killed a man." Above them, the sky was gray as Dany stood on the road, watching the procession prepare for another long day's ride. She held on to the edge of her cloak, studying herself for what lay ahead. Dany wrapped her cloak tightly around herself and waited for Jon to bring their horse. Skipping the morning fire and breakfast entirely, she realized she had no appetite for food, and even less for conversation. A pounding headache throbbed in her temples, and all she wanted was to settle into the saddle and close her eyes. The night had been long, yet short on sleep. Her mind raced with horrible thoughts, the image of the young man she had killed, the way his heart had hammered and then stopped, and the realization of what he might have done if she hadn't acted so swiftly. She was certain Jon hadn't slept either. While she tossed and turned beneath the canvas of their pavilion, he had remained alert, ready to shift his hold, kiss her forehead, and offer soothing words. Driven by a need to care for her, and perhaps a healthy dose of guilt, he did his best to comfort her. Yet, it only fueled the growing anger simmering in her belly. By morning, she was riddled with irritation. As Jon approached, she avoided his gaze, but shot him a look when she saw he was leading 2 horses. "Are we riding separately?" Part of her felt a sense of relief. She didn't want to talk to anyone, not even him. But a darker part of her bristled at the thought that he hadn't asked her opinion. Jon's eyes, though tired, held hers with patience. "I'm going to ride ahead to the village on my own, and I'll be back by nightfall." "What?" Dread jolted her heart. "Take me with you." He couldn't possibly leave her behind now. Jon swallowed hard and studied the ground. "I won't put you at risk again. You'll be safe here." "Safe?" Dany seethed. There was nothing safe about this world. It felt like he was abandoning her for his own peace of mind, without a care for hers. "Theon will look after you," he began. She scoffed, reluctantly letting him take her hand. "Look at me, Dany." He stood firm, holding her gaze despite her glare. "I'll ride back before nightfall." With a sudden burst of frustration, she yanked her hand away. "You can take Theon with you. We both know I can take care of myself. I think I proved that yesterday." The color drained from his face, but it did nothing to soften her rage. "You needn't prove it again," he said. "I'll be back tonight, and by nightfall tomorrow, we'll be at River Run." She turned away, hating the angry tears that blurred her vision. Her rage felt like a monster inside her, and she couldn't understand why it was there. "Promise me you'll stay here, South Ron girl," he pleaded. Dany huffed. Where else would I go? The idea of returning to her true home felt like a cruel joke, especially with the world around her making it clear she would not be going back. Then a thought struck her. I'll promise, only if you take Ghost with you. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Dany. She was undeterred, even though she had to look up at him. You promised me. His patience was wearing thin. I promised I would take him into battle, and I have. This is not a battle. If you leave me behind, I'll have an entire army to protect me. What will you have? He sighed deeply. All right, I will. Now, you promise me. Stay with the men on the road. What do you think I'll do? His expression softened slightly. With you, I never know. Fine, she snapped back. I promise. Good. No more words passed between them as he helped her onto the palfrey. She watched him coolly out of the corner of her eye as he exchanged words with her babysitter, Theon Greyjoy. Arya appeared on her small mare, bright-eyed with her hair a tangled mess she hadn't bothered to fix. Dany realized she wouldn't be Theon's only charge. Her throat tightened when she and Jon exchanged a long look. As she watched him ride ahead with Benjen Stark and a small host, all she felt was cold. I'm trapped here. It had been months since she'd felt that way, since she'd allowed herself to feel that way, with Jon Snow. As she stood there, a barrier blocking her path, she let herself forget her purpose. Yes, she had run before, but had she truly given it her all? She had backed down too easily, held back by the fear of what awaited her and her own desires. The throbbing in her temples began to fade, and her focus sharpened. The king in the north brought his horse alongside hers. She noticed the bandages on his shoulder peeking out from beneath his armor, but he otherwise appeared healthy. That wouldn't last. Robb's blue eyes met hers with kindness. Are you well, my lady? I'm so sorry for what happened. Dany forced a smile. Thank you for your concern, your grace, but I'm fine. Theon appeared on her other side. The next 10 Lannister soldiers I kill will be in your honor. Sickness bubbled up in her stomach as she recalled the face of the soldier she had killed. She pushed the memory aside. It might have gone differently, she admitted, if you two hadn't shown me how to use the dagger. Let's make sure you never have to use it again. Robb turned to Arya, his expression hardening. No forest exploration today. When we reach Riverrun, I don't want to have to explain to Mother that we've lost you again. Arya's shoulders drooped, but she nodded in agreement. Bidding them farewell, the king in the north rode off to join his lords. Dany watched him go, struggling to grasp the fact that in just a few months, he would be gone, and she was the only one who knew it. The morning hours slipped by quickly. Half of her attention was on Arya, who was captivated by Dany's tales of Targaryen dragon riders, while the other half focused on her next move. Theon lingered nearby, disengaged, gazing longingly at where Robb and the northern lords rode. Dany was certain she could slip away, but she was uncertain about which direction to take. She forced herself not to think of Jon Snow or the others around her. Dany had grown fond of her journey companions, but her hope was fading as they paused to water the horses at midday. Hey! Arya called out, bouncing in her stirrups. There's Raven Tree. You can see the branches of the creepy weirwood above the walls. Dany felt her breath catch in her throat, her grip tightening on her palfrey's reins. Oh. She replied, keeping her voice steady as she too stood in her stirrups. A rush of adrenaline coursed through her, and she squinted into the distance at a castle that looked no larger than a coffee cup. Your eyes must be better than mine, she said, struggling to see anything resembling tree branches. Are you sure that's Raven Tree? Arya regarded her with a look of disbelief. Of course I'm sure. Dany's heart raced. This was it. She glanced around and spotted Theon, who was engrossed in conversation with a servant girl, clearly hoping for some warmth when they made camp. Arya, I know you've been restless riding with me all day, Dany said. I can see to it that your horse is watered if you'd like to be on your own before we set off. The girl's expression brightened as she turned to look down the road where the small folks' children walked. Her brow furrowed slightly. It's all right. I promised Jon I'd stay with you. Dany cast a quick glance at Theon, whose eyes were still fixated on the servant girl. She forced a smile. Your brother is protective of me, as a good husband should be, but I can look after myself, don't you think? Don't let me hold you back. He does worry too much, Arya concluded. I'll be back before we ride again. With that, she dashed off down the road. Goodbye, Arya Stark, Dany murmured under her breath, releasing the reins of her little mare as she turned her gaze to the tree line. If she moved slowly, she might draw no attention at all. Just then, Theon approached her in the middle of the road. Where's Arya? I'm not sure, Dany stammered, her hands trembling slightly. Dany's palms felt clammy as she pointed in the opposite direction from where she intended to go. She went that way with a group of boys. They said they were going to hunt rabbits. Theon's nostrils flared. 7 hells. That damned girl. Stay here while I go find her. Dany fought the urge to flee, watching him disappear into the trees, calling out for the Stark girl. If she rode off now, there would be no turning back, and she wouldn't have a good explanation. Closing her eyes, she pictured her uncle's smile and tried to remember the warmth of Jon's embrace. Her heart calmed at the thought of them, and no one paid her any mind as she led her horse away from the main road. Out of sight, it felt as if the woods were on her side. She kicked her horse into a trot, daring not to go faster until the lines of oak trees thinned. Then she urged the horse into a canter, just as Jon Snow had taught her. Away from the army, the ties that bound her to this world seemed to fade like a broken spell. She was trembling. I'm going home, she told herself. Jon and I found each other in 2 lifetimes, and I will find my way back to him. Wait for me. She cried out, tears rolling down her cheeks. In rhythm with the palfrey's pounding hooves, she began to chant, Uncle Aemon, my Jon, Uncle Aemon, my Jon. It was a mantra she hoped would guide her home. As the trees grew thick again, branches reached out to scrape her legs and arms. Dany. Theon Greyjoy's voice cut through the woods. She gasped, whipping her head back to see him riding after her. What the hell are you doing? Get back here. Robert B. fucking Baratheon. She shouted, tightening the reins. She stood in the saddle, commanding her horse to run. Oh gods. She screamed as the horse began to gallop. Oh, fuck. The bounce had vanished, and the palfrey raced across the forest floor faster than Dany remembered. Stop. She heard Theon shout from somewhere behind her. I can do this, she reassured herself, just a little further. There seemed to be no end to the trees, but she pressed on. After a few moments of silence, she glanced over her shoulder and saw no sign of Greyjoy. A laugh escaped her, tinged with madness. Perhaps this chaos would finally come to an end, and she'd truly be home. Her moment of triumph was abruptly interrupted when something struck her jaw, and the hard forest floor rushed up to meet her. For a brief moment, everything went black. When her vision cleared, she found herself staring up at 4 strange men looming above her. She instinctively reached for her cheek, feeling the wetness there as she looked at them, bewildered. Who is this? One of the men asked, kneeling down to examine her more closely. Dany noticed he wore a gold cloak. They all did. She looks like Queen Riella, another remarked. Is she the Stark wench the Lannister told us to look out for? Dany's eyelids grew heavy. You have a concussion, she reminded herself. You need to stay awake. There's a big reward for her, one of the men said, his voice drifting further away. Get her up. We need to move fast. Meanwhile, the stone hallway illuminated as soon as Jon stepped through the door. The days of torchlit passages to the Stark crypts were long gone. He tucked the white keycard back into his pocket and began his descent down the winding steps. The family crypt, along with half of Winterfell Castle, was open to the public for tours during business hours, and he had waited until long after closing time to visit alone. His mother hadn't been surprised when he asked for the access key. She was used to him wandering the estate with a notebook, gathering information and daydreaming about the past. But her expression shifted when he clammed up about his intentions. Why can't he get over it? He imagined she thought. Jon felt the weight of isolation as he navigated the familiar halls, his mind consumed by thoughts of his missing girlfriend. Somehow, he had become the odd one, expected to grieve and then move on. The echoes of his footsteps underscored his solitude, a feeling that had become all too familiar over the past 6 months. He entered the hall where the modern lords of Winterfell were immortalized in stone, dressed in suits instead of the traditional cloaks and leather armor. Pausing for a moment, he paid his respects to his grandfather before heading down a well-known corridor where the air turned damp and chilly. Jon approached the grave marker of Jon Snow, identifiable by the wolf beside him. Unlike the other wolves in the crypt, this one had garnet eyes. The last king of winter gazed blankly into the void, and for the first time, Jon scrutinized him deeply. Though Jon Snow's body lay in King's Landing, House Stark had chosen to honor him here as well. With great effort, Jon moved on to the next statue, the reason for his visit. The memory of her was mild and unassuming, something he had passed by countless times without a second thought. But now, panic gripped his chest like a vice as he looked at her, seeing her as if for the first time. Even in eroding stone, she was beautiful, standing tall and strong like a northern queen. Yet, with fresh eyes, he saw the lost expression on her face. Her outstretched hand felt like a cruel reminder of how far beyond his reach she truly was. Overwhelmed by sadness, Jon crouched on the ground, consumed by the weight of his emotions. It was her, he felt it in every fiber of his being. Just as strongly, he felt the sting of failure. Emotion crashed over him like a freight train, and tears flowed freely, filling the lonely cavern as he held her cold, stony hand and whispered how sorry he was. When he finally stood, his head throbbed with the intensity of his grief. Each step he took back up the corridor was a silent farewell. It was time to return. Jon took a deep breath, trying to focus on the living and the possibility of a future beyond this hell. But how would he break the news to Aemon? Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket as the modern door to the crypt clicked shut behind him. A restricted call flashed on the screen, and he wiped his nose on his sleeve before answering. "Hello?" A woman's voice came through. "Jon Stark?" Suspicion flared in his mind. This better not be one of Cersei Lannister's spies. "Who is this?" he asked. "My name is Talisa." Chapter 10, The Reckoning Part 1. Talisa lived in a modest home nestled in a crowded, noisy neighborhood. The furnishings were cheap yet trendy, a clear indication to Jon that she didn't spend much time there. This impression was reinforced by the walls adorned with travel photos. Sunshine streamed through the windows, casting a sickeningly cheerful glow on every surface and intensifying the stabbing pain in his temple. She had left him waiting on a bright blue sofa, which he suspected doubled as a pullout for fellow travel enthusiasts. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafted from the kitchen, reminding him of his dehydration after a red-eye flight and 2 days of sleeplessness. Since descending into the crypt, he had felt like he was in a daze. She was there, as she always had been, resting in his family home, entombed beside the likeness of her husband. Jon stifled a groan and pressed his palms against his face. The pain was exquisite. Feelings of betrayal and loss tore at him, and his mind was trapped in a relentless loop of misery. He couldn't fathom how he managed to book a flight and navigate the airport in this state. He had gripped the steering wheel of his rental car until his knuckles turned white, desperate to keep himself alert. When he wasn't vibrating with fury, he felt hollowed out by sorrow, unnerved by fear. Dany. He didn't know what to think of her. He wanted to find her, to rage at her, and then walk away forever. Yet, he also wanted to hold her and express how much he loved her, to reassure her that if she managed to come home, everything would be all right, if that was what she wanted. It felt like he was competing against some sword-fighting ancestor who could easily best him. Talisa interrupted his tortured thoughts as she entered the room with 2 cups of coffee. He accepted one politely, though he had no intention of drinking it. Talisa was a lovely woman, with long dark hair and kind eyes. She smiled warmly as she settled onto a love seat across the coffee table from him. "You look just like him." Shaking her head, she added, "Gods, it's remarkable." Jon set his cup down on a coaster adorned with a picture of a tropical beach. "Who?" he asked, fully aware of whom she meant, the man who had married his girlfriend and, potentially, led to her demise. "Jon Snow, of course." Her cheerful demeanor faded slowly as she noticed his lack of enthusiasm. "Dany said you have a white wolf too." Talisa continued, trying to bridge the gap. Jon shifted uncomfortably. "A dog," he replied. He couldn't shake the feeling that this might be a cruel trick, a sick person prying into his tragedy. "Can I see a picture?" she asked, her eyes bright with curiosity. Sighing, he pulled out his phone. "I never should have come here," he thought. Scrolling through his camera roll, he found the first picture of Ghost, taken the day he and Dany had visited the Whispering Wood. A familiar ache coiled around his heart as he showed Talisa the image. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh, he does not look the same. This time has nothing like the Ghost I knew." This time struck him as an interesting choice of words. Leaning forward, Jon rested his elbows on his thighs. "I'd like to see the letter." "Of course." Talisa left the room and returned with a trunk, which she placed on the coffee table. As she opened it, she tilted her head to one side, lost in memory. She retrieved a rolled-up piece of clothing, brown and ancient-looking, along with a worn leather pouch. Setting them aside with care, as if they were precious to her, she then pulled out a letter. Jon's stomach churned as he held it. The parchment was rough and yellowed, just as one would expect paper from centuries past to be. But the handwriting in black ink was unmistakably modern. His heart stalled in his chest before pounding furiously. If it was a forgery, it was an exceptionally good one. "I told her to. Write down something only you would know," Talisa said. "It made no sense to me at the time, but a lot of what Dany said didn't make sense back then either. You accused me of making All Too Well one of your top songs of 2021 on Spotify. Okay, maybe I was to blame." Jon chuckled, his eyes growing misty as he focused on the message at the bottom of the letter, "Know that I love you." "I'm sure you're still finding this hard to believe," Talisa said gently. Jon wiped his nose and carefully placed the letter beside him. "Where is she? Is she safe?" Talisa paused for a moment, considering her response. "That's a difficult question. Nothing was safe during that time, but she will be okay." His stomach twisted in knots. He didn't have time for riddles. "Will she come back?" "Yes, I believe she will." "You believe?" Anger bubbled up inside him. "How is that helpful?" "I know you're upset. You have no idea what I am." His frustration boiled over. "You've gone back in time, but you haven't been left behind." Talisa lowered her gaze. "You're right. I'm sorry." 7 hells, this was all too real. Jon ran his hands through his hair, then asked the question he dreaded. "Did you know she has a grave marker in Winterfell?" Talisa nodded slowly. "You should know how much she expressed her love for you and how hard she tried to get home, all alone in those dark, thick woods." "Don't," Jon interrupted sharply. "Just don't." He wasn't here to be comforted. "She worried for you, Talisa continued despite his protest. She worried about hurting you. He fixed her with a glare that wasn't meant for her. She married another man. The words came out like a knife, tearing at his insides just as they had when he first realized it. Talisa raised her chin and pressed her lips together. You can't possibly understand what it's like to be a time traveler, to exist in a time that was never your own. Turning in a strange land with no direction or guidance, your survival hinges on your wits, and you're constantly faced with decisions that carry unpredictable consequences. If she hadn't married Jon Snow, she'd probably be dead. Talisa gave him a pointed look. She's terrible at blending in. Jon swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. So, she's not dead? Talisa's eyes softened. No, she is not. Jon let out a huge breath and closed his eyes. He loved her. No matter what she did, no matter what happened, he needed to find her. You still think she will return? Her face beamed with warmth. I know she will. He paused, feeling a rush of shame before asking, does she want to return? Talisa's brown eyes filled with sympathy. You know, being here with you now, I can see why she felt so safe with Jon Snow. There's no way she didn't feel the same when she was looking right at you. Jon didn't know whether to be enraged or flattered, but none of that mattered now. How can I help her? How can I bring her home? The fading light had a menacing feel as Jon pressed his horse forward against the whipping wind. A strange urgency quickened his pulse. He had promised Dany he would return before nightfall, and he would not let her down, not after what happened. Meeting with the Riverlands lords had been the welcome distraction he had hoped for, anything to keep his mind from replaying the events in the glade. But the reprieve turned out to be short-lived, and now his mind was flooded with every ugly detail. Gods, he was a fool. Risking her the way he had, leaving her vulnerable to attack. He winced as he recalled how she trembled when that wretched man came for her and how useless he had been, watching like a coward while she was forced to defend herself. If she hadn't been as quick, it was likely they'd both be dead. She was brave, but she shouldn't have had to be. Jon knew he had to change. From that moment on, he would be smarter and more careful. He would never again let his own selfish desires jeopardize her safety, not for the rest of his days. He hoped she could forgive him. In the distance, he spotted Robb and Theon approaching on horseback, accompanied by a small group of men. A pit formed in Jon's stomach as he urged his horse forward to meet them. Jon! Theon called out, already dismounted and striding toward him. Where's Dany? His eyes were wild, his skin pale. I was looking after her, I swear. I went to find Arya. Jon grabbed Theon by the collar. Where is she? She wandered off. When I caught up, the Lannisters had her. Theon blurted out. Jon released him, the world around him beginning to spin. She was fighting and thrashing about, but they took her. I saw them head south, Theon continued. Robb stepped between them, placing his hands firmly on Jon's shoulders. I sent good men after her, and Grey Wind as well. They'll find her and bring her back safely. Jon stared at his brother, trying to process his words. He inhaled deeply. I need a fresh horse. I told you, Robb replied, his tone steady. I've sent men to get her. Jon felt incredulous, his heart racing as precious time slipped away. You can't expect me to stay. Robb's expression hardened, his face flushed with anger. I expect you to mind your wife. I made you my heir. I can't have you running south to get yourself killed. The men around them fell silent, tension thick in the air. Jon clenched his fists, struggling to maintain his composure. You bid me to wed her. A fact I'm beginning to regret. Robb shot back, his breath visible in the crisp air, a reminder that daylight was fading fast. Jon stepped closer to his brother, determination etched on his face. His voice was low. That's a fact you can't change, not even as king. Rage and fear pounded in him like a drumbeat. I made a vow before the old gods to protect her, and I hold that vow above all others. The men began to murmur, but Robb silenced them with a bitter laugh. My brother is upset. So, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. He glared at Jon. Go then. Someone get him a horse. I'll go with you, Theon chimed in. Just looking at Greyjoy filled Jon with disgust. You've done enough. The usually proud ward averted his eyes. I owe it to her. Robb barked a dangerous laugh. Yes, why not? It's not like we're at war. His neck was corded with tension as he threw up his hands. Go. Both of you. Get out of my sight. He jabbed a finger at Jon. Bring her back so I can lock her up in a cell and be done with her. Dany's hands were tied in front of her, the rough rope chafing her wrists as she was forced to ride with her horse tethered to a soldier. A dull gray sky loomed above the barren branches, signaling the harsh reality of dawn. Exhausted but unable to sleep, she fought to keep her balance on her horse, every muscle in her body aching after a long night of riding. Still, her mind remained alert, her ears pricking at every sound in the woods around them, desperate to hear the sound of pounding hooves or the howl of a wolf. She prayed to Jon's old gods that he would come for her. Her captors kept her far away from the road, the rough terrain making the ride even harder. There were 4 of them in total, 2 rode ahead and 2 behind, cloaked in gold. Technically, they weren't Lannister soldiers, but they were commanded by them all the same. At least they hadn't touched her, she could be grateful for that. They had allowed her to tend to the gash on her cheek when they'd stopped. They stopped to water the horses, giving her nothing but hard bread and water. It felt like they were treating her like a stolen horse, and she figured they'd fetch a better price if she was in good shape. Why do you think Lannister wants her so badly? One of the gold cloaks asked his companion. Don't know, and don't care, the other replied. As long as we make it to King's Landing before the Starks find us. The first man scoffed. We don't need to worry about those northern fools. We took her right out from under their noses. We'll have plenty to worry about if one of their monstrous wolves catches up with us. Dany's thoughts froze, and her chest tightened. Jaime Lannister had put a reward out for her. Why? Oh gods, his hand. I told him about his hand. Robert Baratheon. They were taking her to the Red Keep. All the infamy and horror she'd learned about happened there. Uncle Aemon had taken her for a visit when she was a teenager, and she recalled their tour of the Black Cells. Those eerie, dark halls had been terrifying, even with the bright modern lights. She remembered reading the messages prisoners had carved into the walls, knowing they would never leave. That's where they're taking me. If they managed to bring her there, she knew she would never escape. Please, Jon, find me. Meanwhile, Jon and Theon were able to travel faster with just the 2 of them, stopping only long enough to rest and water their horses. Under his cloak, laid out beside a small fire, sleep never came for Jon. When he grew too restless to keep trying, he knelt before the trees he wished were weirwoods and prayed. Gods of the wood, give me the wisdom to know what must be done and the courage to do it. Just as they were about to set out again, Ghost returned, his maw stained red. Good boy. I'll find you, Dany. It won't be long now. They needed to catch up before she was brought to the capital. The white direwolf was ready to lead the way. Jon led the way through the dark woods under a crescent moon, exchanging few words with Theon. He focused intently, fighting against the creeping guilt and fear that threatened to overwhelm him. Once again, he felt he had failed his wife. Would the old gods show him mercy a second time? As they rode, Ghost emerged from the shadows. Jon recognized her by the flash of white fur as she tore one of the gold cloaks from his saddle. Shouts and screams filled the air as the rest of the band fled, taking Dany with them. He could hear her thoughts echoing in his mind, he's here, but Jon never arrived, and Ghost did not return. The gold cloaks treated her more harshly after that, forcing her to ride alongside one of them and allowing for fewer breaks. The air grew warmer, carrying the familiar scent of the sea as they neared King's Landing. When they finally reached the city at night, Dany found it vastly different from the modern version she knew, yet she recognized it all the same. The stench, however, was far worse. Numb from fear, she barely registered her surroundings until they brought her through the gate. The sight of the menacing red curtain walls looming high on the hill sent her heart racing. "I'm going to die." Jon had never been to King's Landing. Even in the dead of night, the heat was stifling and the smell unbearable. Theon, too, was unfamiliar with the city, but they had agreed that entering through the front gate was not an option. Just before Jon set out, Arya had caught up with him. "Jon," she called as he readied his horse. "What are you going to do if they take her to the Red Keep?" The thought twisted in his stomach. "I can't have this discussion right now. I know a way into the castle," she insisted. She explained that they could enter through the sewers, which would lead him directly into the black cells. The plan seemed overly simple, with little chance of success, but after they hid their horses, they made their way into the sewers. The darkness stretched out before them, the foul air thick and oppressive. They followed the wall until it opened into another passage, a path that led deeper into the shadows. A chilling thought crossed Jon's mind: he might die here, lost forever in this black cavern, never to be found. But he could find peace in that, as long as he reached Dany first. Occasionally, a rat squeaked in the dark, and more than once, he felt one scurry past his feet. Finally, as they turned a corner, the flicker of an orange torch broke the gloom. The black cells. A scream of terror echoed through the corridor, a woman's scream. Theon sprang into action, catching a guard by surprise. He quickly covered the man's mouth before slicing his throat. The scream pierced the air again. "Wait here and listen," Jon instructed Theon, his gaze fixed on the source of the sound. The hall appeared empty, but the urgency in the air was palpable. "I'll find her." The room he entered was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a single torch flickering on the wall outside her cell. It was late into the night when they arrived, and the castle lay in eerie silence. No one had spoken to her as she was led down into the depths of the castle. Her knees trembled from fear, and the guards had to hold her up to keep her from collapsing. When the iron door clanged shut and her jailer vanished from sight, panic set in. She felt as though she might burst from her skin, pacing back and forth in a half-mad frenzy. That was until a rat darted across the cold floor of her cell, prompting her to press herself against the wall. Time lost all meaning, but she estimated it couldn't have been more than 15 minutes when a strange man appeared. Plump and bald, he wore long, colorful robes. He brought her food and drink, which she accepted eagerly, despite her fear. "Who are you, child? Where are you from? Why are you here?" he asked. Dany was too exhausted and frightened to put on a brave front. "I'm just Dany," she replied softly. "I'm not supposed to be here." How literal that statement was, she could never fully express. The man left soon after, satisfied with her answers, but her heart raced with uncertainty. Provide. The moment he entered, the air shifted, bringing with it the scent of exotic spices that cut through the dampness of the dungeon. Dany had been leaning against the rough stone wall until her legs grew tired, and she finally sank to the ground. It was impossible to ignore the fact that this dungeon was infested with rats, their scurrying sounds echoing in the darkness. Exhausted and too frightened to sleep, tears streamed down her face. She thought of her old life, one she might never return to, and the new reality she was reluctantly beginning to accept. The hope of rescue felt like a distant dream. She knew how the story of the young wolf ended. If she didn't find a way out on her own, she would perish in this place. The echoes of footsteps and the flickering light of torches jolted Dany to her feet. Her heart raced as she watched a guard unlock her cell door. She was not entirely surprised when Jaime Lannister stepped inside. He was finely dressed, far cleaner than during their first encounter, and undeniably handsome. His long golden hair curled around his head and shoulders, and the smile on his face sent a chill down her spine. "Good evening, my lady," he said, keeping his gaze fixed on her as he addressed the guard. "Tie her hands behind her back. I'm taking her somewhere more private." Too afraid to resist, Dany trembled as the rope was coiled tightly around her wrists, still sore from her journey. She struggled to keep her mind clear. If she was going to survive this, she needed to stay sharp. Her legs felt weak as she was led out of her cell, and without the guard's firm grip on her arm, she might have collapsed. They brought her into a windowless room. In the center stood a wooden table surrounded by chairs, and the walls were lined with knives and sharp objects, reminiscent of a horror movie. Dany's knees buckled at the sight of a wooden structure propped against the corner. She didn't need to be a scholar of history to understand the implications of what lay before her. Dany recognized the rack in the dim light. "Leave us," Jaime said curtly. "And don't come back, no matter what you hear." The door closed with a sickening thud, and her gaze fell on the Kingslayer. A chill ran down her spine as she noticed his right hand was missing, replaced by a solid gold prosthetic. It was a poor substitute for a real hand, but better than she had imagined. She thought back to that night in the Whispering Wood when they were both prisoners. She had ridiculed him then, predicting his fate. Now, she understood why she was here. Gently, he helped her to her feet. "Sit, my lady," he said, guiding her into a chair. He took a seat across from her, looking at her as if they were in a cafe rather than a medieval torture chamber. "Congratulations on your recent marriage," he said. "The bastard, second son of a house in rebellion against the crown. I'm sure you never dreamed you'd climb so high." Despite her fear, Dany felt a flicker of defiance ignite within her. "I was happy to find he has two hands," she replied. Jaime laughed, his green eyes flashing with a dangerous light. He raised his golden hand and admired it. "You noticed." "Of course you did. You told me it would happen." In an instant, he smacked her hard across the table with the back of his good hand. She nearly toppled out of her chair, her cheek ablaze with pain. "How did you know?" he demanded. "Did you make it happen?" She tasted blood as she sat back up, forcing herself to meet his gaze. "If I could make it happen, do you think I'd be here?" Rising from his seat, he walked around the table and stood behind her. His chest pressed against her back as he leaned over her shoulder, and she could feel the heat of his breath. "I have another question for you then. Why would Robb Stark consider you of such value that he would adopt you as one of his own? Wed you, an unknown wench, to his own brother?" Dany's eyes grew wet at the thought of her unexpected husband. What she wouldn't give. Because. She hesitated, searching for the right words. "Jon loves me." He chuckled softly, running his fingers through her hair. "That's the most amusing thing I've heard all week. Robb Stark may be a foolish boy, but he's more sensible than that. He might have chosen a love match for himself, but for his bastard brother, whom he just legitimized, he's going to expect something more advantageous." Dany felt panic rising within her. "I don't know what you want from me." In an instant, he grabbed her by the neck and pressed her head against the table. "I want to know who you are and how you knew about this," he said, holding his golden hand before her eyes. Before she could gather her thoughts, he wrenched her back into her chair. He produced a dagger, and her breath caught in her throat. "I fully intend, by any means necessary, to discover your true nature and the secrets you hold." She felt the fabric of her dress loosen as he cut the top two laces of her bodice. Terror pulsed through her, but she glared at him defiantly. "What kind of knight would dishonor a lady? Have you heard nothing of me?" he asked. "They call me the Kingslayer. If I'd betray my king, what do you think I might do to you?" He caressed her cheek with the edge of his dagger. If you don't tell me everything I want to know. She pursed her lips, fighting to hide her fear. I know your secrets, Lannister. Jaime paused, his amused smile faltering, revealing a flicker of unease in his eyes. And what might those be? Dany felt her stomach churn but held her head high. Your own twin sister is your lover, and you've sired all of her children. Jaime's shoulders relaxed. Not so much a secret, is it? Just common gossip, really. He leaned in closer. And I'll tell you, Lady Snow, it's all true. Dread gnawed at her insides as she searched her mind for everything she knew about Jaime Lannister. A memory surfaced vividly, the rain pattering against the window outside. Jon was at his desk, absorbed in his laptop, his dark eyebrows knitted together as his fingers danced over the keys. They had planned to spend the day tucked away together, and Dany was wearing nothing but his t-shirt. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and kissed his cheek. Are you working on your book? She asked. He paused, pressing one of her hands against his chest. A section on Jaime Lannister. I thought your obsession was limited to Starks and Targaryens. It's also about their enemies and allies. Jaime Lannister, Dany mused, recalling her studies. Also known as the Kingslayer. A disgraced, one-handed knight of the King's Guard who had 3 children with his twin sister. He should make for an interesting chapter. He was also a skilled fighter and battle commander. Do you think his bad reputation is unjustified? Hardly, he replied, pushing his chair away from the desk and inviting her to sit in his lap. In fact, some believe he's guilty of worse. Do you know about Eddard Stark's son, Brandon? The one who was paralyzed? Jon gestured to a pile of books and papers on his desk. Records from that time indicate he fell from the castle walls during a royal visit from King Robert. Many theorize it was Jaime Lannister who pushed him. Why would he do that? It's believed that young Brandon Stark discovered Jaime with his sister, Cersei. To keep the boy from revealing their secret, Jaime intended to push him to his death. As the memory faded, Lannister suddenly yanked her from her seat by her arm and bent her over the table. A flash of terror coursed through her as she struggled to find her voice. What about Brandon Stark? The Kingslayer stilled behind her, and a surge of triumph eclipsed her fear. You didn't think anyone knew about that, did you? You pushed him from that tower in Winterfell. You didn't want him to tell the world what he saw. He seized her by the hair, a grip so tight it made her scalp burn. Gods help me if Robb Stark ever finds out, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He might start a war. Out of options, she twisted her wrists and pulled at her binds, fear taking hold of her completely. She could sense the Kingslayer looming behind her and screamed for help. He grabbed one of her arms and yanked it back. Who do you imagine is going to help you? She cried out as he tugged her arm back even further. You're going to regret this. I doubt that, he replied. You're going to tell me how you know these things. We'll start with your real name. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the door flew open. She could hardly believe her eyes as Jon marched into the room, pointing his sword directly at the Kingslayer. Take your hands off my wife. Dany was bewildered by how he had found her, and she couldn't fathom how they would escape this alive. Jaime laughed in disbelief. Gods be good. Jon Snow. It appears we have an audience, my lady. Kill this monster, Jon. She gasped as Jaime drew her closer, the dagger pinching her neck. Put that sword on the table, the Kingslayer commanded. Let's commence with the evening's entertainment. Jon's eyes burned with fury as he approached, sword still raised. Jaime pulled her back against him, the cold metal of his golden hand pressing into her belly. By the 7, I will slit her throat. Her husband's face twisted with rage as he reluctantly laid his sword on the table. Only then did he meet her eyes, and her heart twisted with fear. That wasn't too hard, Jaime said, a smirk on his face. There was no way out of this. All the Kingslayer had to do was call for the guards. "Go, Jon," she begged, her voice barely above a whisper. "Just go. First she orders you to kill me, and now she orders you to flee?" Jaime taunted. Jaime Lannister mocked her. "Who's the man in this marriage, Snow?" Dany felt the walls closing in around her. "I'm going to cut off your cock and send it to your sister." Jaime tightened his grip on her waist. "You are a foul-mouthed wretch. I can't understand why anyone would pledge himself to a woman like you. You can stay here and watch, and then I'll make sure you end up in a black cell of your own. I'll even see to it that it's the same one your father rotted in." Her head spun. If only she hadn't brought Jon into her suffering. Then suddenly, an idea struck her like lightning. A simple technique Robb and Theon had taught her. She held her breath and silently counted to 3. Gathering all her strength, she slammed the ball of her heel down on Jaime's foot. He grunted in pain, loosening his grip just enough for Dany to break free. Jon was on him before he could recover, landing a punch hard enough to send Jaime crumpling to the floor. The young lion didn't get up as Jon swiftly cut the bindings from her wrists and took her hand. "Let's go." Dany struggled to process what was happening. She couldn't fathom how Jon had managed to break in or how he had reached her just in time. But how would they escape these thick stone walls? Suddenly, the bald man from earlier stepped into their path. Jon pushed her behind him. "Let us pass." The strange lord remained unfazed. "It's good you left Jaime Lannister alive. I couldn't help you if you hadn't." Jon raised his sword. "Step aside. Your father refused my help as well." "How did that go for him?" Dany stepped beside Jon. "You want to help us?" "Why?" His eyes met hers with sympathy. "I know what it's like to be powerless with no name to hide behind. Sometimes we get caught in the webs. The fortunate among us force us to play their games. Your presence adds no value and only deepens the wars already tearing the 7 kingdoms apart. I'll show you the way out." Jon lowered his sword. "My sister, Sansa. Where is she?" The man folded his arms. "Your sister is a different matter entirely. This offer I'm making is for here and now." With no other option, Jon reluctantly decided to trust the strange man. He led them through a series of corridors to an open balcony that overlooked the rushing black water below. Jon peered over the edge before gripping Dany firmly by the arm. "Wait!" Dany protested. "Are we meant to jump?" The fall looked impossibly far. She turned to ask the man, but he had already vanished. "There's no other way," Jon replied urgently, climbing onto the ledge and pulling her up with him. Dany took a deep breath. "Is it deep enough?" "I don't know." He took her hand. "Are you ready?" Dany swallowed her fear. "Yes." The moment the words left her lips, they leapt from the wall and plunged into the dark water below. Chapter 11, The Reckoning, Part 2. Dark gray clouds gathered in the sky, obscuring the light of the moon. Dany wasn't sure if this was a blessing or a curse as she stumbled over the jagged rocks jutting from the sandy riverbank. Her heart raced, feeling as though it might burst, and she hunched over mid-stride, grateful for the fresh air after their harrowing plunge into the Blackwater. Jon yanked her along by the arm. "We have to keep moving," he urged. Her waterlogged clothes and boots made it all the more difficult. Everything felt like it was happening too quickly, and yet not quickly enough. Outside the city gates, the muffled sounds of the capital echoed behind them, reminding her that this was the closest she had been to the familiar sounds of her old life. The shadows around them heightened her anxiety as she scanned for danger, jumping at every sound, convinced she heard the shouts of the city guard. Jon was alert, his muscles tense and his eyes focused. When had she seen him like this before? She recalled the first night they met in the Whispering Wood, a stark reminder of why she had reason to be afraid. Her heart eased somewhat when Jon led her to a cluster of trees where 2 horses waited, along with Theon Greyjoy. Dany could hardly believe he was there. They had never gotten along, and she had always thought of him as a self-centered prick. Yet, she found herself throwing her arms around him in a tight embrace, tears filling her eyes. "Thank you." Theon cleared his throat and returned the hug briefly before releasing her. His expression was serious. "I'm sorry I couldn't stop them." "It wasn't your fault," she reassured him. Jon was all business as he handed Theon a set of reins. "We need to move." He removed his fur cloak from where it lay over his saddle and wrapped it around her shoulders. The warm, dry cloak felt like a blessing, and she let out a sigh of relief as she buried herself in it. This comforting gesture, along with the realization of what lay ahead, filled her with a mix of gratitude and determination. The thought of what he must have gone through to find her caused a tight ball to form in Dany's chest. Her nose stung with tears as she looked at the menacing red curtain walls in the distance behind them. What danger had she put him in? It was outrageous that he'd been able to find her at all, let alone escape. She trembled, tears pricking the corners of her eyes. "You shouldn't have come for me," she said, her voice breaking. "2 men against an entire castle. You could have been killed." Jon paused, his hand stilling on the saddle as he looked at her with a mix of confusion and concern. "How could you be so reckless?" he asked, his voice low. "Reckless?" Dany grabbed his arm, her hands shaking. "Did you really think I'd leave you to the Lannisters?" "Yes," she exclaimed, desperation creeping into her tone. "Do you have any idea what might have happened if you were killed? The entire course of history would be turned upside down. The fate of your family and mine, thrown into oblivion." Her hysteria climbed higher as she considered the implications. Not only had she left Jon and Uncle Aemon behind, but she might have wiped them from existence altogether, herself included. Jon exhaled sharply, and she could see he was reaching his limit. "I don't know what you're talking about, but you're my wife. I will lay down my life to defend you." Tears rolled down her cheeks. "No. You don't understand." She shook her head, frustration mounting. "I'm not as important as you." She wished she could convey that this wasn't a statement of self-deprecation but a cold, hard fact. "Stop it. Quiet." Jon pulled her into him, and she cried into his shoulder. "What in 7 hells?" Of course, there was no choice. He rocked her gently, his voice soothing. "You matter more to me than anything. I will always come for you." He kissed her forehead, then swiftly hoisted her into the saddle. "Now we need to ride." They rode hard through what remained of the night. Sleep was impossible, and Dany's mind raced with thoughts of what could have happened and what might still come. Their clothes were soaked, heavy with the scent of dirt and seawater. At that moment, Dany would have given anything for a hot bath. A pink sky began to emerge overhead as they stopped at a stream to rest their horses. The damp fabric clung to her skin, making her uncomfortable as she climbed down and stretched her legs. Since leaving King's Landing, she and Jon hadn't exchanged a single word, a silence that felt unusual until he handed the reins of their horse to Theon, asking him to ensure the mare got a drink of water. Dany felt a flutter in her stomach as Jon took her by the arm and led her away. She tried to decipher his thoughts as he studied the ground, then met her gaze with a frown. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Did they hurt you? Did the Kingslayer hurt you?" "No, he didn't. Not much, anyway. He didn't have time, thanks to you." Jon closed his eyes and let out a breath. Thank the gods. But then his expression hardened as he looked at her expectantly. "I'm waiting for you to say something, Dany. Anything close to an apology." She blinked, sure she hadn't heard him correctly. "An apology?" His expression remained tight as he nodded. Dany was incredulous. "I was taken hostage by a group of men. Her pulse quickened at his callousness. I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life for saving me, but I didn't ask to be taken, nor did I ask to be imprisoned and nearly tortured. I won't apologize for something that wasn't my fault. He stared at her in disbelief. It was your fault. If you had stayed like I told you to, none of this would have happened. His voice grew louder as he continued. But you don't seem to think you need to listen to me. I'm only your husband. You go about doing whatever you please, and then it falls to me to break into the Red Keep. Anger surged within her. Dany glared at Jon, as if seeing him for the first time. The vast differences in their backgrounds felt more pronounced than ever. Her blood boiled as she raised her chin defiantly. I told you to take me with you. But why would you listen to me? I'm just a woman. Why should anything I say matter? She stepped closer, her fury intensifying. Women are supposed to keep quiet and do as they're told. Jon tightened his grip on her arm. If you had done that, we wouldn't be on the run with gold cloaks on our trail. Dany stared at him in disbelief, then pushed him back with both hands. He really believes this. How did she not see it until now? Jon's face flushed as he grabbed her arms again. Don't do that again. Don't touch me. She shoved him away, angry tears welling in her eyes. Do you think I wanted to be abducted? That I sought it out and brought it on myself? She wanted to scream that she didn't want to be in this century at all. The anger inside her swelled, fueled by all the things she couldn't express. I don't know what you want. Jon threw up his hands in frustration. I can't predict what you'll do next, and you tell me almost nothing about your past. Dany stepped closer, her voice steady. We agreed that my secrets are mine to keep. Robert Baratheon, Jon. I went for a ride. To save myself, she thought, but couldn't bring herself to say it. You expect me to believe you went for a ride on your own in the middle of a war? Yes. I do. I ordered you to stay. Dany shot daggers at him. I don't have to do what you tell me to. You do. He towered over her, his voice firm. You are my wife. Disgust twisted in her gut, her anger reaching new heights. Your wife. Your wife. She brought her face inches from his. You think I'm your property? Is that how you see me? Just like your horse or your sword? Dany's nose tingled with the threat of tears she refused to shed. Jon's expression remained unchanged. You do belong to me, and you are my wife, whether you like it or not. Dany felt her heart rage within her. Where was the man she thought she knew? Well, maybe I don't like it. But that doesn't matter to you, does it? Jon flinched and turned away, but she stepped in front of him, blocking his path. As long as I'm in your bed at night, you don't care what I think or how I feel. To you, that's all a wife is, someone to satisfy your desires whenever you want. She realized she was crossing a line as the words tumbled out. The way he loved her was genuine, but her fury had taken over, making it clear that she would not be owned. Jon's eyes widened, and he glanced at Theon, who stood about 300 yards away, oblivious to their confrontation. The look he gave her was intense. If that's what you think, you're a damn fool. Dany was momentarily speechless, her chin quivering. His words cut deeper than she anticipated, shattering the fragile armor her anger had created. His response seemed to snap him back to reality, and he placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Come on, Dany, let's not do this. The pity in his eyes only fueled her anger, and she recoiled from his touch. I said don't touch me, you arrogant prick. She didn't ask for any of this, and she refused to be blamed and coddled at the same time. His mouth fell open. You foul-mouthed. He caught himself, turning pale as he stumbled back a few steps before sinking to the ground. He looked utterly defeated, hanging his head, and the sight shocked the fury out of her. Her heart ached and raced as she sat down beside him, hesitantly. Jon ran a hand through his hair. I never meant to talk to you like that. Me neither, Dany replied softly. Neither of them seemed capable of looking at one another. Jon shook his head slowly. I had never been to King's Landing before. I navigated the sewers of the Red Keep blind, armed only with my sword and my little sister's word on how to find the black cells. He paused, his eyes glistening as emotion built in his voice. My father had been kept prisoner down there. I heard you scream. I've never heard anything so terrible. Dany's tears burned on her cheeks. It hadn't even crossed her mind that Ned Stark had been held in that desolate place. I'm sorry, Jon. I'm so sorry. She reached out to touch his arm. I never meant for any of this to happen. I swear. Hope flickered in her chest as he placed his hand over hers, and she moved closer. That part one no, he said. But there are other things I'm less sure of. He swallowed hard and hesitated before continuing. Were you running away again, Dany? Is that what this was? Do you still wish to leave? Guilt hit her hard, a painful lump forming in her throat. No, she replied firmly. No matter the truth, she could never bring herself to tell him. No, I don't want to leave you. She held his hand with both of hers. I was being stupid. More tears fell as she admitted what she didn't want to be true. I was being careless. I'm so sorry. Forgive me for everything. His eyes were red-rimmed, but he managed a small smile. Forgiven. Dany's breath caught in her throat. As easy as that? After what I did and everything that happened? Concern returned to his eyes. I've already forgiven you for everything you've done, and everything you'll ever do. I don't have much choice in the matter. I love you. A sob escaped her as she buried herself in his open arms. How can you be real? At that moment, she desperately wished she could take back the hurtful things she had said. Holding her close, he stroked her back. I'm sorry as well, he whispered. I was angry, and I said more than I meant, Jon said softly, resting his forehead against hers. Will you forgive me too? Forgiven, Dany replied without hesitation. The corners of his eyes crinkled into a smile, but then he turned serious again. I care very much about what you think and feel. I know. She curled her arms over his shoulders. And I do like being your wife. I love being your wife. Jon caressed her cheek. I know. Her body, which had been tense and heavy, now felt bright and warm. You saved my life, he said, tenderly tucking away her loose hair. I told you I'd protect you, Southron girl. Your life is more precious to me than my own. He lifted her chin, meeting her eyes. I need you to promise me something. Anything. If you ever wish to go, you'll come to me and tell me. Her voice broke. I promise. He kissed the top of her head. We need to go now. The ride will be hard, but I'll get you safely to Riverrun, and you can rest there. Instead of getting up to leave, they sat in silence, holding each other. With her head resting against his shoulder, Dany chose to ignore the reality of her situation. This moment was theirs. Their road would be difficult, just as Jon had said. Between the endless riding and sleeping on the hard ground, every bone and muscle in her body ached. She had never needed a bath more, her smell was appalling, and she'd eaten more spit-roasted fowl than anyone should. But Jon was safe, she was safe, and they were together. The fight they'd had after her rescue had shocked her. She could never have imagined they could rage at each other the way they had, a burst of fear and anger that had melted away as quickly as it began. The hurt she saw in his entire body when he'd asked if she meant to run devastated her. How could she ever hurt him that way? You have to tell him the truth. That thought kept nagging at her, no matter how hard she tried to push it away. No matter how hard she tried to shut it down, she couldn't bring herself to tell him something like that. He could barely understand her as it was. How could any sane person believe her story? For now, she decided to focus on the present, saving the weight of reality for another day. It was late afternoon on a gray day when the red sandstone walls of Riverrun came into view. The fading light and clouds reflected on the surface of the tumblestone. Dany had expected to feel relief upon reaching the walls, but instead, her discomfort only grew. It seemed she wasn't the only one. Jon was even quieter than usual as they approached the fortress where the Stark banners flew. Only Theon seemed excited, letting out a grateful sigh and detailing his plans to eat and drink in the hall before finding a buxom wench. As they neared the bridge, 2 men on horseback rode out to meet them. Dany sat up straighter, feeling Jon tense behind her. "The king will see you in the great hall," they announced. While Jon responded politely, she could sense his apprehension. Dany's nerves frayed as the 3 of them walked through the halls of Riverrun. She did her best to brush the horse hair from her soiled skirts and untangle the mess that was her hair with her broken, dirty fingernails. She wouldn't have chosen to address a king in this state, even if this king was technically her brother-in-law. It was clear that something was not right. The king in the north sat in his high seat, flanked by his lords from the north and Riverlands. The hall was silent as a crypt, and the expressions around them were cold and unyielding. None looked pleased about their arrival. Silence enveloped them as they waited for Robb to speak. Wringing her hands, Dany finally couldn't take it anymore. "I don't know how to thank you for sparing men, Anne." Robb's steely blue eyes looked past her as his voice boomed within the walls. "Did she tell the Lannisters anything? About our movements and resources?" Dany's heart raced. "No," she stammered. "Jon got there before." Jon touched her arm, silencing her. "She told them nothing," he said. Robb still wouldn't look at her. "Jon, have your lady wife wait outside." Dany trembled, her fear escalating as uncertainty loomed. Jon gave her a sympathetic glance and whispered, "It will be all right, Southern girl. I'll find you in the bedchamber." As she stepped out of the hall alone, Dany felt the weight of unfriendly gazes upon her, igniting a flush of shame and confusion. Marriage had never been a consideration for Jon growing up in Winterfell. Whatever notions he had about it before becoming a husband were far simpler than the reality he faced now. Perhaps when he thought of marriage, he envisioned girls like Sansa, who enjoyed making pretty dresses and practicing pleasantries. Dany, however, reminded him more of Arya or Lady Mormont and her daughters, women who defied expectations and had a knack for trouble. It was something Jon had always admired in her, even as it led him into the depths of the Red Keep. His heart softened at the memory of their argument and how easily she had forgiven him. He forgave her, too. She was his, and he would do right by her, no matter the personal cost, even with his brother, who seemed more unpredictable than ever. "Lord Greyjoy," Robb addressed Theon. "You have my gratitude for helping my brother find his wife, putting yourself at great personal risk. I'm sure you're tired from the long journey. You may go." After Theon bowed and exited the hall, Robb turned his glare toward Jon. "And where did you find your wife, brother?" Jon braced himself, knowing this conversation wouldn't end well. "They had taken her to the Red Keep before we could catch up with them." The lord scowled at the news. The men murmured among themselves, and Robb's expression darkened. For a moment, it seemed he was too furious to speak. "The Red Keep? What would have happened if you'd been found? Another hostage for the Lannisters?" "The man I've named my heir." Jon regarded his brother warily. "They didn't find me. I found my wife, made it out, and returned to your service, your grace." If they were still children, Robb might have lashed out, but they were grown men now, and Robb was his king. They each had their roles to play. Robb's interest was piqued, which seemed to temper some of his anger. "Another night, when I'm not in the mood to wring your neck, I want to hear the whole tale." Jon nodded, feeling the tension in his shoulders ease. Perhaps they could move past this more quickly than he had expected. "Your wife," Robb began, an edge creeping back into his voice, doesn't understand what she nearly cost us." The lords of the North and Riverlands nodded in agreement. Jon's heart raced. And she needs to. Pleading her case before this crowd would only complicate matters further. "If she were a man, and not your wife." "I know," Jon interrupted, aware of the danger they were in. Ricard Karstark glowered. "Your king is speaking." The intensity in the room surged, and Jon could see renewed determination in his brother's eyes. There was no room for weakness in front of these hard men. "If she were a man, and not your wife," Robb continued, "I'd have her whipped or killed outright." Jon felt his throat dry. He was beginning to understand the gravity of the situation. "But she is your wife, and you need to make sure she knows." The king in the north leaned forward. "Do you understand?" A cold dread settled in Jon's stomach. He knew he wouldn't find any allies among the men in this room. Robb's command was for their benefit, and he didn't need to ask to know that these men would have demanded retribution from his brother for what could have happened, especially after his own mother released the Kingslayer. Let it not be said that the Starks are ruled by their women. Jon understood, but that didn't mean he would forgive him. "Is this your order, your grace?" Robb leaned back in his high seat. "It is." Inside their bedchamber at Riverrun, the air was toasty and warm. Dany found that her and Jon's belongings had been neatly arranged as if they had never left when the army set out for the Westerlands. Grateful for the cleanliness, she climbed into their bed, burying herself beneath the furs and fresh sheets. Her hair smelled of soap and rose water, and her linen shift was crisp and dry. Everything seemed right and peaceful, except for the tension simmering inside her, a menacing feeling that hung in the air. Pulling the furs up to her chin, she watched the chamber door, her senses heightened to any sounds in the hall. Jon had been gone for a long time, longer than she had anticipated. The Starks weren't known for their verbosity, and it seemed unlikely that Robb was still scolding Jon in the Great Hall. That left her wondering if he was avoiding her, his troublesome wife who had nearly derailed the rebellion. At least that was how Robb and the Northern Lords saw it. Guilt weighed heavily on her, knowing she had put Jon at odds with his brother after he had sacrificed so much for her already. Perhaps he was now regretting his decision to marry a girl of no house. Robb had never treated her that way before, even when he didn't trust her. It was a harsh reminder of her position as a woman in a time when that was a significant limitation. Her heart skipped a beat when the chamber door finally opened. Jon peeked inside before stepping in, bags under his eyes. He looked like he had aged 5 years since she had been taken. He entered solemnly and quickly locked the door behind him. "Is everything all right?" she asked, holding her breath as she awaited his response. Jon sighed and shook his head. "Not yet, but it will be." Her shoulders relaxed a little. Whatever was coming, she hoped they would face it together. The events that had unfolded were clearly troubling, but Jon wouldn't lie to her. She nodded toward the basin. "There's fresh water." He moved to it without a word, washing his face and hands. As Dany waited, nerves began to creep in, prompting her to gather her hair over one shoulder and examine the ends. "Do you think Robb will forgive me one day?" She noticed more of his curls had come undone as he dried his face with a towel. Once he was finished, he offered her a weak smile. I know he will." Dany returned the smile, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. "Come to bed, Jon." She longed to hold him and be held by him on the soft feather mattress, rather than the cold, hard ground they had endured for the past 2 nights. She wanted to lose herself in his presence and together block out the rest of the world. Jon cast a wary glance at the door, running a hand through his hair. "There's a matter we have to settle first." His words made her uneasy. "What do you mean?" He dropped his gaze, continuing to act strangely. "If a man had done what you did, he'd likely be put to the sword." Dany lowered her chin, warmth creeping over her in shame. "I didn't know." I know. Our ways are strange to you." He exhaled slowly and took a hesitant step toward her. But the fact is, I told you to stay, and you didn't. If you had listened, none of this would have happened. I am so sorry, Jon. She meant it, even though she had her reasons, but she didn't understand why he was bringing it up again. Jon glanced around uneasily, his eyes darting to the door and then back to her. I know. If it were only me hurt by it, I'd never mention it again, but what you did put the entire army in jeopardy. He swallowed hard. Your actions have consequences, and there's no getting around it. His gaze fell to the floor, and her mind raced. Dany froze as she watched him take off his belt. Her instincts kicked in faster than her thoughts, adrenaline surging through her as she climbed out from under the covers. What do you mean? Jon avoided her gaze, a pained expression crossing his face as he doubled the belt over. Get down by the bed. I'll make it quick. Dany's mouth dropped open, a chill spreading through her. What? Are you serious? Absolutely not. She dropped to all fours, keeping a close eye on him and preparing to make a run for it. She knew he outweighed her and that she couldn't fight him off, but she could make it to the door. Dany. He stepped closer, and she backed away, fixing him with a firm stare. I said I'm sorry, and I truly am. I will never do it again. That's the end of it. I wish it were, he replied steadily, invading her personal space. She dodged away, crawling to the other end of the bed. You must come from a place where things are easier, he continued, following her. Where it's not a matter of life and death when you take matters into your own hands. But here, that's the hard truth. Small actions have serious consequences. All right, Dany said, her voice trembling as she crept back toward him. Jon eyed her cautiously as he shadowed her movements around the bed. You're right. I will follow your orders, even when I don't agree with them. Good, he nodded. Now get off the bed and let's get this done. What? Disgust twisted in her stomach, and she evaded his grasp as he closed the distance again. I said I would follow your orders. You've said it, Jon barked. But that doesn't change what I'm charged to do. Dany rushed across the bed, but Jon was quick to cut her off. He glanced over his shoulder toward the door before whispering, Come off the bed, and let's discuss this. No way. He huffed in frustration, his eyes hardening. There's such a thing. It's about justice, Dany. You've wronged many men, and now you must face the consequences. As your husband, that duty falls to me. Dany glared at him, then backed away from the bed, sprinting for the doorway. She screamed as Jon intercepted her. Don't go near the door. He demanded. Taking refuge behind a table, she shot back. Did you think I'd just let you beat me? Grabbing a heavy goblet, she hurled it at his head with all her might. He ducked, and the goblet shattered against the corner of the room. Neither of us have much say in the matter. He shouted. I'll scream. She retorted. Good. He yelled back. Let everyone hear and know the deed is done. A pounding filled her ears as the reality of the situation sank in. You're only doing this because of your brother, you coward. Outside, laughter erupted, igniting her fury. Jon's expression was unwavering, his jaw set tight. This is the position you've put us both in. With a primal roar, Dany picked up another goblet and hurled it at the door with surprising strength. It left a dent in the wood before clattering to the ground. The laughter from the other side grew louder. She's got a good arm, someone remarked. Dany glared through the door, recognizing Great Jon Umber's voice. She seized a pewter flagon and turned to Jon. We have no choice, Dany, he insisted, his eyes locked onto hers. Either I do it, or some other man will. Then let it be some other man. She screamed, launching the flagon at him. His grunt of pain as it struck him was drowned out by the raucous cheers from the hall. Red wine splattered over him and the floor. "No way!" he shouted back. Seizing the moment, Dany tried to rush past him, but he caught her in his arms and pulled her down onto the bed. She struggled, but he was stronger, holding her down firmly. "This will go faster if you just yield." Dany's skin burned with humiliation as she felt him pull up her shift. "I'm going to make you suffer," she promised, then elbowed him hard in the gut. As she rolled to the floor, he groaned in pain but managed to catch her by the ankle just before she reached the ground. "Get away from me, you sadist," she screamed, kicking him fiercely in the face. "Seven hells," he swore, but he still didn't let her go. "I don't know what that means." Jon got down on the ground, climbing over her, the scent of the red wine she doused him in hanging in the air as he flipped her onto her belly. "I don't want this any more than you do." Dany's heart raced as she realized she couldn't escape. "I'll never forgive you." His voice dropped to a low whisper. "If I can forgive you for what you did, you can forgive me too. You said you'd scream, Dany." He leaned in closer, adding, "I need you to do that." "Fuck you." With a swift motion, he brought the belt down across her backside with a sharp crack that sent pain coursing through her, and she screamed. When the noise echoed again, she hunched her shoulders in fear, but the belt didn't touch her this time. "Come on, Dany," Jon pleaded from above her. "I need you to play it up." Reluctantly, she relented when he cracked the belt again without actually hitting her, her scream coming a moment too late. Jon sounded unimpressed. "Do better than that." Determined, she tried harder the next time, faking a scream of pain as she heard the sound of the belt slicing through the air. "Good. Keep doing that." They went back and forth with their ruse until her voice grew hoarse. Finally, seeming to think they'd done enough, Jon climbed off her and dropped the belt on the floor. Exhausted and confused, Dany sat up slowly, her head pounding and unsure of what to do next. Jon sat nearby in the dark, his shoulders slumped. "I'll take the floor," he said quietly. She had at least the grace to keep her distance. Dany would have preferred complete solitude, but having the bed to herself would have to suffice. Without a word or a glance in his direction, she climbed back into bed and piled the covers over herself. Wide awake, her blood still raced, and a tight fist of rage clenched in her chest. She was certain she'd never sleep, and when her breathing finally slowed and her pulse began to calm, angry tears fell. Jon hadn't slept the night before either. He knew Dany certainly hadn't. He spent the night on the floor, listening to her cry in the dark. It was well past the hour of the wolf when her sobs finally ceased, leaving him to replay everything that had happened in his mind. He should have conspired with her from the start about what would become their mummer's farce, but he knew Robb's men were listening just outside the door. Perhaps he should have called his brother's bluff and refused to go along with it entirely, but challenging a king didn't seem like a wise choice. It no longer mattered what he could have done, he had made his choices, and now his wife refused to even look at him. By the time the faint light of dawn filtered through the windows, illuminating the chaotic state of the room, Jon had given up on sleep. Quietly, he righted the furniture and gathered the objects she had thrown at him, wincing as he picked up the flagon. After changing out of his wine-soaked clothes, he settled into a tense wait. It wasn't until late morning that Dany finally awoke. The brief glance she gave him made him think it might have been better if he had let her sleep alone. Yet, he knew it was better for her to face the men now and get it over with, only then could they put this whole mess behind them. He felt a flicker of hope when she began to dress after he suggested they get to the hall before there was nothing left. She hadn't spoken to or looked at him, but this was more than he had expected. Her eyes were rimmed with red, and she hadn't bothered to fix her hair. Dany took a moment to braid her hair before they headed to the hall. She was unusually quiet, and Jon felt an overwhelming urge to apologize. "Dany," he said gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. She shrugged him off sharply, creating more distance between them. "I'm only here with you because I'm starving," she replied, her words biting. The rebuke stung, but he knew it was deserved. No matter his circumstances, and regardless of her role in it, he loathed himself for what he had done to her, perhaps as much as she seemed to loathe him. As they approached the great hall, Jon noticed the crowd had thinned. He felt a mix of irritation and resignation when he saw his brother and his closest advisors still gathered at a long wooden table, likely enjoying a second round of Alesh while waiting for him and Dany to arrive. Great Jon Umber spotted them first. "Gods be good, lad," he called out, and the entire table turned to look. "Looks like the lass gave as good as she got." Laughter erupted around the room as they took in Jon's appearance. She had certainly dealt him more than he had given. He didn't need a mirror to know she had blackened his eye, he could feel it well enough. He was just grateful it hadn't swollen shut after how hard she'd kicked him. Dany remained stiff and sullen beside him, but she walked with him to the table. Jon took a seat, leaving space for her beside him. She moved just close enough to grab a plate and fill it with food. A hiding never did anyone permanent damage, but it hurts like hell, Lord Rickard remarked. "She won't make that mistake again," Robb added. "Come, sit with us, my lady." Dany refused to look at any of them. "No thanks, I'll stand." Jon pinched the bridge of his nose as soon as she said it, and laughter erupted once more. Only Robb and Theon maintained their stoic expressions while the others reveled in the moment. "Somewhere else," Dany shouted above the laughter. The men continued to chuckle as she stormed off. "Enough," Robb commanded, silencing them. "You got what you wanted, and now it's done. I don't want to hear any more about it." Jon watched her leave, his appetite vanishing as Talisa, her healer friend, joined her. He left his plate untouched. Things were fine between him, Robb, and the other men, every bit of turmoil forgotten, surely never to be mentioned again. He hoped the same could be said for his relationship with Dany. Benjen clapped him on the shoulder. "It's all right, lad. You did what needed to be done. She's a good lass," the Blackfish added. "She'll get over it. What's done is done." Robb rose from his seat. "Now, if you don't mind, we still have a war to win." "I hate him," Dany lamented, wringing her hands as she paced around Talisa's chamber. "I've never hated anyone more. I hope the original Daenerys Targaryen burns his ass." Talisa, sitting at the table, watched her with concern. "If he tries that with her, she will. Though I think he learned his lesson with you." She tilted her head and smirked. I could see that black eye across the great hall. Dany sighed and dropped into a chair across from Talisa. Her friend's hand flew to her chest. "Doesn't that hurt?" Dany wrinkled her nose. "No. It was far more humiliating than painful." "Really?" Talisa said, incredulous. It sounded awful. Dany's thoughts shattered at the observation. "You heard?" Talisa shook her head, grimacing. Dany groaned and covered her face with her hands. "I don't know why I'm here, if there's some twisted lesson I'm supposed to learn or if I'm meant to change something, but every time I try to get home, something bad happens. It just gets worse and worse." Talisa laid a gentle hand on her arm. "Maybe you're meant to be here. Maybe this is a fixed event. We can't change anything until time itself decides it's your turn to go home," Talisa said gently. "What do I do then? Just give up?" Dany asked, her voice laced with frustration. Talisa glanced around the room. "For now, you need to accept that this is where you are." Dany felt the weight of those words settle over her. "I'd rather be anywhere else in space and time." Meanwhile, Jon and Eamon approached the Quill and Tankard, both on edge. The evening air was crisp, but the chill did little to deter the patrons. As they walked along the plank bridge, they passed countless friends and acquaintances. Each greeting, "Hello, how are you? Great to see you," made Jon feel increasingly less friendly. He had known this would happen, that they would be stopped repeatedly. But Eamon insisted they meet with old Nan in person after relaying everything he had learned from Talisa. They finally spotted her in her usual corner, surrounded by a group of novices eager to hear her tales. Ignoring the curious glances from the rest of the room, they made their way to her. "There will be no stories tonight," Eamon announced, addressing the students. "I need to speak to this lady." Old Nan's eyes widened in surprise, but she didn't protest as the novices quickly vacated the table. Without hesitation, Eamon took a seat in front of her, and Jon followed suit. Eamon folded his hands on the table, his expression serious. "You weren't entirely truthful with us, Nan," he stated. She rolled her eyes dramatically. "I sought you out, if you'll recall. I tried to help you by telling you what I knew. But you didn't tell us everything," Jon interjected. "I spoke with one of your students, Talisa Mager. She had some very interesting things to say." Nan crossed her arms and shot Jon a sour look. "Discussing my class and my former students wouldn't have helped you. I've already gotten into enough trouble because of it, and the Citadel doesn't like me talking about it." "Miss Mager claims to have traveled with Daenerys," Eamon said, his tone firm. "This information would have helped us a great deal." Jon exclaimed. "Now that you know, how does that help you?" Nan countered sharply. "What does it change? She's in the past, and there's still nothing you can do. Sometimes knowing is worse." Jon found it hard to argue with that. "When we first met, you told us that travelers often return, but your students, they always returned, right?" he asked, searching for reassurance. Nan's expression hardened, and she turned away. "I made sure my girls had useful trades. They could hunt small game, start fires, and navigate by the stars. I taught them rules they were to follow, but once they were out there on their own, it was up to them to heed my advice and warnings." Jon leaned in closer. "What are you trying to say?" Nan threw her hands up in frustration. "There was one girl who didn't return." "Gods be good." Eamon swore. "One girl out of dozens." Nan protested. Jon felt a sinking feeling in his gut. "Who was it?" She pressed her lips together, glancing around the room before finally relenting. "Her name was Shay. I told my students to stay back, to observe, and especially to avoid getting involved with the Highborns. In the end, she broke all of my rules." Eamon looked incredulous. "You can't mean Tyrion Lannister's mistress. That was because of you. No wonder the Citadel shut you down." The name didn't ring a bell for Jon, but Eamon's reaction told him it couldn't be good. Old Nan, clearly indignant, said, "You've taken enough of my time tonight, and you didn't even buy me a cider." Before she could leave, Jon called out, "Wait. Is there anything else you can tell us? Anything that might help bring her home?" Her face turned stern. "Work out the dates with Talisa and wait. Waiting is the only thing you can do." A week slipped by quickly. Lost in her thoughts, she spent her time healing sick children, assisting expecting mothers, and tending to men with long-term wounds from various battles. When she wasn't seeing patients, so she stayed in her room, reading whatever mildly interesting books she could find in the library. Gods, what she wouldn't give for a modern fiction novel right now. For the time being, a book recounting the tales of Florian and Jonquil was the best she could manage. She settled into a chair by the fireplace, trying to immerse herself in the story. But as had been the case all week, every moment she wasn't moving, her thoughts drifted back to Jon Snow. Tucking her legs beneath her, she wrapped the fur blanket she had taken from the bed more tightly around herself. It had been colder lately, and she could never seem to get comfortable. The chill made her feel tired and heavy, and all day long she longed to crawl back into her bed. Sometimes, she would remember that awful night when he had humiliated her so completely, punishing her for something he claimed he'd already forgiven. The very notion that he had the right to punish her ignited a hatred within her, burning like a furnace. It was that fire that kept her moving through the motions of her day. He continued to sleep on the floor, and she found herself wishing he would sleep somewhere else entirely. She refused to take meals with him and rebuffed any attempts at conversation. If he thought what he had done was justified, there was nothing left to say. Yet, when that inner fire eventually burned out, and it always did, her heart would ache, and she would start to miss him. Why did he have to ruin everything? Frustrated, she brushed away the tears that fell. She was tired of crying, but the pain seemed endless. Suddenly, the chamber door opened unexpectedly, and she froze. She and Jon locked eyes for a moment. His expression was haunted, almost startled by the sudden contact. It had been a long time since she had even looked at him. Dany gave him a cold stare before burying her nose back in her book, her body tensing as she studied the page without truly reading it. Jon cleared his throat and took a cautious step forward. He had made a habit of avoiding their bedchamber until late in the evening and hadn't approached her so directly before. Dany felt a flush rise in her body as she lifted her chin to meet his gaze. Dark curls fell across his eyes as he rubbed the back of his neck, stirring feelings she didn't want to confront. She steeled herself as he began to speak. "I never planned on being a husband before you," he said, struggling to maintain eye contact. "I never thought much about what it would be like or how I would act. All I knew when we said our vows was that I wanted to care for you and protect you. And when those vows were tested, I failed you." His dark eyes glistened with emotion as they finally met hers. Dany closed her book absently and shifted in her seat, something about her reaction encouraging him to come closer. "I've been taught all my life to uphold my honor, to do what is right no matter the cost. But since I met you, what's right hasn't always been clear. I know we come from different places with different ideals, and I was wrong to impose my will on you." Dany listened intently, her heart pounding as he unsheathed his sword. "Maybe for you and me, there's a different way, our own way." Jon knelt before her, laying his sword at her feet. "I am yours, my lady. I swear by the old gods that I will never again raise my hand against you, even by a king's command. I will shield you from anything that may harm you. My sword and my life are yours. I will honor the vows I made to you above all others." Dany was breathless. She didn't know what she had expected, but it wasn't this. His brows knitted together, and his shoulders slumped. "Is it not enough, Dany?" Her gaze fell to her hands resting in her lap. Was it enough? Would she be foolish to put her trust in him again? He sighed heavily, his expression turning somber. "I don't want to keep you somewhere you don't want to be. If you wish to part ways, to live separately, I will understand." A resounding no echoed in her heart, overwhelming the anger and resentment she had clung to, replaced by the warmth enveloping her. She shot him one last piercing look. "That's what I should want." His face paled, and he nodded quickly. Unable to bear the thought of separation any longer, Dany placed her hand over his heart, the simple gesture sending tingles throughout her body. "But I don't." Jon's eyes softened. "I don't deserve your forgiveness. But if you'll have me, I pledge to care for and protect you as I vowed." He covered her hand with his, and her eyes misted at how much she missed his touch. "And if not, I'll still care for and protect you in every way I can." A smile broke through her uncertainty. "I'll have you." She gently traced her fingers along the length of his jaw, studying the lips she had longed to kiss. "As a partner and an equal." "I swear it," he replied, covering her hand with his. She kissed him first, and for the initial moments, he held back, allowing her to savor the warmth of his lips and explore his mouth. They both sighed and moaned, the longing they had felt for so long pouring out in that kiss. Shifting his sword aside, he pulled her down to the floor, enveloping her in his arms. The days had felt like weeks, the weeks like years. It had been so long since she had been touched that every sensation felt amplified, each caress as sweet as their very first. They rolled on the floor, hands and mouths hungry for each other, making up for lost time. Their fingers fumbled with fabric, clasps, and ties as they undressed one another from memory. With the last shred of her self-preservation, Dany managed to get Jon on his back. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." He clutched his back and said, "And you're mine." A powerful connection surged between them, something that transcended words, and tears blurred her vision as they pushed each other past the edge of pleasure. The air was filled with sounds of satisfaction and deep, savoring breaths. They lay before the hearth, surrounded by their carelessly tossed clothes and boots, wrapped together and reluctant to move. Dany sighed, reveling in the warmth of his shoulder beneath her head and the embrace of his arms around her. "Gods, I missed this." "Me too," he replied, kissing the top of her head. "I won't let anything come between us again." Chapter 12, Whatever you tell me, I will believe you. The sky was so dark it almost appeared black, and the massive dead weirwood looming over Jon cast a ghastly glow, bright enough to dim the stars above. It was bitterly cold, even for a man from the north, and Jon could see his breath hanging in the air. Ghost didn't seem to mind the chill, his ears perked up as he watched hundreds of ravens roosting on the barren branches ahead. Jon knew his furry companion would happily spend the night staring at them if he didn't call him into the tent. This was their third night camping in the Whispering Wood, and Jon wasn't sure how many more nights he would have to sleep outside. Talisa could only estimate when Dany would return, based on her belief of when she traveled back, and that time frame stretched nearly 3 weeks. As if the villagers of Raventree and Chief Mormont didn't think he was crazy enough, Jon had decided to spend his nights in the woods until she came back. Not an hour earlier, Mormont had inspected Jon's campsite and given him a long, skeptical look after Jon explained his purpose there. "Are you cracked, boy? Or are you getting some kind of kick out of this?" Unsure how to respond, Jon reminded the chief that he was within his rights according to city ordinance, as long as he packed up his camp before 8 a.m. each morning. The old man stared at him in disbelief before walking away, conceding the point. Another raven landed on the tree, tilting its head at him. Even the ravens thought he was cracked. Cersei Lannister would have a field day if she ever caught wind of this. Overcome by guilt, Professor Death takes to living in the woods. Let the world think what they wanted about him. Dany would come home. And when she did, she wouldn't be alone. Dany awoke with a hum on her lips, feeling the scruff of her medieval husband's beard brushing against the inside of her thighs. Dany lay there, lost in the blissful blend of dream and reality, reluctant to disturb the moment. With her eyes still closed, she rolled onto her back, her fingers seeking out his silky hair. Since their reconciliation the day before, they had only left the bed when absolutely necessary, but the encroaching light of day threatened to break the spell. She inhaled sharply as his fingers brushed over the damp heat between her legs. "Is my wife awake?" His voice sent a delightful shiver down her spine. "She is, but not ready to face the day." She could sense his smile, which coaxed her to part her thighs and welcome his mouth. Her body thrummed as she sank deeper into the pillows. "Gods, bless your tongue," she murmured, feeling him kiss his way to where she needed him most. The throbbing at her core grew desperate, craving neither his cock or his fingers. When she bucked her hips, he quickly settled her calves over his shoulders, holding her by the ass to deliver more precise pleasure. "Please," she pleaded, the ache in her center intensifying. His groan against her flesh made her whimper. He reduced her to a weak, needy creature with astonishing speed. Pleasure mounted, and she felt herself climbing toward a heavenly crest when 3 loud knocks reverberated against their chamber door. Dany startled, but when she tried to sit up, Jon tightened his grip on her thighs. His tongue was insistent, and soon her body surrendered once more to the waves of pleasure as the knocks came again. "No," he grunted indignantly. "Not now." He returned his full attention to her, making it clear that neither of them would leave the bed until she reached her peak. Dany worried she might not be able to block out the persistent pounding at the door, but then he pushed 2 fingers inside her, and suddenly, everything outside their bed ceased to exist. The night of passion they had shared heightened every sensation, and she grabbed a pillow to muffle her cries. Dany let out soft moans as the wave of her release washed over her. Jon continued to lick her through the last of her tremors, lingering in the space between her legs until she gently pushed him away. He playfully nipped at her thigh. "Wait here," he said. Dany rolled onto her side, watching as he pulled on a pair of breeches and moved to answer the door. A knot of nerves twisted in her stomach as she saw him standing there, listening to Benjen Stark speaking in hushed tones. When Jon returned to her side of the bed, the humor had vanished from his expression, and Dany's heart sank. "What is it?" she asked, sensing the weight of bad news. "Nothing, Southron girl," Jon replied, forcing a smile. "News from the Crownlands. Robb wants to see me." A chill crept up her spine. "I'll come with you," she offered, throwing off the covers. "No," he said, kissing her forehead. "Rest. I'll find you later." He cleaned her mouth in a sensual kiss, the taste of her lingering on his lips. Longing filled her as she watched him leave. Something in the air had shifted, a sense that time was running short. Lost in melancholy thoughts, she dressed for the day, wondering what they were discussing in that meeting and which chess piece was about to fall. On her way back from the Great Hall, she spotted Talisa escorting two adolescent boys to their chamber. They had golden hair and bore a striking resemblance to each other. The guard standing outside their door filled her with an ominous feeling. After a moment's hesitation, she gathered her skirts and jogged to catch up with her friend. Talisa looked startled to see her. Dany's mind raced, trying to grasp why the boys felt familiar and why it seemed like a problem. "You're looking after the Lannister boys?" she asked. Talisa's expression remained guarded. "Yes. Martin and Willem." "Martin and Willem," Dany echoed, realization dawning. "The young hostages." Karstark and his men posed a deadly threat, leading to dire consequences. Dany narrowed her eyes at her friend. "I thought you said we were only meant to observe," she said. "That's all I'm doing," Talisa defended, raising her hands. "And maybe trying to make their lives as easy as possible until, well, we both know." Dany placed her hands on her stomach, which felt ice cold. "It's all unfolding now. How will I stand it?" "You've known from the beginning," Talisa reminded her, placing her hands on Dany's shoulders. "The hardest thing to do in this world is to live in it." Dany gave her a strange look. "Why does that sound familiar?" "It's from Buffy the Vampire Slayer," Talisa replied with a nostalgic smile. "I'm starting to think of home more and more." Dany felt a flash of irritation. "I'm sorry, does none of this bother you? Many of these people whose lives we've infiltrated will be dead within a year. Good people." Talisa stepped back and crossed her arms. "It hurts my heart just as much as it does yours, but what can we do about it? Apart from going home and sharing their stories, there's nothing we can do for them." Dany was at a loss. She didn't want to stay, and she didn't want to go. She was beginning to wish the universe would just swallow her whole. A few nights later, the Great Hall buzzed with excitement, a different atmosphere than Dany had grown accustomed to in this war-torn world. A traveling bard had arrived at the castle, accompanied by an army led by the Blackfish, and tonight he was set to entertain the castle's inhabitants. "He's from Essos," Talisa said, Tyrush to be exact. "I've seen him roaming the castle with his lute and his bright pink beard." The long tables had been cleared, leaving only wooden benches for the gathering audience. Dany stood waiting for her husband to disengage himself from Lord Umber. Based on her experience, if she joined them, Lord Umber would likely talk for much longer than anyone wanted. Dany averted her gaze when Robb Stark entered the hall with Jane Westerling. His bride was quiet, but the excitement in her dark eyes mirrored the exuberance in the hall. Dany hadn't spoken much to Robb since their last encounter, and she still felt a simmering anger toward him. She forced a smile as they approached and bowed her head respectfully to both of them. "Good evening, my lady," Robb said kindly. Where is my brother? Dany gestured across the room. Stuck in a conversation. Could be a while, Robb replied, then offered his free arm. Come, let's take our seats. I've heard this singer is quite good. As she looped her arm through his, Dany felt her irritation begin to fade. Starks were incredibly hard to stay mad at, she found. They took their seats of honor at the head of the crowd, and once they were settled, Robb turned to her and asked quietly, Are you still sore at me, Dany? She was momentarily taken aback by his directness. Shall I answer truly, Your Grace? His blue eyes were serious. It gave me no pleasure. In these times, a king cannot afford to show a shred of weakness. Knowing what was coming, Dany realized she couldn't disagree. She offered him a small smile. Let's put it behind us. I hold no ill will. Robb returned her smile with a charming grin. You've really changed him, my brother, and for the better. Aside from the recent unpleasantness, I've never seen him so. He paused to think for a moment. Happy might be a strong word, at ease. Hearing such an endorsement from someone so close to him filled her with warmth. He deserves some peace. Though she wondered how long that peace would last. Robb tilted his head toward a few rows back, where Talisa was seated near the Lannister boys, flanked by a pair of guards. Do you see those boys, Martin and Willem Lannister? Your healer friend convinced me to let them attend. Karstark wants their blood, but I see this as an opportunity to show the other side how we treat our prisoners. Dany smirked inwardly. I thought we were only meant to observe, Talisa. That's kind of you, Dany replied. What dark times these are for children. When they grow up, they might remember your kindness and think more fondly of you. Precisely, Robb said. But they won't grow up, and neither will you. The thought made her stomach churn. Robb's eyes took on a distant look. If I'm honest, they remind me of my own brothers back at Winterfell, though older. I'd want someone to do the same for them. His sincerity touched her, and she opened her mouth to express it when Jon appeared. He greeted her with a kiss on the temple before sitting beside her. Moments later, the bard took his place at the front of the hall, dressed in bright colors and sporting the pink beard Talisa had promised. His appearance brought a wave of cheerfulness, making her nostalgic for a time when peace and leisure were far more common. As he began to strum his lute, the beautiful sounds filled the hall, soon accompanied by his rich, mournful voice. Dany rested her head on Jon's shoulder, and to her surprise, she heard Valyrian words flowing from the bard's mouth. Jon leaned closer, his lips brushing her ear. Do you know Valyrian? I understand a little. It sounds like his song is about a girl and a singing tree. Dany beamed. I'm fluent in Valyrian, she confessed. Jon looked astonished. The surprises never end with you. It's not about a girl and a singing tree, she whispered back. It's about a man who hears a woman's song coming from a weirwood. Her heart raced as her mind caught up with her own words while the bard recounted a tale deeply resonant and full of emotion. The woman's song is sad and mournful, Dany translated. I'm a woman of Valyria. The children have stolen me once again, the tree seemed to say. I stood upon the hill, and the wind rose, with the sound of thunder echoing across the land. She swallowed hard as her eyes filled with tears. I placed my hands on the white bark and traveled to a distant land where I lived among strangers who became lovers and friends. Breathless, she was unsure what felt real and what did not. I know this story, Jon said. They're always about maidens traveling far from home. Sorrow gripped her heart as the tale unfolded. But one day, I saw the moon rise, and the wind picked up once more. I touched the weirwood and traveled back to my own land. Dany placed a hand over her heart, absorbing it all. She went back through the weirwood. Jon replied simply. They always do. The bard's song lingered in Dany's mind well into the next morning. I traveled back to my own land. The thought filled her heart with hope while simultaneously cracking it in two. Staying. Leaving. Both choices felt beyond her control. Yet ever since she had heard the music in the hall, a sense of destiny, or doom, had settled over her like a heavy fog. Rain pattered against the window panes as she walked down the hall in search of her fellow time traveler. An intensity had enveloped the residents of Riverrun since the news broke that the Tyrells had allied with the Lannisters. Jon had tried to downplay the significance of the alliance when he told her, "There's nothing to fear, Southron girl. If all else fails, we'll return to Winterfell and hold the South at Moat Cailin. It won't come to that. But what if all else did fail? Unless she took action." Just then, Talisa rounded the corner, carrying a basket on her arm. When she spotted Dany, she hesitated for a moment, as if contemplating turning back. Dany crossed her arms, determined to stand her ground. Dany met her friend in the empty hallway. "You're still looking after them?" Talisa raised her chin and held her basket in front of her like a shield. "I am," she replied, continuing on her way. Dany's pulse quickened as she followed. "Well, aren't you growing fond of them?" "Maybe I am." The healer shot her a look. "But I can accept things I cannot change and enjoy the time that is given." "The time that's given? What kind of time have they been given?" Talisa stopped with an irritated huff, glancing around before speaking in hushed tones. "That's not up to me, and it's not up to you either." Dany grabbed her arm. "What if we stop it from happening?" Her friend's brown eyes hardened. "Listen to me. You know we can't." Pressing a palm to her forehead, Dany shook her head. "What's the harm? They're only boys." Casting a glance over her shoulder, Talisa put down her basket and gripped both of Dany's arms. "I don't know, maybe they'll grow up and raise armies that tear your ancestors down." An unwanted image of Jon on the losing side of a battlefield flashed before her eyes, and she exhaled slowly. "You're right," she conceded. "It's just getting so hard to watch it all unfold." Her friend softened as she reclaimed her basket. "I know, it's hard for me too. We can't save them, but I can provide them with a little comfort in their final days." Dany rubbed a dull ache at the back of her neck. "I suppose you're right." She truly felt for the boys she knew would meet a terrible fate, and she feared for Robb Stark, whose fate would be the same. How will Jon get through it? The idea of being alone with her thoughts was unbearable. "I'll go with you. Jon is exercising, or training, whatever he calls it." "All right," Talisa conceded with a tight nod. "As long as you know we aren't here to make changes." It was clear her friend understood the weight of their situation. Dany wasn't entirely convinced she would stick with the program, and truthfully, she wasn't sure herself. They walked nearly to the far end of the castle, to a lonely tower where the noble-born prisoners were kept. The rain had subsided, and sunlight streamed through the windows as they ascended the spiral staircase to the comfortably furnished chamber. The twin boys certainly bore the unmistakable look of the Lannisters, but their green eyes were softer and filled with more fear than Jaime Lannister's ever were. Talisa greeted them with a warm familiarity, quickly introducing them to Dany before unpacking her basket to retrieve fresh bandages. Both boys had sustained injuries when they were captured. They weren't serious, but they needed to be monitored. Eager to help, Dany began removing the bandage from the arm of the boy named Martin. His eyes were wide as he looked down at her. "You're Jon Snow's wife," he said. "Jon Stark," she corrected, checking his wound for any signs of infection. The boy lowered his voice. "Is it true what they say about him?" "I don't know," she replied, tilting her head up to meet his gaze. "What do they say?" Martin blinked, as if just asking the question frightened him. "That he can turn into a wolf at night." Dany clamped her lips together to stifle her amusement while she wrapped his arm in fresh linen. "Most nights," she said with a hint of a smile. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Talisa shaking her head. Both boys were watching her intently when Martin whispered, "And that he eats the flesh of his enemies." Dany hummed thoughtfully. "That's true too, but you've nothing to fear. My husband doesn't eat children." Martin slouched back, relief washing over his face, just as Willem spoke up. "Is it true what they say about you, my lady?" "Here we go," Dany thought, suppressing a sigh. "That I'm a spy?" "No," Willem replied. "That you're really the Targaryen princess and you have baby dragons." Dany laughed, surprised, and exchanged a glance with Talisa. "I wouldn't exactly call myself a princess, but if you happen to see any baby dragons in the castle, remember that they do breathe fire." She stood up. "Have you boys ever seen a dire wolf?" In the days that followed, Dany accompanied Talisa as she tended to the Lannister boys. They stayed no longer than an hour, bringing Ghost to entertain them and extra sweets from the kitchen to fill their bellies. So young and full of life, the boys' impending doom felt almost abstract. All the sorrows she knew would soon follow seemed distant as well. Jon didn't approve of these visits. "Some men are still suspicious of you, Dany, and your care for a pair of Lannisters is only fueling their whispers." She couldn't quite articulate why she felt compelled to involve herself in this ill-fated situation. Perhaps it was an experiment. What could her innocent involvement do to change things? Her husband might have been overestimating the men's suspicions. They didn't seem to pay her much attention these days. People appeared downcast and distracted, the war looming even as they spent their days in the deceptive peace of Riverrun. By the way Jon had grown quieter in the evenings, she wondered if he felt it too. She kept an eye on Rickard Karstark whenever she spotted him in the Great Hall. He was as unhappy as any man might be after such a loss, but he seemed to be gravitating more toward men of his own camp. Dany sensed something was off the morning she didn't see him at breakfast. Jon noticed too. He pulled her close before they left the hall. "Stay with me today, Southron girl. I don't like the way the men are grumbling." Standing on her toes, she gave him a quick kiss. "I'm supposed to help Talisa." Jon ran a hand down his face, frustration evident. "I've told you I don't like you tending to." Guilt twisted in her stomach. She had already caused him so much anguish and hated to add more, but she found it increasingly difficult not to care for the boys she knew wouldn't live long. "I always take Ghost with me," she reminded him, patting the wolf's head as he stood beside her. "I won't be gone more than an hour. I'll probably return before you do." Her husband seemed to draw little comfort from her words. "Go to our rooms when you're done. I'll find you there." He pulled her close, kissed her forehead, and then headed off to meet with the king in the north and his advisors. Dany bent down, feeling for the dagger tucked in her right boot. Jon would be furious if he knew the danger she was potentially putting herself in, but wasn't it all just a guess anyway? It's not like she had an exact date or any clear plan. She was overwhelmed by a reckless desire to meddle in affairs that were not her own. But isn't that what they always say when you try to help? Mind your own business, this doesn't concern you. Yet if the universe didn't want her to intervene, then why was she here? With her eyes and ears open, she made her way to the tower. Talisa was waiting on a bench in an alcove, her usual basket resting in her lap. She slouched forward, wearing a distant look, but when she saw Dany, she sprang to her feet. "Not today," she said, moving closer to Dany and lowering her gaze. "And never again after." Dany looked down the corridor toward the tower. Pale yellow sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow across the floor, and all was quiet. She swallowed a lump in her throat. "Is it happening then?" Talisa nodded sadly. "A group of Karstark men went ahead of me just before you arrived. It won't be long now. They were just helpless children, the same as the ones she cared for back in her time. We have to stop them." "No." Talisa's eyes were as hard as steel. "You and I are leaving now." She grabbed Dany's arm, trying to pull her back the way they came. We can't risk altering time just because you want to play hero. Dany wrenched her arm free. How can you be so cold? They're children. Do you really want to look away while they're being murdered? It's not about what I want, and it's not about what they want. Talisa's voice rose, her face flushing with anger. It's just how things are. No one is worth risking the fate of the entire world. Dany tightened her fists and stood taller. I will not stand by and do nothing. No matter how reckless it seemed, it felt like the only right choice. Then go by yourself. Talisa threw up her hands in frustration. Good luck to you. With that, she turned and stormed back toward the main keep. Dany took a deep breath, her pulse quickening as she hiked up her skirts and jogged toward where the boys were kept. Ghost, who had remained calmly by her side, suddenly stopped, his hackles raised, and bared his teeth in a silent snarl. Moments later, shouting and the sounds of a struggle reached her ears. As she rounded the corner, she saw a northern soldier sprawled on the floor in front of the tower door, a pool of blood forming beneath his head. She didn't remember his name, but she recognized him from his posts outside. Duty propelled her forward, and she knelt beside him, assessing his injury. It quickly became clear that he was beyond saving. His vacant eyes stared up at the ceiling as she checked for a pulse beneath the deep, angry wound at his throat. Hey! A northerner, a Karstark she guessed, glowered at her. You're not supposed to be here. Fury surged through her. The king will hang you all for murderers. The Lannisters are the murderers. Robb Stark never should have married his own brother to a traitorous slut like you. The shouts and screams from above forced Dany to cover her ears, her heart feeling as if it were being wrenched from her chest. Jumping to her feet, she tried to push past the lookout, but he shoved her back. In a flash, Ghost sprang into action, knocking the man onto his back beneath his great paws just as the echo of footsteps descended the stairs. Help! Dany yelled as loudly as she could. Someone help! Jon's sword was drawn, and his heart raced as he ran up the tower stairs. His wife always seemed to find herself at the center of some life-threatening situation, and nothing frightened him more than the thought that one day her luck might run out. He had been in council with Robb, tensions running high as they confronted the grim reality of the Lannister and Tyrell alliance. Just then, a pair of frantic Umber soldiers interrupted, bringing news of Rickard Karstark's betrayal. When they couldn't tell him anything about Dany, he took off, sprinting the entire way. Ghost is with her, he assured himself, taking the steps two at a time. There was something strange in the air, he felt it the moment he woke up. He knew he shouldn't have let her out of his sight today. If anything happened to her, the fault would be his. Dany! He called as he spotted an Umber soldier crumpled on the ground outside the open door. Rushing in without a second thought, his breath caught in his throat as he tried to make sense of the scene before him. The young hostages lay on their backs, their clothing soaked in blood, vacant eyes staring up at nothing. Dany hovered over one called Willem, pressing down on his chest with both hands. Forcing himself out of his stupor, he ran to her side. Dany, stop. When he touched her, she pushed him away, focused on whatever madness she was caught up in. It's me, he said, reaching out to her again. He pulled her to her feet when she continued to ignore him. What are you doing? For a moment, she fought him, but then she pressed her head against his chest, sobbing. I'm trying to save him. He's gone. They're both gone. Come on. He drew her away from the gruesome scene, checking her for injuries. Apart from her hands soaked in the Lannister boy's blood, she seemed unharmed. As he used a piece of linen from a nearby table to wipe a splotch of blood from her cheek, a group of guards entered, looking to him for instruction. Bring them to the king. Her violet eyes filled with tears as she watched the bodies being carried out of the room, pools of blood left behind. Those poor boys, she lamented. His gut twisted for his wife, who had spent so many days caring for them. You have a kind heart. You brightened their days with your visits." Her eyes turned cold as she shook her head in agitation. "It was a sham," she bristled, her voice wavering. "I just sat back and let them be killed." The hair on the back of his neck stood up, but he continued to comfort her. "It wasn't your fault." He knew her heart was tender, but something in her outburst unsettled him. "Yes, it was," she demanded, her eyes wild. "Standing by and doing nothing makes you complicit." "Dany." He cradled her face with both hands, looking into her watery eyes. "It's all right," he assured her. "It's all right." Her pretty face crumbled, and she buried her nose into his shoulder. He rubbed her back through her sobs, whispering soothing words. "You have more fire in you than anyone I've ever known. If you could have stopped such a thing, you would have." Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly. "I don't know if that's true." He offered a weak smile and stroked her hair. "I know it is, Southron girl." She might not have believed him yet, but for the moment, she leaned into his comfort. Jon was calm. "We must go now. Robb will deal with this matter straight away." Dany was quiet, holding onto his arm as he led her toward Robb's apartments. Along the way, he noticed drops of blood trailing behind them, remnants of the soldiers carrying the slain squires. He glanced at Dany, but she seemed oblivious to the gruesome sight. Not that blood would bother his healer wife much, still, this was too much for her. Their marriage had been fraught with misfortune and danger. She deserved to be somewhere peaceful, far from fighting and bloodshed. He resolved to send her to Winterfell. There was no other choice. She would resist and argue, but he knew it was for her safety, safe from this war. He could endure the pain of parting if it meant keeping her out of harm's way. When they joined Robb and his council, Uncle Benjen, Lady Catelyn, Lord Edmure, the Blackfish, and Greyjoy, he found the boys laid out on the floor, just as Jon had discovered them. Dany's sorrow-filled eyes fell on them, and he gently ushered her to a chair among the others. Benjen shot him a pointed look, and Jon nodded in response. "Yes, she's all right." With Dany now safe, his thoughts shifted to the senselessness of it all. The lives of two boys lost in exchange for the lives of men killed in battle were not a fair trade. But even more troubling was Karstark's willingness to betray the man he claimed to serve. Robb's eyes burned with intensity as he surveyed the state of the young hostages. "Bring them in." Rickard Karstark was brought before them in chains, his white hair disheveled, a twisted smile on his haggard face. The reverence he once held for his brother was gone, replaced by a cold indifference. The men brought in behind him, his accomplices in this heinous act, could barely lift their eyes from the floor. Dany stilled beside him and tightened her grip on his arm, and Jon felt the weight of their shared grief. Robb found himself torn between his duty to his wife and his obligation to his brother and king. He looked older than his years as he glared at the man before him. "It took 5 of you to murder 2 unarmed squires." Karstark lifted his chin defiantly, as if his honor had been insulted. "Not murder, your grace. Vengeance." "Vengeance?" Robb's calm tone concealed the fury simmering beneath the surface. "Those boys didn't kill your sons. I watched Eddard and Torrhen die on the battlefield." Karstark's wild eyes shifted to Lady Catelyn as he erupted with rage. "Killed by the Kingslayer." Jon felt Dany squeeze his arm. "Oh, gods," she whispered, her distress palpable. Alarmed, Jon knelt beside her, meeting her worried gaze. "What's wrong?" he whispered, concerned that he might have missed her pain. There was an urgency in her voice as she pulled him closer, whispering in his ear. "You can't let him kill Lord Karstark." Confusion crossed his features. The Karstarks were an ancient and respected northern family. Robb wouldn't risk insulting them like that. Yet the fear in Dany's voice unsettled him. "I won't," he assured her, kissing her forehead before turning his attention back to the confrontation. Robb's demeanor remained unchanged. You've committed treason against your king and against the North, he declared. It's treason to set your enemies free. Karstark shot back, his voice rising in indignation as he glared at Lady Catelyn. Jon could understand his rage toward her, but then Karstark turned it back on Robb. In war, you kill your enemies. Did your father not teach you that, boy? The mention of their father ignited Jon's anger, and he watched with satisfaction as the Blackfish landed a solid punch to Karstark's face. Leave him, Robb commanded, allowing the Blackfish to step back as Karstark staggered to his feet, blood trickling from his lip. The Northern Lord spat on the floor. Leave me to the king. He wants to give me a scolding before he sets me free. That's how he deals with treason. Our king who lost the North. The old man's words filled Jon with dread, and his gaze shifted to Dany beside him, who watched with mild horror. Escort Lord Karstark to the dungeon, Robb commanded. Hang the rest. Jon felt his shoulders relax as the order was given and the Blackfish along with other guards took the men away. Robb was no fool. No matter how much Karstark deserved punishment for treason, it wouldn't be possible until the war was over. Lord Edmure scrubbed a hand down his face. Word of this can't leave Riverrun. A Lannister pays their debts. They're always going on about it. Robb jerked his head in his uncle's direction. Would you make me a liar as well as a murderer? The acting Lord of Riverrun was taken aback. We'd bury them and remain silent until the war is done, Edmure suggested. Robb's tone deepened. I'm not fighting for justice if I don't serve justice to murderers in my ranks, no matter how highborn. Justice can be served later, Uncle Benjen added, his gray eyes determined. The lives of 2 boys are not more important than your campaign. What if it were Bran and Rickon? Robb retorted. He has to die. Lady Cat stepped forward, imploring her son. The Karstarks are Northmen. They will not forgive the killing of their lord. Lady Stark is right, Jon found himself saying. If you do this, the Karstarks will abandon you. We cannot win this war without them. Surely, his agreement with his mother would make Robb see reason. Greyjoy scoffed. He betrayed you and seeks to undermine you further by questioning your honor. You must serve justice to show strength. The old man is goading him, Benjen interjected. He wants you to react. Jon was only slightly surprised when Dany rose to her feet and spoke in a somber tone. Lord Karstark wants to die. To end his suffering, and he will take you all down with him. Spare his life, Lady Catelyn suggested. Keep him as a hostage. Jon and the others, including Greyjoy, nodded in agreement. Yes, a hostage, Lord Edmure echoed, as if the idea had been his all along. Tell the Karstarks that as long as they remain loyal, he will not be harmed. Jon thought of their father and how much they both wanted to honor his legacy. You can carry out his sentence when we return home. The king in the north paused for a moment, weighing his options. I will carry out his sentence tomorrow morning. Jon's mind raced after Robb dismissed them. Surely, he would change his mind. He understood Robb's desire to be just and noble, but the cost could be too great. It would be a miracle if the Karstarks stayed loyal after he followed through with his words. He ran a hand through his hair, struggling to make sense of the situation when Dany suddenly stopped and grasped his arms. You have to stop him. For a moment, he could only stare at her in disbelief. The gravity of the situation was clear, yet nothing had happened to justify her frantic demeanor. I tried, he replied firmly. I'll try again later, after he's had some time to think. You don't understand. She insisted, her voice rising. It was then he noticed she was trembling. This will mean disaster. This is how he will lose the war. Everyone is going to die. A chill settled in his gut as he pulled her aside. Dany. Stop. It's all right. A pair of servants glanced at her curiously as they passed by, and he waited for them to be out of earshot before continuing. Listen to me. As I've said before, if things take a turn for the worse, we'll return to Winterfell and fortify Moat Cailin. Doubt crept into his heart as he spoke. The South cannot take the North, not without dragons. Tears filled her eyes as she shook her head, and he gently placed a hand against her cheek. It won't come to that, Southron girl. I'll talk to my brother later, he promised. Her chin trembled, and the look on her face filled him with dread. It won't work, she said, her voice thick with emotion. Jon felt lost as he watched her distress deepen. It won't work. She insisted, her tone more forceful now. I can't do this. Those words left him speechless, and he stood frozen for a moment after she pushed away from him and hurried down the hall. Her skirts flowed behind her as he chased after her. Dany. Wait. He ignored the curious stares from those around him as he followed his wife to their bedchamber. What was happening? Why was she acting like this? The questions surged in his mind as he saw her digging through her trunks. His heart sank with a heavy thud. She wants to leave. This life is too much for her, it always has been. She wants to leave, and this time she'll tell me because it's what I asked. He felt helpless as he watched her, and then she let out an irritated grunt, throwing clothes out of the trunk in her frantic search. Dany. He tried to reach out to her. What are you doing? Talk to me. After she tore through another trunk, she slammed her fists down on her thighs. It's gone. Jon's heart raced as he stared at her, bewildered. What's gone? His wife looked past him, and he could see an idea forming in her violet eyes. Talisa, she muttered through gritted teeth. Before he could ask another question, she dashed past him again, fleeing into the hall. Others take me, he swore under his breath as he ran after her once more. This time, he didn't try to stop her or question her actions. It was becoming clear that whatever madness had gripped her needed to run its course. Nerves gnawed at his belly as she began pounding on her healer friend's door. The girl inside looked just as startled as Jon felt when he finally caught up. Dany pushed past Talisa and into her room, with Jon following closely behind. He closed the door, feeling torn between his desire for answers and a wish to forget everything, to live in ignorance. Where is it? Dany demanded, her voice trembling with urgency. Talisa folded her arms neatly, maintaining her calm demeanor. I don't know what you're talking about. Dany saw through her lie. Yes, you do. She cried, rushing to the nearest trunk and frantically digging through its contents, just as she had done with her own. Jon pressed a hand to his forehead, his head spinning. Someone tell me what is going on. Talisa appeared increasingly frazzled. Have you lost something? The question ignited Dany's anger. She jumped to her feet, confronting the healer. You took it. Where is it? Talisa, standing a head taller than Dany, held her ground. It's gone. No. Dany shouted, her fury more intense than Jon had ever witnessed, and he had seen her quite angry before. But just as quickly as her rage flared, it dissolved into tears. If we don't do something, everyone will die. She pleaded, desperation lacing her words. What if we can make it better? Theon didn't go to Pike because I'm here, and the world didn't end. What if we can make it right? Jon felt lightheaded, struggling to follow the whirlwind of emotions and confusion. Part of him wondered if this was all some bizarre dream. Talisa shot Dany a warning look. Stop talking. Something in that statement seemed to bring Dany back to reality. She hugged herself tightly, looking shaky and lost. Jon, sensing her distress, wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Let's go, Dany. You're not well. She didn't protest, allowing him to guide her back into the hall. Pale as the moon, she shook her head. I don't know what to say. Don't say anything, he cautioned. Not here. I'll take you somewhere no one can hear. Dany stood in disbelief, her eyes wide with uncertainty. Jon led her outside the castle, and a wave of uncertainty washed over her. What had she done? Should she concoct an elaborate lie, or was it finally time to come clean? Deep down, she feared he wouldn't believe her. How could he? The thought of telling him the truth made her heart ache. He might think she had lost her mind. What happened to people deemed mentally ill in this era? Regardless of what transpired, it wouldn't be long before he had no choice but to believe her when everything she feared began to unfold. As they approached the gate, they had to take a boat across the tumblestone. The silence hung heavy between them, but Jon stayed close, his concern evident in the gentle way he touched her. She didn't ask where they were headed, and he didn't say, but an unspoken understanding passed between them, one she instinctively trusted. When they reached the other side of the bank, Jon secured a horse. Her distress began to ease as he helped her into the saddle. Riding with him brought back memories of better times, days when the inevitable felt distant. The forest around them was cool, still adorned in the vibrant hues of fall, orange, red, and yellow. Jon brought their horse to a halt, scanning the area for a moment before saying gently, "This will do." After dismounting, he helped her down and laid out his cloak for her to rest on while he gathered wood and kindling for a fire. Tears welled in her eyes as she watched him work, anxiety creeping back with the weight of the questions he would surely ask. She didn't have the strength to lie any longer, no matter what he might think of her, and she couldn't bear the burden of history's secrets. Once smoke and orange flames danced from their small fire, Jon settled beside her. Her heart raced as she studied her hands, wondering where to begin. How could she explain something so unbelievable? To her surprise, he took her hands in his, just as he had on their wedding night when nerves had run high. Everything felt so different now. There was a tension between them now, a connection that felt both new and familiar. They were still wrapped in deep secrets, but Jon had been her husband for nearly a year, and he had an uncanny ability to sense the emotions she tried to hide. His gaze held hers with such sincerity that she found it impossible to look away. "I know I said I wouldn't press you about things you don't want to share," he began, "but for your safety, and for my family's, I need to ask." He hesitated for a moment. "Are you a spy?" Dany sucked in a breath, staring at him in disbelief. "Are you serious?" He nodded slowly, his expression unwavering. She was at a loss for words. It was hard to fathom that this was a question he felt he had to ask, but she understood that his mind was searching for a way to make sense of her. "What if I was?" she challenged. Jon blinked, then took her hand and pressed her palm against his chest. She could feel the rapid beat of his heart. "Then I'll ask you to tell me everything, and I will find a way to protect you," he said. A warmth spread through her at his declaration. "I'm not a spy," she replied, "but after I tell you the truth, I think you will wish I was. If you'll believe me at all." He searched her eyes, urging her on. "Tell me." Her entire being began to tremble, breaths coming in short bursts. She felt as though she were standing at the edge of a cliff, and the only option was to jump. "I knew your father would die," she admitted, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jon leaned back, confusion etched on his face. "I knew Jaime Lannister would lose his hand, and I knew Robb would break his word and marry Jane Westerling." She squeezed her eyes shut, overwhelmed by emotion. "I knew that Karstark would kill the Lannister boys, and I know he will be executed, and because of this, the Starks will lose half their army." She paused, taking a shaky breath before revealing the rest. "I know about Robb Stark, the young wolf, and his doomed reign. I know the treachery that awaits him, and I even know what will happen to you because it's all written down in the books from where I come." Jon's gaze turned unfocused as he leaned forward, resting his forehead in his hands. Suddenly, he jerked his head up. "What treachery?" The words spilled out of her, urgency overriding her concern for Talisa's secrecy. "At the wedding of Edmure Tully and one of Walder Frey's daughters. The Starks will be betrayed, and everyone in attendance will be killed." She paused, swallowing hard. Even Robb. The Westerlings have conspired with the Lannisters and will play their part as well. I found a letter when we were at their castle, showing their correspondence with the Lannisters, but Talisa must have destroyed it. Dany took a deep breath, feeling a weight lift as she shared the burden. But now, it loomed directly in front of her. Jon shook his head slowly, his face pale. Why didn't you tell me? Guilt twisted in her chest. How could she explain? Because I was afraid I'd alter the course of history. Talisa says what's going to happen is a fixed event and can't be changed anyway. In that moment, she felt utterly alone. She sighed and wrapped her arms around herself. You think I'm absolutely mad, don't you? Her vulnerability seemed to pull him from a trance. No, he insisted. I believe you, Southron girl. I don't understand everything you're telling me, not yet, but I trust you. I trust there's a truth between us. Whatever you say, I will believe you. Relief washed over Dany, and she sobbed as Jon moved closer, rubbing her lower back. Can you tell me more? She wiped her eyes and took a deep breath. I don't want to hurt you. Don't harm yourself to spare me, she said, realizing this was it. There was no turning back now. You've always thought there was something strange about me, she continued. He nodded. He had never pretended otherwise. He knew there was something different about her. I've been called a spy, witch, even the mother of dragons across the narrow sea, but I'm none of those things. Compared to that, I'm rather ordinary. My real name is Daenerys Targaryen, but not the one you know. I'm an ancestor of hers. 800 years in the future. His posture stiffened as he looked away. The future? Yes, she breathed, hardly able to believe she had said it out loud. I'm from the year 2022. Nearly 800 years from now. Jon sat in stunned silence as her words poured out. It was the weirwood. The great one at Raventree, just like in all those stories. Jon took me out there to see the ravens roost. I heard a voice singing and touched the bark. She reached out her hand, reliving that moment. And then I came to in the Whispering Wood, where you found me. I didn't know how to get back. I couldn't get back. No matter what I tried, nothing worked. His head perked up. Jon. Her heart sank. This was the part she dreaded most. Yes, Jon. She could see his mind racing behind his gray eyes. The man who might have been your husband. So he's not dead. He stood abruptly, leaning against a nearby tree. She watched as he doubled over, the weight of her secrets crushing him. She wiped her nose. He hasn't been born. Technically, neither have I. The world felt like it was closing in around her as silence stretched between them. All her fears about this moment surged, and she felt her heart pounding in her chest. You don't believe me, do you? It took him a moment to collect himself. I believe you, Southron girl, he said, his voice steady. Hearing him use that pet name filled her with an unexpected sense of peace. Although he still struggled to meet her gaze as he settled back down beside her, he pulled her into his arms and rested his head gently atop hers. That's enough for now, he murmured. You'll tell me more later, and I'll believe you. As she wept like a child in his embrace, he rocked her gently, repeating the same comforting words over and over. I believe you. When her tears began to subside and her breathing slowed, he asked, So women must study at the Citadel in your time? Yes, she replied, relieved to shift to a lighter topic. Where I'm from, I'm called a doctor, like Maester Vyman. You're a maester? The admiration in his voice made her smile. I suppose I am. That's why, when we first met, I knew how to fix your arm. I have all my medical knowledge from that. And Jon? Another Jon? His question caught her off guard, filling her with a sense of shame. The true identity of her future boyfriend felt like too much to explain at that moment. He's a maester too, except he's not a healer. He's an expert on history, your history. He fell silent for a moment, processing her words. So when I left you on the road and you ran away, you were trying to get back to the tree, back to your man. Pain twisted in her stomach, and she nodded reluctantly. Jon pinched the bridge of his nose. And I beat you for it. I'm so very, very sorry. Emotion washed over her like a cold wave, tightening her throat. You couldn't have known. I couldn't tell you. He pulled her close again, running his fingers through her hair. Rest now. We'll stay here for the night. No one will harm you. Not here. In that moment, she felt safe, even in the dark woods and amidst the chaos of war. With him, she was truly safe. A glimmer of peace bloomed in her heart. You really believe me? I believe you, Southron girl, he said, pulling her close with both arms. It would have been easier if you were a spy, though. Chapter 13, Before I Lose My Courage. A sudden chill stirred Dany from her troubled sleep. The moon cast a dim light through a thick shroud of gray clouds, the air heavy with the anticipation of rain, as if the sky was holding its breath before a good cry. She sat up beside the smoldering remains of their campfire and noticed Jon standing by their ready horse, gazing at the moon. The events of the previous evening struck her heart like a hammer. I confessed everything. She watched him closely, wishing she could read his mind. Did he truly believe her, or was he simply pacifying her while he decided what to do next? No, she reminded herself, he loves me. But nothing would ever be the same. As if sensing her turmoil, Jon turned to her with a soft smile. You're awake. Just as well. I didn't have the heart to wake you myself. It's still dark, she replied. He stepped around the fire and gently helped her to her feet. We have to return to the castle, he said, to gather what we need before we set out again. Dany froze, searching his eyes for meaning. Set out again? Why? Is it because of what I told you? No, he assured her, adjusting the wool cloak around her shoulders. I didn't get a chance to tell you yesterday. Robb wants me to return to Winterfell to look after our brothers and hold the North until the war is won. Dany frowned. Winterfell. She had never imagined she'd see it, not with him, not in this time. She was certain she'd be long gone before then. He lifted her chin, his expression steady and fearless. What did I tell you last night? She took a breath to steady her emotions. That you believe me. I believe you, Southron girl, he repeated, calming her with a kiss. And no one will harm you. Fear gripped her, and she clutched him tightly. Will you tell Robb? About the phrase? She feared Talisa's reaction, and the potential consequences for Westeros's timeline hung heavily in the air. But she couldn't let the man she loved walk into tragedy unprepared. He kept his composure. I will try. That was enough to settle her for the moment. Robb would find it hard to believe her, with or without proof, but a revelation from a trusted brother would carry weight. The castle was quiet, with only the guards assigned to night duty and the early rising servants moving through the halls. Jon left her in their bedchamber to pack her most important belongings while he gathered the rest. Dressed in her favorite riding gown, she carefully packed her bridal cloak and her book of herb identification. Apart from the ring on her finger and the dagger in her boot, she had little else of significance. Once she finished, she sat on their bed, running her fingers over the rich fabric. This was the place where they had finalized their marriage vows, the moment she had truly begun to fall for him. Leaving it behind felt like closing a chapter, perhaps the best chapter of this entire journey. When Jon came through the door, he forced a smile, but the sadness in his eyes made her heart ache. She had turned his world upside down in a single night, burdening him with the fate of his family and the unbelievable truth about his wife. The sense of impending doom that plagued her seemed trivial compared to his. Dany left the bed for the last time and wrapped her arms around his waist. Sensing his pain, she held him for as long as he allowed. "Are you ready?" he asked softly. She nodded against his chest. "Does everyone know we're leaving?" Her thoughts raced as she looked around the room with fresh eyes. She would never be here again, nor would she see the people who had become her family and friends. "What about your sister? Your family must want her someplace safe." Jon cleared his throat. "She'll come along with her mother later. She needs half an army to keep her out of trouble." "That's true. Will it be just the two of us? And Ghost? Will it be? Is it safe for us to be on our own? We'll stay off the road." Despite the somber mood, she felt a jolt of excitement at the thought of traveling together. Some of her best memories in this strange world happened when they were alone. She wished she could have said goodbye to Talisa. Their last interaction left her with a sense of regret. She hoped that one day, in another time, they would meet again and have the chance to make things right. As they rode through the gates of Riverrun, the clouds parted to reveal a dark purple sky. The grass along the banks of the Tumblestone retained its vibrant green, contrasting beautifully with the trees dressed in golden leaves. The brightening sky infused the forest with a cheerful pallor, filling her with an unexpected sense of hope. Ghost greeted them as they passed the tree line, and Jon guided their horse away from the road at a comfortable pace. All the troubles of the previous night faded away as she rested against him. There was no place as comfortable, in this time that was not her own, as his arms. Surrounded by warmth and protection, she nodded off to sleep. When she awoke, Jon had stopped their horse on a hill. The cotton candy pink sky told her they hadn't been riding long, and she followed his gaze to the sun rising on the horizon. Dany leaned back to look at his face. "Did you really stop so we could watch the sunrise? And why not?" "I'm not complaining," she said with a playful nudge. "You're just normally so serious when we're traveling." He gave her a look that melted her like butter. "While I have you to myself, there's no cause to rush." These moments with him were euphoric, blocking out pain and fear. It was just the two of them, a golden sun rising at the edge of the woods, and the promise of a night spent in each other's arms. If this could be their life, wandering together and shutting out the rest of the world, she'd be helpless to resist it, no matter the consequences. But she knew it would be a short reprieve before facing the greater challenges ahead. Hardships. The day unfolded under a warm autumn sun, illuminating a path that felt entirely theirs. They were the only humans in a world alive with chirping birds and skittering squirrels. At midday, they paused beneath a thick canopy of trees to share a simple meal of bread and cheese. Dany felt a thrill when she caught Jon gazing at her. "Are you ready to see Winterfell?" he asked. "I am," she replied honestly. She knew that her only option was to embrace whatever lay ahead. She would stay with Jon Snow until the forces that bound her here decided it was time to move on, one way or another. Her answer seemed to bring him joy. "It will be our home for a long while. Would that make you happy?" Dany brushed her fingers against his cheek, relishing the warmth of his stubble. "If I am with you, I will be happy." A grateful smile lit up his eyes, and he kissed her in that way that made all her thoughts vanish. After they resumed their journey, Jon shared details about Winterfell that he hadn't mentioned before, places he wanted to show her and things he hoped would bring her comfort. She could envision it clearly, a life surrounded by strangers who could become family and friends, in a distant place untouched by war and death. As the late afternoon sun made the red and gold leaves shimmer, Jon surprised her with a question. "Will you sing me a song, Southron girl? Something from your time?" "What?" The request caught her off guard. "No. Are there no psalms where you're from? We have millions of psalms. I'd like to hear one." "I don't sing." Jon placed a hand on her stomach, gently caressing her with his thumb. "I bet you have a lovely voice for singing. You'd lose everything betting on that. I'd like to know you better." I know next to nothing about your life." Dany sighed. How could she refuse him when he asked so earnestly? "Fine." He held her tighter and kissed her cheek, easing the embarrassment that flushed her face. Her mind raced through her memories, searching for a song to share. It had been a year since Dany had heard any music from her past, and now she wondered what would resonate with Jon. "All right, I've got one," she said, determined to share a piece of her history. "Good," he replied, his interest piqued. "It's by a bard who was very famous where I come from," she continued. "Let's hear it." She cleared her throat, willing herself to get through it. He said, "Let's get out of this town, drive out of the city, away from the crowds." Dany cringed at the sound of her own voice. "I feel stupid." "Come on," Jon encouraged, his lips brushing her ear and then trailing just below. "It's only a song." "I thought, heaven can't help me now, nothing lasts forever." "There now," he whispered, his breath warm against her skin. "You've got a pretty voice." Dany giggled at his compliment, even as a flush crept up her neck. As he moved her hair aside, his lips brushed the sensitive skin there. "Keep going," he urged, tilting her head to expose more of herself. "Say you'll remember me, standing in a nice dress, staring at the sunset, babe. Red lips and rosy cheeks, say you'll see me again, even if it's just in your wildest dreams." The weight of her own words hit her, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. "Babe?" Jon asked, a grin playing on his lips. "It's what lovers call each other in my time," she explained, her heart racing. "Seems strange," he mused, his gray eyes locking onto hers. "I like what you call me, darling, love, sweetling, South Ron girl." He leaned in and pressed a soft, deep kiss to her lips. "There's more, isn't there?" Dany sighed as he cupped her breast, teasing her through the fabric of her clothes. "A little more," she admitted, feeling the heat rising between them. His northern brogue was thick with desire, and she could feel the weight of his gaze. One hand remained steady on the reins while the other sought to lift her skirt. "I like the sound of that," she said, relenting as she rocked her hips, eager to see him flustered in return. "No one has to know what we do. His hands are in my hair, his clothes are in my room." "Oh, this is a bawdy song," she laughed. "Most songs in the future are bawdy." A rush of warmth surged through her as he explored her skirts, tracing his fingers along her thighs. The wool cloak she wore suddenly felt irritating, and she pushed it aside, using her braid to lay her neck bare. Blessedly, he took the hint. She gripped his arms as he nibbled her exposed skin, humming softly when his lips teased the shell of her ear. "Heaven can't help me now," he repeated. She breathed his name when his fingers found her wet center, closing her eyes as she raked her fingers up the back of his neck and into his hair. The horse had come to a full stop by the time he discovered her bundle of nerves. Even the birds had fallen silent, as if the world had slowed to a halt. If anyone stumbled upon them now, they would be helpless as Jon tormented her with featherlight touches. She whined in protest, pressing his hand for more friction, half expecting him to continue teasing her. Perhaps he would have, if they weren't on horseback and hours away from making camp. Instead, he gave her exactly what she needed. His fingers worked their magic, massaging her expertly. When her body arched in response, he maintained the rhythm with relentless precision until he pushed her over the edge. The back of her head hit his shoulder as she moaned his name. "Seven hells," Jon groaned, strumming his fingers until she stilled them. Regaining control of the horse, he guided them a short distance into a secluded part of the forest. Dany pursed her lips, trying to hide her amusement at his sense of urgency. "Isn't it a bit early to stop?" she teased. If the sun were to be believed, it was only a few hours past midday. She was still coming down from her high when he climbed out of the saddle. "It's late enough," he insisted, catching her by the waist. Her body began to rev up again as she found herself in his arms. If he wanted to take her right on the forest floor or against the rough bark of a tree, she wouldn't protest. Instead, his steady gaze studied her, filled with a mix of desire and determination. Dany looked into Jon's eyes, curiosity etched on her face. "What is it?" she asked, her fingers playing with the hair at the nape of his neck. "You're so beautiful right after you've come," he confessed, a hint of awe in his voice. "Your cheeks are rosy, and you have this sleepy little smile." She threw her head back and laughed. "Oh, do you think you're any better?" Seizing the moment, she claimed his mouth, savoring the taste of his tongue against hers. "It's my turn to make your cheeks rosy." He moaned softly but shook his head, their lips still locked. "First a fire." She playfully nipped at his bottom lip. "The fire can wait." Adoration sparkled in his eyes. "Remember, there's no need to rush. I don't want you to freeze." In no time, Jon built a fire, the flickering orange flame chasing away the autumn chill. He tugged her into his lap before their bedroll was fully laid out. "You'll be thankful for the fire soon," he promised, his hands deftly unlacing her dress. Dany hummed as his fingers glided across her skin, his mouth following to ward off the cold. The forest around them felt empty, their own personal haven. "I wish we could stay here forever, away from everything," she said wistfully. He replied, gently pulling down her sleeves and helping her shimmy out of her bodice. "Your turn." With a smile, she turned to face him, taking her time as she divested him of his cloak and the leather armor he always wore. She didn't stop until he was bare-chested, his breeches undone. He was a stunning sight against the backdrop of fall colors. But before she could fully appreciate him, she found herself back in his arms. "Your turn again, sweetling," he said softly. Suddenly, a flash of fear pierced her mind, the memory of the deserter soldiers in the glade creeping in. Sitting up straight, she scanned the forest. "Are you sure we're safe?" "I'd never put you at risk again," he reassured her, kissing her shoulder. "Ghost is nearby, no one will get past him." His words soothed her, and together they rid her of her shift. "Oh my gods!" she squealed as the cold air enveloped her. Jon chuckled as Dany awkwardly pulled the fur blanket over both of them. "You won't be cold for long," he promised. The frenzy from earlier had shifted to tenderness and purpose as he carefully adjusted her position beneath him, making her feel wonderfully trapped. True to his word, the chill of the forest was kept at bay as he focused all his attention on warming her up. His lips and tongue explored every inch of her, starting from the tip of her nose down to her feet. He deliberately avoided the place she craved to be touched most, allowing her excitement to build until she was practically soaked with need. Frustration mounting, she decided to break his concentration in the best way she knew how. She wrapped her hand around him, giving him a long, deliberate tug. The hitch in his breath made her bite her bottom lip. "Not now," he protested weakly. "Yes, now," she insisted, licking her lips. His objections faded as they traded positions. She yelped when the frigid air hit her bare skin, quickly throwing the blanket over them like a canopy. Her fingertips and lips traced the toned body she adored, each touch filled with the intensity of her devotion. Their eyes locked for a moment before she took him into her mouth, a playful smile curling her lips at his intense gaze. When she tasted him, a throaty moan escaped him, igniting every nerve in her body. Pleasing him this way brought her immense satisfaction, especially as he surrendered control completely. He gasped a curse as he reached his peak, and she kept him there, gently sucking him through his final shudders. Feeling proud of herself, she snuggled beside him. "Gods," he panted, eyes closed. "Look who's sleepy now," she teased. "You think you're clever, don't you?" "Yes. I can be clever too." Propping himself on his side, he picked up right where he left off. Already warm with anticipation, she pressed her thighs together, waiting impatiently for him to continue. Her out of her misery. She sighed as his fingers reached her center. "No," he said firmly when she turned her head away. "Let me see your face." The way his fingertips caressed her made it clear he wasn't in a hurry. She whimpered, lifting her hips for more. "I need you, Jon." "Not yet," he replied, his voice low. "I want to watch." He skillfully used her wetness, his eyes locked on hers as he brought her to the edge. He kissed her neck, then her hardened nipples, as her heartbeat began to settle. "You're mine now, Southron girl." Dany wrapped her arms and legs around him as he thrust into her warmth. The blanket slipped from his face, and he kissed her palm resting against his cheek. They murmured "I love you" to each other as their bodies ignited with desire, wishing time could stand still in this blissful moment. Her body shattered first, clenching tightly around him, pulling him along with her. He filled her with a final thrust and then collapsed beside her. Dany curled her arms around him. "Gods, I love the road. I wonder what secluded places you'll show me in the north." Jon struggled to keep his eyes open. "I know many spots where you'll look beautiful." They spent the rest of the evening in a way they hadn't before, leisurely and without purpose. Staying close together, they kissed, touched, and engaged in light conversation. It felt liberating to talk so freely about who she truly was and where she came from. He accepted her for who she was, something she hadn't fully believed she could have. With no army to follow, no patients to tend to, and no meetings to attend, their time was entirely their own. Jon was attentive and gentle, though a shadow of sorrow lingered over him. Perhaps that was why she was there, to comfort him and help him through the pain that lay ahead. The next morning, she was surprised. When she awoke to the morning sun, she found her husband lying beside her, studying her face. Dany nestled closer under the covers, savoring the warmth of his lips against her forehead. "I would have thought you'd have insisted we leave hours ago," she remarked. "What did I tell you?" Jon replied, gently stroking the small of her back, igniting a warmth deep within her. "No rush," she answered. In the quiet woods, surrounded by a carpet of red and yellow leaves, they cherished those precious moments together. They lingered in the comfort of their outdoor bed until they both felt fresh and warm. After a quick, cold breakfast, they continued their journey north. "What else can you tell me about your time?" Jon asked as the day wore on. "What do you want to know?" "I'm not sure." "What's different?" Dany paused, grappling with the enormity of the question. "Everything. The clothes we wear, the food we eat, what we're doing right now, riding a horse to Winterfell. Where I'm from, it would take us just a few hours to drive there in a car." "What's a car?" She thought for a moment, trying to find the right words to explain something so commonplace to her yet so foreign to him. "It's like a wagon, but made of metal, and it doesn't need horses to pull it. There's an engine that powers it, turning the wheels and making it go really fast. We'd leave all the horses in the dust." Jon furrowed his brow, trying to picture it. "Oh." Dany continued, glancing up at the blue sky. "We have things called airplanes, which are like cars but much bigger, and they fly through the sky. You could travel from the Riverlands to Essos, over the sea, in less than a day." He followed her gaze overhead. "Like dragon riders." "Yes, but without the scales and fire. And we have these things called phones. They're rectangles we carry around, and we can call each other to talk. If we had them here, we could call Rob right now and talk to him, just like we're talking to each other." She paused, letting the idea linger in the air. Dany struggled to explain things like the internet, where the world was at her fingertips. "I'm not sure I understand," Jon said. "It must be hard to be from somewhere so different." "It was in the beginning," she admitted. "But there were amazing things too, like meeting you. Thank the gods I had you to teach me how to ride a horse." "I did teach you that, didn't I? What else can I teach you?" They set up camp in the late afternoon, finding a spot where the brush was thick. Once they were settled, Jon grabbed his bow and used the ash from their fire to mark a tree. The thrill of holding the strung bow made Dany feel like a young girl again. "This is brilliant," she exclaimed. "I should have asked you to show me how to use this ages ago. It'd be better to have one your size, but for now, this will do." He adjusted her stance, nudging her feet into place and tipping up her elbow. "Keep your eyes on your target, and when you're ready, let go." Dany focused on the dark circle he'd drawn on the tree, took a deep breath, and relaxed her fingers. When her arrow struck the mark, she threw her hands up and cheered. Jon grinned at her joy and leaned in to kiss her. "You've got a good eye." "I have to be a surgeon." "Let's go find supper then." "What?" "I'm not going to kill an animal. You cut men open and mess with their insides. You're afraid of shooting a rabbit?" "I cut people open to save them, not to kill them." "Oh, but it's okay if I kill them." A wide grin spread across Dany's face. Jon gave her a curious look. "What is it?" "You said, okay." He blushed and looked away, his embarrassed smile making her laugh. Dany folded her hands at the back of his neck until he was forced to meet her gaze. "Now I speak as strangely as you," he teased. "Let's go, I'll teach you how to catch your own supper." He took her hand, leading her deeper into the woods, but she stopped him. "Wait, I want to shoot a woodland creature. I've only managed to shoot one arrow. The best I can do is maim it." "You're right," he replied, his eyes dulling. "Perhaps not then." His apparent disappointment struck her. "I want to learn," she assured him. "There's no better teacher than you. Show me over time, we have a long way to Winterfell at our pace." He forced a smile. "Over time." That night, the sky was clear as they lay on their bedroll. With the warmth of the fire, Jon's body over hers, and his mouth on hers, she felt as warm as a woman could hope to be. She ran her hands along the scratch of his beard and the strength of his arms as he held her. His eyes sparkled in the darkness when he broke their kiss. "This may be a foolish question," he mused. "Ask anyway." He glanced up at the stars. "Are the stars the same in your time?" "The same as they are now." Dany followed his gaze to the bright constellations. "Yes, they are," she replied, a wave of sadness washing over her. "The moon and the stars are the same." Jon kissed her deeply, then settled himself between her legs and lifted her skirts. "Keep your eyes open, Southron girl. Look up at the stars, and remember tonight." The next morning, Dany was the one to wake him. His eyes squinted against the light as she took his hand and led him out of their hidden camp to a hill where golden rays peeped through a cloudy sky. It was a hazy morning, and white mist clung to the forest floor. He pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her. "I'm glad you woke me," he said. She kissed his cheek and leaned against him. "Someone has to make sure we keep a schedule." Tilting her chin to face him, they lost themselves in each other's eyes, the intensity of his gaze filling her heart and warming her belly. Gently, he swept his thumb across her bottom lip. "Time can't find us in these woods, Dany." A lump formed in her throat as she wished it were true. "Nothing can." He kissed her, deep and slow, easing her onto her back. There was something significant in his touch that made her forget the cold. He picked up a lock of her hair, admiring it before his gaze fell to hers. "My darling wife." He kissed the tops of her breasts, his hands exploring beneath her skirts until they found her small clothes. Dany lifted her hips as he slid them off and reached blindly for the ties of his breeches. His movements waged a war within him, rough and quick at times, tender and slow at others. "Jon." He leaned his cheek into her palm when she touched him. "Time can't find us here, remember?" He nodded, his eyes glossy. "Not here." They surrendered to each other, forgetting the sunrise entirely. Yet, Dany couldn't shake the feeling that time was rushing by, an unyielding force that nothing could slow. As they returned to camp to prepare for departure, she sensed a quiet sadness in him, one he tried to conceal. She wanted to comfort him, to ease the burden she felt she had created by giving him knowledge he shouldn't have. But that wasn't what he wanted, at least not now. While they packed up, Jon discovered her bridal cloak tucked away in her bag. She watched as he held it up, the embroidered direwolf catching her eye. "You brought this?" "Of course. You said I should pack the things most important to me." His eyes softened, and he insisted she wear it, assuring her he wouldn't let it get dirty when she protested. Contentment shone on his face as he admired her in it, kissing the finger that held the ring he had given her. "My beautiful bride." As they rode out, heavy fog covered the ground and surrounded the trees. The sky overhead was thick with gray clouds, promising a colder day than the one before. Her wedding cloak wasn't as warm as the one she used for riding, but today, she found it comforting. Jon fought off the chill in a different way. His sorrow hung heavily between them, but instead of retreating into himself as he often did, he opened up. He spoke again about Winterfell, their future home. He described the summer wildflowers, lifting the hem of her cloak where he had them stitched, using it as a vivid illustration. He spoke of the winter snows and reassured her that no matter how severe the cold, the castle would always keep her warm. "Our children will grow and play together there, just as my siblings did," he said. "I'll teach our sons to be soldiers, and you can train our daughters to be healers like you." The thoughts were beautiful, but Dany found it harder to envision them than she had the day before. She felt lost in the fog surrounding her, spinning in circles, desperate to find the right path. A future in Winterfell or the life she had known, both seemed just beyond a pane of glass, out of reach. Still, she tried to imagine for a moment what it would be like to be the mother of his children. How happy she could be. As the mist lifted, they continued on their journey, and Jon mentioned that it would be safe to travel the road. Dany took in her surroundings, which were becoming more familiar. They had traveled this way before with the northern armies. "Is there danger where you're from?" he asked suddenly. "Is there war?" Dany paused to think. "The place I'm from is at peace," she replied. "There are dangers, but not like here." "No," she admitted. When they reached the top of a hill, Jon brought the horse to a stop. "Are we stopping already?" she asked. When he didn't answer, she turned to look at him. His color had drained. "Jon, what is it?" He caressed her cheek tenderly and kissed her lips. "Are you ready to go home, Southron girl? Home to Winterfell?" He lifted his gaze. "Take a look." Following his gaze, Dany saw a place she recognized, both in this time and in her own. The moss. Dany gazed at the covered towers of Raventree Hall, her eyes drawn to the colossal white bark of the weirwood tree that loomed in the courtyard. Her mouth fell open, and her mind went blank. If she hadn't been seated on a horse, her legs might have given way beneath her. Jon cleared his throat, though the pain in his voice was unmistakable. "When we said our vows, I swore to protect you. This is the best way I know how." His words pierced her heart, and she covered her mouth, feeling tears well up in her eyes. How had she not seen this coming? Of course, this was what he would do. Should she feel grateful or betrayed? All she knew was an overwhelming sense of pain. "It's what you wanted," he reminded her gently. "What you've always wanted. To go home." "Yes," she replied, remembering the place she had once tried to escape, even at great peril. But now, she would rather be anywhere else. And no. It didn't matter that she had always known this would be the outcome. It didn't matter that she was never meant to be his true wife or the mother of his children. She wanted to be. Jon handled her with tenderness as they continued toward the gate, and silence enveloped them. The pine trees rushed by, and a flock of birds darted from the brush as they passed. She longed to fly off with them. The Blackwoods had reclaimed control of Raventree Hall half a year ago, after Robb allowed the men to return to their homes. Since Jon was the brother of their king, They obliged his request to pay his respects to the old gods at their weirwood. Tytos Blackwood eyed him curiously when he asked for the courtyard to be cleared for a private visit, but he complied nonetheless. As they approached the great weirwood, the source of so much of her heartache, Dany felt as if she were on a runaway train. It was larger than she remembered, and she had to crane her neck to see the top. Here I am again, she thought, staring up at this strange, ancient tree. Dany stood before the ancient weirwood tree, feeling the weight of her emotions. Here she was, with the man she loved, yet the thought of being separated from him loomed heavy. Jon unsheathed his sword, his instincts on high alert as he circled the white tree, inspecting it for any signs of danger. "How did you do it?" he asked, his voice steady but filled with concern. Dany looked down at her open hands. "I didn't do anything," she replied softly. She stepped closer to the tree, feeling the familiar pull that had always drawn her in. "I just put my hands out and touched it." As she spoke, she mimicked the motion, but the moment her palms neared the bark, Jon pulled her back sharply. He was trembling, his breath hitching in his throat. "I'm sorry," he said, wrapping her in a quick embrace and kissing her hands gently. "I shouldn't have stopped you. Forgive me, I wasn't ready." "I know," she whispered, tracing the contours of his face, trying to memorize every detail. "I'm not ready either." A wave of anguish washed over her. "If I go, I'll never see you again. I won't hear your voice or even be able to write you a letter. It will be like you're dead. He will be dead." Her heart felt as though it was being ripped apart. Jon's stoic facade began to crack as he took her hand and placed it over his heart. "I don't want you to go. Nothing has ever made me less happy. There's nothing here for you but violence and death." He swallowed hard, fighting back tears. "And the things you've said are coming, I can't protect you from them." "No one has ever protected me as well or as often as you," Dany replied, her voice trembling. "I can't count the times I've let you down." He shut his eyes, shaking his head. "I wish I'd done better by you." Her stomach twisted as she blinked back tears. "No. It was me. I don't know how many times I kept things from you, how many times I hurt you." She took a shuddering breath. "And I would be so happy to be your wife and bear your children. But it's not me who's meant to have you." And that was the truth. It didn't matter how much it hurt, or what was fair, or what either of them wanted. This story was destined to end. Jon frowned, his expression heavy with emotion. "I'll never love another." The weight of his words took her breath away. "That would be devastating to me, if I didn't know it wasn't true." "You will love again." "No." She placed her hands on his chest, finding strength in the memory of his future. "You will. Just as fiercely as you love me. More. And that's comforting, remember that. Never regret any happiness you find after me. I know you don't believe me now, but I promise, when you meet her, you'll understand." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she continued, "Your life has been so hard, and I hate that I'm another source of pain. But soon, you'll have love and family, just like you've always wanted. You're going to have 10 beautiful children, princes and princesses, and after you, kings and queens. Where I'm from, your name is as well known as Aegon the—" "Stop," he interrupted. "I don't care about my name. What will happen to you?" A pit formed in her stomach. "I don't know about me," she admitted. "No one has told me my future, but I had a good life before I came here. I had a good man." "Jon? What is he like?" Despite her tears, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "Very much like you. He's a descendant of yours." His surprise was palpable. "A descendant of mine?" She nodded. "When I first saw you, I thought you were him. There's just one big difference. He doesn't know how to wield a sword and he dearly loves to study." His eyes narrowed. "How will he protect you?" He's strong in other ways. Plus, I can take care of myself. But will he take care of you? He will. She thought, if he hasn't already moved on, if he'll ever speak to me again. But those were uncertainties she would carry alone. We'll take care of each other. Jon looked at her for a long moment, his eyes tracing over her face. He's a lucky man. The time of her departure was closing in. Her as though time was preparing to swallow her whole. But she wasn't ready to leave him. Who's going to take care of you? She asked, knowing she was leaving him as his world was about to fall apart. He had his siblings, but they were younger and needed his guidance. Who would he turn to? He caressed his thumb across her trembling chin. You don't have to worry about me. But I will. You're too hard on yourself, and you neglect your own needs. What will you do after I go? He paused, collecting himself before responding. I'll return to Riverrun. My brother needs me. Her entire being felt as if it were vibrating. I don't want to leave you like this. For a split second, she wondered if they could run away together and live a life among the trees. Jon wrapped his arms around her. She held on to him tightly, trying to commit his scent to memory. I made a vow to care for you, he said after a moment. Even if it means I must lose you. He leaned his forehead against hers. Does the weirwood take you to a place you're familiar with? Will you be safe? Yes. She hoped she wouldn't turn up at night, but nothing could be more terrifying than the things she'd already faced. It brings me to a path I know. That's good. I wish I could be there for you, to take you where you need to be. His rough fingertips caressed her cheeks and lips. This is how I will always remember you, in your bridal cloak, he told her, barely containing his emotion. You will always be young and gorgeous to me. Even when I'm an old man with a gray beard, I'll close my eyes and see you dancing before the fire, laughing in the sun, swearing and making grown men blush. My brave girl, my wife, I hope you'll remember me. He brushed away her streaming tears while she struggled to find her voice. I can't imagine all the ways I'll remember you, she breathed. A moonlit forest, chilled autumn mornings, hiding my face inside your neck from the cold. The cold settled around them, but when I look up and see the light of the ice dragon, I'll hear your voice guiding me home. I know that whenever fear grips me, I'll remember all the ways you saved me. You'll be the dashing knight and the fearsome warrior in every story I hear from now on. His chest heaved as he quickly glanced away, wiping his eyes that were rimmed with red. But when he kissed her, it was as passionate as ever. She never wanted that kiss to end. Go, he insisted, releasing her from his embrace. Before I lose my courage and can't let you leave. Dany's heart raced in her chest. What if it's not really goodbye? What do you mean? He asked, confusion flickering in his eyes. What if I've already found you in my own time? What if you'll find me here again in yours? Maybe she was mad, but this entire situation was madness. Yet her theory left him unmoved. There's no one else like you, he replied softly. Remember, she said, resting her hands on his shoulders. You'll know. Jon let out a heavy sigh and wrapped his arms around her waist. If it's true, if the gods curse me with more lifetimes, then I will take care of you. No matter the time. Will you take care of me too? Fresh tears welled in her eyes. Always. Forever. Their mouths met once more for a long goodbye, one that felt far too short, gone too soon. Jon broke the kiss first. Taking her hand, he brought it to his warm lips. I'll see you in my dreams, Southron girl. Dany inhaled sharply as her eyes locked with his once more. Goodbye, Jon. His hand covered hers as he pressed her palm against the white bark, and in that instant, the warmth of his touch vanished. Chapter 14, The Course of Love Never Did Run Smooth. Jon tore open his sleeping bag and sat up in the dark. It was too hot inside and too cold outside. Tonight marked 2 weeks of spending his nights beneath the dead weirwood, and every muscle in his body ached in protest. He felt like a grown man camping out of a backpack, like some kind of Boy Scout. "This is insane," he muttered, rubbing his blurry eyes. Beside him, Ghost perked up, ears twitching. "This is really insane," he repeated to his dog. "What am I doing out here?" When silence greeted him, he massaged his stinging neck and added, "This is the last night." He fumbled around for the stack of student papers he meant to grade. Maybe if he said it out loud, he could convince himself. But the thought of giving up brought on emotions he quickly shoved aside. 1 or 2 more nights, tops. He found the papers hidden behind his pillow along with his red pen, but the book light clipped to it had died. "Useless," he grumbled, tossing it into a shadowy corner. Instead, he reached for a high-powered flashlight and hunched over the top paper. He wasn't in the right frame of mind for grading, but sleep wasn't coming either. Being out here alone left too much time for thinking, and he didn't like where his thoughts wandered. Talisa had given him a 3-week range based on her recollection of events and when she would return. What would happen if the 3rd week came and went? Would that mean it was time to let her go? He quickly pushed that thought away. A sudden caw outside the tent drew his attention. Bloody ravens. They came to roost every night like clockwork. As they settled onto the ghostly white branches, they squawked and ruffled their feathers, fighting for the best spots. But once settled, they remained quiet until morning. That's why the subsequent chorus of caw, 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 made him put down his pen and... Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind slammed against the walls of Jon's tent, sending the ravens outside into a frenzy of shrieks. He pressed his hands to his ears, trying to drown out the noise, but then, just as abruptly, silence fell. A chilling cry shattered the stillness, sending a shiver down his spine. With a jolt, he jumped up and quickly slipped on his shoes as Ghost paced anxiously in front of the entrance. Reaching for his flashlight, the cry rang out again, a woman's anguished wail. Instinct kicked in, and he found himself outside his tent in an instant, the cold wind rushing around him. A thick fog clung to the base of the glowing dead tree, now alive with a flurry of ravens. The woman's cries were softer now, and despite the terror pounding in his chest, his legs propelled him forward. What if it's not her? What if it is? Swallowing hard, he lifted his flashlight and pointed it toward the base of the tree. What he saw shouldn't have been real, yet every part of him knew it was. "Who's there?" Her voice trembled as she raised a hand to shield herself from the harsh light. Her hair fell longer than he remembered, and she wore an authentic medieval blue dress, the hood of a gray cloak pulled over her head. He struggled to find his voice as he lowered the light. Before he could stop him, Ghost lumbered forward, wagging his tail excitedly. The woman gasped as his dog licked her face, and then her shoulders relaxed as she wrapped her arms around his furry neck. Jon's heart stopped when her eyes met his. "Jon. Others take me." It had been so long since he'd heard her voice, the sound shocked him to his core. This must be what it feels like to see a ghost. His hands trembled as he closed the distance between them. "Dany?" At the sound of her name, her face brightened. Though her eyes were swollen from crying, she was still as beautiful as he remembered, clean and well-kept. A wave of gratitude washed over him as he saw that she appeared unharmed. Gently touching her arm, Jon was astonished to find her warm and real. He let out a long breath. Dany threw her arms around his shoulders and buried her cold nose into his neck. All the tension slipped away as he savored the feeling of holding her again. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Are you hurt?" "I'm not hurt," she replied, her voice raspy. "What year is it?" Jon squeezed his eyes shut. 2023. He didn't want to confront the lost time or everything that had happened while they were apart, not yet. All he wanted was to hold her a little longer. At his answer, she pulled away and cried into her hands, a sight that made his chest ache. "Come on," he urged, helping her off the cold ground. "Let me help you." Jon had imagined this moment countless times, in countless ways. Sometimes he confronted her in rage, other times with cold indifference, and occasionally, he simply took her into his arms as if nothing had ever happened, like she'd never been gone at all. But now, all he felt was numb, alongside a primal instinct to help her. "The car is parked down the path. Can you walk?" Dany's weary eyes turned frantic. "I can walk," she answered, "but I'm not ready. I know it sounds strange, but my heart is racing, and I can't think straight." Of course. 7 hells, he thought. She just passed through 8 centuries. Practicality kicked in as he noticed her shiver. "It's too cold to stay outside," he told her. "We'll stay in the tent until you're ready." The tent? She didn't protest when he gently took her arm to guide her. As they approached his small green 2-person tent tucked away in the woods, she seemed mystified. Her fingers grazed the polyester fabric. "Sorry it's small," he offered. "I thought it would just be me, and when you returned, I'd be bringing you home." "How did you know I'd be here?" The question hung heavily in the air. "Your friend, Talisa," she began, her mouth dropping open in surprise. "It actually worked. She found you. She knew a date." Jon cleared his throat, feeling the weight of the moment. "Well, she gave me a range." Dropping her gaze, she rubbed her arms, and he could sense the thoughts racing through her mind. "Yes, sweetheart," he thought bitterly. "I know. How long have you been out here?" she asked. 2 weeks as of tonight." The answer made him feel foolish, and her shocked expression only amplified that feeling. "I got a lot of reading done," he added, hoping to ease the tension. "I'd like to say work too, but the reception here is terrible." For some reason, that seemed to trigger her tears, and suddenly he felt helpless. He didn't know her anymore, it was as if they were strangers. The realization hollowed him out. Whatever might come of their relationship, he couldn't let her freeze to death. Gently, he placed his hand on her lower back and urged her to step inside the tent. Once inside, he unzipped his sleeping bag and wrapped it around her shoulders, while Ghost rested his head on her leg. With nothing else to do, Jon sat there, overheated and miserable in the cramped space. A year of his life had been consumed searching for her, waiting for her, and now that she was here, she felt like a complete unknown. A deep sense of betrayal seeped into his bones. "How is my uncle?" she asked. The mention of Eamon made him feel guilty for his anger. "He's well enough, he's actually in town. We've both been sharing an apartment in Raventree." Saying it out loud made him sound like an unhinged stalker, not a boyfriend who had been planning to propose. Her eyes shimmered with the threat of more tears. "What about your positions at the Citadel?" "Don't worry about that. Eamon took a sabbatical, and I've been teaching online." Jon unrolled a second sleeping bag he kept in the corner, uncertain about what would come next. He kept bringing it night after night, and now, as he prepared a space for himself, he was glad he did. Dany struggled to meet his gaze. "You've put your life on hold because of me," she said, sadness washing over him, causing his shoulders to sag. "Did you think I'd just forget about you?" He replied, the words tinged with hurt. "No." She took a shuddering breath. "Thank you." Silence enveloped them. Jon felt he should say something, but the right words eluded him. He wasn't even sure what they were to each other anymore. "I don't regret waiting for you. I wouldn't change anything, except I wish you hadn't gone at all." His chest tightened as memories of that night flooded back, the moment he left her alone in the woods and lost her. "I'd give anything to go back to that night and change it." "It wasn't your fault," she said softly. "Maybe it was supposed to happen, though I don't understand why." She focused on the zipper track of the sleeping bag. Could we stay here tonight? I'm not ready to face the lights and noise. It'd be easier in the daylight. He doubted it would matter much where they were tonight. He certainly wouldn't be getting any sleep. Wordlessly, she laid out the sleeping bag and shimmied inside. It was still a strange sight to see the modern woman he knew dressed in attire from a different time. He followed her lead, settling in for a night he suspected would be filled with staring at the ceiling. Ghost positioned himself as a barrier between them, and Jon clicked off the light, surrendering to his troubled thoughts. After a while, Dany turned toward him. He could sense her eyes on him. "I've been gone for a year," she murmured. "It feels like a lifetime." "I'd have to agree," he replied, feeling as though the last 12 months had aged him a decade. "It smells like you in here. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing?" He turned to her, just able to make out her eyes in the soft glow of the moonlight. "It's made my heart stop racing." The knot in his chest softened, adding to his confusion as he resumed staring at the polyester ceiling. "I don't know how to thank you," she said, her voice trembling. "I can't believe all you've done for me. You didn't deserve any of this. Neither of us did." Her words ignited a cold anger in his gut. They revealed how she viewed him. There was no need to thank your lover for simply waiting. She paused, choosing her next words carefully. "What did Talisa tell you?" The question hit him like a punch, her meaning clear. "She told me." She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Rolling onto her back, she joined him in staring at the ceiling, letting out a shaky sigh. "I'm sorry." He inhaled sharply. "Yeah. Me too." She turned away from him, and he mirrored her movement. Heavy with defeat, pain lanced through his chest. It was his responsibility to see her safely home, but he was a fool to think things could return to how they once were. Then he heard her sniffle as the tears came again. Instead of softening his heart, the sound fueled his anger. His rage built up like a brick wall, one he wasn't sure he could ever break through. Feeling the weight of obligation, he searched for Kleenex and handed it to her. Were those tears of guilt, or were they for her husband? The man she had chosen to marry instead of him. A fleeting thought crossed his mind to call Eamon, but it quickly faded. If he did, Eamon would come right away, and Jon didn't think he'd fare well out in the cold. He would be reunited with his niece in the morning. "Are you warm?" he asked her. Yes. That was enough for him. He closed his eyes, seeking rest. The next morning, he awoke with a start, surprised to find he had actually slept at all. He was waking from a deep sleep when he noticed Dany was already awake, sitting cross-legged on top of her sleeping bag. Her eyes were on him, but as he sat up, she quickly looked away. She had changed out of her medieval clothes and had helped herself to a fresh set of his. A flare of indignation sparked within him at her audacity to go through his things, quickly followed by a wave of guilt for feeling that way. Confusion washed over him as he couldn't help but notice how cute she looked in the oversized gray hoodie and sweats. 7 hells, this was going to be a difficult day. He put on his glasses, letting his eyes adjust. "Are you ready?" "As ready as I can be," she replied. The dress lay folded neatly beside her, but she cradled the gray cloak like it was a cherished teddy bear. A sickening thought struck him. "Is that your bridal cloak?" His jaw clenched as memories of the North's old marriage customs flooded back. Her cheeks flushed, and she hung her head. That was all the confirmation he needed. The sight of the iron ring on her finger made him see red. His ancestor had stolen her from him in the past, and it was clear he still had her. "Thought so," he muttered, rolling up his sleeping bag. Dany had the grace not to respond as she packed her things as well. At least he found some relief in knowing he was packing for the last time. When he finished, he handed her his coat. "You don't have to," she said. Something about her refusal ignited his irritation. "Just take the coat." The way she meekly accepted it made him feel like an ass again. Gods, help him. Neither of them spoke as they packed the tent, and in that silence, questions he had never thought to answer began to plague him. The common thread was, how are we going to explain this to other people? By the time his pack was on his back, his thoughts had his heart racing, then it stopped dead when he saw her standing at the base of the weirwood. Dany, he called. Jon shouted. Dany blinked at him in surprise. Yes? You're not going to touch it, are you? Her brows scrunched together in confusion. No. Heat washed over him, and his shoulders relaxed. Good. Ghost trotted happily down the paved path, and Jon realized they were going home. Dany stepped onto the path cautiously at first, but a small smile turned up her lips. She had insisted on carrying one of the rolled sleeping bags along with her outdated clothes. As they walked, she looked around at the trees as though she were seeing them for the first time. Jon, on the other hand, would be glad to see them for the last time. Suddenly, Dany stopped and listened. I can hear cars. The parking lot was close, but the nearest busy street was still out of earshot. You can? Yes, it's so strange. The past is so quiet. Old protective feelings stirred in Jon. You can go slow, get used to everything again. He had imagined being the one to help her with that, but now he wasn't so sure. Settling into the passenger seat, Dany looked as mystified by his car as she had been by the tent. Remembering how easily the cold affected her, Jon turned up the heat to an uncomfortable level. His stomach rolled as he shifted out of park. You should put your hood up, he told her. Why? Well, this town has been looking for you for a year, and I'm suspect number one. Neither of us is ready to answer questions about why or how you're suddenly here. Her silver eyebrows rose, and then she pulled her hood down as much as she could. They drove the winding road out of the woods and into the quiet village of Raventree. Jon observed Dany from the corner of his eye as she stared out the window, her leg bouncing nervously. Are you sure you're all right? He asked. I am, she replied with a slow exhale. It's overwhelming, but... What? He prompted when she didn't continue. She looked pensive. I don't know how to explain it other than to say it's deeply comforting to be back in my own time. I can't imagine what you've been through, Jon said, his tone sincere. No matter how he felt now, he couldn't deny the weight of her experience. It's hard for me to believe, too. Suddenly, the blaring wail of a police siren made them both jump. Dany slammed her hands over her ears. Gods. That's so loud. In the rearview mirror, a Raventree PD patrol car appeared, driven by none other than the white-haired police chief. For crying out loud. Jon exclaimed. It's Chief Mormont. It's all right. Dany reassured him, raising her hands. I'll just explain what happened. That's a bad idea. Jon squeezed his eyes shut, trying to gather his thoughts. He reached for his wallet, but Dany was already holding out the registration for him. Let me talk to him, he insisted. As Jon rolled down his window, Chief Mormont approached, sporting the stereotypical aviators. Good morning, Mormont. I know I wasn't speeding, Jon said, trying to sound confident. Expired tabs, Mormont replied, his gaze shifting from Jon to Dany. Who's this? Pull your hood down, Mississippi. Dany hesitated for a moment, then complied, revealing her striking silver hair and violet eyes. Mormont took a step back, lowering his shades as he studied her. Jon's heart raced. We can explain, he began, but Mormont cut him off. Step out of the car. Both of you. Jon braced himself for handcuffs, but instead, the chief ushered them, along with a blissfully unaware ghost, into the back seat of his cruiser. His mind raced, scrambling to devise a lie that could save them both. Why hadn't he prepared for this? Dany placed her soft hand over his, breaking through his frustration. He swallowed hard as they exchanged glances. Worry flickered in her eyes, but there was also a steely resolve. Jon felt a pang of frustration as he watched Dany handle the situation far better than he was managing. His mood only soured further when Mormont ushered them into the station. Like the Whispering Wood, he felt he had overstayed his welcome within these walls, longing to turn away and never look back. Deputy Tollett was seated at his desk, glued to his computer screen as usual. Jon couldn't help but notice the surprise in Tollett's eyes when he spotted Dany, the most emotion Jon had seen from him in ages. Mormont locked Ghost in a holding area while he led them to a small conference room, leaving them alone. Jon had no doubt they were being recorded. He leaned in closer to Dany. "Do you know what you're going to tell them?" She shrugged. "I'm going to tell them the truth. I'm a terrible liar. Perfect strangers from 800 years ago could tell when I was lying. I doubt I'll do any better with people from my own time." Jon's temples throbbed in agreement. He was a terrible liar too. "Maybe we should call a lawyer." "Not yet," she insisted. "I'll try to talk to him first." They sat in unbearable silence until Mormont and Tollett returned. "Mr. Stark," the chief began, "Deputy Tollett has some questions for you." "I will speak with Ms. Targaryen." Jon straightened his spine. "I'm not going anywhere," he declared firmly. He might not know what they were to each other anymore, and he might be furious with her, but he wouldn't stand by while she faced interrogation alone. She's been through enough. Dany gently touched his arm. "Jon, I'll be okay." Leaving her filled him with an unexpected dread. During his time with the deputy in a separate conference room, he couldn't stop glancing at the door. He refused to let anything happen to her. With no story planned and knowing Dany intended to tell the chief everything, Jon answered the questions truthfully. He spoke of Talisa and the 2 weeks they spent waiting in the woods, recounting how she had appeared in the middle of the night, dressed like a maiden. Tollett maintained a straight face throughout the proceedings. After a brief interview, Jon found himself back in that uncomfortable metal chair in front of the deputy's desk. His mind wandered to all the hours he had spent there, anxiously hoping for news of her. As time ticked by, Jon paced the waiting area. After an hour and a half, he couldn't contain his frustration any longer. He demanded to know what was taking so long and insisted on seeing her. When 3 hours had passed, he pushed past Deputy Tollett and banged on the conference room door. Mormont opened it sharply, his bushy white eyebrows knitting together in a frown. Dany sat at the interview table, and when their eyes met, she offered him a watery smile. "I've had to put up with this young man for nearly a year," Chief Mormont complained. "Always at my door demanding updates, and recently, sleeping every night in a public park. I might almost miss him." Dany's look of admiration was disarming. Mormont glanced between them. "I don't know what the two of you will tell your friends or family, or Cersei Lannister for that matter, but as far as Raventree PD is concerned, your case is closed." He stepped aside, holding the door open for Dany. "Give my regards to your uncle." Jon was stunned as they left the station and walked the 3 blocks to his car. "What did you tell him?" he asked. "Everything," she replied, exhaling deeply. "Absolutely everything. What made him believe you?" "I'm not sure." She glanced at the cloudy sky. "Maybe it's too fantastical not to believe." Jon thought of the Raven in Mormont's office. Or maybe he knows more about all of this than he lets on. As Jon climbed the steps to their apartment, the line between dream and reality blurred. He looked back to see Dany close behind, nervously wringing her hands. Still here. Still real. The building they rented from was only a few years old, modern, energy-efficient units with open floor plans and plenty of natural light to promote health and happiness. Now, more than ever, he felt the weight of their situation. Jon couldn't wait to leave the past behind. As he stood outside the door, he hesitated. Maybe he should have called first. How could anyone prepare someone for this moment? If he burst through the door with the man's missing niece, It might just give Eamon a heart attack. He glanced at Dany for guidance. After shaking out her hands, she stepped forward and knocked 3 times. Eamon opened the door slowly, revealing his unexpected visitors. When he saw Dany, his mouth fell open, and he took a step back in disbelief. Tears filled his eyes, and for a moment, they both seemed frozen in place until Eamon pulled her into a warm embrace. He laughed through his tears, kissing the top of her head. "I knew you'd come home," he said. "If anyone could find her way out of unimaginable circumstances, it's you." Jon felt like an intruder in this tender moment, but then Eamon turned to him, looking 20 years younger, and smiled. "And you're the only one I've ever found worthy of her." He drew Jon into a group hug. "I knew you'd bring her home safely." Jon rubbed his jaw. A lifetime ago, those words would have meant everything to him. "I didn't do anything except wait for her to arrive." Dany looked at him with gratitude. "I'm so very thankful you were there." A warmth flooded Jon's chest, mingling with his growing uncertainty. He loved her, he wanted her, but something felt off. They gathered in the living room, where Eamon doted on his niece, guiding her to a love seat and covering her with a soft throw blanket. When he heard they hadn't eaten, Eamon practically dashed into the kitchen, but Jon insisted on going instead. He cooked 2 sunny side-up eggs just the way he remembered she liked them, his eyes continually drawn to her, ensuring she was really there. Dany accepted the plate gratefully, but it was the fresh mug of coffee that captivated her. Holding it with both hands, she closed her eyes, inhaling the rich aroma before savoring a slow sip. "Gods," she murmured, "this is one of the things I missed most." The small admission stirred a wave of sympathy in him. All he knew of her story came from a second-hand account. Sitting on the couch across from her, he was careful not to get too close, yet mindful not to remain too far away. Dany set her mug down, gave Ghost's head a gentle pat where he lay at her feet, and let out a deep sigh. "I know you want to hear everything, and I want to tell you, but I don't have the strength to share it all today. For now, it's enough to know you've returned safely," Eamon replied. "Share what you can, and the rest can wait." A fresh swell of anger rose in Jon before she began. His desire to know every detail clashed with the wish to hear none of it. Why should he be subjected to the intricacies of her love affair? Leaning forward, he rested his elbows on his thighs, trying to temper his racing thoughts. Dany seemed to sense his discomfort, tucking her legs up beneath her. "The night I disappeared, I woke up in the middle of the battle in the Whispering Wood. To keep it simple, I was taken prisoner by the Stark army but was released when I demonstrated my skill as a healer." Jon braced himself, his fury mounting as he anticipated the mention of his name. She paused, shifting in her seat before continuing. "I ended up in the good graces of Robb Stark and Jon Snow." The moment she spoke his name, she cast a guilty glance in his direction. "While I traveled with the Stark army, I tried, and failed, many times to return to the Weirwood." Her voice wavered. "In the end, after I told Jon Snow the truth about where I was from, he brought me to Raventree, and that's when I ran into you." Dany rested her head in her hands. "By the gods, that was only last night." Jon felt as if his insides had been torn out. She had been beside herself when he found her. He stood there, tears streaming down his face, tears he had never heard from her before, because she had just left him. All eyes in the room turned toward him as he abruptly stood up. Claiming he needed to take Ghost for a walk, he hurried outside for some fresh air. His mind raced, fixating on the same thought over and over as he wrestled with his anger. How could she do this? After a while, he forced himself to return. He had endured too much for too long to give up now. Dany's gaze was fixed on him as he sat down, but he couldn't bring himself to meet her eyes. The conversation shifted to the present, what she had missed, whether people believed she was alive or dead. They shared how their lives had changed in her absence, but Jon deliberately left out the rumors swirling around him, the accusations he faced, and how his world had been turned upside down as a person of interest. Inevitably, the discussion turned to what they would say moving forward. Telling the truth had worked for Chief Mormont, but Jon knew it was unlikely to fly with the rest of the world. More strange rumors would surely emerge. Amnesia, Dany suggested. It's not ideal, and people will probably think I'm crazy, but I thought about it a lot while I was away, and there isn't a better alternative. It struck him then that there was no way to bring her back into the fold without tarnishing her reputation. His own had suffered enough, but with Aemon's support, it hadn't been damaged where it mattered most. He couldn't imagine a scenario where it would be the same for her, not for a long time. Yet Aemon insisted otherwise. People's memories were short, he argued, and Dany's talents could outshine any foul rumors. With sheer determination, the old man transformed the somber mood in the room into something more hopeful. They would turn things around and get their lives back on track, together. In that moment, Jon realized that together was exactly how he wanted it too. It was yet another instance where he found himself questioning if he had judged her too harshly. None of them had chosen for this to happen. It was a terrible ordeal they were all enduring. 7 hells, I'm losing my mind. Shock clouded his senses, and his thoughts raced back and forth at a maddening pace. What she had done to him hurt more than any pain he had ever felt before, but did that mean it had to be the end? As the sky outside darkened, he found himself even more confused. Being in her presence felt surreal, and it was hard to trust the senses that insisted he was awake. It was late in the evening when Aemon excused himself for bed, asking Dany if she would be all right several times before he finally left. Jon understood Aemon's reluctance to leave her, but being alone together left too much room for conversations neither of them were ready to have. Take my room, he offered, hoping to break the silence. I'm sure you're exhausted. I am, she admitted, but I can take the couch. Take the bedroom. We'll both feel better about it. Thank you. The tension from all the unspoken words had grown unbearable as he stood up and motioned for Ghost to follow him. I'll see you in the morning. Forcing a smile, he used his dog as an excuse to step outside for fresh air and a moment alone to think. Jon, Dany called as he headed for the door. He froze, unsure if he was ready to hear what she might say. She looked down at her folded hands. I'd like to talk with you about everything, after a while, if you're willing. He swallowed hard. After a while. The cold night air washed over him, bringing a sense of peace. Some of the cloud cover had cleared, revealing half of a waning crescent moon. The sight made him wonder what secrets the heavens held. What answers did the moon and stars have for everything that had transpired? But the question that weighed heaviest on his mind was whether they could really go back to the way things were. Could he forgive her? Did he even have the right to feel angry? When he re-entered the apartment, he didn't have an answer. Jon didn't have any more answers than he did before, but he felt a wave of relief wash over him when he saw the living room was empty. He needed space to sort out his thoughts, and he couldn't help but think how much more Dany must need it. The couch looked inviting as he unfurled a sleeping bag he had taken from his car. His gaze landed on a stack of books on the coffee table. They had been there for months, a collection centered on the War of the Five Kings, House Stark, and Jon Snow. This particular pile was shorter than usual, and a quick glance revealed that several books were missing. A flash of anger surged within him, propelling him to his feet and outside his bedroom door. He knocked gently, then stepped inside. Dany startled, quickly wiping tears from her red eyes and closing the book in her lap. Jon's gaze shifted from her to the book she had been reading, The Life and Times of Jon Snow. No words were exchanged. Dany lowered her chin to her chest, and they both remained silent, unable to find the words to bridge the chasm between them. Jon studied her for a moment longer, his stomach churning with disgust and rage. When he finally closed the door and settled onto the couch, his mind felt made up for him. Thoughts raced through his head, so scattered that he wasn't sure he'd slept at all. By the time daylight began to filter through an open window, he was wide awake and ready to gather his things. Eamon was the first to rise, attempting, and failing, to make coffee quietly while Jon pretended to sleep. As soon as he heard his bedroom door open and the bathroom door close, he was on his feet, collecting his laptop and the essentials he would need in Old Town. He would come back for the rest of his belongings later. Breakfast was a quiet affair. Jon shoveled down some eggs and biscuits out of politeness, while Dany clutched her coffee cup as if it were a lifeline. The distance and heartache between them were palpable, yet it seemed they were the only ones who noticed. Eamon still beamed with joy over her return, and Ghost eagerly awaited any sign of activity. Jon quickly scarfed down the food in his bowl, waiting as Eamon peppered Dany with questions about her sleep and how she was feeling. For someone who claimed to have had a good night's rest, she looked paler and more weary than the day before. When there was a lull in the conversation, Jon decided it was time to share his plans. "I'm going to head back to Old Town." All eyes turned to him, and Dany's expression shattered his heart. "Yes," Eamon said thoughtfully. "We all should. We've spent far too much time here as it is." Dany interjected, "He means alone," as she took a long sip from her mug. Eamon blinked in confusion. Oh. Jon didn't like seeing the hurt on his old friend's face. "I'm sure you two want some space, after all this time." Dany's eyes shone, but she assured him she understood. Whether or not she truly did, he felt he had already overstayed his welcome. She insisted on helping him with Ghost as he carried his few belongings down to his car. Though it pained him to be near her, his steps felt lighter as he descended the stairs, knowing he would soon leave this place behind. While he packed his things into the trunk, Dany knelt in front of Ghost, giving him a scratch behind both ears. The awkwardness grew as she handed Jon the leash, keeping her eyes fixed on the pavement. "Jon, for whatever it's worth, I am sorry," she said, her voice trembling. "I wish things were different." Nodding, he searched for the right words as a wave of emotions hit him all at once: grief, betrayal, and a deep longing for something he could never reclaim. "I wish I was a better man," he admitted. "I wish I could set those things aside and be here for you the way I meant to be." He held her gaze for a moment before continuing. "I can't be here while you mourn him." She covered her mouth to stifle a sob and shook her head sadly. "I know. I don't blame you for it. I don't want you to go, but I can't ask you to stay." The sadness between them was like a deep sea. Jon rubbed the back of his neck, suddenly overwhelmed by the thought of leaving. "What will you do now? Will you return to the hospital?" "I don't know. That part of my life feels so unfamiliar now. I'm not sure if I'll ever fit in there again." Maybe it was the same for them. Perhaps what they had was too unfamiliar now. Maybe that was his answer. Still, every part of him wished her well. "If you need anything, anything at all, please reach out." She took a shaky breath, nodding as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I hope you'll do the same." He wasn't sure who initiated it, but they found themselves in a tight embrace. Her shoulders shook as she cried into him, and he wouldn't deny that he shed a few tears of his own. Dany was the first to pull away. "Take care of yourself," she urged. "Please." As he drove away, leaving was the last thing he wanted to do, but so was staying. His heart felt heavy as he left the place that had unexpectedly become his home for a year, and even heavier as he parted from the woman he believed was the love of his life. The thought of a world where their paths wouldn't cross again was suffocating. The idea of not talking to her or seeing her again was unbearable, but what he had told her was true. He couldn't be by her side while she mourned the man who had taken everything from him. Chapter 15, Until the sun grows cold and the stars grow old. It's a harsh reality to fall back into your own time. Finally returning to the place you've longed for, only to find that nothing fits quite like it used to. Maybe there's no place in time or space where I truly belong. Since her return, Dany has spent her evenings immersed in the words of historians, desperately seeking glimpses into Jon Snow's life after her departure. These accounts are penned by people who never really knew him, who weren't there, unlike she was. Though she loved him, remembered the taste of his lips, the rhythm of his heartbeat against her cheek, and the warmth of his breath on her skin, she realized she didn't know any better than anyone else what had happened to him after she left. How was he? How was he? These questions haunted her, but the one that plagued her the most was one she could never truly answer. Is he happy? Was he happy? Would she spend the rest of her life wondering? Did he die in peace, or was there regret? In her time, he had been gone for centuries, and it tormented her to know that the weirwood could take her back to when he was flesh and blood, always alive, always real, yet always out of reach. Sometimes, she hated herself for leaving, though her rational mind understood there was no other way. It had been the right choice. He was happier with her, the one he was meant for. That thought wounded her as much as it healed, and that balance told her it was true. And with that thought came another. What about her Jon, the man she believed she was meant for? Another man alive in her heart, yet still out of reach. The sting of his loss felt so much sharper in the time they once shared. When she was away, she could set aside the pain of missing him, holding on to the hope that she would eventually return to see him again. She had never allowed herself to truly consider that when they were reunited, things might not be the same. When he left, she understood. A part of her had expected it, but that didn't lessen the gut-wrenching pain. She had hurt him, and that realization cut deep. She had hurt him deeply, and the fear that she might never make it right weighed heavily on her. Time and again, she picked up her phone, contemplating a call or a text. But each time, it felt too selfish. What more could she ask of a man who had every right to hate her? Was it too soon to reach out? Or had she waited too long? The beautiful life they had envisioned together was now in ruins. Was it simply her fate to lose him not once, but twice? She had traveled through time, experiencing things beyond imagination, things that outweighed the loss and devastation she felt. How many people ever got the chance to walk through times that weren't their own? But now, what would she do with that experience? She no longer knew what she wanted from her life. Medicine had once been her passion, but now the thought of returning felt impossible. She felt out of place in the very places she had always believed she belonged. The looks from others only intensified her sense of alienation. Some regarded her as if she were crazy, while others offered pity as she passed by. Finally back in her time, in her home, she had never felt more alone. Uncle Eamon had done his best to support her, maintaining her apartment while she was away. She was grateful for the familiar refuge, even if familiar felt like a strong word. The Dany surrounded by her own belongings felt like a stranger. The books she once loved, the clothes she wore, and the pictures on the walls were remnants of a life she no longer recognized. And then there were the reminders of Jon. His sweaters, his books, little tokens that never allowed her broken heart a moment's peace. She hoped with all her heart that he was all right. Shame washed over her whenever she thought of how his world had turned upside down after her disappearance, how he had paused his life and career, waiting for her, only to discover she had been with someone else. Another man. When she wasn't immersed in the past of Jon Snow or shedding tears over Jon Stark, she tried to ground herself in the present. She took long drives, visited familiar places, and met up with friends who weren't too put off by her. Yet, she found herself battling the growing urge to wander the halls of the Citadel like she once did. Instead, she decided to ask her uncle how Jon was doing. "I'm not ready," she told Eamon when he encouraged her to visit. It wouldn't be fair to him, she reminded herself whenever she considered saying yes. And, if she was truly honest, she had to admit she was terrified to see him, terrified of finding hatred or indifference in eyes that had once looked at her with unconditional love. She felt like a coward, unable to confront the pain she had caused. Doing her best to avoid places in Old Town unless absolutely necessary, she opted to host Talisa at her apartment instead. They shared coffee and store-bought pastries. When her old friend called, Dany felt a rush of joy. Talisa, her fellow time traveler, might be the only person in the world who could understand her. Seeing Talisa in jeans and sneakers was odd, a stark reminder of their 20-year age difference. Yet, the warmth in her familiar brown eyes made everything feel right. Talisa's presence seemed to bring Jon Snow into the room, unseen yet ever present. Tears welled in Dany's eyes as she enveloped her friend in a tight hug. "I missed you too," Talisa said. "I've thought about you often over the years, looking forward to this day." Dany pulled back and wiped her eyes. "Thank you. For remembering me, for reaching out to Jon, and helping him find me." "Oh," Talisa replied with a laugh, "you're not an easy one to forget." As they settled into the living room, Dany realized how little time she had spent there before the weirwood. Most of her memories were with Jon. "How are you settling in?" Talisa asked. "Not well, actually." Dany chuckled bitterly, shifting in her seat. "Terribly," Dany replied, sinking deeper into her seat. Sympathy filled Talisa's eyes. To say it's difficult to return is an understatement. It took me at least a year before I felt right again. An unexpected anger twisted in Dany's chest. "I'm afraid I'll never feel right again." Talisa leaned forward. "I know the last time we spoke was tense. I wish it could have been different." Dany closed her eyes, remembering the chaos of their last encounter and the consequences that followed. It was then that she had confessed everything to Jon, and he had taken her home. "So do I," Dany said softly. "How did your present-day Jon take it?" Dany's voice faltered as her stomach churned. "We haven't spoken in more than a month." Talisa slouched in her seat. "That saddens me to hear. Even in the short time we were together, I could see he was a man in love." "Well," Dany said, pulling a tissue from the box on her coffee table as pain pierced her heart, "he isn't a man in love anymore, not with me." A wave of guilt washed over her. "I hurt him, horribly." Talisa offered a kind smile. "I'll pray to the gods, old and new, that he comes to his senses." Dany couldn't help but smile back. No matter the time or place, Talisa was a loyal friend. "Now," Talisa continued after Dany collected herself, "I'm sure you're dying to know what happened after you left." Dany's heart raced as she tucked her legs beneath her. "Yes," she answered eagerly. "How was he?" Talisa gathered her thoughts. "That's a big question. I suppose it makes the most sense to start after he returned without you." Dany placed a hand over her heart, imagining that moment in countless ways. "He told everyone that the stress of the war was getting to you, that you had to get away from the castle for a few days. But then, when you were 2 days' ride from Riverrun, you caught a fever. When it was clear your herbs weren't helping, he rode hard for the castle, but before the... As night fell, you took your last breath in his arms. He couldn't bring you to Riverrun or home to Winterfell because of the fear of plague, so he buried you in a meadow filled with wildflowers. They held a funeral for you, filling a pyre with healing herbs and setting it adrift on the tumblestone. Jon Snow shot the arrow to ignite it, with his brother Robb standing close by his side. Dany was overcome with sobs, feeling the weight of the love she had for him and the love he had for her pierce her heart like thousands of daggers. She had caused him so much pain, and she still didn't understand the purpose of any of it. When she finally gathered herself enough to speak, she asked again how he was. Talisa moved to sit beside her on the couch, taking her hand in comfort. As you might imagine, he didn't show his grief openly but instead retreated into himself. His brother and sister stayed close, along with Uncle Benjen and even Theon Greyjoy. Sometimes he would find me and ask about the future. I think he wanted to know that you were safe, to feel a connection to you. Pain and gratitude filled Dany's heart. He wasn't alone. "How long did you stay?" she asked, curiosity tinged with hope. Talisa's eyes took on a distant look. "Longer than I intended. I became addicted to being a time traveler." When Robb Stark sent Jon to Winterfell ahead of the Red Wedding, he insisted I accompany him. Just as he did when he went to Dragonstone to answer the summons of Daenerys Targaryen, first of her name. A sudden wave of jealousy washed over Dany, hitting her like a sledgehammer. "He took you with him?" "Yes," Talisa replied gently. "I think my presence made him feel closer to you. If he left me behind, who could he ask about you or your future? I also came to believe he looked after me out of the love he had for you." Dany nodded, the explanation offering her some solace. How was he after the Red Wedding? Of all the things she worried about, how he would cope with this immense loss weighed heavily on her mind. Talisa sighed sadly. "Wretched, I imagine. His grief was something he never allowed me to see. But I noticed how hard he pushed himself as a leader and as a brother to several young siblings." Dany's heart swelled. Of course, he stayed strong for everyone else. How could she expect anything less? And Dragonstone? This question filled her with both longing and fear. She wanted to hear about the woman who might replace her, yet she dreaded it as well. A light sparked in Talisa's eyes. "Dragonstone. That's where I stayed until I was ready to go home. When I asked, Jon Snow sent me with an escort to the tree. He never asked me about his future until we were standing on the deck of his ship, with the Targaryen castle in the distance. He said, Dany told me a great love would come into my life, and I would know. I think I will find her on Dragonstone." I answered, "I think so too, Your Grace." Talisa opened a canvas bag resting by her feet and pulled out a roll of parchment, aged and sealed with red wax stamped with the sigil of House Stark. "That very first night on Dragonstone, he wrote you this letter and asked me to deliver it. I've never opened it." Dany drew back, staring at the letter in disbelief. It was more proof that it was real, that her memories weren't just figments of her imagination, more evidence of the love she had known and lost. Her hands trembled as she took the rolled paper. Her head spun, and she felt a wave of nausea before she opened it. She traced the wolf insignia pressed into the wax by Jon Snow himself before breaking it. His handwriting was unmistakable, and it flooded her with the visceral memory of being wrapped in his arms. "My sweet Southron girl. What I wouldn't give to know I would receive an answer to this letter. Knowing it may bring you comfort will have to be enough. I cannot ask how you are, if you're safe, if you're happy, and well cared for. Tell the man who might have been your husband, who may now be your husband, I want you to know that if he doesn't treat you right in all things, his ancestor will come back to haunt him. I know you well enough to sense that you're wondering how I've fared through what you told me was coming. I can almost hear your questions as if you were right here in this room. How I wish you were. You know how much I loved my brother. I tried to use what you told me to prevent it, but I could not. He died at the Twins alongside Theon Greyjoy and his mother. I can't say it's been easy, you would see through that lie. What I can tell you is that I've held the North as Robb's heir, and all my siblings, except for Sansa, are protected behind Winterfell's walls. I hope we can bring Sansa home yet. As I write this letter, I'm sitting in a chamber in Dragonstone, a place I suspect you knew I would come. When you said I would know, I never believed it would be so obvious. Whether she is my great love or not, I cannot say, and I fear I'll never be able to write to you again to tell you. Rest assured, I've already experienced a great love, and that will sustain me for all my days. Know that I will look after myself as you asked, as long as you do the same for me. The only certainty I have is that my love for you will never fade. I see you in my dreams, and you're as beautiful as ever. The pain of missing you is almost unbearable, but I would still dream of you every night if I could. May I dream of you still when I'm old and gray. I hope that on some nights, you dream of me too. More than anything else in this life or the next, I wish for your happiness. I pray that when you think of me and the time we shared, those memories make you smile, feel untroubled, and loved. That's what they do for me. I will always be with you, Southron girl, no matter the time or place. Don't forget to put your mask on first, okay? Yours forever, Jon Snow. Thank you, Dany managed through halting breaths. You will never know how much this means to me, Jon said. He had found his happiness and would continue to love her for all his days. She felt as certain of this as she was of anything. Since returning home, she was determined to do the same, to create happiness and a life worth living, just as he would have wanted. Talisa stayed with her all day, and Dany dared to venture to the Quill and Tankard to commiserate about their adventures over cold ciders. When old Nan appeared at her usual table, they rushed over before any novices could claim her for entertaining stories. The old woman looked a bit embarrassed at first, her guard up like a castle drawbridge, but she relaxed when she realized they meant no harm. Soon, the three of them were just time travelers swapping stories and enjoying the company of the only people in the whole city who had experienced what they had. As the night drew to a close, Dany gave her friend a pointed look over a fresh mug. She hoped the cider she had just finished would give her the courage she needed. "What am I going to do about Jon?" she asked quickly. "Which one?" Talisa teased. Dany rolled her eyes and whispered, "Jon Stark." She quickly scanned the room, suddenly fearful that the subject of their conversation might slip in among the crowd. Their hushed tones piqued old Nan's interest. She took a sip from her mug and looked between them expectantly. "What do you want to do?" Talisa asked. Dany slumped back in her chair. "I'm not sure. I just wish I knew what he was thinking, if he hates me or if, maybe, he could forgive me." Talisa snorted and took a sip of her golden drink. "He definitely doesn't hate you." Dany desperately wanted that to be true. "You don't know that." "Oh, I know." Talisa insisted. "He took a red eye to Volantis to meet with me." She pressed her palm to her chest. "He was so worried about you, so heartbroken." Dany shook her head sadly. Her friend didn't understand how things had changed. "You weren't there when I came back. I could tell he was trying, but I had just left Jon Snow. I crushed him. I'm sure he doesn't want anything to do with me." Talisa pressed her palms flat against the table. "He searched for you for a year, even after he knew." "Oh," old Nan interjected suddenly. "Is that the same boy who came to see me with Eamon? He was very feisty, but cute." Dany traced her finger around the rim of her half-full glass. "The police chief said he practically banged down his door every day after I disappeared. Apparently, his bird knew him by name." She groaned, overwhelmed by shame. "Gods, he rented an apartment with my uncle when anyone else would have assumed I was dead." Talisa sighed. "As I said before, a man in love." "I know. He's perfect." A sudden longing washed over her. "He works too much and can be so serious, but he also puts everything aside in an instant. He's so thoughtful and caring. He set aside all of his ambitions and pursuits for me, even when any sane person would have moved on. No one would have blamed him. And he's brilliant, but just as humble. Nothing so good has ever come easily to me." Talisa rested her face in her hand. "And you're a woman in love." "Of course I am. Who wouldn't be?" Dany's heart raced. "But what am I supposed to do? He hasn't reached out since he left Raventree." "Have you reached out?" Talisa asked. Dany groaned and buried her face in her hands. "No." Old Nan looked at her in disbelief. "Did you hit your head on a branch when you came home, girl? Most people don't find love like that even once in their lifetimes. You found it twice." Talisa chimed in. "And you haven't called?" "I was trying to respect his space." Dany's explanation sounded completely ridiculous as she said it out loud. "No," Talisa countered. "You've been wallowing in self-pity." "Ugh." Dany sighed. "You're right. I've been a complete idiot." Talisa nodded in agreement. "You have, but there's still time to change things. Dany's fingers itched to grab her phone from her purse, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Okay, I need to reach out to him, but what do I say? I literally married his ancestor. Old Nan snorted. Oh wow. Talisa offered a simple suggestion. How about, hello? Just like that? Like nothing happened? It's a start, Talisa replied calmly. The man camped outside in a park for weeks just in case you might pop out of a tree. I don't think he'll play hard to get. But just in case, Talisa continued, digging into her purse, you can give him this. She handed Dany a thick envelope. It's the letter I took from you, the one you stole from the crag. I kept it because you mentioned it could help your boyfriend with his paper. A pang shot through Dany's heart as she accepted the document. I'd bet it can. But first, Talisa cautioned, resting her hand over Dany's, you have to let him go. Dany felt a sting at the mere mention of Jon Snow. How can I possibly do that? Sit down and write him a letter, Talisa explained. Just like he did for you. Dany inhaled deeply, trying to hold back tears. He'll never get it. No, he won't, her friend acknowledged. This will be for you. A heavy ache grew in Dany's chest. The pain will never go away. Never, old Nan agreed. But you will find a way to live with it, Talisa added. When Dany awoke in the dark, the time on her phone showed 3:30. She sat up in bed, wide awake with an aching heart and a strong urge to do something she'd been avoiding. Pulling a hoodie over her head, she slipped into the living room and turned on the lamp at her desk. As she rummaged through the drawers, she found plain white stationery and a pen. Sitting in her apartment, she felt a sense of purpose stir within her. The wax seal was a stark reminder of how different their lives had become, each anchored in their respective times. Closing her eyes, she pictured his face and let her feelings flow onto the page. Dear Jon, how I wish you could know I received your letter. It filled me with all the intended assurance and love. I desperately wish I could write you back and do the same for you. Writing this for myself will have to be enough. Sometimes, when I remember that no letter I write could ever reach you, that I'll never speak to you again or hear the sound of your voice, all the air leaves my lungs, and the weight of reality crushes me. My time spent with you was like an impossible dream. Even when it was hard, even when it was terrifying, it was beautiful. For all the heartache and loss that followed, would never take it back. This grief I carry for what we had holds me hostage to a time and a love I will never have again. I fear that means I have to let go of a part of you, a part of us, and what we were. A small piece of me worries I'm betraying you in doing so, but a greater part of me feels only your love and blessing. I will never forget the way you loved and cared for me so fiercely. You changed me in ways I'm still realizing. I was your great love, and you were mine. But just as I know I wasn't your only love, I don't think you will be my last. That brings me to the man who might have been my husband. I don't know if I can make things right with him, but I have to try. I can only hope he'll give me a chance to explain and find it in his heart to forgive me. If you were here now, you'd tell me he'd be a fool not to take me back. And I would tell you, he is no fool, and I hope you're right. Sometimes I imagine what it must have been like when you met your queen. I'd be lying if I said it didn't make me jealous, but more than anything, it lightens my heart to know you were so fully. I loved you. I hope you loved her with all your heart and that you raised your children together in absolute joy. I wish that the moment you set foot in King's Landing, your heart remained untroubled for the rest of your days. You deserve nothing less. I have to confess, one part of your letter made me very sad, until last night. You mentioned seeing me in your dreams, but before that, you hadn't visited mine. It happened so simply. We were walking hand in hand in the garden at Riverrun. Neither of us spoke, and neither of us knew we were separated. When I awoke, my eyes were swollen, as if I'd been crying for hours. Yet, even though it hurt, I felt such gratitude for having been in your presence. I pray to the old gods and the new, to the great stallion, to Rulaller, and to any deity who will listen, that I might dream of you again. May I dream of you my entire life, until I'm an old woman with white hair. Perhaps we'll meet there from time to time. I can't deny that thinking of you still hurts terribly. Gods, it does. But the memories of you, of the time we shared, make me feel loved. That love will always be a part of me. I'll carry you in my heart forever, so that no moment in time or space will ever leave you feeling alone. Yours forever. Dany. Dany stopped 10 feet short of Jon's office door. For a moment, she hesitated, then turned away like a coward and hurried around the corner, pretending to study a bulletin board. She made sure no one was in sight before letting out a breath and shaking the fear from her hands. Get it together. You've faced scarier things than your ex-boyfriend. The Citadel was mostly empty after 5 o'clock. A few novices were hunched over tables, lost in their studies, while a yawning librarian pushed a cart of books through the aisles as Dany slipped into the massive library. Thankfully, there was no one she recognized, or rather, no one who recognized her. Forcing herself to. Dany hesitated, her heart racing as she stared at the closed office door bearing the nameplate, J. Stark. He waited for you for a year, she reminded herself, recalling Talisa and old Nan's pep talk from the other night. For days, she had gone back and forth, debating whether to text him or show up unannounced. The thought of the anticipation from a planned meeting felt overwhelming, so she had asked Demon for Jon's office hours. She noticed the hopeful look in her uncle's eyes when she inquired, but she was grateful he kept his questions to himself. She couldn't bear any more pressure. I am the blood of the dragon, she whispered to herself. Summoning her courage, she marched to his door and knocked 3 times. Shifting her weight and tightening her grip on the manila envelope, her heart hammered in her chest. There was no turning back now. Muffled voices echoed from within, and then the door swung open. Her heart thumped wildly when Jon looked down at her, confusion etched on his face. Dany? Heat flooded her cheeks. She was momentarily speechless, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Jon widened the door, revealing 2 female students seated at his desk. The young women stared at her, exchanging glances that seemed to scream, "It's Professor Stark's crazy ex-girlfriend." Wishing she could vanish, she briefly considered running away when Jon told the students they would have to continue their meeting later. Mortified, she felt the heat of embarrassment as they brushed past her. Gods, I should have scheduled a time to come by, she muttered. What? He asked, looking at her as if she were speaking a foreign language. You never have to schedule a time to see me. His words, combined with the fondness in his eyes, disarmed her. She had practically ruined his life, yet he seemed just as happy to see her as she was to see him. Warmth spread through her chest. Have you eaten? He asked. Do you want to go somewhere? His apparent enthusiasm threw her off balance. She took a deep breath, studying her racing heart. No, it would be better if we talked privately. I promise I won't take up much of your time. As he ushered her in, he closed the door behind them. Sorry about the mess, he said, gesturing to the stacks of books and papers cluttering his desk while running a hand through his hair. Is everything okay? Yeah, she replied, a lie slipping easily from her lips as she took a seat in front of him and presented the manila envelope. I've been thinking about you, and I wanted to bring you a gift. Jon settled into his chair, excitement and curiosity lighting up his expression. A gift? What is it? Something very old. She handed it to him cautiously, as if it might explode. He inspected the envelope carefully before placing it down. How are you really? He asked, his voice trailing off. I've almost reached out so many times. She swallowed hard, emotions bubbling up that she wasn't ready to confront. His kindness caught her off guard. I let myself forget who he is. Deciding to share something lighter, she replied. I've been all right, I suppose. It's quite an undertaking, rebuilding your life after being gone for a year. What about you? I'm fine, he said, clearing his throat and averting his gaze. I've thrown myself back into work, and it seems Cersei Lannister has moved on to the next sensational true crime story. The mention of Cersei made her wince. She wanted to believe he was truly okay, but the dark circles under his eyes told a different story. I'm glad, she said, meeting his gaze for a fleeting moment. Your uncle told me you've decided to give up your medical training? That surprised me. You were so passionate about it. The thought still tugged at her heart, but it didn't sting as much as it once had. She had come to accept it. Too many things about her had changed. I was. I know it sounds crazy, but after everything. Seeing war up close, stitching up countless soldiers. I sort of hit a wall. A part of me killed a man, too. A part of me will always be a healer, but it just doesn't feel right anymore. His brow furrowed as he listened. The atmosphere in the room shifted as she furrowed her brow. What feels right? Nothing, she admitted. Being here with you. This, she said, scanning his office cluttered with papers and books. I mean more like what you do, though I've also developed an affinity for the outdoors. At that, he chuckled in disbelief. I don't have all the details worked out, she continued, but I find my mind keeps drifting back to the past. His expression darkened. Oh, right. No, I don't mean it like that. Not him. She took a deep breath, mentally chastising herself. I mean, of course I think of him, but that's not why. She glanced down at her hands, which were in desperate need of a manicure, searching for the right words. I think of you too. Her face flushed as soon as the words left her lips. A heavy pause filled the space between them before he finally spoke. I think of you too, Dany. Gods, you're always on my mind. Her heart raced, then slowed. Changing the subject, she pushed the envelope closer to him. I think you should open your gift. I'm nervous, he confessed, carefully opening it and peering inside. With a gentle touch, as if handling something precious, he barely grazed it before setting it down. A swell of pride filled her chest as his eyes widened. I took this from the crag, she explained. At the time, I was looking for proof to show Robb Stark, to warn him about the Red Wedding, but Talisa took it from me. I assumed she destroyed it, but she kept it because I told her about your work and the proof you needed. She carried it with her all these years. Amused bewilderment crossed his face. He let out a quiet laugh and pinched the bridge of his nose. 7 hells, you brilliant little thief. The endearment sent a warm rush through her, until he frowned. Everything you've seen and done, it's hard to imagine, he said. Honestly, I'm surprised. Surprised to hear that I was thinking of him at all. Dany shook her head in disbelief. Not thinking of you? Oh, I thought of you often. There were times those thoughts and the lessons I learned from you saved my life. Jon looked down, his mouth slightly agape, genuinely surprised and deeply moved. I can't tell you how many questions are running through my mind, things I want to ask you about being back there. Hope surged through her. There are many things I would like to tell you, so many things. Jon's eyes lit up with a smile, and she couldn't help but mirror it. He broke the silence first. I'll be going to Riverrun in a couple of weeks. Riverrun? Dany felt as if she'd been splashed with cold water. No place from her travels held more meaning than that. She stiffened her smile to mask her surprise. You're taking a vacation? More like a weekend for work, but actually, I've been meaning to talk to you about it. Interestingly enough, I was going to call you too. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Shit, he muttered. I'm supposed to be meeting with a student. Dany stood quickly. Then I should go. No, stay. Jon frowned as he stood to join her. I'll just reschedule. I shouldn't, she insisted, suddenly feeling the urge to flee. I disrupted one of your other meetings already. His shoulders sagged as he rubbed the back of his neck. All right, well, it was great to see you. Truly. Unexpected tears pricked at her eyes, and she nodded to stall before speaking. You as well. Leaving him was painful enough to take her breath away. Even as she refused to look back, she forced her feet to move as quickly as possible without drawing attention. The moment she passed through the glass doors onto the sidewalk, she called Talisa. How did it go? Talisa asked. I completely choked, Dany recounted, her stomach twisting. First, I barged in during his meeting, but then he was. That was so sweet. He was genuinely happy to see me. And then he brought up going to Riverrun, and all I could think about was everything that happened when we were there. And then I just left. Wait, what did he say about Riverrun? He said he's going there. I'm sure it's for his book. What were you talking about before that? How much we both wanted to discuss everything. He was inviting you along. No, Dany said, halting her steps as she tried to remember that part of the conversation. He wasn't. Was he? Turn around right now and go straight back to his office. Ugh, she groaned as she entered the gray parking garage. I can't do that. She fished in her purse for her keys. What happened to the woman who boldly introduced herself to me as Dr. Daenerys Targaryen? Back when that felt like a real title. Gods, all right, I will. I'm going back right now. She was about to slink back through the immense library when a skeezy voice interrupted her. Look who's back. Robert beat fucking Baratheon, she muttered under her breath. Who is that? Is it Jon? Talisa asked through the phone. Hold on. Dany squeezed her eyes shut, willing the embarrassment of her past to vanish. I'm really not in the mood for this, Dario. She was forced to look at him as he stepped into her space, smirking as if he thought he was more charming than he actually was. I heard you were home and saw you at the entrance. I've been trying to get your attention. She took 2 steps back as he reached for her. I ignore you, and you follow me into a parking garage. You're such a creep. Dario remained undeterred. Come on, don't be like that. I thought now that you're infamous, you might appreciate the company of someone else whose reputation precedes them. Anger churned in her belly, and if they were 800 years in the past, she would have hit him. Instead, she gritted her teeth. Leave. Me. Alone. You heard what she said. Dany's cheeks burned as Jon came into view. Dario laughed obnoxiously, keeping his eyes on Jon while directing his words to her. Oh, is this the boyfriend you spent a year hiding from in the woods? He wasn't giving you enough attention. Dany saw red. She thought of the dagger still tucked in her boot, but before she could turn that thought into action, Jon struck Dario hard in the face. Dario stumbled back, shock and outrage flashing across his features. Before he could retaliate, Dany stepped in front of him. Get out of here, and never speak to me again. Her pulse raced as they watched him slink away. Are you all right? Jon asked quietly, gently touching her arm. Yes. She shook off a fresh wave of humiliation and picked up his right hand, examining it under the dull overhead lights. It doesn't hurt. Well, it will soon. I think there's still a first aid kit in my trunk. He cleared his throat. I feel really weird about following you out here now, Jon explained as she dug in the back of her car. You just left so quickly, and, 7 hells, it was really good to see you. Dany couldn't help but smile at his words. It's really good to see you too. And not just because of how much I enjoyed watching you knock the smug look off his face. She pressed her hand against her forehead, suddenly embarrassed again. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. An appearance by her ex was the last thing she wanted in front of him. It's not your fault jerks like him exist. Jon flexed the fingers of his injured hand and grimaced. I can't believe I did that. I haven't punched anyone since I was a novice. His admission made her laugh. That was something he'd never told her before. You have a nice right hook, she teased. I saw quite a few of them while I was away. She noticed his glasses were askew and couldn't help but straighten them, brushing a loose curl behind his ear afterward. They exchanged silly smiles, her heart racing with a mix of emotions. So, she broke the silence, you're going to Riverrun? He replied. I thought it'd be helpful to see the place in person while I work on my book. He scratched his jaw thoughtfully. Though it's a shame I don't know my way around. That is a shame, Dany said, leaning against her car and looking up at him. You should have a guide. Jon mirrored her stance, standing just a little too close. I should. Do you know any? 800 years in the past, Queen Daenerys Targaryen had arrived in Westeros, or rather, Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, first of her name, the Unburnt, Queen of the Undulls and the First Men, Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, Breaker of Chains, and Mother of Dragons. When the Raven penned by Tyrion Lannister reached Winterfell, he marveled at the sheer volume of ink devoted to her titles alone. Addressing him as my lord, she invited him to Dragonstone to bend the knee. It was an insufferable request, and the likelihood of her roasting him with her dragons if he refused was not in his favor. Yet there was no question he would go. He would go for his family and for the North, desperate to end Cersei Lannister's reign of uncertainty and fear. He would go to finally bring his sister, Sansa, home. To ensure their mutual success, they would need to unite. He had no intention of swearing fealty, not in the way she wanted, but he hoped she might consider other ways to join their two kingdoms. A strange feeling washed over him as Dragonstone came into view from the deck of his ship. Jon felt a profound sense of something greater than himself as he climbed the stone steps, 3 dragons soaring overhead. Yet, nothing could compare to the emotions that surged within him as he entered her throne room. The air left his lungs at the sight of her, and he might have laughed if he hadn't caught himself just in time. Beside him, Ser Davos exchanged formal introductions, but Jon was lost in the memory of a lovely face he knew well. Dany had assured him that when he saw her, he would understand, and the vision before him left little room for doubt. Seated high on a stark black throne was a small young woman with silver hair, the most beautiful he had ever seen. He couldn't help but stare openly as her counsel read off her impressive list of titles, each one surely earned. When her voice echoed through the hall, he strained to listen. It was familiar yet different, and he was certain she wouldn't speak as strangely as his wife from the future. Still, it was a lovely sound. He was only vaguely aware that she was addressing him as "my lord" when she asked a question that jolted him from his reverie. I was told your wife passed. Jon lowered his head for a moment. 2 years had gone by, and while the pain was not as sharp as it had been in those early days, her mention still tore at his insides. He hated this question. His wife had not died, she simply had not yet been born. He delivered his well-practiced response. She's passed beyond my reach. My condolences, Daenerys replied. Thank you, Your Grace. I'm sorry for your losses as well. Daenerys stiffened, perhaps not mourning her late husbands in the same way he mourned his lost wife. I assume, my lord, you're here to swear fealty to your queen. No, I am not. Her violet eyes hardened. You've come a long way for nothing. The way I see it, Your Grace, you need me as much as I need you. Her posture remained unwavering. Her voice was poised, but Jon could sense the tightness in it. Did you not see 3 dragons overhead upon your arrival? 7 hells, her dragons. They were even more imposing than he had imagined. I did, and they're impressive, he replied, but it won't matter if the people you wish to rule would rather burn. She shot a look at her hand. You're an insolent man. Jon scolded himself. Others take me, he thought, you're going too far too quickly. practical. I know what we're both facing. And what do you propose? She asked. Marriage. He chose to ignore Ser Davos, whose stare was boring into him. They had discussed the prospect, of course, but he didn't need anyone to remind him that such situations were typically handled with more tact. The old smuggler could never understand that, without question, this woman would be his wife. A bemused smile played on the Queen's lips, giving him a surge of confidence. Marriage? That's bold of you. Jon felt the heat of embarrassment creeping up his neck. We're both unmarried and of similar age. An alliance between us would ensure your claim to the Iron Throne. Queen Daenerys rose, the cut of her gown revealing a slender frame. Everyone out. She repeated her command in Valyrian and Dothraki. I would speak with Lord Stark alone. Davos shot him a stern look, the message clear, tread carefully. Alone in the great hall with the Dragon Queen, Jon straightened his posture, his eyes following her as she walked a slow circle around him. Her hair was styled in intricate braids, and her black dress declared to all that she was no helpless princess. She stopped an arm's length in front of him. I've never had a suitor so direct and so devoid of flattery and gifts, she said. He worked to keep his eyes from drifting over her curves. I'm sure you've had many suitors, but right now, to rule Westeros, I'm your best bet. Fated or not, this was the truth. She raised an eyebrow. What a romantic you are. I come with quite a union. It seems fitting to drop the formalities. Their eyes locked, the tension between them palpable. Come with me. We'll go somewhere more comfortable, Daenerys said, leading him through the halls to a private sitting room. A warm fire crackled in the hearth, and the open window offered a view of the rocky shore. Jon's mind raced with images of all the Targaryens who had come before her. My advisors mentioned this union, of course, Daenerys revealed, pouring them each a goblet of summer wine. As they settled into their seats before the fire, Jon became acutely aware of his travel-worn clothes. I find your transparency refreshing, she continued. You would be my third marriage, and there are certain things I will not tolerate again. Shall we get to know each other better? Anger surged through him for the dead men he'd never known, but he pushed it aside. You would be my second, and I'd prefer the next one to last a good deal longer. To his surprise, the words flowed easily. A soft smile lit up her eyes. Longevity in the midst of a war can't be promised, but I don't intend to lose. Time seemed to slip away as they spoke. Her laughter and sparkling eyes made his heart race with a familiar beauty that both thrilled and ached him. She was clever, just like the Dany he remembered, and she appeared to share a similar heart for good. Jon found himself sharing stories he rarely told anyone, about his family and his childhood. Daenerys reciprocated, revealing that her beginnings had been far from fortunate. The immediate bond between them felt like something he'd only ever experienced once before. The orange glow of the fire danced in her hair as she tilted her head to one side. You're easy to talk to, my lord, she said, her voice warm. Jon shook his head, trying to resist the enchantment of her beauty. If you're trying to provoke me by using the wrong title, don't bother. She leaned in closer, tracing the rim of her goblet with her finger. Since we're discussing something as intimate and final as marriage, she began, tell me, did you love your late wife? He gazed into the fire, his expression distant. I love her even now. And I always will. Her response seemed to bring her some comfort. So, you'll go from a marriage of love to a marriage of politics? He shook his head firmly. No, I reject that idea completely. My wife and I were little more than strangers when we were wed. A smile crossed his face as he recalled the memory. Love can grow. That hasn't been my experience. Setting her cup aside, she raised her chin, a hint of vulnerability in her eyes. There's something you must know. For the first time, she seemed nervous. I can't have children. That's not true. Excuse me. Forgive me. He held up his hands, reminding himself to tread carefully. But I have it on good authority that we'll have 10 children. Dany burst into laughter, her eyes widening in disbelief. Whose authority? My wife's. Your wife's? Your late wife told you you'd have 10 children with me. She knew she'd have to go, and before she did, she told me I'd find a great love after her. I didn't believe her at the time, but she said when I saw you, I'd know. And you think that's me? That I'll be your great love? If that's okay with you. She wrinkled her nose in an adorable way. What does that mean? It's something my wife used to say. Fondness swelled in his chest as he thought of Dany. If that's agreeable to you, I mean. Daenerys rose, casting him a sideways glance as she moved to stand before the open window. I've wondered since you walked into my throne room, but now I'm sure you're mad. Jon joined her, standing as close as was appropriate. If I am, you can send me back north after we take the south. A mad husband wouldn't be my worst problem. And what happens when it turns out I can't have children? I'd have you either way. Bastard that I am, I never gave much thought to having children. What about the Stark line? I have brothers to carry it on. You're quite confident in yourself, she said, warmth lighting up her expression as her gaze drifted from his lips and swept over him. What makes you so sure that I'm your great love? It's like she said, I just know, he replied. There was something about her that felt too familiar to be mere coincidence. He searched for something more tangible to offer her. You feel familiar to me. Her response brought a sudden sadness to his heart. You feel familiar to me as well. She traced her fingers over the dire wolf engraved on his gorget. But perhaps that's just the wine, or maybe it's simply because you're quite handsome. He couldn't tear his eyes away from her pink lips as they leaned closer to one another. It would be madness to kiss her now, on their first meeting, yet neither seemed able to resist the magnetic pull. Then, abruptly, Daenerys turned away. It's late, my lord. I'll have someone show you to your room. I'm sure you're tired from your journey. Although she had pointedly refused to honor his title, she had certainly given him a room fit for a king. The first thing he did upon entering was take out a quill and parchment, finally ready to do something he had been putting off for far too long. Now seemed like the right moment. He began to write a letter to Dany. Deep down, he held only a glimmer of hope that she might receive it, and the thought of never hearing a reply left him feeling heartsick. If he could, he would remind her that his love for her would endure, and that his greatest wish was for her happiness. He would never forget her, never stop loving her, but he knew he had to let her go. As he poured his feelings onto the parchment, tears streamed down his face, the pain in his chest a reminder that even as he moved forward, her memory would always linger. The ache of her loss would remain inside him, much like the pain of losing his father and brother. For all that he might forget, and everything that could fade with time, the pain would be something he remembered. That was a comfort. 3 nights had passed on Dragonstone, and Jon was beginning to acclimate to the air that carried a distinct, lingering scent of. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, but it was the sight of dragons, and their stunning mother, that captivated him. Negotiations were slow and tedious, a process made even more challenging by the inevitable outcome he sensed looming ahead. The small smile she offered in response to his impatience made it slightly more bearable, as did the way she pursed her lips to suppress her laughter while addressing him as my lord. After bathing and eating, sleep felt as distant as ever. Standing before the window in just a pair of breeches, he gazed down at the crashing waves below, allowing the sea breeze to envelop him. The darkness outside had deepened, leaving only the white caps visible, but the sound of the waves was soothing. Were the dragons still patrolling the skies, hidden from view? Where was their mother, and what was she doing at this hour? Determined to force himself to sleep, he knelt by the hearth and added a log to the fire. If he hoped to convince a queen to marry him, he needed to be well rested. Just as he settled into his thoughts, he felt her presence behind him, too late to prepare. A blade tapped gently on his shoulder, sending a chill through his blood. He turned slowly to find her standing above him, her hair cascading down her shoulders, her face flushed and clad in a silk dressing robe. Self-satisfaction sparkled in her eyes. "On your feet, Northerner," she commanded. He inhaled sharply, taking in the curve of her figure and the sweet scent that surrounded her. Memories of the last time a beautiful woman had threatened him with a blade flooded his mind, and his heart raced. A closer look revealed that it was his own sword she held. "Careful, Your Grace, that's sharp," he cautioned, trying to regain some composure. She stepped back, keeping the blade trained on him. "Then you best do as I say." "You look different," he said, rising slowly to his feet, his eyes drawn to the way her robe fell, accentuating her form. Softer. He was catching a glimpse of the woman hidden beneath her exterior. "Don't let that fool you," she teased, handing him his sword by the hilt. "I gave you one of my favorite weapons. Isn't the view spectacular?" she said, her hips swaying as she walked over to the grand window. Jon set his sword aside and joined her. "The stars are a splendid sight. I've always found comfort in looking at them," she shared. "When I was a girl, we never stayed in one place for long. But no matter where we were on a clear night, I could look up at the sky and feel a semblance of home. Keep your eyes open, Southron girl. Look up at the stars, and remember tonight." Jon closed his eyes for a moment, pushing aside his pain. Then he turned to the queen beside him. "What brings you to my bedchamber? By the way you were staring all day, I thought you might appreciate my state of undress." Jon felt a rush of heat. He let his gaze linger on her, drinking in the sight. In a different situation, he might have found her boldness shocking, but the pull between them was undeniable. Your Grace. I've outlived 2 husbands, and I don't miss either. As a queen, I know where my duties lie, but I wouldn't mind being fond of my 3rd husband." "What are you asking for?" he ventured, reaching out to touch her silky hair. She filled the space between them, mesmerizing him as she shamelessly placed her hands on his bare chest. A taste of something great. In that moment, Jon's last thread of decency snapped. He caught her by the waist, pressing her body against his, just as he had imagined doing for the past 3 nights. The sweetness of her soft lips ignited his desire until the world outside his chamber door faded away. She had planned this, coming here half-dressed to seduce him, as if any preparation was needed. The idea of marriage with the mother of dragons felt distant, something he thought he would spend weeks negotiating on the island before making any progress. Yet here she was, in his bed, just days after arriving on Dragonstone. It meant far more than mere diplomacy and duty. It signified that whatever this was between them, it was real. She felt it too. Her fingers moved to the ties of his breeches, and he could feel his manhood straining, desperate for her touch as her delicate fingers teased him. To keep his sanity, he focused on the warmth of her mouth against his. After she freed him from his last bit of clothing, he lifted her by her seat, and her toned calves wrapped around his hips as if it were instinctive. He laid her gently on his borrowed bed. Until now, the thought of kissing another woman felt wrong. It felt like a betrayal, a denial of the love he'd lost. He had expected sadness and unease, but here, with this woman who felt so familiar already, he found it was the most natural thing in the world. Her fingers tangled in his hair, and his name rolled off her tongue in a sinful moan. He would do anything to hear that sound again. He missed the taste of her lips when she pulled away and sat up, but she didn't keep him waiting long. Raising her chin and lifting her chest, she opened her robe, exposing her small, round breasts and delicate pink nipples. He was momentarily stunned as she slowly dropped the silk fabric from her shoulders, letting it pool behind her. Her body was perfect, but it was the little smile and the way she bit her bottom lip that made his breath quicken. As he laid her back down, he took his time exploring her body, learning every spot that made her sigh and shudder, carefully avoiding the place she wanted him most. She tolerated his teasing for a while until she suddenly rolled him beneath her, and he quickly succumbed to the coordinated assault of her soft lips, warm tongue, and skilled fingers. Neither of them intended for their encounter to be brief. Jon regained control when he managed to tease the sensitive heat of her womanhood with a gentle touch. Her silver curls were soft and wet, and he used that to his advantage until she was as weak as a kitten. "7 hells, you taste incredible," he rasped. She sighed and tossed her head to one side. "You have a skillful tongue, my lord." At the unexpected use of his title, he shifted his focus away from her sensitive spot, choosing instead to savor the rest of her. He grinned when she whimpered in protest. "Please," she begged. "Please what?" He teased. She narrowed her lovely eyes at him before relenting. "Please, your grace." He fulfilled her request with pleasure, enjoying the way she tugged at his hair as she lost herself in the moment. After a while, she looked at him with curiosity. "You're different from what I expected." "You're very much like what I expected." Whatever that meant, he found himself roughly pushed onto his back, deliriously happy to be at her mercy as she teased him, her warmth enveloping him. He slammed his eyes shut and groaned as she slowly filled herself with him, her little gasp intensifying the sensation. How could one man be so fortunate? As he squeezed her hips, he lost all sense of time, captivated by the stunning sight she made. Her violet eyes sparkled like jewels as she gazed down at him, rocking gently above him. She eventually slowed to a stop, seemingly distracted by the invisible connection between them. With one graceful motion, she draped herself over him, her soft curves molding against his chest as she claimed his mouth. He poured everything he had into the kiss, his promises and hopes for a future that could be better for both of them. When she finally pulled away, she righted herself with elegance before returning to her rhythm, driving them both into blissful oblivion. Jon lay back, a mess of silver hair resting on his shoulder. The fire in the hearth must have kept her warm enough, as she had discarded the covers while he stroked her smooth, milky white hips. She made a soft sound of appreciation and nuzzled her nose into his neck. Propping herself up on her elbow, she rested her head in her hand. "I had anticipated alliance negotiations too. And yet our burdens feel far more tedious." A quiet contentment washed over him. "I imagined there would be more clothes involved." They exchanged light-hearted banter, their laughter filling the room until he must have drifted off into a satisfied sleep. When he awoke with a start, his heart ached and his cheeks were wet. Dany. He had dreamt of her again. In his dream, they were in a forest in the Riverlands, and he was helping her gather herbs, anise, yarrow, and all the others whose names escaped him. She had flashed him a radiant smile that made his heart skip a beat, but just as he reached out to see her face again, she vanished into the trees, her skirts billowing behind her. He had been trying to catch her when he jolted awake. Taking a deep breath, he wiped his eyes. A glance around the chamber reminded him he was on Dragonstone, and a soft sigh beside him recalled who shared his bed. The moonlight streaming through the window illuminated the small smile on her lips as she lay nestled under the covers next to him. A rogue tear slipped down his cheek, a bittersweet reminder of new love intertwined with old loss. Jon extricated himself from the covers she must have draped over him as he dozed off. It was a sweet, if unnecessary, gesture. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and cradled his head in his hands, allowing himself to feel the full weight of his grief. The ache of her absence lingered like a shadow. Since losing his father, he had learned that ignoring his sorrow only deepened it. The bed shifted, and a gentle voice broke the silence behind him. "You're awake already, my lord? Or shall I say, your grace?" Her mischievous smile faded when their eyes met, and she settled beside him, as if she understood his turmoil. "Our losses have a mind of their own, don't they? They come when they will." Her words eased the tension in his shoulders, and he nodded in agreement. It was true, more than anything else. She laid her hand over his, a comforting gesture. "Here we are, two of the most powerful people in the world, yet still bound by our heartaches. At the mercy of those we've lost, Jon said, exhaling as he felt the worst of his pain begin to fade. There's something you should know. He paused, waiting for the right words to form. I am certain you and I will have a great love. How I know this, I can't explain, but I do. He continued, something else I know to be true is that there will always be a love who came before, and I will never forget her. The queen fell silent, resting her head against his shoulder. And you never should. I am certain now that you were a fine husband, and your wife was lucky to have you. Her words washed over him like the warmth of a soothing bath, and he felt a strong desire to sleep return. She gently coaxed him back to bed and placed a soft kiss on his forehead. Rest well, she instructed. In the morning, we will discuss how your proposed alliance will help me win a kingdom. Jon pressed her hand against his chest. We don't know each other yet, but when you're mine, I'll do everything in my power to support your success and ease your burdens. Her violet eyes sparkled. I will expect nothing less from the man who has promised to be my great love. I promise the same. And if you're right, you'll find I'm fiercely loyal to those I love. As sleep began to overtake him, the queen spoke again, her tone innocent. Oh, there is something you must do before we can truly consider a formal agreement. There wasn't anything he wouldn't agree to. What is it? Her warm lips brushed against his ear. Meet my dragons. Chapter 16, In My Dreams I See You Still, Part 1. As Dany approached the grounds of Riverrun for the first time in a century, the sky hung low with clouds, and the air was crisp. She zipped her parka up to her chin, noting how much chillier it was since her last visit. The threat of winter loomed closer. Wanting to gather her thoughts before Jon arrived, she walked toward the gate among the throngs of tourists. She knew being here would stir up all kinds of emotions, and she hoped to desensitize herself before he joined her. Nostalgia and a stinging regret washed over her as she took in the changes. Gone were the armed guards. Instead, ordinary people like herself were scanning tickets at a gate she didn't recognize. The place had expanded greatly over the past 800 years, each addition a testament to the century in which it was built. The new marble floors and ornate architecture felt overwhelming as she flipped through a visitor map, searching for anything that resembled her memories. But there was little left that felt familiar. These changes tore at her heart, so many memories lost to time. Soon, they would exist only in her mind, and one day, even those would fade. Excuse me, miss. The sound of Jon's voice made her pulse quicken. Spinning around, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders in a tight hug, inhaling the familiar scent of his cologne. How long had it been since she felt his arms around her? Not since the day he left Raventree. I was going to make a joke, he said, but now I've forgotten it. Dany beamed at him. You? Making jokes? What was it? I told you I've forgotten. You're lying. It dies with me. He distracted her by brushing warm fingers across her cheek. Are you cold already, Targaryen? That's going to make for a long day. She smiled, feeling the warmth spread through her, and suddenly, she felt less cold. Lucky for me, there's a wine festival here today, she informed him. Did you plan that? 7 hells, no, he sighed, surveying the growing crowd. That was an oversight. I have more bad news for you, she said, feeling a flush creep up her neck. This place is so different from how I remember it. I'm going to make a second-rate tour guide at best. Oh, he frowned. That's a shame. Should we call it off then? She raised an eyebrow. Didn't we establish that jokes aren't your strong suit? He chuckled and tugged her knitted hat down to cover her ears. This is at least my 3rd visit here, and as I recall, he said, taking the colorful brochure from her, they give out rather helpful maps. It might surprise you, but I didn't invite you here because I needed a guide. I wanted to come here with you to give us a chance to talk, he paused, weighing his words, sort of ease into things. Ease into things? What better way to do that than to walk the grounds with you while you tell me about what this place was like? She'd expected as much, but talking about it so plainly made her nerves tighten in her belly. Are you sure you're ready to hear it? At least some of it. He tilted his head, as if not entirely sure himself. I mean, someday, I would like to hear all of it. All right, we'll keep it vague then. He offered a reassuring smile that eased some of her worry. Where to first? Dany reclaimed the map and unfolded it. I suppose I'll take you to where I was the night I came here. They left the expansive keep behind and passed through the wooded area marked as the site of the Battle of the Camps. The trees were taller, and the brush was neatly manicured. Nothing was as she remembered it, but Jon Snow's presence weighed heavily on her heart as they ventured deeper into the woods, where the direction and distance felt more intimate. I think this is it, or at least close, she said, turning slowly in a circle. She could almost envision the camp coming to life around her. Jon was studying the map intently. What exactly? He asked, glancing up. A cool breeze swept through her, bringing back memories of when she first arrived with the Stark army. This is where the healers prepared to receive the wounded, and there were many. The image of the pavilion and bedrolls flashed in her mind. It must have been terrifying, Jon said quietly. Remembering that night was a challenge. It was surreal, and it ended faster than I ever imagined. I don't know what was more unnerving, the quiet before the storm or the roaring sounds that followed. This was where I met Talisa. A smile spread across her face at the memory. We stayed up all night, barely able to keep our eyes open. We had little to no supplies, and the only light came from the moon and candles. You wouldn't believe the makeshift medical equipment I had to use. Her cheeks flushed as she caught Jon smiling at her. What? She asked. I'm just thinking about how incredibly brave you are, he said. Jumping right into the fray, doing whatever you could with whatever you had to save as many lives as possible. I did what anyone with my training would do. That doesn't make it any less admirable. Stop trying to make me blush, she nudged him playfully. You know, I was out here when I first learned that Ned Stark was executed in King's Landing. Jon's eyes lit up with curiosity, and she felt relieved to change the subject and answer his questions. Once he had exhausted his inquiries, she led him back to the castle and toward the one structure that was supposed to be intact. The Great Hall wasn't quite like she remembered, but it was close enough to flood her with nostalgia. The tables and chandeliers had been replaced, yet she had walked on this worn stone floor many times before, alongside men and women who were no longer alive. She brought Jon to the back of the hall and looked toward the dais. I was standing right here when the Northern Lords named Robb Stark their king. Jon raised his eyebrows in surprise. You saw that? I did. She replied, a thrill coursing through her. Gods, I couldn't stop thinking about how much you would have loved to be there. I tried to remember every detail so I could tell you all about it. Big, burly men and women still in their armor, drawing their swords and pledging their loyalty. Jon flashed her that smile again. If I didn't know better, I might think you've become a bit of a nerd, Targaryen. His choice of words made her tilt her head, and she playfully tapped his chest. You know, I haven't been called by my surname so much since med school. You noticed that? He glanced away, trying to hide his bashfulness behind a grin. It's a bit of a placeholder. A placeholder? For names, I'm afraid I'll call you if I don't use it. Dany felt a rush of warmth. What are you afraid you'll call me? She moved closer, filling his vision as he attempted to look away. Sweetheart, darling. Her pulse quickened as they held each other's gaze. Well, she said, taking his arm, come along then, Stark. Dany was delighted to find a path still leading from the Great Hall into the Godswood. Time had changed much, but enough remained to stir memories. She recalled sneaking out here alone at night, trying in vain to use the weirwood at Riverrun to find her way home. This was where she had married Jon Snow and embarked on a journey she would never forget. The leaves, painted in hues of red and gold, adorned the trees as they walked side by side along a cheerful path where the last blooms of fall displayed their vibrant colors. The day had gone smoother than she had expected. Her excitement to reconnect with Jon was eclipsing the painful echoes of her past. She could see it so clearly, how they could slip back into who they used to be and where they might go from here. "We're going." Did he feel the same? Suddenly, the god's wood around them felt off. Something was missing. The weirwood, she wondered aloud. "Where is the weirwood?" "It's gone," Jon replied casually. "Died ages ago. I know there's a marker somewhere." He took her hand and guided her down the path. "Here it is. This is where they think it was." Dany's heart sank as she looked at an artist's rendering of the tree. A lump formed in her throat, and her eyes began to water. "Shit, I'm sorry," she said, inhaling sharply. "I wasn't expecting this." She wished she could disappear when Jon pulled her into his arms. Her cold cheek found warmth against his shoulder, but she felt ridiculous. Why did it matter? It was just an old tree. Did she really expect it to survive for 800 years? Collecting herself, she apologized again. But when she tried to step out of his embrace, he held on. Defeated, she leaned into him and let a few tears fall. The weirwood was yet another meaningful piece of her past lost, something she would never see or touch again. Exhaling, she wiped her eyes, and this time he released her. "I'm all right," she assured him. "Thank you." This might have been a bad idea, he admitted, brushing a loose strand of hair back from her face. "I just thought if we could meet here, in a place I'm sure you spend a lot of time, we'd know if this could work." She finished for him. Could it work? With her grief and his understandable hurt and jealousy? Gods, she hoped it could. His forehead wrinkled with concern as he gently ran his hands up and down her arms. "I should have thought more about how this would affect you." Dany shook her head. "I think you had the right idea. How is that going for you?" A corner of his mouth turned up as he zipped her jacket up to her chin. "Better than I expected. I expected this, and I've imagined it quite a lot these past 2 weeks. I know I like being here with you." Dany's chin quivered as she wrestled with unexpected emotions, both sadness and a profound happiness. "Me too. It feels so right. Don't let the tears fool you." Jon wrapped his larger hands around hers, rubbing them for warmth. "Are you sure you're all right?" "Yes." Her heart ached from a loss she might carry forever, yet it still quickened with joy at being here with him. "I could use a hot drink." They followed the enticing aroma of mulled wine to a courtyard transformed by flickering bonfires. The crowds had thinned, and the stars began to peek through as the last remnants of daylight faded from the sky. With warm cups in hand, they found a bench before a solitary fire. Polite conversation flowed easily as they discussed their day and how much they enjoyed each other's company. But soon, the simple talk gave way to something deeper. Jon turned to her, resting his arm along the back of the bench. "I have to admit there's something I've been very curious about." Dany shifted her legs toward him, meeting his gaze with a slow smile. "Really? What is that?" "Back in Old Town," Jon began, "you mentioned there were things I told you about history that ended up saving your life." "Yes, a time or two," she replied. "Do you want to hear about it?" He held her gaze long enough to make her heart skip a beat. "I do." "All right." She scooted a little closer, leaving just enough space so they weren't touching. "In the spirit of easing into it, I can tell you that knowing the history of the name of the hills near Raventree allowed me to be a free-range prisoner of Robb Stark." Jon let out a laugh. "Missy's teats?" She giggled along with him, the shared moment feeling incredible. "And Barba's." It was somehow important that I knew both. They both dissolved into deep belly laughs, and Jon shook his head, still chuckling. I guess I was. It's wrong to think it might be something more sophisticated, Dany said with a snort. Well, my time in the past wasn't spent at the Citadel, Jon replied, taking her empty glass. Let me get you another, he offered. Heart full of gratitude, Dany watched him walk away, then remembered the letter she had brought with her. It was her letter to Jon Snow, the one she had planned to release here, at the castle where they had shared so much. Sighing, she took it out and turned it over in her hands. Talisa's words echoed in her mind, "You have to let him go." Her eyelids grew heavy, and her vision blurred. "I'll see you in my dreams," she whispered, kissing the paper and giving it all her love before carefully placing it in the orange flames. There was barely anything left when Jon returned, taking a seat beside her. This time, he sat close, leaving no space between them, and handed her a fresh mug of hot wine. "What did you toss in there?" he asked. "A letter," she replied, feeling the honesty wash over her. A goodbye letter. Her heart felt heavy with that bittersweet release. They sat quietly for a few moments, watching the flames dance around the remnants of the paper until nothing remained. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. Taking a deep breath, she sat up straighter and faced him. "Yes, I am." His eyes sparkled as he gently touched her chin, making her feel as though she were intoxicated by something other than wine. "Hello, Dany." "Hello, Jon." When his gaze drifted to her lips, she leaned in closer. "I really want to kiss you," he admitted, his voice low. Dany felt like she might melt into the floor. "I really wish you would." There was little distance between them now, a small movement from either would change everything. Conflict swirled in his eyes. "If I do, we both know where it will lead." She swallowed hard. "Either your room or mine." He brushed his thumb across her bottom lip, sending a tingling sensation through her that she craved more of. "I want to go back to what we were," he confessed. "Do you want that too?" Her breath quickened as she prepared to respond. "I do," Dany said, nodding. Jon frowned. "I've thought about the night I left so often." Sensing his sadness, Dany curled her hand around his. "I'd beat myself up for days afterward, wishing I could go back. But I needed that time, as I'm sure you did too." "Yes," he replied. "Whether I wanted it or not. That's why I'm being careful now. I want to do this right." "Are you afraid we'll go too fast?" "You mean so much to me. I want to give us the best chance." "So do I." The longing in her heart was almost overwhelming. "We have to talk through everything that happened. Name the place and time." She was ready, she'd share it all tonight if he was willing. "Winterfell," he suggested. "Next month." Dany's eyes widened in surprise. "You were ready with that." "My paper is being published, thanks to you, and I'll be giving a talk at the university." He rubbed the back of his neck. "I thought, what better place for us to talk everything through, alone? There are also a few things there I think would interest you." Smiling, she took his hand. "Congratulations. Of course I'll be there. I'd travel to all the castles in Westeros if you wanted me to, and I'd be very happy to see your home. Winterfell, 800 years in the past." Jon took the quickest route to Dany's chambers. He hadn't expected to see her before the ceremony tonight in the Godswood, but she had sent for him rather urgently. A fortnight had passed since they'd arrived together, planning to marry at his home in front of his family and the Northern Lords. They hoped to shore up their support before marching south to fight the Lannisters again. The dragon still made his men uneasy, but he had no doubt they'd come around. In truth, it was his family he worried about most. He had become a stand-in father of sorts to his younger siblings. In their case, the dragons helped considerably. He knocked firmly on her chamber door and waited for her reply before entering. Her hair fell freely around her shoulders as she sat on the edge of her bed, wearing a blue silk gown that tied delicately at her waist. The sight left him momentarily stunned. "You look beautiful," he said softly. Dany stared at him, incredulous. "I'm not dressed for the ceremony. I haven't even bathed." She tugged at the tie around her middle for emphasis. "This is just a robe." He joined her on the bed and kissed her forehead. "There's no need for any of that. I'd marry you just as you are." With a heavy sigh, she looked down at her lap. "There's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" The tension in the air made him uneasy, and he took both of her hands in his. She seemed to struggle to meet his gaze, shaking her head sadly. "It's been 3 months since I've had my moon blood." Jon stilled at the implication, his thoughts clouded as he waited for her to continue. "I spoke with the maester just before you arrived, and he seems to think." Dany cast a furtive glance up at him. "That I'm pregnant." Jon's smile widened as her words sank in, and an unfamiliar wave of euphoria washed over him. "That's the best thing I've ever heard." When she finally looked at him, he saw her violet eyes glistening with tears as she managed a weak smile. Frowning, he touched her face gently. "You're not happy?" More tears pooled in her eyes, and she looked so different from the fierce queen he knew. "I'm afraid," she admitted. He wrapped his arms around her, and she rested her cheek against his shoulder. "I lost a child," she confessed. He had heard about it but had never known the details. "A boy who never lived." Her breath hitched as she held on to Jon tightly. His name was Rigo. She lay in his arms, allowing him to see her pain. "I know you believe things will be different for us, but what if I lose this one too?" Stroking her hair, he wished nothing more than to take away her fears. "Suffering away. No matter what happens, we'll face it together," he promised. "I'm not marrying you for children." She lifted her head, surprised. "That is exactly why people marry." "Not me," he assured her. "Not us." Despite everything he had been told about their future, this truth remained. She exhaled, letting go of all her strength and pretenses, collapsing into him with perfect trust. He felt her sorrow and fear, but also a profound sense of peace. Everything within him told him that the woman in his arms and the child she carried would be safe. Closing his eyes, he thought of the woman who had gifted him that knowledge. "Thank you, Southron girl." Dany made an amused sound and looked up at him. "You smell like dragon." Her smile grew as she pushed his hair back from his face. "And your hair is windblown. Did you visit Regal this morning?" Her touch brought a smile to his face. "I thought if I didn't, I wouldn't have the chance all day." He remembered learning about his mother's identity while still on Dragonstone, the revelation spurred on by Regal's instant connection with him. "The last thing we need right now is an agitated dragon." She laughed, a beautiful sound. "Instead of an agitated dragon, we're going to have a spoiled one." Her expression shifted as she pressed a hand to her belly. "Poor Viserion, he's all alone. Perhaps, if this little one makes it, he'll have a rider too." Jon coaxed her back into his arms. "He will." Dany sighed, resting her hand against his chest. "I love you, Jon." He stilled for a moment, then pulled her closer, running his fingers through her tangled mess of silver hair. "I love you too." Raising herself up, she draped her arms over his shoulders and brushed her lips against his. "Don't forget what you promised me tonight," she whispered. He stole another kiss. "Which promise is that?" A sly smile graced her pink lips, making the moment feel lighter. His throat went dry as she leaned in close to his ear. "Remember the promise you made to show me the hot springs after the feast?" Dany settled into a big red booth at the midnight diner, across from Jon, barely able to contain her excitement. The place was a perfect blend of modernity, with overhead fluorescent lights and walls covered in movie posters. In that moment, with him by her side, There was nowhere else she'd rather be. She glanced up from her plastic menu. When you said you wanted to take things slow, I didn't think I'd see you until next month. He rolled his eyes playfully. I said if I kissed you, I'd wind up taking you to bed. We can't do that in a diner, can we? Not with that attitude, she quipped, returning her focus to the menu as she tried to calm the butterflies in her stomach. How did he manage to look so good and put together after working all day? It felt almost unfair. For the record, he said, waiting a month to see you again would never be something I'd choose. Her gaze met his, excitement shining in her eyes. We barely waited 3 days, she reminded him, recalling the long stretch that followed their trip to Riverrun. He held her gaze. I exercised restraint by not calling you yesterday. If you had, Dany replied with a smile, I would have said yes. Jon leaned in closer. Then you should have called. Shifting in her seat, she tucked her hair behind her ears. I struggle with that. I'm afraid to push you too far after everything that happened. He reached for her hand across the table. I needed that space in the beginning, but I don't need it anymore. All right then. Happily noted, she said, feeling reassured in a way she didn't realize she needed. Good, because I'm leaving it to you to determine when we see each other next. A smile she couldn't suppress blossomed on her lips. She had forgotten how much she smiled when she was with him. That I can do. She promised. Just then, the waitress arrived, placing a fizzing glass of Pepsi in front of her. Dany had been home for 2 months, yet she remained captivated by the little things she once took for granted. She unwrapped her plastic straw with lightning speed and savored the sweet, bubbly drink. Gods, I missed this, she exclaimed. Jon watched her with amusement, leaving his water untouched. You don't understand, she continued, eager to explain. There's no carbonation in the past. Can you imagine going a whole year without anything to drink but tea, wine, and unfiltered water? He shook his head, still chuckling. You think I'm exaggerating? I don't, she replied, holding up her hands. I'm sorry. He simply didn't get it. How could he? Dany glanced around the bustling diner, filled with people ordering a variety of hot meals. And this place, do you realize how incredible it is? Jon tilted his head, pausing for a moment. The midnight diner on the edge of town? Yes. How long did it take to drive here? 10 minutes. 10 minutes in the dark to a restaurant that serves delicious food and drinks with carbonation. Being home brought an endless list of things to be grateful for. Her gratitude deepened as the waitress returned with their food, placing a cheeseburger and fries in front of her. Do you know what the alternative is? Riding for at least an hour on horseback, which, by the way, is not comfortable by modern standards, and eating rabbit roasted over a spit. Robert B. fucking Baratheon, Jon swore. I cannot see you eating a spit-roasted rabbit. She laughed. Well, I did. You'd be surprised what you can get used to. Well, Targaryen, now you can have as much diner food as you like. The hours flew by, no matter how much she wished time would slow down as she drank more Pepsi than anyone would consider wise. Conversation flowed easily, and they skillfully avoided the deeper topics they had set aside for later. I suppose. We should go, she said reluctantly, suddenly realizing they were the only 2 patrons left as the staff wiped down tables and closed the registers. I guess it's midnight diner in name only, he agreed. I've really enjoyed tonight. I haven't felt this good in, well, a long time. I'll be waiting on pins and needles to hear when we can do it again. Right. How soon is too soon? You'll figure it out, he replied with a crooked smile as he slipped out of the booth. 2 nights later, they met over a large pizza. Dany savored her first bite, relishing the sauce and seasoning. This wasn't too soon, was it? She asked. I almost invited you out yesterday, he said with a shrug. I would have said yes. 3 weeks later, they found themselves back at the midnight diner. Is carbonation still magical? Jon asked as she took her first sip of a fresh Pepsi. Yes, but I'm starting to get used to it again. The plane ride we're taking next week feels pretty magical, though. The thought made her suddenly sad, and he noticed instantly. What is it? He asked. It's nothing, just that there were times when I didn't think I'd ever come home. As strange as it might sound, the thought of never being able to travel by airplane again made me feel so trapped. There's nothing keeping you trapped now. The corners of her lips turned up. Just being in his presence calmed her, but day after day, and restaurant after restaurant, her desire to be closer intensified. She tilted her head. You know what I've been thinking about? He gave her a look that said he knew exactly what she was referring to as he took a sip from his straw. What's that? Resting her elbows on the table, she leaned in. 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago. He rubbed his jaw. The pasta bar? No, I was thinking of after we left, when you rushed past your plan to take things slow. She still wasn't sure how it had happened, but she'd ended up straddling his lap in the front seat of his car. Dany sat in the passenger seat of Jon's car, her fingers tangled in his hair. If it were up to her, she would have kissed him all night long. But Jon was nothing if not disciplined. I didn't race past, he insisted. I stopped just in time. No thanks to you. Dany straightened up, inching closer to him. What would you do if I kissed you right now? Do it, he challenged, leaning across the table to meet her gaze. We'll find out. No, she teased, leaning back and taking a sip of her drink. I'm respecting your boundaries. Suit yourself, he said, glancing away, trying to appear unfazed. About that magical plane ride, I can hardly wait. Her heart raced at the thought of their upcoming trip. I can't either, though I will admit I'm nervous. Jon took her hand, brushing his thumb across her knuckles. We have difficult things to discuss, but we've both been through much worse. That's true, Dany replied, recalling the impossible situations they had faced together. Are you sure it's a good idea for me to meet your family right now? A good idea? Jon let out a breath. I don't know if it's a good idea for anyone to meet my siblings. But we'll have to face it eventually. If they start cracking jokes about you having disappeared, just know that means they like you. Dany felt her heart sink. And your mom? I can't imagine what she thinks of me. You don't have to worry about her, Jon said. She'll be the least of your worries. Is that a good thing? She asked, searching his eyes. He gently touched her cheek. Do you trust me? I do. I'd never knowingly bring you into a bad situation. I know. Dany looked down at their joined hands. It's just that everything feels so complicated now. That's the point of the visit, isn't it? To uncomplicate things. With that, Jon landed regal. With a great thud, Jon landed in front of the Red Keep. Removing his helm, he felt overheated and weighed down by his armor, but the deep satisfaction of victory overshadowed any discomfort. He remained seated, gripping the reins tightly as his eyes locked onto Dany's small figure perched on the back of her great dragon. As soon as she landed, he jumped down from Regal and rushed to Drogon's side to help her dismount. Dany was 6 months pregnant, and the armor she wore was shaped to accommodate her growing belly. She exhaled deeply as she removed her helmet, revealing her silver hair, matted and her face smeared with sweat and soot, yet she appeared unharmed. Jon carefully assessed her as she took his hands and climbed down. He touched the small of her back and pulled her close, keeping his voice low. Are you all right? Despite the weariness in her eyes, her expression brightened with a smile. Yes, she replied, only a little tired. Jon studied her face until he was sure she was telling the truth. He knew she was a strong woman, but her pregnancy had left her in a more vulnerable state. Their council members were waiting for them, and Missandei approached first. Your Graces, she said, bowing her head, the city is yours, and the Red Keep is secure. Jon and Dany exchanged a glance, the weight of everything they'd endured to reach this moment hanging between them. Here, under the shadow of the towering red curtain walls, they reclaimed what was always meant to be theirs. They entered the keep alone, their careful footsteps echoing through the empty halls as they walked side by side. Inside the great hall, the unsightly iron throne was illuminated by sunlight streaming through the stained glass. Jon found her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. The throne is yours, my queen. Her eyes sparkled when they met his, and she tenderly touched his cheek. And yours, my king. His chest swelled with gratitude as he placed a hand on her belly. Ours then. Together. Nothing else mattered as Dany curled her hands behind Jon's neck and pulled him down for a kiss. This kiss felt different, free from fear and uncertainty. Jon's fingers tangled in her hair as he held her closer, dreaming of never letting her go. They had landed safely now. No more war, no more loss, no more heartache. They would build the life and family they had both always longed for. The magical plane ride had been wonderfully ordinary, transporting them from one end of Westeros to the other in just a few hours, an impossible journey that would have taken weeks on horseback. As the days passed, Dany grew more at ease in her own time, starting to feel like she fit in again. Since their meeting at the airport that morning, an uncomfortable tension hung between her and Jon, a stark contrast to the ease they had shared at Riverrun and during their month of dinner dates. She couldn't tell if he was nervous about giving his talk at the university or if it was the looming shadow of their upcoming conversation. Most likely the latter, she decided. She felt it too. The bond they were rebuilding was still tentative, and the discussions ahead could shake the foundations of even the strongest relationships. There was also a weight she couldn't completely shake. Not only was she visiting his home, but she was stepping into a place that had once been Jon Snow's sanctuary, the very place he wanted to share with her to raise a family. After she left him at the Weirwood, Jon had found his great love, and Dany needed to find a way to move past her own experiences to create her own future. That early afternoon, she stood in a bright auditorium at Winterfell University. It was understated and well-maintained, just as she had expected the rest of the northern capital to be. She and Jon had gone their separate ways shortly after arriving so he could prepare and meet with his colleagues. Now, as the time approached, people began to file in and take their seats. She shot Jon a text as Dany scanned the room for a seat near the front. Good luck. Or should I say, break a leg. Thank you, but it's just a talk, not a theater performance, Dany replied, trying to keep her nerves in check. Don't make me regret this, Targaryen. Have you run into my mother yet? What? No. Is she here? Of course she is. And you didn't think to tell me that? I didn't want to make you more nervous. Don't worry about it. She'll find you, Dany said, her frustration bubbling over as she angrily stuffed her phone back into her purse. Seriously, Jon? Finding a corner to collect her thoughts, she fiddled with the ring on her finger and surveyed the room. She'd never met Lyanna Stark or seen her in person, and she struggled to recall what she looked like from Jon's pictures. It was even harder to imagine what she would say. Hi. I'm the girl whose unexplained disappearance tormented your son for a year, appending his entire life. I'm sure you were thrilled to learn I was coming. Dany closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It's going to be fine. Her anxieties began to fade as Jon walked into the room, looking as handsome as ever. His beard was neatly trimmed, and his navy suit and black tie fit him perfectly. He wore his glasses, looking ready for business. Hello, Dany, a gentle female voice interrupted her thoughts. She felt her cheeks flush as she came face to face with Jon's mother. Forcing a smile, she pushed her nerves down as far as they would go. Hi, Mrs. Stark. Lyanna swiftly pulled Dany into a hug, leaving her momentarily speechless. Call me Lyanna. I'm so happy to finally meet you." As she let Dany go, her warm gaze held a promise of kindness. "I've begged Jon to bring you home so I could meet you. I hope this weekend you and I can get to know each other better." "I would like that," Dany said after a brief pause. "Truly." Lyanna ushered her to seats near the front, offering a clear view of the podium. In that moment, Dany felt as though she were back in medical school, just before Jon stepped up to the lectern. She could sense his nerves, and when their eyes met, she couldn't help but smile. A blush crept onto his cheeks before he looked away. But as he began to speak, his anxiety faded quickly. For Dany, his words brought the past alive, reminiscent of listening to Uncle Eamon recounting histories. Though some memories were painful, they were intertwined with a swell of pride that filled her chest during and after Jon's talk. She wondered if her heart would always hold this duality. Dany waited alongside a beaming Lyanna while Jon was swarmed by colleagues offering advice and sharing their own theories. When he finally rejoined them, his mother embraced him tightly, praising him and expressing how proud she was of her brilliant son. After he reassured her, she kissed his cheek and waved cheerfully at Dany before making a quick exit, reminiscent of Uncle Eamon's not-so-subtle hints when he introduced them. Suddenly, it felt awkward to be alone together, so different from the ease they had enjoyed since reconnecting. The weight of their unspoken conversation hung in the air. "Your mother is so kind," Dany said, breaking the silence. "I imagine it was hard to meet her under the circumstances, but I knew you wouldn't have anything to worry about." He gave her arm a reassuring touch. "She'll love you." Dany smiled genuinely. "You were brilliant, by the way," she complimented, smoothing the collar of his shirt. "You did the Citadel proud, and certainly me." He ran a hand through his hair absent-mindedly, loosening some curls from the gel. "A necessary evil. You know I hate these things." She laughed lightly, fully aware of how much he disliked mingling and schmoozing. "The things one does for funding." He shook his head. "Funding took a backseat to wanting an excuse to get you here." "Out here," Jon said. "As though you needed one," Dany teased. "Well, come on then. I've wanted to bring you home for a long time." They entered Winterfell through his family's secure front gate and into an underground parking garage, where modern advances mingled with medieval charm. "It's after hours," Jon informed her, "and if you want, we can explore on our own." He added that his siblings had been warned to stay away, reassuring himself more than her. He led her into a sunny courtyard filled with sandy gravel pathways winding through lush green grass. "So," she observed, "you just grew up here, running around a castle like it's normal?" "Only the Southron wings," he replied. "The rest, including where we are now, is strictly for visitors." Dany looked around the empty space, perfectly serene and entirely devoid of people. "Only the Southron wings? That must have been hard for you." "You're hilarious," he said, handing her a keycard and a visitor map. "I'm going to leave you for a short while. I'll be right back." "What? Are you serious?" She was incredulous. "Should I just go with you?" "Trust me, it'll be better if you don't." "I'll be quick, I promise. In the meantime, look around, there's a lot to see." She crossed her arms. "So long as you get back here before I get lost. 20 minutes tops, and then I'm all yours." He hesitated before leaving. "Maybe stay out of the God's Wood. For my peace of mind." The suggestion sparked her irritation. "Right. I'll avoid all weirwood trees." Being on her own felt more daunting than it should have. It was harder to keep the ghosts at bay when she was alone, and these grounds were beautifully haunted by people she'd known. Determined to press forward, she opened the colorful visitor map that boasted of its centuries-long history. She noted the location of the God's Wood and decided to steer clear of it to avoid giving Jon a heart attack. But when her gaze fell on the stark crypt, her heart raced. "He's not down there," she reminded herself. Jon Snow was laid to rest in King's Landing, alongside his queen. Yet, she remembered reading that the Starks had chosen to honor him here as well. He's not down there, and you're not here for him. She sighed, rubbing her eyes in frustration. Why does this have to be so hard? Of course, he would be on her mind in his childhood home, but she had hoped that sending her goodbye letter from Riverrun would make it easier. Maybe if she visited the crypt quickly, the memories would stop haunting her. Following the map, she left the courtyard and made her way toward the north gate. True to her promise, she kept a wide berth around the God's Wood as she passed it on her left and approached the entrance to the Winterfell crypt. Through the glass door, she noticed the building was dark, but as she scanned her keycard, the stone passageway illuminated with modern lights. A wave of nausea washed over her as she entered, and she hesitated for a moment before pushing forward. This might not be the best idea, opening an old wound when Jon would be looking for her soon, but she kept moving, one foot in front of the other. Her footsteps echoed in the long staircase that descended into Winterfell's depths. The air was damp and chilly, and she wrapped her arms around herself for warmth as she passed modern effigies of Stark men lining the walls. As the modern attire began to shift into something more traditional, she swallowed hard, suddenly feeling on edge. Then she saw him. She recognized him instantly, not by his likeness but by the great dire wolf beside him with its striking red garnet eyes. Breathless, she placed a hand over her heart and looked up at him. He towered above her, his face stern and so unlike the memory she held. Tears spilled down her cheeks. There was only a hint of him behind that hard exterior, but it hollowed her chest. She reached out to touch the cold stone. "Gods," she whispered. "I hope you found every happiness." Just then, a sudden movement caught her attention from behind. Dany gasped as adrenaline coursed through her. She spun around, gripping the dagger she kept tucked in her boot. 7 hells. Jon stood on the steps above her, clearly taken aback. "Dany, are you okay?" He wore a pair of slacks and a sweater now. "Fuck," Dany muttered, trying to catch her breath. Her heart raced, and her hair was damp with sweat. Humiliation washed over her as she lowered her weapon. "Sorry, I've developed this exaggerated startle response." "That's putting it lightly." He extended his hand for the dagger, and she reluctantly handed it over for inspection. "Were you carrying this in your shoe?" "Yes," she replied, crossing and uncrossing her arms. "It's a habit I picked up." She thought to herself, "By the gods, I need therapy." "A habit?" "Right." His expression darkened, surprising her. "I knew I'd find you down here. It's the first place I looked." The bitterness in his tone cut deep. She struggled to meet his gaze, realizing this was a mistake. "It's not what it looks like," she faltered, guilt heavy on her heart. "You didn't think he wouldn't be on my mind here, even just a little?" His eyes locked onto hers, anger and pain flickering across his face. "I thought you said goodbye with the letter at Riverrun." "I thought we were moving forward." Dany was taken aback by his sudden shift in demeanor. These were emotions he had never allowed her to see. "I did, and we are, but..." She clenched her teeth, frustration bubbling up as she fought to keep her composure. "I don't know, grief doesn't work like that." Jon slumped his shoulders and shook his head. "Don't I know it?" Her gaze fell to the floor as she struggled to explain. "I thought if I came down here on my own, I could put it to rest." She reached out to touch him, but he pulled away. The sting of rejection pierced her heart. "Gods," she whispered. "Do you know how hard it is to feel like you're living 2 lives at once?" I know exactly what that's like. The time before you left, and the time after." Jon pulled a small black box from his pocket, turning it over in his hands. "I picked up a habit since you left too." His eyes were filled with emotion as he stared at her for a moment before tossing the box to her. She caught it with both hands, already trembling as she opened it to confirm her suspicion. Inside was a glittering diamond ring. I carry this around everywhere I go, he added. Dany placed a hand across her chest, the weight of his words sinking in. Oh my gods, Jon. It's perfect. And it truly was. It couldn't have been more perfect if she'd picked it out herself. She inhaled sharply as tears welled in her eyes, a heavy sorrow wrapping around her heart. Were you going to propose in Raventree? He let out a shaky sigh. I hadn't decided if it would be at the Weirwood or the following night at the inn. Pausing, he pinched the bridge of his nose. That's why it was so important to go back to the car for my damn phone. His pained expression made it clear he still blamed himself for that night. She nodded, letting a tear roll down her cheek. That would have been beautiful. Her finger traced the ring, admiring its intricate details before closing the box and holding it close to her heart. You were it for me, Dany. His voice was heavy with regret. But I wasn't it for you. Those words hung in the air, the heartbreak between them palpable. But nothing tore her apart more than the hurt etched on his face. That's not fair. Her words spilled out without hesitation. You were it for me too, I would have said yes. I would have been ecstatic. She took a step closer, still clutching the ring. He raised his chin. Until you met someone else. Dany's stomach tightened, and her voice trembled with anger. Is that really what you think? That it was that simple? That I just jumped into the arms of the first man I saw? Dany searched his face for understanding, hoping to find a glimpse of the person she truly was. No. His response was sharp. I'm sure it was more nuanced when you married another man. Dany locked eyes with him, defiance coursing through her. Well, it was. Do you think that makes a difference? He shot back, matching her intensity. Being on the defensive made her blood boil. I don't know. Shouldn't it? It's not like I'm some monster who set out to hurt you. Jon nodded, pausing before he spoke again. I know you're not a monster, but you still hurt me. She pressed her palm against her forehead as guilt washed over her once more. Being here with him and witnessing the pain she had caused was harder than she had ever imagined. I know. I know I did, and I'm sorry. Taking a step closer, she longed to touch him, but the emotional gulf between them felt insurmountable. I'm so sorry. His face paled, and his voice cracked. Why? The simplicity of his question pierced her heart as he searched her eyes for an explanation. Dany lowered herself onto the steps. Do you want the short answer or the long one? His gaze remained fixed on her. Abridged for now. Robb Stark arranged it, she replied, feeling an unexpected sense of relief mixed with the guilt of finally beginning to explain. Jon narrowed his eyes. And how did you take that? I cried and drank a pitcher of ale by myself. Did you love him then, or was it after? He watched her carefully, waiting for her response. I grew to love him, she admitted, knowing it would hurt him. But I was fond of him from the moment we met. Do you want to know why? She was desperate for him to understand. Not really, he said curtly. Dany rose to her feet, ready to tell him anyway. I ran into him the very first night. I swear, I thought he was you, dressed in some costume. Jon looked at her, skepticism etched on his face. Dany felt a wave of desperation wash over her as she struggled to explain something she knew she could never fully prove. If the two of you stood side by side, even your own mother wouldn't be able to tell you apart. That's why I was drawn to him in the first place. That's why I trusted him. He looked out for me, protected me without asking for anything in return. She studied him intently, hoping her words might somehow ease his pain and help him understand. I think he got quite a lot in return, Jon shot back, his voice laced with bitterness and heartache. When I was a kid, I idolized him, a warrior king with a direwolf who married a dragon queen and brought House Stark to the Iron Throne. He was brilliant. I could have understood if you fancied him, hell, It might have hurt less if you just slept with him. But you married him. Not just officially, you had a love affair with him. I did, Dany admitted, her voice small in the cavernous space. I know my apologies sound pathetic, but I'm sorrier than you know for hurting you. Jon's expression softened slightly. It was torture when you were missing. I would have given anything to bring you home. He paused, his gaze locked on hers. After Talisa told me you'd taken up with him, I still wanted you. Dany fought the urge to close the distance between them as he continued. When you returned, there was a moment of relief, and then, anger like I've never felt before. When that faded, all that was left was a gaping hole in my chest. I've missed you, Dany. She took a breath, overwhelmed with emotion. I've missed you too. His jaw tightened, and he gave her a curt nod. Dany's hope flickered, quickly overshadowed by frustration. You don't believe me? Just say it if that's what you're thinking. Fine, I don't. I can't believe you, Jon said, his guard back up and his expression carefully controlled. I thought we were making progress, and then you're down here the first chance you get, looking for him. He shook his weary head. But I'm supposed to believe it's me you miss? Dany's mouth fell open in disbelief. Are you serious? Is that why you left me on my own? Was this a test? I left you on your own to avoid an ambush by my brothers and sisters. Don't change the subject. He hesitated, color draining from his face. It's him you miss, and I'm just the next best thing. Seeing his anguish twisted her heart, and she dared to step closer. I do miss him, she admitted. Of course I do, but that doesn't diminish what I feel for you. Guilt surged within her as she reflected on his words. What you said about feeling a hole in your chest, that's how I've felt. I finally returned home, but nothing has felt right, like something's missing. Until Riverrun, and now, being here with you. Hope and suspicion warred in his eyes. Do you have any idea what it's like to be a consolation prize to the person you love? She could see the depth of his need for her to dispel that notion. What I put you through is awful, and I wish I could take it back. Taking a deep breath, she kept her swirling emotions at bay. If nothing else, you need to understand that you could never be anyone's consolation prize. Chancing rejection, she closed the distance between them. From the moment we met, even when you were trying so hard to convince me we should spend time together, I knew I was the lucky one. The truth is, I only allowed myself to get close to Jon Snow because of the pieces of you I saw reflected in him. Without that, I don't know if I would have made it home alive. Jon seemed pensive, weighing her words and reconciling his own feelings. Dany touched his arm and kept her eyes locked on his. I broke. While I was away, you were always in my heart, he said softly. Whenever fear crept in or I missed home, my thoughts turned to you. His eyes softened as he reached out to take her hand. Dany felt her heart race and then settle. It might not seem like it now, he continued, but I wanted you to do whatever you needed to survive. Tears welled in her eyes, and a small, sad smile tugged at her lips. I always knew that, she replied. He looked down at their joined hands. I'll never be him, he said, his voice steady. It was clear this was something he needed her to understand. Jon Snow was a sword-wielding warrior king, straight out of a romance novel, if contemporary sources are to be believed. I'm not that, and I never will be. Dany shook her head in disbelief, her heart overflowing. Why would I want you to be anything other than who you are? I love you for your bravery, your brilliance, and above all, your kindness and loyalty to those you love, especially to me. She cupped his cheek, savoring his warmth. I'd never want you to be anyone different. Swallowing hard, she felt fear and hope clash inside her. I'm asking you to risk your heart again after everything I've put you through. But what if it brings us something truly great? Jon brushed his fingers through her hair, his expression uncertain. I want to try again, I do. But sometimes I wonder if he'll always be between us like a shadow. I know it won't be easy, she acknowledged. The past will linger for a while, but you're it for me, Jon. I want to build a life with you. I want to care for you at least half as well as you've cared for me. If you could ever forgive me." He looked at her tenderly and took her hand once more. "There's something down here I want to show you." He guided her past the markers of Jon Snow and Ghost to a smaller one beside them. Her knees weakened as she realized what she was seeing, an image of herself carved in stone. Jon held her close as he spoke. Little is recorded about Jon Snow's first wife. There are differing accounts of how she died, and some historians even question whether she existed at all. Her grave was exhumed about 30 years ago, and what they found was unexpected. Breathless, she clasped her chest. What did they find? No trace of human remains, except for a single lock of silver hair, tied with a ribbon. The rest of the casket was covered in traces of herbs, yarrow, and anise. Dany's breath hitched, and tears filled her eyes. "I always picked those when we were traveling." The tears fell freely, a heartening tribute to the strange and beautiful life she had lived, if only briefly. Jon wiped away the fresh tears on her cheeks. "The way he loved you. That's something I can understand." He opened his arms, and she melted into his embrace. As she rested her head against his shoulder, he kissed her temple. "There's a part of me, a small part, that is grateful this man was there to protect you and bring you home." He coaxed her to lift her head, and they held each other's gaze in the dim light. "I would never have invited you here if I didn't think I could forgive you. What happened, it still hurts like hell, but I know you. I know you have a good heart. I can't picture a future without you in it. I don't want to picture a future without you in it." Her cheeks were streaked with tears she struggled to wipe away, as if a dam had broken, flooding her with emotion. "I can't picture my life without you either." Jon wrapped his arms around her, holding her close, allowing her to feel safe and cherished. She felt the warmth of his breath on her face, and then their lips drew together, no longer able to resist. They began with soft, comforting kisses that slowly deepened, fueled by longing, the ache of regret, and the fragile nature of love. Dany broke their kiss. "Wait, not here." Panting, she said, "Before we can truly do this, I need to share everything with you. Is there somewhere more comfortable we can go?" Chapter 17, In My Dreams I See You Still, Part 2. Jon led her into the sanctuary of the Winterfell Godswood, where a dense canopy of trees loomed overhead as they walked along a cracked stone footpath. Had this place changed much over the centuries, or was it truly trapped in time? A cool breeze rustled through the vibrant yellow and orange leaves above, guiding them toward the center, where the famous heart tree awaited. It was an impressive, if somewhat unsettling sight. The bright red leaves seemed almost cheerful until Dany noticed the stern face carved into the trunk, its eyes weeping with matching red sap. The cold black pool at its base and the distinct feeling of being watched sent a shiver down her spine. "It's beautiful," Dany said, her voice soft. Despite the eerie sensation, the tranquility of the holy sanctuary enveloped her in calm. "It is," Jon agreed. "Beautiful and very old." He took her hand and led her further down the path. "I think there's somewhere else you'll enjoy even more." They arrived at a spot where the foliage grew denser, and Dany could hear the delightful sound of water trickling over stone. Before them stood an ancient, moss-covered wall, with 3 hot spring pools nestled into the ground. Steaming ripples lapped at the edges, warming the air and creating a humid atmosphere. The thick trees and blackberry bushes formed a hidden haven, making it feel as if they were the only 2 people in the world. Dany sighed, a wave of contentment washing over her. "You were right, I do like it better." She removed her jacket and set it aside. "It's so warm." "It's a peaceful place, a good place, I think, for a long story," he replied, offering to fetch them something to eat. "You're not going to time travel while I'm gone, are you?" Dany let out a good-natured huff, shuddering at the thought of approaching the heart tree alone. I think I've had enough for one lifetime. Once Jon was gone, Dany slipped off her boots and socks, rolling up her pant legs before settling into the serene atmosphere of the hot springs. Dany dipped her feet into the soothing warmth of the water, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over her. They had shared painful truths and heartfelt confessions, and she was filled with gratitude for Jon's forgiveness and the chance to start anew. Yet, there were still secrets she held close, truths that could change everything between them. Jon emerged from the trees, arms laden with food and drink. I see you've made yourself comfortable. Is it too hot for you? Dany playfully kicked her feet in the water. It's just right. He settled beside her and kissed her forehead, a gesture so tender it sent butterflies fluttering in her stomach. Their love was still fragile. The meal he brought was simple: bread, cheese, and fruits she adored, but her nerves kept her from eating much. Do you ever swim in here? She asked after they finished. He replied, leaning back on his hands. It's quite soothing after a long day. Want to go in? She searched his eyes for a hint of mischief. They both knew how easily they could lose control around each other, and there were serious topics waiting to be addressed. But instead of taking the responsible route, she glanced around and asked, Are there cameras? Only at the gate, which I locked. A smile crept onto her lips as she leaned into him. I still have much to tell you. I know. We can't get distracted. Jon looked up at the sky. I'd never distract you. Laughing, she splashed him playfully, then pulled her feet out of the pool to begin undressing. Aren't you going to join me? He remained seated for a moment, watching her with a mix of admiration and desire, but eventually stood at her urging. Setting his glasses aside, he peeled off his sweater, revealing strong arms and a chiseled stomach. It was impressive how defined his muscles were, a testament to his chosen profession. He often joked that working hard kept him in shape, but in this moment, Dany was grateful for every hour he spent training. Clears his head. Normally, they would be undressing each other, but something held them back. Perhaps it was the uncertainty of rekindling an old love, or maybe it was something only her full confession could resolve. She couldn't help but admire his muscular arms and firm backside, but her view was interrupted when he slipped into the pool. The cool air pricked at her skin as he called out, Come on, Targaryen. Taking his offered hands, she stepped into the warm water, their bare thighs brushing against each other. Flustered by his touch and unsure if she could keep her hands to herself, she stepped back, leaning against the edge. She closed her eyes, letting out a satisfied sigh. This is soothing. I told you, Jon said, his eyes filled with warmth as he returned her smile. Come here. His words were an irresistible invitation. Dany felt a blush creeping up her cheeks, more from the steam than anything else, but she waded out to where he waited in the center of the pool. He pulled her against his chest, where she could feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, a gentle reminder that she wasn't alone. The sensations of her skin against his, surrounded by the comforting warmth of the water, were dizzying. Jon rested his chin on her head and inhaled her scent. The gesture made her exhale and melt into him. I know you still have a lot to tell me, and I know it will be hard, he spoke softly. My only intention right now is to hold you while you share those difficult things. Dany nodded, relaxing against him and allowing herself to be lulled by the rhythm of his breathing. He gently caressed her arm, moving up and down its length. It might help to remember that I'm here with you. I will believe what you tell me, and I swear, you're always safe with me. Dany swallowed hard, a rush of emotion flooding through her. How do you do that? Do what? Tears welled in her eyes. Give me what I need. I need this before I even know I need it, Dany said, feeling the warmth of Jon's presence. He placed a gentle kiss on the top of her head. I think that's just being in love. Dany's eyes softened at the sound of those words. She leaned in and pressed a light kiss on his cheek, resting her chin on his shoulder as she prepared to open up. "I don't know where to start." "The beginning, I suppose," Jon replied. Closing her eyes, Dany used the warmth of Jon's embrace as an anchor to the present while she delved into her past. The weirwood, then. It seemed the beginning was just as difficult for him. Revisiting that fateful night, she could see the guilt lingering in his eyes, and he shifted uncomfortably as she recounted waking up confused on the forest floor. The discomfort only grew when she mentioned her first encounter with Jon Snow during the battle in the Whispering Wood. To her surprise, her heart still raced as she remembered how she had been taken by Stark men and her unfortunate first meeting with Jaime Lannister. But with Jon's tender touch and the soothing rhythm of the water, her body gradually returned to a state of calm. She shared how she had earned her freedom by tending to Jon's wounded arm, her trial by fire as a medieval medic, Robb Stark's suspicions of her, and her time as a prisoner. Reliving her second, and perhaps most reckless, attempt to escape from Riverrun was not easy, especially the man who had attacked her during that chaos. She imagined it wasn't easy for Jon either, but when he tightened his hold and kissed her, the memories felt less terrifying than before. He didn't shy away when she spoke of Robb Stark's insistence on a marriage of convenience, though she proceeded with caution. Dany promised to be truthful but chose to omit details that might only bring pain. She described life on the road, the haunting sight of women hanging from the trees, and Jon Snow's injury at Oxcross on the night of her third escape attempt. She recounted their journey together, weaving her story with care. As she recalled her time at the crag, a wave of joy washed over her at the thought of finally having someone to confide in. But as she neared the part of her journey when they returned to Riverrun, she hesitated. Rubbing at a tightness in her chest, panic began to rise within her, especially since she could tell Jon had noticed. "What is it?" he asked gently. Heat rushed to her cheeks as she stepped out of his embrace. "This part is hard to share," she admitted. "I've never recounted it before." His touch was soft and reassuring. "It's all right if you can't." "No," she shook her head, exhaling slowly. "I need to." Of all the things she had done to survive, this was the hardest to face. "One afternoon, Jon Snow, I went off on my own, away from the main army. We made sure to stay within the scouts' range, but we were attacked anyway." Her hands trembled as she gripped the rough stone edge of the pool. They were deserters from the Lannister army, run down and desperate. One of them held you at knife point, and the other. She closed her eyes, struggling to find the words. Jon moved closer but respected her space. "Gods, Dany, I'm sorry." "Did he?" "He tried," she replied, taking a shaky breath. "I killed him." Saying it out loud made blood rush to her ears. 7 hells. "I'm so sorry." "I wasn't afraid, that's the strange part. I acted on instinct, and I didn't feel anything until it was over." "Is that why you don't want to practice medicine anymore?" he asked. She shrugged. "I don't know. Probably. How could anyone trust a doctor who killed someone like that?" "Dany, it's not your fault," he said firmly. "You had the right to defend yourself." She wrapped her arms around herself. "I know, and I'd do it again, but it changes you, you know?" "I suppose I don't know," he conceded softly. "But I do know you. You have a good heart, that hasn't changed." Allowing herself to be drawn back into his embrace, she surrendered to his soothing touch as the last remnants of that terrible memory faded away. "Do you want to rest?" His voice was low and gentle. "You don't have to tell it all in one day." "No," she protested. This was why she had come here, and she couldn't stand the wait any longer. "If it's all right with you." He nodded, caressing her face, encouraging her to continue. After that, she began again. "I tried to run once more." She described her flight on horseback and how she was captured by more Lannister soldiers. When she recounted being thrown into a dark cell and interrogated by Jaime Lannister, she could sense him tense up. Robert beat fucking Baratheon, Dany, how did you get yourself out of that? I didn't, she admitted. She felt the tightness in his grip ease as she recounted Jon Snow's rescue and their return to Riverrun. She spoke of Robb's anger and Jon Snow's betrayal, of their fierce fight and later reconciliation. He looked completely bewildered when she mentioned the murder of the Lannister boys and Robb Stark's fateful decision to execute Karstark. A dull ache settled in her heart as she recalled the night she had confided in Jon Snow. Instead of thinking she was utterly insane, he had believed her. She shared his clever ruse of pretending to take her to Winterfell, but in truth, he had brought her to the place where they both understood she truly belonged. I touched the white bark, and I was back. As quick as closing and opening my eyes, it was over. And there you were. Exhaling, tears welled in her eyes, not from joy, not from grief, but from the sheer relief that they were together, and she had accomplished what she set out to do. She had told him everything, and she had told it true. Then fear crept in. A shiver crept up her spine as she waited to learn Jon's thoughts. She held her breath until the steady beat of his heart, combined with his unwavering embrace, chased the fear away. The sounds of bubbling water and the wind rustling through the leaves filled the silence between them. Jon was the first to break it. I always knew you were brave, but I guess I never appreciated how much. His voice was heavy with sadness. I'm so sorry for the things I said earlier. I was a fool, blinded by my own pain. It's too easy to forget how much more dangerous the world is for you than for me. Jon, she said, reaching to touch his face and waiting for him to meet her gaze. I don't blame you for that. Closing his eyes, he leaned his forehead against hers. I wish I could take it back and erase every terrible thing you had to endure. More than anything, I'm so grateful you're here after so many times I came close to losing you forever. Dany buried herself in his embrace, her eyes blurring at his raw admission. I was never alone, she whispered against his skin. In more than one sense, you were with me at every turn. You were with me too, he replied, tracing slow circles on her back. Even when you weren't. She lifted her head and got lost in his eyes. I'm yours, Jon. Only yours, for as long as I live, and I have no doubt, long after. The intensity of her words grew as she spoke, humbled by the depth of love she felt. I'll never betray you again or put anyone else before you. I'll support your dreams just as I know you'll support mine, and I will cherish every moment of the life we create together. She paused, allowing her heart a moment to settle, reminded of the declaration Jon Snow had once made to her. Dany searched his eyes for answers. Could that be enough for you? Tears swam in her eyes as she brushed her palm gently against his cheek. Are you still mine? Dany. He inhaled sharply, the impact of her promise evident on his face. I've always been yours. Unable to hold back any longer, she cradled his head in her hands and claimed his mouth with a passionate kiss, her body pressing against his solid chest. The emotional toll of the day, grief, heartache, guilt, should have left her exhausted, but instead, she felt an overwhelming surge of energy from the months of suppressing their desire. She was determined to show him just how much he meant to her. Jon eagerly responded, his mouth taking control as he backed her up until she found herself trapped between his strong body and the edge of the pool. Their hands roamed instinctively, desperate to reconnect with each other's skin. Water splashed around them as he grasped her backside, lifting her partially out of the pool so she could wrap her legs around his waist. The crisp air nipped at her skin, but it was a mere distraction compared to the warmth of his mouth against her. Dany felt a rush of euphoria as he left a trail of heated kisses down her sensitive neck, gasping when she felt the scrape of his teeth. You're mine, he rasped against her tender skin. His words felt oddly familiar, and suddenly the world around them began to blur as steam rose up, enveloping them. We've been here before. Not in this time or in these bodies, but with the same souls. She steadied herself against his shoulders, anticipating his next move just before he seized her hips. With a swift motion, he lifted her completely out of the water and set her on the ledge. Dany dug her fingers into him as he traced a path of pleasure along her jawline, and she knew the words she needed to say. "Please," she begged, her voice echoing with a distant longing. "I'm yours." As she spoke, the sound of her plea ignited something within him, and it seemed that not an inch of her would go untouched. She trembled, her fingers weaving through his damp hair, seeking stability as he explored every sensitive part of her, except for the places she craved his touch the most. Jon lifted his head, allowing her a moment to catch her breath. His possessive gaze was nearly black, and even before he spoke, she could feel the deep, rough timbre of his voice. "Only mine." A rush of warmth flooded her body, filling her with a profound sense of belonging. He pushed her calves back, exposing her fully to him. "Only yours," she replied, her voice a soft moan. "Now and forever." She knew her anticipation would reach new heights when his mouth finally found her womanhood. "Others take me," he murmured against her delicate skin. "You taste just as good." "Gods," she sighed, surrendering to the slow, torturous pleasure he was inflicting. He avoided the very spot she longed for, his tongue dancing over every trembling inch. She realized pleading was futile, but her body instinctively reacted to his every move, her need intensifying as she gripped the ground beneath her. Dany squeezed her eyes shut, her body tensing in a gasp when his lips finally found her swollen nub. In that moment, she understood this wasn't just about pleasure, it was something primal, an act of reclamation. She tugged at his hair, desperately seeking a lifeline as she neared the edge. The intensity of the moment when he pushed her over was a surprise, sending her into a euphoric wave. Her toes curled as she surrendered, his name spilling from her lips and echoing through the gods' wood. Relishing the satisfaction, she leaned back against the cold earth, unconcerned about the dirt and twigs in her hair. Pressing her fingertips to her mouth, she grinned. "My lips are numb." Jon pulled her back into his arms, cradling her as she basked in the afterglow of their shared ecstasy. He carried her to the center of the pool, where the warm water rose to his shoulders. Her limbs wrapped around him, enveloped by the soothing heat of the hot springs. The world around them faded away, leaving only him as a familiar anchor in this intimate moment. Drawn to his lips by a force stronger than mere desire, she leaned in and kissed him slowly, savoring the tenderness of their connection. This moment belonged solely to them, a communion of souls in this fleeting time. When she pulled away, she saw the depth of emotion reflected in his eyes, a silent acknowledgement of their shared experience. "Jon," she whispered, her voice barely audible, yet it felt as if it echoed through the years, past and future intertwined. He whispered her name in return, and she closed her eyes, letting the sound envelop her. It was a melody that had comforted her longer than she could remember. Kissing him again, she drew a soft moan from his lips. "I love you," she confessed, her voice low, her heart swelling with a profound devotion. "I have loved you for such a long time." The gravity of her words flushed his face, vulnerability shining in his gaze, captivating her completely. He pulled her closer, his breath steadying. "I have loved you from the moment I saw you, more than I ever thought possible." She remained entranced by his confession as he shifted their position, lifting her effortlessly. A thrill raced through her as she realized his intention. Biting her bottom lip, she kept her eyes locked on his, reaching between them to guide him to her center. A soft gasp escaped her as he filled her, sparks igniting along her nerve endings. She wrapped her legs around him, drawing him in deeper until she felt wholly complete. With her arms around his neck, she held his gaze, entranced, just before he thrust deeply, eliciting a moan of pleasure that echoed through the air. A jolt of pleasure shot through her spine, radiating all the way to her toes. Taking advantage of the buoyancy of the water, she rolled her hips to meet his. She had never felt such a deep, urgent need. The hot water splashed around them, keeping time with their movements as they pushed each other closer to ecstasy. The friction between them was intoxicating, and their unrestrained groans and whimpers blended into a sensual melody within their secluded haven. Dany surrendered to the pleasure first, her head tilting back as she reveled in the satisfying sensation of her core tightening around him. Jon followed suit, losing himself in the moment until he filled her with a final, powerful thrust. They collapsed against each other, both a sweaty mess, the warm water enveloping them like a cozy blanket, shielding them from the outside world. When they finally emerged, their wet hair clung to their faces, and their fingers and toes were completely wrinkled from their time in the water. The air felt colder as they climbed out, and Jon helped her hurriedly throw her clothes back on. Once she was dressed, her jacket zipped all the way up, Dany wrapped her arms around herself, savoring the simplicity of the little world they had created. Then, as she pulled a dry leaf from her hair, the disheveled state they were in hit her. "Your mother cannot see me like this," she said, a hint of panic in her voice. Jon chuckled softly and drew her in for a warm kiss. "We're in this together," he reassured her. "What do you mean?" she asked, puzzled. He took her hand, examining her pruny fingers. "It seems like you might be afraid to leave the privacy of this place. I want you to know, I'll be beside you through whatever we face." Tenderly, she pushed his hair back from his forehead. "You've always been mine," she echoed the words they had shared earlier. Jon smiled at her, his eyes filled with warmth. "And you've always been mine." With their hearts unburdened, they left the godswood hand in hand, stepping into the world that awaited them. Jon was exhausted, rubbing his eyes as he tried to process everything that had happened over the last 8 hours. The last servant had left, gently closing the door behind her, leaving him and Dany alone for the first time with their newborn son. Dany sat in bed, propped up with pillows and resting on freshly changed sheets. Her hair was pulled back, and the sweat had been cleaned from her face. Despite all the suffering he had witnessed her endure, she now radiated joy. An overwhelming gratitude surged through him. It wasn't customary for husbands to be present during childbirth, but after losing one wife already, he couldn't bear the thought of not being there if something went wrong. Until now, he hadn't realized someone could endure so much pain. He gently rested his hand on her shoulder from where he stood beside them, and she offered him a tired smile. "He's beautiful," she whispered. Jon nodded, his gaze fixed on their son's little face. "He has your eyes." Dany laughed softly. "And he already has your brooding expression." She looked down at their son with complete adoration. "I can hardly believe it." Taking a slow breath, Jon felt a fresh wave of emotions wash over him. The love he felt for both of them was almost overwhelming, and it seemed impossible that a moment like this could be real after so many years of struggle. "You were incredible," he said, his throat thick with unshed tears. Dany leaned her cheek against Jon's hand. "I'm just so grateful he's here." She kissed their baby's tiny fist. "You did it, little one." Jon swallowed hard. "I'm grateful you're both well. I was so worried." She looked up at him with a tender expression, and he noticed the lines of exhaustion etched on her face. "I know," she replied. "But you needn't worry anymore. Would you like to hold him?" His heart skipped a beat. Jon looked down at the little bundle in Dany's arms, and suddenly, nerves swept over him. He answered softly, "I." Dany carefully shifted the baby into his arms, and as he cradled his son for the first time, his heart raced in his chest. Weighing next to nothing, the baby felt impossibly small, and Jon realized he had never held anything so fragile before. He couldn't get enough of the little face, with its tiny nose and the hint of silver hair on top. His voice caught as he murmured, "He's perfect." All the sacrifices they'd made and every moment he had pushed through pain felt worth it now. He pressed a gentle kiss against his son's forehead and whispered, "Welcome to the world, little one." "After you, darling," Jon said, holding the door open for Dany as they entered the Quill and Tankard. They had left the Citadel together, planning a simple celebration before heading to her apartment. Jon had just finished teaching his last class for the school year, and Dany had wrapped up her first semester in the archaeology program. She was exhausted but invigorated, looking forward to spending the summer traveling to historical sites that piqued both their interests. After making the difficult decision to leave medicine, Dany had considered following in Eamon and Jon's footsteps with history, but ultimately concluded she needed something more hands-on. The shift in her career path was drastic, and more than once, she wondered if she was making a terrible mistake. Yet, each day, her passion for the past grew, bolstered by the confidence of having a brilliant partner to share it with. It was still early evening, and they managed to claim their usual table as patrons began trickling in. Soon, the place would be lively and overflowing with other students and faculty celebrating the start of a well-deserved break. Dany watched Jon curiously. There was a smile on his face since she'd met him at his office door, a sign of an unusually cheerful mood for him. The past year had been a journey for them both. A bit soon for such a big step. Dany chuckled, feeling her heart race. "Come on, Jon. We've been through so much together. It feels right." He squeezed her hand gently, a thoughtful look crossing his face. "You really think so?" "Absolutely," she replied, her voice steady. "We're a team, and it just makes sense." Jon leaned back, clearly considering her words. "I guess it would make life easier. No more packing up every weekend." "Exactly." Dany smiled, relieved to see him warming up to the idea. "And think of all the extra time we'll have to spend together." He raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. "Or all the extra time you'll have to put up with my terrible cooking." "Hey, I'll take that chance," she said, laughing. "I'll just teach you a few things in the kitchen." "Deal," Jon said, finally meeting her gaze fully. "But only if you promise to be patient with me." "I can do that," she assured him, her heart swelling with excitement. "So, what do you say? Want to take this leap with me?" Jon's smile widened, and he nodded slowly. "You know what? Let's do it. I think it's time." Dany felt a rush of joy as they sealed the moment with a shared glance, both of them ready to embrace this new chapter together. "A bit quick," he said, trying to lighten the mood with a joke. But Dany brushed it aside. "I think my place is better. It's more spacious and has better sunlight, although I'm not thrilled about moving all your books." He settled back in his seat. "That's a big commitment. Are you sure you're ready for it?" Dany rolled her eyes at his continued attempts at humor. "You're right," she replied, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "Maybe I should think about it a little longer." His expression turned sheepish. "Have I talked you out of it?" "Starting to," she said, suppressing a smile. "That's too bad, because I had a question for you." Dany couldn't resist teasing him. "If it's about moving into your place, my answer is no." "Ouch, Targaryen," he replied, a grin spreading across his face. She laughed and leaned in closer. "Remember when that was supposed to be a placeholder?" His eyes sparkled with mischief. "It was, until I decided I liked it." Propping her elbows on the table, she leaned toward him, wishing she could kiss that look off his face. "What's your question?" "I'm not sure I want to ask it now." "Yes, you do." His smile reached the corners of his eyes. "You're right," he said, his voice dropping to a softer tone. "I've wanted to for a long time." Dany's heart raced as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a familiar black box. Her eyes misted over, and she suddenly became acutely aware of everything around them, the laughter and chatter in the background, the scent of his cologne, and the pounding of her heartbeat in her ears. A wave of love and devotion washed over her as he took her hand. Of course, this moment was expected someday, it was something they had both always wanted. But to be here now, after everything they had been through, spoke to a bond that felt unbreakable and left her breathless. He wore a tender smile, and his hand trembled ever so slightly as the ring caught the gentle light of the room. "Will you marry me, Dany?" Her response was immediate and heartfelt. She leaned across the table and kissed him, pouring all her enthusiasm and love into that moment. As their lips met, the room erupted in cheers and applause. Startled, they pulled away to find a crowd of family and friends gathered around them. Uncle Eamon, Jon's parents and siblings, Sam, Talisa, and even old Nan were among the familiar faces, surrounded by their colleagues from the Citadel. Dany giggled at the unexpected joy, her cheeks flushing with warmth. "Did you plan this?" she asked, turning back to her new fiancé. She noticed his face was a deeper shade of red than hers. "I only told your uncle, I swear. I didn't even tell my mom." Dany laughed and kissed him again. "Yes, Jon. I can't wait to marry you." What had begun as a surprise orchestrated by her mischievous uncle quickly transformed into a joyous celebration, filled with love and support from those who had brought them to this moment. King's Landing, 800 years in the past. It was an hour before sunset, and King's Landing was bathed in a warm glow that made the bustling city appear almost peaceful. Jon and Dany sat close together on a hill overlooking the capital, a cool breeze rustling through the grass. This was the time of day Jon found most tolerable in the southern heat. Their little sons, Aemon and Jaehaerys, just 2 years and 6 months old, were growing faster every day. Most days, it was hard for him to believe he had a hand in creating such perfect beings. Their lives were overflowing with blessings, and tonight they had decided to steal a quiet moment alone, away from the chaos of ruling a kingdom and raising children. Dany rested her head against his shoulder, and they sat in comfortable silence. "The city is so beautiful from here," she said. "Uh-huh." She looked up at him and asked softly, "Do you ever miss the north?" Wrapping his arm around her, he pulled her closer. "Sometimes. I miss the quiet, and the cold and the vastness of the woods," he said, pausing as his mind wandered to his favorite places. "There's nowhere I'd be happier than right here." Smiling, she snuggled closer to him. "We've built a good life here, haven't we?" "Aye," he replied, his heart swelling as he leaned down to steal a kiss from her lips. She hummed happily, a fresh blush on her cheeks. "Do you know what I miss most about the north?" Jon felt a rush of warmth as he met her gaze with a slow smile. "The hot springs." Dany let out a soft giggle, a playful spark lighting her eyes. "Gods, yes. The first night we went in after the wedding feast. It makes me warm just to think of it." His mouth went dry as he recalled their wedding night. The heat of the water surrounding them, her desperate desire matching his own, all wrapped up in the significance of that moment. They were creating something much bigger than themselves. "We could go into the bathhouse tonight," he suggested, momentarily losing sight of the city before him. Biting her bottom lip, she traced her fingertips along his jawline. "I'm going to hold you to that." They shared a kiss deeper than the last, and when Dany pulled away, he glanced around to ensure Regal was nearby. Settling back against him, she turned her gaze back to the city. "There's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time." The tone of her voice made him still. "Your first wife. She was able to tell you you'd meet me, and all that would happen. Was she a witch?" The unexpected question made him smile, and he envisioned his Southron girl as vividly as if she were standing right in front of him. "I think it's time I told you the truth about her." This was a story too incredible for most to believe, but Dany was different. He knew she would trust him if he could find the right words. "There's enough trust between us now." He steeled himself as she studied him, waiting for him to continue. Confusion was evident on her lovely face. She was not a witch or a priestess or a sorceress, she was a girl from the future. Dany leaned back, her curiosity shifting to disbelief as she tried to grasp what he was saying. Jon rubbed his chin, searching for a way to clarify. "When you were growing up, did you ever hear psalms or tales about maidens traveling to far-off places through weirwood trees?" Her eyes widened, and she shook her head. "Well, those stories are quite true." His words hung heavily between them. She came from a time hundreds of years after ours. Dany took a deep breath, glancing up at the sky. She didn't die, did she? Jon shook his head slowly. No, she didn't die. They both gazed out at the horizon as he continued. When she revealed the truth to me, I knew the right thing to do was to bring her home. It was fate that brought her here, not a choice she made. I always wondered, she replied. The way you talked about her, it didn't seem like she was dead. Her voice was warm with compassion. That must have been devastating for both of you. His gaze returned to his beautiful wife, a mixture of sadness and deep affection in his eyes as he reached for her hand. It was, but she was right when she told me I'd find the one I was meant for. Her eyes held his with a solemn understanding, and then she rested her head against his chest, leaning into him. For a few moments, they were both lost in thought. After a time, Jon gently raised her chin. Her being from the future isn't the strangest part. Dany furrowed her brow. What could possibly be stranger than that? Searching her eyes, he braced himself before speaking again. She wasn't just a girl from the future, she was a descendant of yours. Dany laughed in shock and surprise. A descendant of mine? How could that be true? His nerves were on edge. This was a secret he had kept for so long. Jon took a deep breath, knowing that the only proof he could offer Dany was his word. I don't know much about the how and why, but I can tell you with absolute certainty that she was your identical twin. When I saw you, I thought I was seeing a ghost. Dany's nose wrinkled in confusion. What? I know it's hard to believe, he replied. She covered her mouth with her hand, her thoughts racing. I thought your sister treated me strangely. She seemed frightened by me for weeks after we met. It was so different from what you described. Jon said, rubbing the back of his neck. I had to tell her, and my uncle Ben-Jen, the truth about everything. Dany blew out a breath and pressed her palm to her forehead. My soul loves yours so well, I found a way to travel back in time to have you again. Without hesitation, Jon pulled her back into his arms, gently cupping the back of her head and savoring the scent of her hair. A wave of relief washed over him. He hadn't realized how heavily the secret had weighed on him until now. He let his words linger for a moment before continuing, there's more. Her silver eyebrows arched in surprise. Truly? Jon chuckled softly. The last thing, my love, I promise. He kissed the top of her head and traced slow circles on her back. She told me, before the weirwood brought her over again, that she had a man at home, a descendant of mine. Dany lifted her head, narrowing her eyes. Are you having a go at me? I'm not. I swear. Gods be good. He waited a moment before asking, do you believe me then? Dany curled her hands behind his neck and locked her gaze with his. I believe you. The trust and love between them humbled him. There's a ring of truth to it, she said, brushing her fingers tenderly across his cheek. Loving you for all time isn't hard to believe at all. Jon slipped away into his bedroom, seeking a moment of peace. Winterfell, his family. The atmosphere at home was electric, buzzing with excited family members, friends, event planners, caterers, and photographers as the hour of his wedding ceremony approached. Jon had just been in the God's Wood with his best friend and best man, Sam, who was nervously rehearsing his officiating duties for what felt like the 100th time. Aren't you nervous? Sam asked, glancing at Jon as they stood beneath the heart tree. No, not really, Jon replied. I'm not looking forward to everyone staring at me before Dany gets here, but everything is planned down to the last detail. He tried to remain patient as Sam went over the traditional wedding vows of the North. Who comes before the old gods this night? Jon started to sigh, but then an overwhelming sense of déjà vu washed over him. His body tensed, and he winced. The lanterns lighting the path to the tree seemed to glow brighter, and Sam's voice began to echo in his mind. Who comes before the old gods this night? A familiar voice called back in his head, I do. Jon. Sam tapped his shoulder. His friend's voice, which had sounded distant, became clearer as Jon shook himself back to the present. Are you all right? Sam asked, concern etched on his face. Jon forced a smile and clapped his friend on the back. I'm fine, and you'll do great. I'm not coming back out here until it's time. Taking a less traveled route into the estate, he slipped away from the crowd, avoiding family and guests as he entered his room and shut the door behind him. He pinched the bridge of his nose, waiting for the unsettling feeling to pass. Déjà vu was an experience he was all too familiar with, having felt it often while growing up in Winterfell, but this intensity was something he hadn't experienced in years. He stepped into his ensuite and splashed cold water on his face, quickly glancing in the mirror to ensure his hair was in place. He didn't care much about his appearance in front of their friends and family, but he wanted to look perfect for his bride. He was towel drying his hair when he heard a soft knock on the door. Jon was drying his face when a knock at the door interrupted him. He closed his eyes and let out a long exhale. Just a few more hours, he reminded himself. Just a few more hours, and he would be married to the love of his life. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see the friendly face of Talisa Maegor. She had, of course, been invited. Dany's time-traveling companion was someone he would have expected on the guest list, but she was the last person he anticipated seeing before the ceremony. He pulled her into a hug, genuinely glad to see her. It's great to see you, he said, feeling a warmth for the woman who had supported him so much while Dany was away. Talisa beamed back at him. I'm so happy to be here. For me, this event has been 20 years in the making. You look quite handsome, Dany will be pleased. Then her expression shifted to something more serious. I do have a reason for disturbing you. I have a message from an old friend who wanted me to pass it along if this day ever came. Jon's heart sank. There could only be one old friend she meant. Talisa handed him a very old-looking rolled scroll. I know it seems odd, she added, but how could I refuse the command of a king? His insides trembled as he accepted it, the wax seal of House Stark filling him with disbelief and wonder. Talisa touched his arm and offered a sympathetic look. Well, I should leave you to it, but I'll see you at the ceremony. Once he was alone, Jon sat down in his chair by the window. His pulse thumped in his throat as his mind raced with the possibilities of what awaited him inside the scroll. He held his breath and cracked the wax seal. Neat handwriting in black ink unfolded before his eyes, written by the hand of Jon Snow. Jon, when I first learned of you, I thought you were dead. All that southern girl could say was that you were not alive and that you might have been her husband. I'll never know you, but when a woman like Dany loves you, it's clear you must be a good man. When we were married, I wanted her to know she didn't have to forget you. She could talk about you with me whenever she wanted. I promised her I would honor you, and now I'm asking you to do the same for me. I can only imagine the hard feelings you might have toward me. If our roles were reversed, I'd likely want to kill you too. You probably have some resentment toward her as well, and I'd understand that. But then I'd pull myself together and do right by her. She didn't have much of a choice in the matter. No matter how strong her voice, she was a woman lost and alone, navigating a world far harsher than she was used to. You won. She's all yours now. I'm entrusting her to you. You get to enjoy her beautiful laugh, her gorgeous smile, her sweetness, her temper, and everything in between. That brilliant girl will keep you on your toes for the rest of your days, I have no doubt. I wasn't worthy of her, and as a descendant of mine, you probably aren't either. We're both lucky men to have had her. Remember that. Sometimes, being loved by someone like her might make you think you're a better man than you ever believed you could be. Just don't let it go to your head. Love her, treat her well, and remember, I have 8 centuries to learn how to haunt you if you don't. One more thing. I hear you don't know how to use a sword. That troubles me. Since Dany's departure, I've discussed this with Talisa at length. Whatever weapons are used in your time, make sure you're well versed in them, not just in your studies. Books are fine, but practical skills should come first. Protect her, care for her, and she'll give you far more in return than you could ever imagine. Your watchful ancestor, Jon Snow. His jaw dropped as he read the letter, hanging on every word. After finishing the letter, he rubbed a hand down his face, feeling the weight of the message and the significance of the gesture settle over him. The striking connection he felt with a man who had died 800 years ago left him in awe. Gratitude washed over him, mingling with a deeper sense of responsibility to cherish and care for the woman they both loved. Carefully rolling the letter back up, he tucked it away safely. With a newfound sense of pride and purpose, he returned to the chaos of their wedding day, eager to find ways to contribute. It would still be a long time before he saw Dany, and the hours dragged on. At last, he stood beside Sam in front of the heart tree, surrounded by friends and family. Time seemed to come to a standstill as he awaited his bride. He hated being the center of attention, but until she arrived, that's exactly what he would be. The candlelit lanterns lining the path glowed brighter against the darkening sky. Despite his nerves, excitement bubbled up as he recognized familiar faces in the crowd, all there to share in this moment. Then she appeared, an ethereal angel in a flowing white gown, her long silver hair intricately braided as she glided down the path. Their guests must have noticed the look on his face, for everyone turned to witness the stunning sight she made. As their eyes met, his nerves evaporated, and a flood of emotions surged within him. Memories of their highs and lows played in his mind, deep love intertwined with shared anguish. His heart swelled, filled with affection, loyalty, and an immense responsibility to protect her. Each step she took intensified his longing to hold her close. She offered him a radiant smile, rendering him helpless, and a tear slipped down his cheek. He felt humbled by her beauty and overwhelmed by the joy of watching the woman he loved beyond measure approach him to make a vow of eternal love. Sam gave him a reassuring clap on the shoulder, a subtle reminder that he wasn't alone in this moment. As Jon received a nod of encouragement, he found it impossible to focus on anything but her. In that moment, nothing else mattered. It wasn't until he held her hands that he felt complete. A wave of peace washed over him. Despite his distraction, he didn't miss the cue to kiss his bride. They leaned in slowly, savoring the moment before their lips finally met. It felt like more than just a single kiss, it was a culmination of everything they had shared. He had been here before, and with that kiss came the knowledge and promise that their love transcended time. He had loved her in the past, and he would love her again for as many lifetimes as he was granted, certainly for this one. Their kiss lingered, and then Jon pulled back just enough to rest his forehead against hers. "I wish I didn't have to share you with anyone else tonight," he said softly. Dany hummed in response, her eyes sparkling with contentment. Only for a while longer. The evening unfolded into a vibrant celebration in the great hall. Laughter and conversation filled the air as platters of delicious food and fine wine circulated among the guests. Couples danced on the floor to lively music, and Dany eagerly pulled him back to join them time and again. They were surrounded by everyone who cared for them, all gathered to celebrate the new life they would create together. Taking advantage of a rare moment when no one was vying for their attention, Jon seized Dany's hand and led her away from the bustling hall. He draped his suit coat over her shoulders and guided her up the winding stairs of his favorite tower until they reached a quiet lookout. Above them, a sky full of stars sparkled like diamonds. Hand in hand, they gazed up at the heavens, soaking in the beauty of the moment. Dany sighed, her eyes fixed on the stars. "The moon is fair tonight." Jon chuckled softly, a warm smile spreading across his face. She smiled back, a hint of self-consciousness in her expression. "Am I speaking strangely again?" Jon pulled her close, tenderly caressing her face. "It's cute," he said, a smile playing on his lips. I'm just enjoying it before it fades. Perhaps it never will, she mused, a thoughtful look in her eyes. Certain places seem to bring it out in me. Jon paused, a hint of uncertainty creeping in before he continued. This may sound strange, but I want you to know that I don't expect you to forget him. If he crosses your mind and you want to talk about him, you don't have to spare my feelings. I never want you to feel like you have to keep a part of yourself from me. Her eyes glistened with emotion as she leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. He wrapped his arms around her, surrendering to the waves of affection that washed over him. Then, Dany lifted her head and smiled up at him, her expression serene. He gently tugged at the silver strands of hair curling at her ear. "What is it?" he asked, curious. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "Oh, that whole thing." She playfully tapped his arm, and he caught her hand, pressing a kiss to her fingers. "Of all the unbelievable things that have happened," she continued, "is it so crazy to believe we've loved each other in more than one lifetime?" Placing her palm over his heart, he searched her beautiful eyes. "No," he replied, "I'm starting to think it's not crazy at all." Jon brushed his lips against hers, cradling her face as if she were the most precious thing in the world. "This is the only lifetime I care about," he told her. "I want to love you for every second we have here." She gazed up at him with a devotion that made his heart flutter. "I am yours." Dany kissed him again, igniting desires they would explore later that evening. Breaking away, she playfully pressed the tip of her finger against his chest. "Don't think for a moment that you're done dancing for the night." "Evening," he said with a light laugh, lifting her by the waist. Her smile shone as brightly as the stars as he twirled her around. "Don't worry, sweetheart. I've been mentally preparing since the night I proposed." They shared one last kiss beneath the vast night sky before heading back to the hall. King's Landing, 800 years in the past. For years had passed since they took King's Landing, and during that time, they had made the Red Keep their home. Jon never would have believed he could find such peace in the south, but he quickly learned there was little he and Daenerys couldn't accomplish together. The first year after reclaiming the throne for their family had been the hardest. While raising their newborn son, Jon grappled with his Targaryen identity, and they had a city to rebuild along with relationships to mend across the kingdoms. Despite the challenges, he wouldn't trade those moments for anything. Each subsequent year brought fewer troubles. Ruling was never easy, but sharing that responsibility with his queen transformed it into a burden they could both bear. She was his most trusted confidant, his best friend, his lover, and the mother of his children. The third child was set to arrive any day now. "Robert beat fucking Baratheon," Jon muttered under his breath as he climbed the serpentine steps beside his heavily pregnant wife, trying not to hover. Dany laughed, though her breaths were labored. "Gods, that curse. Do you know I heard Aemon say that the other day?" Jon grimaced, making a mental note to watch his language around their children. "Are you sure this can't wait?" He tried to persuade her. "It's too hot for you to strain yourself." "It's too hot for you, my love, not for me." Despite her bravado, she was clearly short of breath. "I have a present for you, and I've been waiting a long time for it to be ready." He groaned silently. Arguing with her was futile. She had been the same with both of their boys, hardly slowing down until the day she gave birth. Aemon and Jaehaerys were growing faster than Jon could believe, 4 and 2 years old now. With 2 sons already, he found himself hoping for a daughter with their next child. Relenting, Daenerys took his arm as they walked the last few steps to the river walk. She offered no hints as she led him into the God's Wood, guiding him toward a memorial he had commissioned for her. For all the losses Daenerys had endured, none had hurt as deeply as the loss of her son. She often said that whenever she thought of Rhaego, she envisioned him as a young man, just beginning to find his way in the world. To honor that memory, Jon had commissioned a statue to represent what Rhaego might have become, placing it in a secluded part of the Godswood where few ventured. He wanted Daenerys to have a space to grieve, a place that reminded her he shared in her sorrow. His heart sank when he realized what she had done, leading him to a stone alcove draped in vines. There stood a statue of a young woman, strikingly similar to his queen, dressed in a riding cloak and holding a basket of herbs. Daenerys stood close beside him. "I know you created a place to honor her in Winterfell," she said softly, "but you should have a place to remember her here, in our home." Jon looked away, waiting for the wave of emotion to pass. "Thank you." Daenerys kissed his cheek, intertwining her fingers with his. He took in the image of his first wife, his first love, a woman he would cherish until his last day. She was a brave girl, kind and true. She deserves to be remembered. Though it was still early, the sun was already blazing in King's Landing. They were supposed to arrive at the Great September of Baelor 20 minutes earlier, but nothing ever went according to plan with an infant. 6 years had passed since Daenerys returned to her time for good, 5 years since their marriage, and 6 months since they welcomed their baby girl, Dany. Her violet eyes sparkled with curiosity as she cooed, taking in everything from the baby carrier strapped to Daenerys's chest. Jon had always dreamed of having a baby, but Dany's was a delightful surprise, arriving a bit earlier than they had planned. While falling in love with their newborn daughter, Daenerys was also busy defending her dissertation for her PhD program. Recently, she had accepted a research position at the Citadel, set to begin in the fall. The white marble of the sept was serene and peaceful in the early morning light, and miraculously, they seemed to have beaten the crowds. "Are you sure they're open?" Daenerys asked, glancing around. "You'll see," Jon replied, guiding her toward a side entrance. He had been a bit secretive all morning, and her nerves were tightening in her stomach. When he presented her with a special access pass granted to certain faculty at the Citadel, a lump formed in her throat. She remembered the perks she'd enjoyed growing up with her uncle and during their travels together, but this felt different. She understood what he had brought her here to see. As they were directed to a set of stairs leading down to the tombs of Aegon VI and Daenerys I, her heart raced. The most renowned Targaryen king and queen of Westeros had been laid to rest in a grand burial place, far removed from the crowds. "Dany's and I can look around up here," Jon offered. "You can have some time alone." Daenerys swallowed hard. "All right." She had come a long way in healing her heart, but grief, like love, never truly faded. Jon gave her hand a reassuring squeeze, then she passed their baby girl into his arms. Kissing the top of Dany's silver head, she looked at Jon tenderly before pushing through the door. Her heart raced as she descended the stone steps. Being in the place where he was truly laid to rest felt far more profound than his memorial in Winterfell. The stone room was warmer than she expected, the air fresh, and the light gentle. In the center of the room sat a white marble chest, and above it were the gilt bronze effigies of the great rulers. Daenerys climbed the steps to the tomb, eager for a closer look. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at his face, now older than she remembered. She traced the contours of his cold likeness, her fingers brushing against the lines by his eyes. "You did get to be an old man with a gray beard," she murmured softly. Her hand moved to the Targaryen emblem on his armor. "And a dragon rider too." Beside him lay his queen, beautiful and strong. Dany felt a deep certainty that she had been good to him. As she circled the tomb, she took in every dragon, medallion, coat of arms, and inscription. He had lived a full life, surrounded by family and friends within a thriving kingdom. One engraving in Valyrian caught her eye, and her heart raced as she read the words. Tears blurred her vision as she traced them with her fingers. "In my dreams, I see you still." Decades after their love, he had left her a message, a whisper of their bond, with only the faintest hope she would ever know it. He had found a way to honor their love forever. Tilting her head back, she closed her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. "In my dreams, too." Her heart ached as she climbed out of the tomb. Jon's gaze softened with concern when he saw her, but Dany's raised her tiny fists, her face lighting up with a gummy grin. Dany felt like the luckiest person alive. She wrapped her arms around both of them, and Jon kissed the top of her head. "Everything all right?" he asked gently. "Yes," she replied, touching his face and gazing into the affectionate gray eyes she loved so well. "Everything is as it should be."